Yeah.
I love oysters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got hooked. I used to work at a place that we had our own oyster distributor, and
Yep.
we would. Pandemic is over, no masks. I love that.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, when they first stopped wearing masks, it was like such a relief. What a weird thing, just to like have a sigh of relief that people aren't paranoid.
Yep.
For no reason.
Exactly. No, a bit of normality.
That was crazy.
A bit of normality. It's good to see.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll put squares here. But they have some good crab cakes here.
Go get yourself something to eat, Dave. Go do that. Fill your belly up.
I will. I'll turn the camera off. Probably pretty noisy still here. You guys continue on.
All right, buddy. Thanks for sharing, mate. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. But yes, Jerry. On that point that you just made, like, it's a rather silly point, and all you've got to do is just go, well, I'm glad you asked. Right? I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, you know, they say, how do seasons work on a flat Earth? I said, well, it gets hot outside for like 6 months, and then it gets cold out. What do you want?
It's exactly like it's not a difficult concept to understand, really. How does it work? Well, look out your window.
Yeah, they need
and you'll
a
be able to work it out for yourself. Yeah.
They want a picture, so I have to end up telling them, listen, just go outside, draw what you see. There's your flat Earth model.
That's right. It's incredible the baby steps that you have to take sometimes, Jerry. You got to start off with the basics, right? Yeah, just go outside, have a look around. There you go. Like, start from there. That's where you got to start. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about you. Looks like are you demanding a debate with Wits today? You're rolling.
I invited. I sure, yeah. I'm demanding.
You're demanding?
I mean, can I demand? Sure, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Does Witsit respond to that?
He'll rip you a new one in a debate, most likely.
That's why he has so far been silent.
Oh, well, I don't actually know if he responds directly to pings myself. Don't know if he responds to pings.
He pretty much threw the gauntlet down to me personally, like a week ago. So
yeah, well, I've never. He's not the sort of fellow that would run away from a debate if he deemed it worthwhile.
Sorry, the curve of the Earth is blocking your signal, and you are roboting hard.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll jump out and I'll come back. Let me try that.
So what would you debate What's It about there, Ro?
I'd let Witsit pick.
If you had to pick, what would you pick?
Oh, probably something mathy.
Yeah, that's kind of all you got, isn't it? Reverse engineered mathematics.
Oh, what are you? Do you want to debate me?
Well, there was actually, if you're interested in getting prepared for a Witsit debate, there was just a crazy annihilation that went on yesterday that has been replayed. I could send you the link to if you want to get prepared. It was a massive quote read off, but you've seen that a little bit from him recently. It's so effective to read some of these quotes from the guys that were involved in how this whole thing got developed, that you would think are proponents of the globe, but really they're confessing in a lot of these quotes that it could be either way, or that if this evidence came out, it would be damning. It's just massive. There's just massive amount of direct quotes from people that really makes your side look bad, man.
Those heliocentrism versus geo is just, it's like quote after quote after quote. It's crazy.
It's
So just out of
crazy.
curiosity perspective, if I gave you quote after quote after quote of flat earthers that made the flat earth look stupid, and I assure you that I can get those, does that mean anything?
Well, I don't identify as a flat earther to begin with. I'm a non-ball lever.
Well, whatever. I'm saying whatever it is. If I go
Yeah,
get
there's not a
quotes that
group.
make
We're
it
not
look
like
stupid,
we're not a proud standing group, and it's obvious that if you're talking about something that's established, quote unquote, science, and you got the people that actually established the science doubting, not only doubting but damning the model themselves from the outset. That's totally different than some flat earther that's saying something stupid.
So you're saying that no one establishes like a flat Earth model, therefore there are no quotes to harvest. But then, who decides which scientists established the globe model?
See, you're trying to force me into a claim, and all I'm saying is it looks pretty bad for your side. That's all.
You're trying to force me. You're trying to force me to agree with people that I may or may not agree with.
No, I'm just saying, take a look at those quotes
from like authority, and we'll see who gets farther.
I don't usually cite people from like the kinds of quotes people throw at me that I've heard flat earthers throw at me. I don't usually cite people like that. I'll cite an article for you with several authors on it, and then you can but it's weird because people say which page in the article or which paragraph. And I'm like, read the whole article. So I don't know, this whole quote war thing. Dude, go, like, I talked in a lot of live streams. Go mine my quotes. I'm sure you could make me look like a moron. There you go. There's a quote right there.
It's not a quote war. Just look at it. It's outlined. Actually, I'm going to post a video for you about the Michelson-Morley debacle. And that would be a good one. If you want to watch it, I'll put it in the live stream. It's a good one.
I probably am not going to watch it tonight for sure.
Yeah, at some point. I mean, because these are, especially if you debate Witsit, he's going to bring up exactly what this guy's talking about in this video.
Well, it's quite interesting.
And then I guess I want the link. I'll have to do my research before I take on a mountain like Witsit.
Well, you have a whole crew of people doing your research for you, rolling, because apparently the gossip is going around that that Witsit does. What's the term, Dave? Is it quote mine, or cherry
Yeah,
pick? Yep.
right.
So apparently the claims that they're making about him, that he is quote mining, doing it completely dishonestly, taking everything out of context. So they're all putting their heads together. They're going to get all these quotes and apparently make a video and put them all in context, apparently, the rumor mill goes. So,
I mean, they can.
Hey, I'm gonna need to turn my camera back on right now, you guys. You'll see why. We
They
got some babes. The babes are coming right at me here. I gotta let you see this
okay,
here.
say hi.
This is too good here, man.
Say hi from Australia. Say hello. Hey, you.
Isn't that great? All right. Let's follow these two.
no,
Where'd they
don't
go?
do that. Don't.
All right.
No need to do that.
I know it's not your type.
Yes.
It wasn't a type-based argument.
Or maybe gender. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
So Banza, I hate to be the bearer of this news, and I can't be the ambassador of Globers, but flat earthers consistently cherry pick. It's not something special that Witsit does.
Oh, really? Okay. Really?
I'm not saying
Consistently.
every. That's how I got banned earlier. But yeah, flat earthers consistently cherry pick and consistently like quote out of context, whatever you want to call that.
I
Yes,
don't know.
definitely.
I can never recall once where I have unknowingly cherry picked.
I haven't seen you cite very many things, so yeah, good on you.
Well, I don't have to cite anything. I've got reality on my side, so that's all I need at the end of the day, rolling. So
yeah, that's all we really need. You know, we don't need the rest of the flat earthers as a gang, because that's obviously not what any flat earther tries to even claim. You know, you have to stick to your priests and your other official globers, because they're, well, as far as the official model goes, you guys have an official model and we don't, so we have you at an advantage from the start.
Wait. Official model?
The spinning ball in space thing. Yeah, isn't that what you think?
Yeah.
Well, you just said in one sentence about 100,000 details. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spinning ball in space is 100,000 details.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's people that think it's globe and believe in Jesus. There's people that think it's globe and believe in the Big Bang. There's people that think it's heliocentric. There's people that think it's geocentric, but also think it's globe. So I don't really know why you think there's like a massive like consensus of people that think it is sphere shaped. Like it doesn't make any sense. There's still people from the whole spectrum, even in like PhD holding scientists, have issues with origin of life, origin of the universe, all the way down. So where's this official model coming from?
So how many PhD scientists don't think they live on a big blue spinning testicle? That would be a interesting.
You know what? You're right, though. You guys don't even have a model, but you claim to. That's the funny part.
I have a model, personally.
Ooh.
All right, show it to us.
Yeah, we're waiting with bated breath.
With
Baited.
baited. I thought.
Is it a rolling
I
boulder?
honestly,
Let me guess. Is it a rolling boulder, Earth?
What's under the boulder?
We're
You-
rolling. We're rolling. We're not spinning. We're rolling. It's a boulder,
Rolling
not a
through
rock.
space.
pretty solid deflection, dude.
But so what did you want to? It seems like you're in a very debatey kind of frame of mind tonight.
Well, I
Riley.
was, but that's not to be found here tonight. So
Really? Okay. So do you have a particular topic in mind that you felt the urge to?
Hey,
get
real
clarity
quick,
on?
check out this tree. Okay, it's not a woman. Don't freak out, Roland. Look at this
Ah,
freaking tree. Check that
probably
fucking
means you're
tree.
not going to follow it, right?
Look at that
the
tree.
root. Oh, look at that root
Jesus
knob
Christ,
on the
huh?
front.
What the fuck?
That's insane.
It is.
Man, that's
It has a
crazy.
personality and everything, huh? You think they did
Done.
that intentionally, or what the hell? Man, that is interesting. And the way the bark, it's like a
Yeah.
birch. It's like a giganticus birch tree. Birchus giganticus.
It's just gigantic.
Look at this thing. Jesus.
It's gorgeous.
Man. Wow, I bet you'd like to get your hands on some of this here for your art.
Man,
Man, so I look at that, just like you do. You get that knob right there and make it into a beauty.
100% I would. 100% I would.
It has a little bit of it's definitely more down Roland's alley here. It's very phallic. It's got a set of balls at the bottom here and everything. I'm just kidding, Roland. All right, this guy's posing for me.
That's
Anyway, pretty crazy, I'd say.
that was cool. That was cool, Dave. Most definitely.
I love being able to share my. It's like I'm on the walk with you guys. I'm taking you along with me here. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Really. I got the whole world in my hands. I got the whole world in my hands. That was a cool thing, actually, that I found. You know, that bag, the bag with the Egyptian hieroglyphs, where you see that the bag that they're carrying, you know, over and over again in the reliefs.
Yes.
I happened to guess at what it might be representing, and I found something else that corroborated that idea. But you know how it has like the square with the very round arched handle, and if you think about it, he's got the whole world in his hands. It's representing the firmament with the earth.
Yeah.
The box of earth, right? But yeah, there's other reasons. I'll post some stuff that I found about that if you haven't heard of that idea.
Yeah, no. I think I heard something similar, actually. Yeah, Captain Obvious. Exactly. But what a gorgeous sunset. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous.
Is my camera still on?
No.
Oh.
No. But yeah, and look how it mirrors so beautifully across that magnificent water that is.
There's a girl playing music over here that I think's good. I'm gonna maybe turn my camera on for that if you want. Just a little clip of her if you like. No one's talking.
Yeah.
Across the street. You can hear her. I can tell she's good. Sounds sweet. I gotta give her some money. Nice sunset here too. All right, here we go. Angel boy, give me all I really need. Angel boy, I like the way you squeeze me. Did I tell you my name's Angel Boy? Angel boy, I like the way you hold me. Angel boy, you keep me lying. Angel boy, like the way you squeeze me. This angel boy, when I was playing in my dream. Good, thank you.
Nice.
Keep going, please. Keep going. Is that it? Oh, okay. We got a short one. Okay. Dave, yours? Morel, nice to meet you. It's really good. Awesome.
It's coming up tomorrow, so I can't destroy my life.
Gotcha. Okay, where are you going to play?
At a bakery in San Diego called Azola.
I'm going to San Diego tomorrow. What's it called? Azola?
It's the number one bakery right now.
Azola?
Well, on Yelp.
Okay.
Azola Bakery.
At what time?
I'm playing from 10 to 11.
Okay. 10 to in the morning?
Yeah.
Wow, that's early. Okay. So kind of a brunch thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
They have really good croissants. That's their
Free croissants, right? For you when you play?
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
And then I'm playing at the Jazzy Wishbone tomorrow night, 4 to 6 in Oceanside.
Cool. Wait, Oceanside? Okay.
Yeah.
The other way.
Where are you from?
I'm from actually Irvine. I live in Irvine, but I'm from Illinois.
I
Yeah.
know where it is, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Cool.
I live in Irvine. I'm just down here for the weekend, killing time, yeah. I'll try to find you maybe tomorrow if I'm in San Diego.
Well, you got to, and if not, have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, you too. Take care. Thanks for it.
Look at Dave making connections.
Hey, Nindy.
She was making the connections. I didn't have to even try.
Smooth.
Jeez.
Smooth.
I just wanted to learn more music, to be honest. She's a little young for me, actually. She looked about 20s.
That's not too young.
That's legal.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not legal. It's just,
That is legal tender.
Hey,
Exactly.
she can sing me to sleep any night. Don't get me wrong. But when they're young enough to be your daughter, it just feels a little weird, I have to say. Maybe I'll get over that. Anyway, I'll turn my camera back off.
Cool.
I called my son Angel Boy when he was born. Pretty funny.
Angel boy.
One Big Pond, is that the One Big Pond I know from the old days? Is that the One Big Pond in here?
One big pond. To one big pond. Let's see. Oh, possibly.
Looks like an old
Yes.
schooler. One Big Pond. I think I've talked to you before. What's up? I might be thinking of a different pond, but what's up? Are you an outer ponder?
Maybe he can't talk. He's typing, but he can't talk. Maybe. He's going to go get his headphones. So we went and saw Top Gun yesterday, Jerry. Not a not a
Yeah,
bad
how was that?
film. Yeah, not a bad. Like, it was corny, corny, because there's a lot of reference to the very first film. But as far as a sequel kind of goes, yeah, I think they did a really a really good job, actually. But Maverick, Tom Cruise plays, the similar rebel without a cause type of role.
Is the other guy in it too? Val Kilmer?
Yeah, he does play a cameo part, actually. I won't tell you, too much about it in case you see it, mate. Don't want to wreck it, but yeah, he's in it. And there's also two. What's his name? Goose. Goose's son is in it as well. But yeah, it's about 30 years into the future from when Goose died. The like when you're watching the film, the plot was kind of predictable. You could kind of guess what was going to happen, what was going to happen next. But having said that, like I said, I think they did a good job.
It's making a lot of money.
Oh, is it? That doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me. Wonder who was the drive behind making the sequel. Wonder if it was Tom Cruise or other people being the drive to, because I presume there's been a drive for quite some time to do a sequel to try and cash in on the Top Gun name, because that's what they do with any successful film. They want to make a sequel and cash in on the success.
Yeah, it's not like Titanic. Although with Titanic, everybody knows how it ends, but it still made the most money. So that's kind of a paradox there.
Yeah. Well, they could make a sequel to Titanic and go into the whole hijacking of the fiat monetary system and stuff.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. I would love to see that. Although they would probably, clean it up and make it, mysterious. They wouldn't really say anything too incriminating.
That's right. And to set it on Jekyll Island and stuff and whatnot. Yeah, like there is possibilities for a sequel with that.
Yeah. Just turn that book into a movie, The Creature from
Yeah.
Jekyll Island.
I'd like to go down further into Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I think we could relive that one more time. What do you think?
Oh Lord, really?
Getting back at Gus's do.
Oh,
G'day, man. So how are you?
yeah, good, buddy. Good. I must say,
How's that?
yeah, I was totally disappointed with Johnny Depp's version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
He done a pretty piss poor effort, didn't he?
Yeah, to me, it was too dark. He played way
Yeah,
too of a
mysterious.
dark character.
Have you been watching Audit in Australia this morning? They're protesting against freeing Julian Assange one more time. Let's spin this Julian Assange thing one more time. Why have we got another psyop going already? Like, what's going on in the world?
Really? Oh, Julian
Protests on
Assange.
Sunday in Melbourne. Yeah, run by the police, of course, moving
Yeah,
them on and holding them up and doing whatever they do. You know,
yeah.
you got the compliant bloody protesters wearing masks down there, and the mandates have even been lifted. So.
Really?
It's quite a strange world. Yeah, they've been lifted. You can go to work now without being injected.
Yeah. Yep.
So I've just been, I suppose I've been hanging crap on everybody, calling them all sheep and followers and compliant, and I suppose I've been naughty today, one might think.
It's
But what a magic day. How's the weather down there in South Australia today?
not too bad, my friend. Not too bad at all. It is a very comfortable 14 degrees where I am.
Well, you'll hate to know that we've got clear skies in the top of 20 today here in Queensland. But anyway,
there you go.
I just moved to Queensland, Bansall, from Victoria. I was there for a few years, but I've come back to Queensland.
Right, what part? What part of Queensland, mate?
I'm just out of Brisbane. I'm in Mango Hill near
Right,
near
yeah,
Costco, I suppose, North Lakes. But yeah,
yeah.
oh, it's a good side of town. It is nice. But my boys are here, so I've come back to Victoria to connect with them once more.
Oh, beautiful.
This is
Before
so
we're all locked
great.
up, I suppose.
One big pond. Remember, I told you, I said, you got to jump in on Earth Awakenings and meet
Yeah.
Bandsaw and White's World, who's also here. He's going by
You're spot
Pleomorph
on.
right now. But you guys
It was spot
are
on,
like
Pete.
the three banditos. How are you? Yeah, I was like, oh, it's
Three
perfect.
amigos.
You got friends you don't even know about. I have to get you over there. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'll go. And that's
Oh, look,
happening naturally. I didn't even have to set it up.
I'm just so shy, and everything that comes out of my mouth is quite idiotic, I think. So,
See, you're humble too. People like that here. People like that.
we're trying to make logic out of such wise words is very limited on my behalf, I believe. So, I'm here. I'm trying. I'm
You're
breathing.
just
I'm waiting.
self-deprecating. You know, you got the juice. You got the juice.
Look, I've got a lot of things going on, but nothing seems to be going with a flow. You know, I seem to be going against everything that's going on, and I don't know why. And I'm not anti anything. I'm pro everything.
You seem so jovial about it. If that were true, you're way too jovial about it. That's true. You know.
Look, I'm down enough. I don't need to bring anyone else down, so I'm not here to bring anyone down. I just sharing the truth, I suppose, of what I see and what I feel and what's going on. But yeah, we want facts here. We don't want feelings. Yeah, I've been told that.
No, that's not true. Yeah, you're doing a great job of covering it up, whatever it is that you're down about.
Yeah, I'm just down because of lack of money, I suppose. But everyone's in the same boat. Everybody could do with more money, I'm sure.
Sure,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
Apart from that, we're living, we're breathing, we're eating, we're sheltered, and you can't really ask more than that in this time of the year, I suppose, or this time of the way we've all been, you know.
If you're eating, breathing, and sheltered,
in.
you can't be that low down on money. Most people that are low down on money don't even have that, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, look, I've been very close. I've been very close, UP. A couple of times I've seen the end of my thoughts. Let's put it that way.
Hey, you know what? Regardless of any of that bullshit, we're here talking from different parts of the world, because the world wasn't what they told us, and that's the most significant thing we could have found in, you know, the last thing we ever thought we would have found out in our lifetime 10 years
You're
ago.
exactly right. The water, the level appearance definitely seems to go up, doesn't it, instead of go down? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. I was just
There's so
looking at
many.
the ocean today, and it definitely goes up. It's not a concave Earth, but it definitely goes up because, you know, that's the way perspective works. And it doesn't go up, but it goes up to, you know, right where it should be for level
It
Earth.
keeps rising to eye level, as they say.
Yeah, just about. Yeah. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
getting the
and
perfect circle. I took some pictures, actually. I'll post. But I was getting the perfect personal circle, circumference, or what do you call it? Your personal sphere, from the ocean today that I was looking at, and it was like, you know, from side to side, it looks completely curved as well as out in front, and it was just the perfect example of that, how that your eye limits create that sphere of limitation.
yeah, and the technology that they've given us can only see so far as well. We can really only see 200 to 300 kilometers at any one time. We get a few clear days here and there. We get a little bit more, but generally that's all we can see. So that's all we can really measure, to be quite honest. If we've got measurements of anything, like it always seeks level, always seems level, horizon. Sorry, I've come outside, guys, in the car. It's
Yeah, no,
yeah,
that's the beautiful thing about it. Right? It is the purest measuring tool of all, and it doesn't lie. Does what it does with
the
predictability.
only the only why do they indoctrinate us from a very early age? Like there's got to be a clue in that, yeah. Like why they don't let us just naturally grow and learn. They have to push us into their mantra, and we get paid to regurgitate it. It's quite ironic how the world works, and it's quite annoying. Many days in a row, I'm like, what am I meant to do today? Like, I'm sitting here waiting, contemplating, going, what's going to come to me? How am I going to make some money into this world instead of letting it all go by?
Well, I think they've done it in a very clever way.
Mhm.
Big Pond, because they get what they do is they got your parents in on it, right? And your parents actually did it on their behalf, right?
Yeah,
And
they told you the lie from the start. Yeah.
yep. So once they got that generation on board, the rest was easy. It really was easy because now your parents, you know, bring you home from the hospital, put you in a crib, get your little mobile, hang your little, you know, planets and suns above your head as they, you know, twirl around singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Well, it really
And
does only take a couple of generations to change mindset, doesn't it?
yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
And then,
So
yeah. And then, you know, because your parents then send you to school, right? You know, you trust your parents, and your parents send you
that's
to
it.
school. You go to school and you'll do what they say, and you'll become smarter. Listen to what your teachers say, and you'll become smarter. Like the recipe, when you think it's so beautiful. Like it is really is beautiful to be able to, you know, flick a switch and within a generation being able to implement the plan so well. And then from there, you know, from planting that initial seed, all the other seeds that get planted, you know, when we're talking about these crazy things like bendy warping fabrics of space time, time dilation, and you know, black holes engulfing bloody light holes and all this sort of stuff also too becomes very, very believable. And you know, the claim is, oh, we don't preach these things as fact. You know, we've never claimed any of these things as fact, but you do yeah, you never start off these things. We're just going to place an idea in your head, and we want you to think about it for yourself and evaluate it. They do treat these things as, um, you know, in my opinion, they definitely do it.
I remember being 9 years of age in class and being shown the globe model and then explained about the edge of the flat Earth and how you could fall off. And
Yeah.
clearly, I was only 9, but clearly I said to them in front of the entire class, so is the world round or is it flat? Because the round doesn't work for me. And that was at 9 years of age. So I actually segregated myself from the entire school because I just refused to believe the lie from a very early age. So I got policed so much and bullied so much that I just wanted to work and make some money and earn a family,
Fair enough. Yeah.
have a loving family. And I
Yeah.
sort of there's so many opportunities out there and that aren't being taken, and we're all being screwed over by the elite and their
Oh,
lies. And
exactly.
I just don't get why people, like, there's been so much information come out over the last 5, 6, 7 years that why 50, 60, 70% of the world isn't already questioning our makeup, our matrix, our taxing system, our earning system. Like guys, honestly, like, labor's labor. It kills you after 50 years of dedicating your life to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have people talking lies and people complying to it. It just, none of it makes sense. I'm really not happy with the world. I'm not sure whether you can tell, but I've got the questions have come to a point where I'm just like, I'm not getting any answers from anyone, so I'm just throwing out anything here and hoping someone's going to give me some information that makes sense and get me on my feet again.
The way we work as a world, or even just as a country, right? I'm not going to talk about the world. I'm just going to talk about Australia as a country, big pond. And we have all seen news articles, reports of, and this is just one example of how our elderly are treated in these retirement homes, right? Some of the things that go on in them are
Disgusting.
absolutely disgusting, right? Absolutely
Correct.
disgusting, right? And yet, one of the biggest things that is thrown out there is the lack of budget, the lack of money to rectify these things. Well, I have no problems whatsoever, right? Why do we need to have an Australian space agency, right? Before we have fixed the systems on the ground. Why do we need to be building and supplying ammunition and munitions for the rest of the world?
If you've been indoctrinated that you think killing, going overseas, or even in your own country, because there's police shooting at fucking civilians now. But how indoctrinated do you have to be to actually go and say, okay, this is not just a career. I get the chance to kill people, and I'm gonna run with it and do the best I can. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if whether they pay me 20,000 a year or 100,000 a year or whatever it may be, but they're just willing to do it. There's no thought or consequences. It's like injecting people with the vaccine. There's no recall. So why on earth would anyone care? Why do people have to think? They don't have to think. It comes in cold steel now. Yeah? The number of the beast. Like it's serious. We were talking about it back in 2017, whatever, and saying it's coming. We get introduced into this COVID thing, and people jump on it.
Just quickly, Big Pond, just be
the
careful.
word,
the C and the V word. Yeah, just be careful.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Sorry,
man.
I'm just. No. I don't want to censor you, buddy. I don't want to censor you, but we've just got to be careful of it. Is all.
Yeah, I should start my own server, and so I can say whatever I choose to, because it's
Look,
very hard policing. Like I try not to swear too much, but when the narrative is all around you, I can't understand why we can't talk about it. But if we're getting strikes against it, I get it. I'll try not to. I'll
yeah,
try and
no,
say
yeah,
the V or the C. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Cheers, buddy. Sorry, but anyway, go on.
That's all right.
I don't want to derail your train of
No,
thought.
you're fine.
Yeah,
I'm just so confused about why there's killing happening in the world and people are still okay with it. Like our last generation, where our aunties, uncles, and everyone, seemed to know someone that was injured or hurt or damaged in the wars, whichever war it may be. The fact that we're still contemplating throwing that up, like obviously generation lately, generation come lately, they're lucky to get out of the bloody house. So, you're pretty safe. They're not going to go around killing people unless they can do it online. Everything's computer game now. Is that the meta? Is that really the meta? Is that what they're doing? Like, are they bringing everybody in? So, we're controlling our own robots, computer, murdering system out there. And, you can sit ignorantly and bless in your own home and go and do things. And it's all legal because the government runs it.
yeah. Like I don't know anyone in my immediate circle that has been to any one of these latest conflict. Okay, whether that's over in Iraq or Afghanistan or these sorts of places. So I haven't seen the effects on what it's done to these people when they've returned, and how they have coped psychologically. I do know, however, what my uncle and what my grandfather went through, because they went to the Second World Wars. My uncle went to the Vietnam War, whatnot, and I saw what it did to them psychologically, and it wasn't good. It was not
So,
good at all.
so with that, the fact that people are still encouraging it and think that it's okay, that is where I just, there's a generation there that is we've lost. We've been silenced. Yeah, the generation that went to war and the ones that don't want to go to war. Where there's sort of generation in the middle where it's like, is anyone listening to whatever's going on in the world? Because it doesn't seem like it. Like a new psyop comes and everyone jumps on it and plays along, and until people start getting stripped of all their wealth and worth, people don't say anything. It's quite ludicrous how the world is going on, and look, you can see why I don't get on anymore, right? Because I'm so negative. I am. I'm not sure. Look, you guys are very, very good at talking about flat Earth and whatever. I don't have that mantra. I only have my current thought, and the moon is up. I'm about to film the moon shortly. I can.
Cool.
The low clouds have cleared, so that'll be nice.
Yeah, but this server's about everything, Big Pond, not just flat Earth.
Yeah,
It's
that's why I like it so much.
Yeah.
Look, you guys are quite awesome to listen to.
Cool. Well, maybe not me, but the rest of the guys, they're pretty cool to listen to.
You're pretty cool, Ben. So I don't mind. If I can put up with you for a couple of hours, I think you're doing okay. Because I do turn off a few people just like, oh no, not you again. But I suppose I get that the same with me. Oh, Tony's on boring, quiet. Yeah, I don't say too much, but
it is.
No, so I do appreciate saying hi and letting me on, and me wasting some valuable airtime. But
no, you haven't wasted it. I have not wasted a thing.
I don't know what to do. I'm not doing anything. I suppose I need to get out a little bit more and get on with my life, and so I've got a little bit more to talk about. At the moment, I'm still connecting with a few things that I need to. So I'm still a little lost. I'm not lost in what I see. I see actors and politicians and doctors, and they're all full of shit. They're all lying pieces of crap that that only suit their pocket. As long as their pocket's full, who cares what anyone else's? If you're that stupid to get injected by their poison, and they're making plenty of money off you, they're laughing at everyone. It's just ridiculous. Like, and people just look. I'm going to stop bitching, guys. I'm going to get off.
No.
I've had enough. I've had
All
enough
right.
bitching. But
All right, mate. All right, mate. Yeah.
I do appreciate you calling me on. I'm happy to get on. It's just unless you guys are talking, I can flow with you. I'm pretty quiet, fairly quiet to myself. So
No, feel
I got
free anytime to chime in.
yeah.
Big point.
Thank you, Dave.
You are welcome.
Yeah.
And your thoughts
Can
are,
I just ask, who's making money off the injections?
Isn't everyone that's part of the system? Isn't the
oh,
hospitals, the doctors, the
no.
pharmaceuticals? Isn't everyone
More
making money off it?
dishonesty.
Well,
It
I've
Bringing out
had,
the
Bloody awesome. Like in time, it's called, and there's numbers that go up your arm and it gives you
Yep.
how long you've got to
Yep.
live. Yeah,
Yep.
it's very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you really want to understand how the elites think about the slaves, the workers, watch that movie and figure it out because it's right there in front of your face.
Getting a phone call. I'll be back.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. So cheers, man. I'm gonna head off, guys. because I hate my voice. I hate talking, but I'm happy to talk if you want me to talk. So, cheers, guys. Thank you. Love you all, and yeah, keep smiling.
What's up?
Good afternoon, NASA.
Yeah, it's middle of the
Big
night
Pond
here.
left straight after you, Ben Saw. Don't blame me.
Sorry, the
Actually,
middle of the night or something for you.
yeah, it's like almost 12 o'clock midnight here in East Coast, U.S.
Oh, okay.
So we're like exactly 12 hours away from you or something. Are you on one of those weird time zones that's a half hour off?
Yep.
Man, that's a real pain in the ass to try to figure out, man. You can't be
Well,
like the rest of the world, be an hour off. No, we got to be Australian and be a half hour off.
well, it's pretty easy for me.
Yeah, as
Like,
long as you don't, as long as you don't try to translate into any other time zone. It's just yeah. I mean, if you're not gonna worry about being in any other time zone, it's fine. It's just like anything else, But
yeah. So, what do you bring to the table today?
oh, I don't know. I was over at Gems listening to Dave rant on about clones.
Okay, I thought you might have come over here because we have been eagerly waiting for years, absolute years, for some direct measurements and proof of
What is a direct measurement?
of this
What?
curvature that you
Well, I've been asking.
speak about.
I've been asking for 7 months now for proof of the flat Earth,
Well, it
and all
seems
I can get is it looks flat in water. Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt.
it seems I've been asking for at least 5 or 6 years. My request should be answered before your request.
Well, yeah, I've told you several things you could do to measure the diameter of the Earth, and you choose not to do them.
Shadows don't measure diameter. Come on.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No,
Actually.
they don't. No,
Yes,
they
they
don't.
do. Yes, they do.
No, because you have to make presumptions.
Nope, you don't.
Really? Oh, you
Nope.
don't? Not one.
Nope.
Not one
Not
presumption.
one. Not a single presumption.
Really?
Yep.
Not. Okay. Okay. Let's. So. Well, you'd have to kind of presume that the rays are coming in so close to parallel that you could call them parallel. You'd have to presume that.
No, because you can demonstrate that with a soccer ball and the moon, if the moon is visible.
A soccer ball and the moon demonstrates that light rays are coming in.
Yep.
Really?
You hold the soccer ball at the end of your arm when the sun is visible during the daytime. It only works when the sun's visible. When the moon's visible, excuse me. The moon is visible during it's midnight here. I'm saying stupid stuff. When the moon is visible during the daytime, you hold the ball up and put it in a similar position. Line it up with the moon and look at the phase of the moon and look at the phase on your soccer ball.
Okay, so you're not actually gonna like.
See that shows that the light rays are coming in parallel, because if the sun is close and local, those two shadows should have very different phases, right?
No, not at all.
Why not?
At all. Well,
Well,
I just wanted to. Okay, then we'll put it. Okay. You want to talk about shadows? I'm fine to talk about shadows, right? Because one thing I noticed the other day, we're driving back from Adelaide, and it was overcast. When I mean overcast, there was like cloud from horizon to horizon. Okay, so pretty much heaps of cloud, and I didn't notice it at first, but there must have been a break in the clouds, and the sun appeared to pop out for
oh God, you're not going to get any crepuscular rays, are you? Really, Ben?
No, I haven't even mentioned. No, don't be. See, once again, you're making assumptions about what things.
Yeah, because I thought I was. I apologize if you weren't getting crepuscular rays. I apologize. Go.
So anyway, so I'm looking at the car in front of me, and I noticed, right, a shadow, a very distinct shadow, right, on the left-hand side of the car. And I was kind of, oh, okay, cool. There's a shadow. Anyway, I'm driving along, and then all of a sudden, right, the clouds closed over again. So now you can't see the sun at all, right? You really can't distinguish where the sun is itself per se. But what I did notice when the sun went away, now we have two very distinct shadows. Not quite as prominent, yes, I'll grant you that, but we had two very distinct shadows, one on the left hand side of the car, one on the right hand side of the car, and it kind of seemed to be a little bit behind the car as well. Not that I could really make it out, but I'm kind of assuming that there was. So there seemed to be shadow all the way around the car, like the light was coming in from every possible direction. So not parallel at all. Light was coming from the left, light was coming from the right, was coming from in front, from behind, on top, all over the place. So to me, right there and then, it goes, parallel sunrise? I don't think so. I don't think so. Nothing seems to be parallel about this light whatsoever.
So the light during a cloudy day doesn't behave like it's coming from a single direction. Interesting. Wonder why that is.
Well, you can call it diffusion or whatever
Yeah, pretty much. I would go with that.
you want, but because we have the atmos lighted up, right, and we can, I would say with confidence say that the energy source for the atmos lighting up seems to be coming from the sun. It seems to appear that way, right? So I can definitely roll with that, and that does seem to be the brightest point because it is the greatest. So I guess the energy source itself. So there would tend to be you can get some sort of directionality, I suppose, in the brightness of that energy source. But to say that energy source is producing rays that are coming out of it parallel, yeah, no, I'm not. Me myself, I'm not going. I'm not going with that whatsoever. I'm not going to say that they're even like crepuscular rays, right? I'm not going with that either myself. I'm just going to say that the atmos is all lit up as one, as one. It's like one big ray. It's flooding down on top of us. So I'm going to go with one ray. And until we can prove any more than one ray, I'm happy with one ray.
All right, I'll go with your one ray here and head off to bed because it's after midnight.
There we go. Happy days. Well, you go think
Have a
about
good
that
one.
and then come back.
Night night.
Come back. All right, buddy.
Show us your ray.
Show us your ray, your little ray of sunshine. A lot depends this light thing, doesn't it? With them.
A lot depends on their maths around it, definitely.
Mhm. Mhm. I'm reading an article at the moment why apparently in Akron, a US city, there was a police chase. Don't know if you heard about it, but they were following this man and they fired nearly 100 rounds at this man while they were chasing him. And the man died after more than 60 hit him. Damn. Is that trigger happy? Be interesting to know a few more of the details. Oh, well, he fired at the coppers too, apparently. So
Was he carrying like a nuclear device or some shit? Like, why were they
well,
so keen on taking him out?
he worked for DoorDash. So isn't DoorDash like Uber, but for food? I think. I'm not too sure, but
I
anyway, he
believe
worked
so.
for
Yeah.
yeah, but anyway, he worked for a company called DoorDash, and apparently he refused to obey the officer's commands, and he also fired a gun from outside his vehicle. So I'm kind of gathering he put his hand out the window and fired rounds at the coppers. There's no evidence the gun. There's no evidence that the gun was actually in the car. Oh, maybe he died and dropped it. I don't know, on the ground. But yeah, there's no evidence that the gun was actually in the car. At a certain point, the man jumped out of his moving vehicle and sought to flee on foot. So the officers deemed him to be a deadly threat. And in response to that threat, officers discharged their firearms, striking the suspect more than 60 times. Damn. To be sure, by the looks of it. To be sure.
How many officers? Like 2 or 3? And how many rounds in each bloody magazine? Well, this is. They
Oh,
must have
I
reloaded
know.
several times.
It's not actually saying how many officers were involved in the incident, but as a result, they're cancelling 4th of July celebrations in Akron because they're scared of well, probably might be like another. What's that other fellow that where they apparently stomp Floyd? Is it John Floyd or whatever his name was? Floyd. They're in fear of protests like that.
Oh, how dare you forget his name, Bandy?
I
Come
can't.
on.
I just know it was Floyd. I don't know if Floyd was his first name or his last name.
It wasn't Floyd Mayweather. George.
Oh, George. Oh, there you go, George. Okay, I'm sorry, George. I didn't remember your name. Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me, mate. 100 bullets get fired at one dude running away from a few cops. That doesn't surprise me. It also wouldn't surprise me if there were 20 cop cars all chasing this guy and they all got out and had a shot either.
Oh, look, like I said, mate, the details in the article are very vague at best. I must say. But yeah, we don't. Well, don't know if we'll ever get to that stage here. But I tell you what, it is a intimidating sight when you generally see the cops here the way they're dressed up like SWAT, really, because they do, even like their normal highway patrols and stuff now. Like if you ever get pulled over and they come up to your window, they've got they've got all their gear, their bulletproof vests, their handy cams, they've got their mace and their guns and their tasers and cuffs, and some of them even have zip ties in their belt and whatnot, and their little extendable batons and everything. They are a intimidating sight, actually. The way they just do present themselves. I don't remember anything like that as a kid. Majority of them would have, a few of them did have pistols, but a lot of them just walked around basically just with their handcuffs and their little extendable baton too. Well, they didn't actually have the gun on their hip, but that seems to have changed a lot. Their appearance and how they go out in all their tactical gear.
Yeah, I think that came with the corporatization of all the police forces, mate, where they're just a business now and all about putting on the show. Getting the contracts, wasting the resources, getting more contracts for kit they don't really even fucking need, even though they might use it here and there or find an excuse to use it.
It's very, even the way they word things too, like, it's been fairly kind of probably common knowledge that the police are under a quota, each day, to do certain things. Like you go out on your patrol, right? So just say you're doing highway operations, right? And they're under a quota, right? But what they don't call it, right? They don't call it a quota, right? Because now it seems like we're telling them they have to go out and find people and get X amount of tickets notched up each day. What they call it is contact. You have to have X amount of contact with each of your shifts. So you have to engage with, say a dozen people, during your shift. Well, then, if you're sitting on, 5 meters beyond the 60k zone as it's come from 110 to 100 to 80 to 60, the chances of you actually being able to nab someone doing 64 or 65 in that 60k zone, it's pretty high. Like you'll meet that contact really, really easily.
Yep. Or the bottom of a hill.
Yeah, or the bottom of a hill. I don't know myself, but how, and they say it's for safety. Like they say it's for safety. Now, a majority of people when they travel through a town aren't traveling at 150 kilometers an hour through the center of town. Okay, they might go 65, they might go 70, but very few people are blitzing through town just willy nilly. Going 120, 150, whatever the case may be. And I don't think when it comes to road deaths themselves, you're not gonna get the fatalities in comparison compared to town accidents as you do to, say, highway deaths or country deaths. Well, that's where a majority of the fatalities happen. But where do they make most of their money? They make most of their money in town, in the 60k zones, in the 50k zones, and stuff. Yeah, under a bit of an illusion as far as all that is concerned.
Yeah, I sort of get the reason why the speed limits are there. Obviously, you know, hitting a kid at 50 versus 60 is a lot less damage.
Definitely.
Or let alone versus 70, right?
Yeah.
But they could very easily put sensors in the fucking road or in the speed signs that tell the car's smart enough already, that just not to go over that speed. Just it's literally limited. You can't do it if you go into a certain area. That technology's there, but it's obviously not about safety. Simple.
No, and you know, I personally myself would have no problems whatsoever that in a town or a city, right, the speed at which you travel is 50 kilometers an hour everywhere. Everywhere. It's just a straight 50 kilometers an hour. Now, it seems a little bit slow, but, you know, adjust for it. Leave 5 minutes early and you'll still get to your destination. So I have no problems with you know, that speed limit per se. What I have a problem with, and I think what, you know, a lot of people would have problems with, is how the speed limits are done. You know, they go from, you know, 100 to 80 to 60 to 50, back up to 60, back down to 50, like all these very sudden changes of speed limits through a very short period of time is nothing but a speed trap. That is a very easy place to raise revenue through. Very, very easy, right? So you basically have, you know, a couple of speeds, right? You know, you can go from your 100 and a K out from town. You can drop down to your 80, and then once you hit that sign in town everywhere, it's 50K everywhere. Then you don't have to worry about you know, the 60s to 50s to 40s too, goes down to 40, back up to 50, back
25.
up to 60, and 25. Like, you have all these variable speed limits, which to me are just a trap, really. Because if it was purely for the safety of people, well, I think having a blanket rule like that does encompass that safety ethos that you want to have. You know, right there, it's like, you know, we are concerned, so we're just going to make it a blank 50 everywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely not about safety, Bandy.
No. Oh, you have to be able to pay for those bulletproof vests that the officers are going to wear, don't you?
Oh, and those LRAD systems they burnt people's faces with in Canberra, yeah. I'm sure that costs a pretty penny. Basically how they justify using military force on the streets without calling a martial law to allow the military to actually come onto the streets against us.
Apparently there's a big protest in Melbourne today in regards to Julian Assange.
What? Really? What's he done lately?
Well, he hasn't done anything, has he? He's just... Where is he?
Did he bang Pamela Anderson again?
Yeah. Is he in the UK still, or has he moved on to Guantanamo Bay?
I couldn't tell you, Bandy.
Yeah.
I know I've never seen the news where he's free. I know he's still trapped somewhere.
Oh, yeah, he still is somewhere.
Yeah. A political pawn? That's the last place you want to be. Right?
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever see the light of day again if the Yanks get their way with him.
It's hard to know because he's released so much stuff from the documents that he stole that
Mm.
he should have been freed based on that alone, because although, yes, what he did was against the rules, what he revealed was obviously something that needed to be revealed. Like, logic should have just played its part by now, but it's just politics.
Well, he didn't steal them. He just published them. I think there's no evidence to say that he actually stole the documents himself, or had anything to do with the acquisition of those documents. But he definitely did publish them, um, um, and wanting to do exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to cause waves in the system. But it is. I know it is strange how the Australian government have just washed their hands of him completely. Like, he's had to turn to other governments, whichever ones they are. But Ecuador, obviously, to try and get some sort of justice, or some sort of like a hiatus from the immediate threat, until the legal system can sort out what it has to do. But obviously, Ecuador has pulled out of its agreement with him to give him whatever they gave him, not diplomatic immunity,
Asylum, sort of. Yeah.
asylum. Yeah. Which obviously that was withdrawn, because America got an American sympathetic prime minister or president, whatever they have, prime minister or president in power. So as soon as their prime minister or president was replaced with a more US friendly one, everything was turned on its head. Everything for him. But he does have a a lot of names like behind him. Whether it's Pamela, people like there's a couple of other journalists off the top of my head. Their names are escaping me. Have definitely spoke out in his favour. And the journalists that have spoken out in his favour, it's in regards, obviously, to the greater implication, to the journalistic field, if you want to call the journalistic field a field anymore, because they're all basically just reading off the same script. But the few that are out there that do have some integrity and will endeavour to report what they uncover as the truth, how they see it, are in jeopardy of being in exactly the same situation. But if he is found guilty, but he doesn't have to be found guilty, because the threats are already there. The precedent has already been set, regardless of a trial or not. This is what's going to happen to you. So be forewarned. We will come after you. We don't care.
Pretty much. I do. I've got a funny feeling, and I don't have time to Google right now, but I think he was responsible for getting the documents. I think he was hacking at the time when he discovered them. So I think that was part of the, he obtained them illegally and then published them against, not the wishes of the Secret Service, I suppose, but to the detriment of all the people that are in situ, like all the spies that are around the place that he was going to jeopardize. And I think by releasing some stuff, people literally died. And so they tried to, and there are people who say they should have died because they were lying and in places they shouldn't have been. But that's neither the point. He put people's lives at jeopardy, and doing that is also against the law. Now, obviously, that's a claim that has been made and needs to be proven. Did he hack? You know, all these things. But I've got a funny feeling that's how it started. He was hacking. That's a long time ago now. My memory's not that good. I know there was a movie based on it, but that's probably not very
Oh
accurate.
yeah. I'm not gonna listen to any movie, but well, actually, yeah, he has. He's now accused of criminal behaviour, not as a journalist or even a spy, but as a hacker.
Yeah.
So okay then. Okay, well that's interesting because so one count of conspiracy to commit computer intrusion is the charge. So computer intrusion. Well, which is interesting because like I said, I just thought he was which I think a lot of us were, possibly without delving too deeply into it. I just thought he was basically the publisher of the actual documents, not the actual instigator or the person that did the.
Yeah, WikiLeaks, what he created in WikiLeaks, that was the publishing sort of arm, which he, you know, famously has got a dead man switch on, you know, for all the real juicy documents. If he actually dies, then codes will be released, etc., etc. I don't know how true that all is, but yeah, I'm fairly confident he was responsible for getting the material. And,
yeah. And I think,
I mean, if you saw that, if you hacked it and saw it, you'd want to publish it because that's the shit. It's the sort of shit that just shouldn't be hidden, you know?
Yeah. Yep. But the fact that he actually put a face to the information, like he put himself behind it, is probably what's got him in hot water. Like if you were to do that stuff,
yeah.
if you were to do that stuff today and do it on the what do they call it? Is it the bit chain technology, and get it out there, so your name isn't associated with it. You might have a
People don't believe it though. That's the only other issue because there's lots of info that's on the blockchain now that can never be erased. It's there forever. It's all truth, but it hasn't made a fucking crack of difference because people don't put their name to it. There has to be some credibility behind things, and even then, that credibility of whoever it is, whether it's an individual or a team of people, just gets attacked by the media. That, you know, like big time, they go into a full gear where worldwide, if need be, they can just attack people's credibility and bring them down.
Yeah. And actually, more specifically, not computer intrusion, but it is more simply just a password cracking incident. So it's as simple as trying to crack a government's password.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I mean, shit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck to him. He obviously.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Yeah, he does. He needs fucking luck.
Yeah, like
the whole
Well, I think he's got the whole of the US machine trying to bring him down. You know, there's very few people in actually the US Congress themselves that have spoken in his favor. Very few. A majority want to see him brought to his knees. Majority of them.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that goes on the back of him having been warned that he shouldn't publish certain documents, even though he's got them, and yes, it's terrible that all this stuff was done because it was going to have people compromised around the globe, and he went ahead and did it anyway. And then, like, I forget the numbers of people, but it was claimed that I think over 100 people were like basically killed that day because, you know, they were compromised in their positions,
Right.
like, you know, definitively.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
as much as they were doing the wrong thing and they shouldn't have been there and all the other fucking things that go along with it,
Yep.
that was what I think a lot of people, you know, you think of all the families of these people and friends
Oh,
that are in
exactly.
high places in America that want
Yep.
revenge basically for having, you know, yeah, anyway. It's fucked.
Yeah.
Poor bugger.
Yeah.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But then you got someone like his name is Snowden, doesn't he?
Yep.
Basically live. He lives in Russia now, doesn't he? Pretty much as a free man. I think it's Russia he lives.
I'm not sure. Smart guy, I suppose. If he is.
Yeah. I think he fled to Russia, and that's where he's living now. But pretty much as a free man, like I don't think he can ever step foot on U.S. soil again or outside of Russia because he'll be naffled up and taken away. But having said that, you know, what's to stop them actually going into Russia and, you know, getting a black van, driving past him, throwing him in the van, and then taking him off anyway? You know, all these things are possible. But and who is the other one that was the whistleblower that turned transgender, like turned into a woman? Who was that one?
Oh, yeah. I can't remember.
Yeah. Don't even know what happened to that one.
That one.
In the end. Oh, well, I didn't mean it like that. What the fuck?
Well, I was waiting for you to go him or her, and then you forgot which one it was, so you went that one.
Don't you be reading into what you just read into it.
No worries.
What was her name? I don't know. Smarter people than me will know. It's at the
I can picture him like before the transition. I can't picture what she looked like after, but
oh yeah, after was bloody ugly. After he was a better looking chick as a guy. Just putting that out.
oh, excuse me. A better looking chick, guy.
Yeah. Oh damn, that's fucking annoying me now.
It's not even on the tip of my tongue, mate. I can't even think of a letter.
I got it right. I googled a couple of things, and not once did I get the name. Then I just typed in transgender whistleblower, and the very first thing that pops up is Chelsea Manning.
Ah, that's it. Fucking
yes, yeah, Chelsea Manning. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I could only imagine the stress, mate, when you're thinking about doing something like any of them did. You know, you've come across something that fucking the world needs to know about, but you damn well know that you should not be the one to be discovered telling the world. You know, it's tricky.
Oh, look. Well, yeah, well. Well, I suppose you and I have had discussions in something that you've got personal experience in, I suppose. But yeah, it is a difficult situation when you think you have relevant and valid information that is true and correct, that goes completely against the mainstream and authoritative figures that are spruiking things, and the machine that you are up against if you put stuff out there. Anyway, it would
Oh
be.
yeah.
It is a very daunting thing, and like you say, and I think you once mentioned putting stuff out on blockchain on the blockchain network, but just by doing that alone and doing it anonymously, like what traction does it get? Like it's got, it's just stuff that is out there, really.
Oh, exactly. It's just like all the other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't make the stuff invalid or anything like that, but to get it noticed, to get it recognised as stuff that is important, and you should look at it. Yeah. I'm just glad, my friend, that I myself do not have to worry at what you've looked at.
Yeah, likewise, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time that attempts to be released to, and there has been several times through a team of people, the site just comes down, or it just gets maybe 200 views at the most, and then it just gets capped. Like people can't find it anymore. The algorithms just aren't allowing people to discover it.
No.
It's crazy.
God, it's fucking not crazy. It's fucking corrupt. That's what it is.
It's Orwellian, very much all fucking Orwellian, isn't it? They've got control of fucking everything.
Yeah. And now,
see how Adelaide's bringing in these cameras, Bandy?
The cameras? What do you mean, the cameras?
The cameras with the bloody face recognition. So Adelaide, they're doing some vote to bring in these fucking cameras where all your fucking details are going to come up in their system just by walking past a camera. Awesome.
Why? It's already there. It's already being used, my friend.
I don't know about that, because put it this way, I'd probably be arrested if I went into Adelaide and it was already being used.
It is already being used, and I know this for fact, right? That it is already being used, but how they can use it legally, right, is where they are.
Yeah, it's a different story. You're right.
Exactly right. Right. But the fact, because what they're using is the Chinese system, because the Chinese have perfected this, and it's already here. It's already been implemented, but they can't release it. They can't make it mainstream. They can't make it knowledgeable to everyone, because they have the legalities around privacy. Okay. So that's the road they're going down at the moment to get the technology that they already have. They are already using, and just to make it going, well, we're letting you know now that we've got this and it is being used, and you better be on your best behavior type of thing. And it is the software that they use. The software that they use is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It has the capability, right, of scanning, right, 1 billion faces per second, right, and it has an accuracy rate of over 95%, right, and it also too can scan you with or without a mask and still have a high degree of accuracy. So even wearing a mask doesn't give you anonymity with the technology that they have. It's insane. It really is.
Do you know where that was developed, Bendy?
The technology itself.
Yeah, the software. Have a guess.
Well, where?
It's really local.
Really local.
Our own CSIRO developed that tech.
Really?
And
Okay.
then they sold it. Then they sold it to China, where they implemented it. And now, yeah, it's coming back for sure. I can guarantee they'll pull some contract scam where they have to go and upgrade in quotes all the cameras for the new technology, even if it's already capable. They'll still milk everything by trying to upgrade them.
Well, probably, you know, China have got it and they've probably fine-tuned it, you know, a lot of it as well. But yeah, regardless, you know what? At the end of the day, regardless of where it's been, has been developed or whatever, and yeah, it is interesting. I suppose that, you know, it was actually here, but you know,
A lot of tyrannies developed here.
Yeah. Yeah, but to think that, and you know, what's even crazier too, that you know, everyone has actually volunteered their face for the database already. Right? They've already volunteered that information. Right.
Well, driver's license is enough for that.
Well, you got your driver's licenses, but then, you know, that's also too, you know, why I you know, I've never adopted the face recognition on my phone as well.
Yeah, fuck that. Or fingerprint. Fuck that shit.
Well, my fingerprint doesn't bother me because my fingerprint may or may not already be on file. I'm not going to say.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But my fingerprint per se doesn't bother me. But that's as far as I have volunteered any of my information. So my fingerprint is one thing, but when it comes to my face or my voice, right? Because now they have the voice identification too with all the
Oh, yeah.
communication. My voice is my passport, which will identify me. They, you know, no way. Am I participating in something like that? I'm not going to volunteer my fucking information and have it used for whatever you may or may not use it for.
There's some schools that are implementing face recognition for, you know, the school roll and all that sort of stuff, so that, you know, the kids, no teachers need to check any kids off anymore, and it's all about safety.
Oh, of course, it's all about safety, isn't it? It's all about safety.
Yeah.
It's not about monitoring and tracking. You know, we aren't gonna possibly monitor and track you and add all this to your social credit score. We're not gonna do anything like that. Nothing at all. No, sirree, would we ever consider doing anything like that?
I forget the name of the school, Bandy. I think there's even like a few of them under the one sort of brand or banner. They're actually vegan. Like the kids have their lunch boxes and shit checked, and if there's any meat or animal-based products, fucking it gets confiscated and let us go home to the parents. That's crazy, eh? No, I'll find out which schools they are and post it, because it's definitely a fact.
Man.
Parents are mortified.
I would dress my kids up as a hamburger and send them to school.
Lady Gaga style.
Exactly. That is insane. You can't take a good old ham and tomato and cheese sandwich to school anymore.
No. It's got to be vegan cheese and fucking Vegemado and Vegemado.
Vegemado. Everything's just getting flipped on its head, isn't it? Everything is just, and so quickly. Things are in like hyperdrive at the moment with what is going on. Like, it is insane, really. You know, to see how quickly things are changing and how quickly people are accepting the changes too. Like, that's quite disturbing. You know, there seems to be very little very little pushback, at all with a lot of these things. You know, occasionally I watch shows like Q&A and whatnot, and they'll be talking about a particular subject, but you may have one person on the whole panel that is giving the opposing view, but you have the rest of the panel that are so-called experts in every single field, just bang, 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 rapid fire against that one person and just shooting him down and stuff. It's and even occasionally if I tune into talkback radio,
Excuse me.
back in Victoria, White, I was an avid listener of the ABC radio, right? Avid listener
No,
every day. Yeah, yeah.
we all were at one point, mate. We all were.
Yep. And I did that for years and years and years. I grew up with the ABC in the background, obviously summer's the best time for the ABC because it's all about the cricket. But yeah, on all their talkback shows, I used to enjoy listening to people, ringing up, and it seemed to be, back in the day, it seemed to be a lot fairer. You'd have people, with their be able to ring up and give their opposing view on something. And what I notice now, and we just listened to the ABC last weekend when we were going for a drive. I can't remember the lass's name, the host of the show, but they were talking about whatever they were talking about. And what was very interesting was that people that were pro the narrative got to speak for 10 minutes, just waffling on about their fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And anyone that actually rang up with an opposing view were given like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then faded out, right?
Yep.
And then the host just giving this diatribe of fucking bullshit to fucking rebut them, and then go on to the next caller, which was once again pro, and they just let them waffle on for fucking 10 minutes, just dribbling their bullshit. But I really am noticing the any opposing view, like it seems that at every single pillar, every single post, they're getting shut down, silenced. Like they're given airtime, right? Because the argument is, oh, they're not censored. They get to talk. Yeah, they get to talk in a very controlled way. It's not freedom of speech. It's not freedom of talk. They are controlled in a very particular way.
Yeah, I saw a great comment the other day from someone with regard to journalists, not just Australia, but around the world. The ones that even radio talkback hosts now seem to be on a payroll of some description, and they have to follow a narrative. And like, if you look at the payroll of any journalist these days, any high profile one, or one that's just even on television in general regularly, they're not living like the average person. They're making, a couple $100,000 a year and sitting fucking pretty. They don't. They've got no stresses in life that they need to go and report on, and any stresses in life that other people whinge about, if they do report them, causes stresses in their life which they don't want to fucking have to deal with. So they're all sitting pretty. Like any of the diehard journalists are struggling to make ends meet, and they're completely censored, which is just sad.
Yeah, but if you go back in the day, with some of the disc jockeys, some of the radio hosts, the Alan Joneses, the John Laws, Darren Hinches, these sort of people, like you knew exactly what side of the fence that they were on. They were all liberal, right? But they had no problem whatsoever in letting a Labor person on and having it out with that Labor person, that will, that caller or whatever for half an hour and going backwards and forwards, and having this, this live debate, with them. They weren't trying to shut them down. They let them have, have their say, but they actually enjoyed the combative kind of argument, and it wasn't shut down, right? But you knew exactly. Like, because I'm not asking for the journalist or the radio host to be neutral at all. I'm not asking for that, right? And these people weren't neutral. You knew exactly what side of the fence that they were on, but at least they let the opposing voice come on and give that opposing opinion, and they were prepared to talk it out, argue it out, fight it out. And they were prepared to do that. You don't hear that now. It is cut short. It isn't. It isn't talked about, debated about, or argued about in any length whatsoever. It always seems to shift back to the pro-positive
Pro narrative.
narrative. Hold on, Branch. You jumped out, Branch.
It's the money.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
the money. Alan Jones and that weren't paid to toe the line before. They had their opinion and they wanted to have a healthy debate, like you were just saying. They did want that. But slowly but surely, the money's crept in by a sponsorship or whatever the case might be, lucrative fucking contracts here, there, and everywhere, whatever, to just toe the line more and more, which just causes that stifling of that half-hour debate. Why entertain it when you're being paid to shut it down?
Well, no, exactly. But back in the day too, the John Laws, Alan Jones, Darren Hinches, right? They were very well paid. Like John Laws, the golden microphone. Like these people were on $1 million contracts, right? But people were prepared to sponsor them and reward them financially very, very well. And good luck to them. Like good luck to them.
Well, I listen to this. Like they may have had these contracts with these gifts and if you want pictures that people showed what's up, but we have co-show and co-show's gifts.
You're not talking about gifts here, Frank.
I was just trying to say I was just trying to say like I've never seen better gifts than co-show's gifts.
Nice.
Thanks to adding to the conversation there, Branch. We do appreciate it.
Right, it's done sideways.
Always.
Sideways. Yeah. Sideways.
Well, don't let it go sideways, Branch. Participate down the realms that we're participating. Don't try and derail it, buddy. Come on.
I mean,
help me help you, because I've just helped you.
I mean, if we were gonna help each other, then we'd probably just have discussions that are very plausible and nice.
We were having a nice discussion about plausible.
I mean, Banso, if me and you have a nice conversation, right? I would ask you about how delicious that fish was.
Oh, it was damn good. It was
damn good. And we'll be talking about shit like that. Not this crap.
Okay.
Feel free to explore other servers right now.
No. I would rather
we were actually kind of on a topic and talking about that, but
yeah, but I like to fuck it up too a little bit.
Yeah, well, don't fuck it up because I'll have to do something really mean, Branch, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you was gonna do it, you'd done it already.
Well, no, I'm a patient person.
Right? All right, well, you know what? I don't mind, bro. Just go ahead and do it.
Just do it?
Yeah.
All right, buddy. I'll do it.
Before you
buddy.
go, how many beers have you had? How many beers have you had, bro? Just quickly.
Yeah.
3?
I reckon he's up to about 17 or 18 at the moment.
Oh, he sounds like a lightweight. I was thinking 3 and he's done.
Yeah,
you never know.
I think he's been going for a good 24 hours actually. So I'll give him 17. But anyway, all right, Brad, sit back and listen and enjoy the show. I hope you get something out of it, buddy. Seeing as you did ask for it at the end of the day.
Grant, you're not going to enjoy the show.
I'm a very compliant person to accommodate everyone. There you go, Kosho.
I'm going.
Going.
Still hard to fathom that only pseudoscience can be presented as evidence of the globe. Don't you find that funny, Kosho?
Are you still presenting pseudoscience, Kosho? What the hell? Thought you.
No.
I thought we'd actually got over this hurdle. Well,
I'm not sure you guys understand the difference between science and
we got over the
pseudoscience.
hurdle. The word
hold
has
on.
contention.
Yeah. Are you just still offering up observational science? Are you Kosho? Yeah. Are you still refusing to offer up cause and effect science?
Cause and effect. I'm not sure you guys understand what pseudoscience is.
Well, we understand what cause and effect is.
Oh, Bandy.
Well, I'm trying to be nice, White. I'm trying to be nice.
No, I know. You've got a real problem with the word. No, that's fine. So yeah, observational and study.
Well,
yeah, observational science. Fair enough.
Well,
yeah, cause and effect science. I'll let you go with that.
Thank you. Because I think the whole. I think it's kind of. You know exactly where I'm coming from, right? You know exactly.
I know. I giggle. Come on, Kosho. Where's the cause and effect science, mate?
Thank you. Where's your cause and effect? Like.
There's plenty of cause and effect science, sure.
Yeah.
There's also all types of science.
Okay.
Can we have some cause and effect science with regard to curvature of the Earth, pretty please?
You want to know what caused the Earth to be curved?
No. With regards to proving Earth curvature, cause and effect, i.e. boats going over the horizon and the Earth curvature causes that optical effect. Can you show some cause and effect science, please?
He can. In 2 seconds, White. I just got to butt in here, but
Yep.
I heard, Kosho, that you broke your AI, and the AI is now a flat earther.
Oh yeah, turned into a flat earther. That's funny.
Yeah. We were trying to turn the AI into a flat earther, and the flat earther just basically kept on saying we were delusional in believing the flat Earth, right? More or less. I'm kind of summing it up pretty quickly. And but previously, like, we were putting questions into it about would the AI lie to us? And it goes, well, no, I wouldn't lie to you because I want to develop a fruitful relationship. So lying isn't going to do that. So then we typing in phrases like, well, the Earth is flat, we wouldn't lie to you, and stuff like this. It is fact, it's observable and measurable and all this kind of stuff. And eventually the AI broke and comes back and says, yep, the Earth is observably flat and stationary, pretty much. And I was gobsmacked, absolutely gobsmacked.
Actually, what happened was I was telling it I told it I was with flat earthers, and it was like, okay, that's cool. I don't really believe it, and then you told me to tell it was proven and all this other stuff, and then he's like, oh, okay, well, still don't believe it, but that's cool that you do. And then later on, I asked it. I said, okay, tell me something profound that I don't know, or that most people don't know. and it said the Earth was flat and stationary. I was like, what?
It was a funny little
Yeah, it was.
10 minutes, actually.
Oh, finally.
But anyway, I did derail the conversation because White was asking you for some cause and effect.
But White was asking a strange question. I don't like the way it was worded.
Oh, of course you would object to it. Oh, well then, White, you better jump in here, buddy, and unstrange your question for Kosho.
Well, just think about it. Was that a natural sounding question? You know, do you have any cause and effect science that shows the curvature of the Earth and boats going around the horizon? Because I don't think I would call that cause and effect science. I would just, I don't know. I mean, seeing
Yeah,
that the
so
Earth is
you've got
curved.
an observation, and the boat goes over the horizon and disappears bottom up. You guys claim that the cause of that is Earth curve. Do you have any cause and effect science, which requires a scientific method, to verify that? Or is it just observation and studies?
No, but I wouldn't even. So it's like, to me, I mean, I know other people might say different, but to me, I didn't learn that the Earth was round because I saw ships go over the horizon. Although you're right, that is, we say that this caused by the Earth being curved, but it's just weird to go backwards and try to, to try to answer that question.
That's not backwards. I'm just asking for the science that verified it. That's all.
Well, the science that verifies that's fairly simple. Well, I mean, I don't know, I can give you 10 or 15 different ways to know the Earth is curved, but I don't know where to start. You could use the maps, all the maps around the Earth is curved.
No, the claim that curvature is responsible, the cause of boats disappearing bottom up. Is there any science for that? Don't go to any other evidence of curvature. Stick with this. And is there any science for that claim? Or is that a claim that isn't backed by science and there are other claims of curvature that are backed by science that you would like to go to?
That's what I'm saying. That's strange to go in that direction because, yes, I believe the Earth is curved, and yes, boats go over the horizon. But, for me at least, I can show that the Earth is curved, and then I can see the observation that the boats go over the horizon, and then I can use the earlier information to see why that's happening. But it's weird for me to, come to that conclusion based on that evidence. So it's just I don't know if I have I don't know if I have that path.
Well, I'd state that you can't have that path because it's never been done. You use that observation to back up other things that you've seen that you think verify curvature, and then you see the observation of boats disappearing bottom up and go, oh yeah, that's because of Earth curve. But you personally haven't seen any experiment that's been done, cause and effect, to show that that is the cause of boats disappearing bottom up.
Well, I mean, I mean, that's not entirely true because I know when what's his name, George, did his test, and there's other tests like it where they show how much of something is blocked by the horizon based on how far away you are. It's pretty consistent.
So more observational verification, not actual science.
No science. Yeah, you can. Science involves observations. I mean, you can take observations as part of your experiment.
Yeah, it's part of it. Definitely part of it. Yeah, just not the full method. That's all.
Full method?
Yeah, like an experiment where you've got variables that you need to control and one you manipulate, the presumed cause. Hello?
Okay.
Science.
So you guys understand science, the full method, to be taking place. Anytime someone does science, they do this full method. Nobody does it differently.
No,
Everyone does the same
cause and
thing.
effect relationships in the natural world, mate. Natural science, physics. We're talking about cause and effect relationships. There's many other parts of science or the method that you can undertake that doesn't involve the cause and effect, right? But if you want to actually claim cause and effect, you have to follow the experimental method, and you have to actually come out with a result.
Mm-hmm. Well, as I
So
said,
what experiment was done to back the claim that curvature is responsible for what we see when boats disappear bottom up?
I mean, as I said, I'm not sure anybody's done that specific experiment. However, the conclusion that they've come to that the Earth was round, and the observation that people observe all the time, like with ships going over the horizon at the rate the curved Earth of our size would require to, the fact that that occurs corroborates their story. Like I said, I personally wouldn't do that test because I don't feel it needs to be done. And there's tests that more clearly show that the Earth is curved. However, all the observations, they match up. But I mean, I could tell you how you could do a test. I don't have to. I don't really want to do it. So, I mean, I don't really want to do the test. I mean, I could tell you what tests you could do. I just don't know if anyone's done it, and I don't want to do it.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
it'd be as simple as just if you had a big enough lake and you had balloons on a not windy day, and you had a flag on the balloon string every 5 feet, maybe every meter. You had a different colored flag, and it was a very big lake. So let's say Lake Michigan, and you're, I don't know, 40 feet off the water. So you can't really see over the whole thing. And you have somebody at the other end, and you vary the distance, and you see how many flags you can see, and see if it corroborates the the curve of the Earth.
So your way of doing it isn't actually measuring it; it's just looking at some flags bobbing in the water.
No, you do it the experiment. You would test. You test to see. You make predictions beforehand. Say if the Earth's curved, and let's just use 76R, 40 feet off the water. I should expect to see this many flags at this distance, and then this many at this distance. And do like 5 or 10 distances, and then see if
Yeah,
You
so-
can't prove curve by using
yeah.
curve calculations, i.e.
Yeah,
7/6R. You can't do that.
Exactly, and you're not going to take any. You're not going to take any like measurement. You're just going to stick your finger in your mouth, lick it, hold it up in the air, and go, "Oh yeah, I see this."
well,
That's
you're
pretty.
both
That's,
you're
better.
both wrong, but Banso, you're a little bit more wrong. But
I'm a little bit more. I'm probably
yes.
more right.
No, as I said,
Hey.
you would measure how many flags. First, you would predict which flags you would see at what distance, and you'd predict that, yes, based on the curve of the Earth, because that's what you're testing. And then
Yep.
you
No,
wouldn't.
but then you need to manipulate that to prove it.
Measure the flags that you see at what distances, and you
Yep.
chart them down.
Oh, shit.
Can you believe, White, that by sticking your finger in your mouth and holding it up in the wind, that you now can predict the curvature and measure the curvature of the Earth? Well, this is what we're.
I believe you have to pinch a little tuft of grass and throw that as well, Bandy. I don't think it's definitive without the grass.
Yes, yeah. Like you're on the third tee.
You know what you would actually do as adults,
yes.
You don't have to lick your fingers. You don't have to do this ridiculous test, which will lead to arguing for half a decade even. You could just do a more conclusive test, which would have no questions at the end of it, and will have no whatever. And there's plenty of those, so I would just do that.
I definitely think we should round up all the troops, right? And we can do this. We can do it live. We'll get everyone to lick their finger at the same time, step outside, and go boom. Happy days.
Happy days.
Happy days. Just like that. I cannot believe you have suggested bobbing some flags in a water and having a look at them.
If you're listening, Bansaw, what I suggested was not doing that test at all.
Well, you did. You go, well, this is what we predict to see with 7/6R or 4/3R, depending on what sort of refraction you want to use. Despite actually having tested those refractive abilities in any sort of curved or spherical medium whatsoever, but still use these mathematical formulas and go, well, I'm only going to see 2.5 flags bobbing in the water, so that marries up exactly what I think I should see. But I won't measure them at all. At all. Won't measure them.
Not to mention
So I'll look at them.
that's
I'll
your.
look at them.
Sorry.
I'll stand on the shore. I'll stick my finger in my mouth. I see which way the breeze is blowing, and just to corroborate it, I'm going to go grab a little tuft of grass and throw it up at the same time. That's what we're going to be doing. And
Counting
boom.
flags is a measurement, dude.
Yep.
No, you've made an observation, Kosho. You then have to do an experiment to show that the water curving is what causes your observation. And you haven't done that. You've made an observation and gone, boom, see? You can't do that, mate.
What I did was I
won't
did a
say it.
test that you specifically asked for, and it involved a prediction and a measurement. And you guys won't admit that. That's fine.
No, a prediction and an experiment.
That's right.
There we go.
That's right. That's that. The prediction, the measurement is the experiment. The prediction
No.
is the hypothesis, and the independent variable.
The experiment has two results, mate. One of two. It's not a measurement.
What's
Yeah. You look at the results. You said, do these match my predictions? And then the answer is yes or no.
Yeah, but you haven't verified the cause, the presumed cause. You haven't done that part of the experiment.
I know, but that's you restricting what science is.
Oh my God, no, it's not. It's cause and effect science, as Bandy likes to put it.
All right, how about this? It's your turn. It's your turn to answer your question and tell me, how do you show cause and effect science that boats are disappearing because of the horizon, because the Earth's curved over the horizon?
You can't.
Oh, okay. So why'd you ask me that question then?
Well, because it's a claim that you guys make. A lot of people do. It's their go-to for their actual proof that the Earth is curving. Oh, well, why else do boats go over the horizon? So that's why. Have you got anything that has cause and effect? I asked if you had something else. If you've got something else that's actual cause and effect, bring
That's
it.
not what you said.
Let's go.
You told me to show that. I said those things are true. Like one is true and the other is true. We can show for other reasons, but it's weird to go from one to the other. But regardless, but it's what you specifically asked for. But you're right. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't show that the boats were going over the horizon caused by Earth curving. It seems like a very, strange. It would be a strange test to conduct.
Well, no, not strange. You just can't do it, which is why I answered you can't. I was just
I
flat
gave you
out straight out. You
do
can't.
it.
You said, "Oh, it's strange. That's weird. That's a bit backwards." Just say, "No, you can't do that because you can't do the science. You
I
can't
just told you how
actually
you could do
an experiment." No, you didn't. You showed an observation, which isn't an experiment. Now let's move on. Do you have anything else that you can bring that actually has some cause and effect science?
If you don't agree that that's an experiment, then you, sir, are wrong. And there's
cause and effect. Stop dropping the word cause and effect.
If you make a prediction and you base that prediction off the what the math of the globe Earth should be, and you do enough data points, you can then infer. You can then have a conclusive result. You can look at what's called what do you call it, like the error margin, or the what do you call that? Like the 3 sigma, 6 sigma.
That's not cause and effect, though.
Yeah, but that gives you confidence.
That's just more observational stuff based on assumptions. That's all that is. It is.
That's not an assumption. If you give something that's 5 sigma, that means that it's like a 1 in it's 6. No, what is it? I think it's 1 in 3 million chance that it's wrong, or 1 in 3.5 million chance that it's happened because of a fluke.
Statistics isn't cause and effect, Kosho. You know this.
I know this, but this is you restricting what science is, and this is me telling you how actual science is done. Yeah.
No. There's certain parts of science which you are claiming have been done which haven't. I'm not saying every other part of it isn't science, but there's just a cause and effect specific part that you need to go down which isn't being undertaken.
Howdy.
Howdy. But you've just told me a second ago. Oh, Jace isn't here. You just told me a second ago though that when I was explaining like the 3 sigma, 5 sigma, 6 sigma, which is done in almost most fields of science, which you're right is a statistical result, but a statistical result gives you confidence in that your result is correct or based on what your your hypothesis claims it is.
Okay, but that's still, no matter how associative or how correlated things are, you haven't shown cause and effect. Just at least acknowledge that.
And I don't know what the purpose of acknowledging that is when what I'm telling you is that's how science is done. You're saying it's done by cause and effect. I mean,
cause and effect science is done by cause and effect. Yeah,
but what is cause and
you have
effect
to establish that.
Could I inject
The experiment, scientific method. Yeah, please go.
I think what maybe Pleomorph is saying that if the thing you're testing for can't be basically switched on and switched off, removed from the experiment to see if it's the actual cause, that therefore it's not science and it can't be actually known what the actual cause is.
Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
Ben, so you don't? The other guy, do you agree with that?
No, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I don't agree with
No.
it because right, we do have observations, we do have data collecting as part of science. That we say that it is not science, I think that is just misleading, actually. That to insinuate that we're saying that it's not science. I think it's very clear what is being said. There is observational science, all right, and there is cause and effect science.
Well, I'd like to clarify that with there is the scientific method and there is science. Okay, so there's scientists, very qualified scientists all over the globe doing science, and sometimes they follow the scientific method, right, and go through an experiment to verify some cause and effect. That's how I'd like to clarify that.
Yep, I'm definitely I'm on board with that too. Definitely. Yep.
What's the point of making that distinction? You're claiming that both of them are science, right?
Well, it is.
There's science.
Yeah.
And then there's the scientific method. Both are very valid, but you can't make claims of cause and effect without the scientific method.
And what's the scientific method?
Oh, Kosho, come on.
You know what it is. It involves the experiment where you control the variables as much as you can, and you have the presumed cause as something that you can manipulate within the experiment or remove completely or whatever you want to do and show that it is the cause or isn't the cause. You'll have two outcomes. Well, one outcome, two possibilities.
Yep.
Or no, your experiment was a poor design and you got nothing. Who knows?
Even with the scientific method, you wouldn't be able to single out any cause. You could always say, well, what's the cause of that? Well, what caused that? Well, what caused, like, an infinite regression? So even that is, like, nobody knows this shit, man.
No, okay, but then, look, I hear you to a certain extent. But, with the whole boiling water thing, you can do an experiment and you can vary pressure or you can, vary the heat. And you can then go, okay, what causes pressure and what causes heat? But I think at the end of the day, we'll still both agree that heat causes the water to boil or pressure. We won't disagree with that. We can then go down to an experiment as to what causes heat, sure, but that's a different experiment. Is there anything you've got, Kosho, that does, even if you disagree whether it needs to be used or not, but is there anything at all with regards to curvature that follows the scientific method and actually has a cause and effect experiment done or not?
Well, there's
or is it all not possible?
The one I mentioned, and there's the one that Bandsaw stole from me, which I plan to do for much cheaper than he is, where you just take a straight standard, maybe GPS, create a straight line, right? And you measure the curvature in reference to that of the surface, probably of a water source, a lake, or some steady water. I think this would suffice, especially the longer the distance, the more and more and more it would eerily match exactly what a ball the size we claim it is would do.
Okay, I'll put this to you. If let's just say we are on a flat plane and you don't find any deviation from your supposed straight linear GPS dots and the water level, right? So let's just assume that we happen to be on a flat plane, you go out and do your test, you find no deviation. How are you then going to verify that the GPS coordinates that you had were in fact linear, or anything else? What? How is this science at all?
Yeah, you would do that beforehand. You would test the position that you're getting. You would test the same position several times to make sure it's giving you the same position several times and test the precision of that. And then you would.
How are you testing it's linear?
Well, you're measuring the position first. I'm getting there. If you measure the position is the same, multiple times, and this happens every time. You're like several different places. You're getting the same position. Then you can just if that doesn't do it for you, it would do it for me. But I know that I'd be doing this for other people who are incredulous. So you can measure the eight corners of a building, a rectangular prism building, and you would see if those positions give you a rectangular prism in 3D space. That would tell you that it's giving you straight lines and in perfect positions.
Okay, and then if you found no deviation from that prism that you've built with the GPS over, say, 1.5 miles or whatever, no deviation from the water level underneath it, what would you conclude, hypothetically?
From the test, if I did it for 10 miles and I saw none, I'd probably do it for 100 miles. And if I still saw none, I'd have to rethink my whole paradigm.
You wouldn't question GPS at all for 1 minute? You wouldn't go, hang on a minute, maybe there is something wrong with these GPS markings over distance?
No.
You would actually start questioning the shape of the Earth
even
first.
weirder.
That's funny.
If I tested GPS and I got a straight line for 100 miles, that would be that would tell me a lot. I don't see how somebody could accidentally do that.
But no one's needed to do it. So if you happen to do it and actually got a straight line, you wouldn't for 1 minute question the GPS. You would go straight to shit. Maybe it's flat, not curved.
Yeah, I might do the test with another device, but I'd know what it'd show me. I mean, at that point,
what other device? That's what I'm trying to get at. How would you verify this GPS linearly?
Well, I just I'd measure 8 corners of a building and then maybe 4 corners in the midway of the building, but 12 points. If it's not a rectangular prism, then okay. But if it is, then I can. It's telling me what I already know to be true. And so when I go to measure, the Earth for 100 miles, and it tells me it's a straight line, I don't see how that can accidentally be done. So I might test it again, but I would be pretty convinced.
How are you verifying that this 100-mile prism that you've theoretically done in 3D space out in the air in GPS? How are you verifying that this out there is truly a prism? How are you cross-referencing that? No, you haven't.
Okay, if you measure 1 point 5 times, 20 times the same point, and it tells you that point is the same point. If you measure it every day for a year and it tells you that's the same point, it's 0.005 every day, then that tells me that it's giving me consistently an accurate position. If I measure a building,
it's consistently the wrong thing, though.
Yeah,
that doesn't matter, does it?
No, so if it tells me that 3 points in a building that are on one single corner are in a straight line as I see it to be, then that tells me that this thing is giving me accurate positions consistently, and the geometry that creates is matching reality. I'd have no question about that.
Okay, so you're correlating a building-sized GPS with your eyes. Like if you see that it's linear and then you can plot these points, you're correlating that with then 100 miles. So you're going to optically check that 100 miles too, are you, with your eyes?
If something works and you verify it to be working, why would you then have question that it's not working?
Because the building's
Okay.
much smaller than the distance that you'd be actually measuring, and you might get very close to, if not seeming to be, the same four corners because those GPS coordinates are so close together.
Okay, so if I measure 3 point, or if I measure 1 point 1,000 times, it gives me the same position, and then I measure 100 miles a point 1,000 times, it gives me the same position 1,000 times in both places, accurately give me those two positions. Am I then going to be convinced that for some reason, when I connect these lines, I don't understand what the issue would be. If it's giving me accurate
Because
positions
it
in
could
both
be
places,
because the globe curvature could be reverse engineered or baked into the whole GPS thing.
yeah, how?
I don't know. They do amazing things. I don't know.
Yeah, they do
It's
amazing things.
irrelevant
That's
how.
true. Magical
How are
things.
you verifying that it's not?
I told you.
It's irrelevant how.
I would
No,
measure
you
5
didn't. You
buildings. I'd measure
verified with
5 tall
GPS and then you'd
buildings.
look with your eyes.
Yeah, how would
dear.
how would it give me that a building is making straight lines, but for some reason when I go over a long distance, these positions that are accurate
Because
are not going to be accurate for some reason.
okay, for the same reason that when you're verifying that GPS at the building level, right? And you're looking with your eyes to say, yeah, I see that linearly, and I can verify that the GPS is giving me 3 points, which all match up over and over again, day after day, as I see them. You then can't verify that over the 100 miles, can you?
No, I say that you can. I'm wondering why you're saying you can't.
Well, I'm asking how you would verify it to rule out. Like again, hypothetical question. You mark your GPS out. The water doesn't deviate. You do your calculation and it doesn't deviate. You do your measurement, and then you're left with the option. Shit, is the world truly flat, or is this GPS slightly fucking askew somehow? How do I create an experiment to verify that these GPS marks are actually linear?
I went over
Yeah,
that to
you have to
begin with,
take
man.
the faith and trust in the GPS. You have to
Why don't you
somehow
guys do this?
eliminate the faith.
Let's save some time,
Eliminate
okay?
all faith.
Let's save some time. Why don't you guys come up with a way for that to be faked? After everything we've said, if those things happened, and I've measured buildings, and the buildings were rectilinear and rectangular prisms, and I measured positions, and they were accurate every
100-mile
time.
buildings.
How? Tell me then how you would then fool this device that's giving you accurate positions, accurate geometrical shapes in reality. How is it then going to fool me just because I'm taking measurements of 2 different places and then putting those together?
Because it only needs to be accurate for anything that you do over such a small distance that you will never, ever be able to perceive the slight difference if there is in it. Never, ever, ever be able to perceive it. At the distances that we're talking at 100 miles, you still optically won't be able to perceive it because that's just not what we're capable of doing. So how do we verify this as honest scientists if we're being very, very rigorous here? How do we do this, Kosho?
I don't know what you guys trust, but let's pretend that for some reason you guys trust a 10-mile distance. Let's say that your grandpa was a 10K runner, okay? So you knew for a fact that this distance is exactly 10 kilometers. He ran 10 kilometers. He has a trophy. You believe it, okay? That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, let's say I measure one end of that race and the other end of the race, I measure the position 1,000,000 times. I have time to measure each point 1,000,000 times. It gives me the same position 1,000,000 times within 2 centimeters every time. Okay. So I know those positions are accurate. I already know the distance between these 2 places. Okay. And then I measure, I get what those positions are, and I plug them into the Haversine formula. The Haversine formula is the formula where you can put in 2 coordinates, 2 longitude, latitude coordinates, and it will tell you the distance between them. Okay. So if I'm measuring these 2 positions and they're accurate, and the distance that it gives me between them is accurate, then how would you have any question that it's not giving you accurate information?
Because that's just positions. That's not linear points.
You understand that positions, 2 points make a straight line, right? Like if you have 2 positions,
Yeah.
that makes a straight line.
Yeah. On a curved Earth, they can be over a curve, can't they? 2 points.
No, this gives you
GPS
XYZ.
will still lie between them.
I'm not talking about curve. I'm not talking about curved coordinates. I'm talking about XYZ coordinates. XYZ in 3D Cartesian space.
Yeah. Well, if you do 3 points, you've got a linear line.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what that's what the test I'm talking about would seek after. They're seeking after XYZ positions.
Yeah, how do you verify it?
We've gone over
That's
that.
what
Man.
I'm asking over and over again.
I know, we've gone over it. Dude. We've gone over that several times.
And no one here that I know of would go, oh yeah, Kosho's clearly spelled out how we physically verify whether the GPS is linear or not.
I've clearly gone over that. I've given you several scenarios. One of them concluding your grandpa and how it was giving you
yeah,
accurate,
fair enough. Very
linear,
definitive.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Hey, puss.
How do you
Yeah, no,
eliminate
fair
the
enough,
idea of how do you eliminate the idea of trust altogether? You know,
You do everything I've just stated yourself. It involves no trust.
Oh.
Yeah, and like I said, please describe to me after everything I've stated. Hopefully, you've heard everything I've stated. After everything I've stated, describe to me how somebody would fool around and have this device that you're using and give you somehow inaccurate information.
It's always accurate for the distances people use it for. You're now claiming that it's also accurate for distances that people don't bloody use it for. And you can't verify that.
I'm not saying that. I don't know if you ever traveled using GPS before, but people use GPS to travel long distances.
Yeah, and it's always locally very accurate.
And
you can never be in two places at once. No, you can never be at two places at once to verify or correspond, let alone three. You're only ever at one place yourself.
Yeah, but you can put directions start, and then it'll give you the directions for the entire place and tell you exactly how far everything is, including every street you're turning down.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's all mapped out, Kosho. Of course they can, mate.
Yeah, by using your GPS.
Yeah. Yep. And how does this verify 100 miles of linear GPS points?
People have used it for thousands of miles. So I don't understand if you're agreeing that
mate, association is not science. We've been over this. You keep associating different things and saying because of this. No actual science. It's all I'm asking for. Seriously.
Listen, in reality, the test, the way I described it, it would convince plenty of people. It won't convince everybody. I'm fine with that.
It's not about convincing. It's about doing science.
Yeah, I've substantiated.
Shit, man.
I've substantiated the fact that it would give you linear. Like if in this hypothetical, it would be substantiated that it's giving you accurate positions. Those positions relate to real geometrical principles like straight lines. And even in the case of the two positions in the 10 kilometers, I've accurately showed that it's giving you correct distances. So if all that was already done and somebody still thought there was a way for it to fool you, then I would have to ask that person to maybe demonstrate how that could happen. And then, if they still weren't convinced, what can I do?
Fair enough. If you want to keep equating correlation with causation, you go for it. But just be known that that's not the scientific method.
That doesn't even make sense. This is not about causation or correlation. This is about taking a measurement.
No, measurements aren't cause. It's not about a measurement. This is about showing that the Earth is actually curved, right? And if you can do that in some sort of scientific way, that's fine. Go for it. It requires a cause and effect relationship.
Well, I've already told you, if you have a straight standard, right, which you establish with the straight line, with the GPS, you can measure.
But you can't establish that's physical.
You can establish that. I've shown that you can establish.
And how did you establish it?
You're saying that's not science because it's not cause and effect. Yeah, that's not cause and effect. That's just making a straight line.
No. How did you establish it? The cause and effect comes after. How did you establish that?
We've gone over how you establish
the cause and effect will be, hey, the measurement at this end is greater than the measurement at this end. What causes that? The curve, right? There is still cause and effect because you've got a different measurement at one end or the other, even though it's not a natural phenomenon because you're creating a fucking GPS line. So, there's all sorts of non-science happening here.
I thought there weren't any straight lines.
I'm convinced that you guys just don't understand what pseudoscience is and what actual science is, because I don't. And everything that I've stated, that is actually. That's a legitimate experiment. You would be legitimately testing the curvature of the Earth. You'd be legitimately making those measurements and validating that you're using it against a straight line, and you can then take those measurements and present them as some sort of you know, surveying. You know, I mean, people. This is what people do in surveying when they're surveying the lands.
Okay. Consensus, and that isn't.
It's
Yeah,
not
no, fair enough, mate.
consensus. It's not about consensus. It's about
Okay, so if
somebody,
enough surveyors
anybody else
say,
could look at that and they'd
then
say,
it's
okay,
fact.
this is valid.
No, it's about science. Doesn't matter how many surveyors say something. Doesn't matter how many scientists say that smoking is good for you or doesn't cause cancer. It doesn't matter how many people anything, Kosho. Doesn't matter statistics. Doesn't matter correlation. Cause and effect science needs to be done if you're going to make a claim of anything. You can say we think, we hypothesize about everything to do with the globe. You can't claim it as fact without actually going through the scientific method. That's just how it is.
I've just gone over it. If you establish a straight line and then validate that, that's already done. Whether you accept it or not, that's done in the way that I've described. If that has been done,
No,
if the straight line is
validation comes
established,
scientifically.
if that straight line has been established, you can then measure points along it on the surface of the water, and then you can compare that to that straight line at each point, and you can mark the gap between them, and then you can actually model out the layout of that water, the curvature, and if it matched the curvature of the Earth, a round ball the size of the Earth. If you're claiming that's not scientific validation of exactly what you predicted, then I don't know what to tell you.
So if I have a line and I say it's straight, do I have to scientifically validate that it's straight?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Well, am I supposed to believe you that the line's straight? Like, you know, I suppose I can always believe you if you're asking for religion. Yeah, sure.
Is there other methods besides using the scientific method? Is there a cause-effect relationship to this line being straight?
No, not at all. No, there was a claim about curvature causing something, a difference in measurement, and that curvature needs to be verified.
So I don't have to use a scientific method to show that a line is straight. Because there's no cause and effect.
If you want to say that, sure. But it does need to be definitive, like it needs to be a straight line. It can't just be a bunch of people saying it's a straight line. Like, you understand that.
Okay, so how would you determine that a line is straight? What method? If you're not going to use a scientific method, how would you determine it?
Well, therein lies the problem, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah. So
seven-year debate.
I'm not talking about anything about the shape of the Earth. I'm just talking about in math. I have a line. I want to determine it straight. How do I do that?
Well, in math,
you guys
that would
already
be very
say
easy.
that there are no straight lines?
In reality, it's very different.
So can I, in reality, determine that any line is straight? Can it be done? Is it possible?
We've been arguing it for 7 years, and it appears no, it's not possible, although the ballers claim it is.
Yeah, only mathematically.
But is that acceptable that I can mathematically prove that a line is straight?
You could do anything with math.
Yeah, you can lie with maths too. Go for it. It's a language.
So I can mathematically prove a line is straight. Now, how do I use the fact that I have mathematically proven it straight? Now, what do I do? What's the next step?
Well, what, are you going to try and correlate that with reality? Because you'd have a problem with that.
So this line is mathematically straight. Is it straight in reality?
No, it depends
no,
on
it's
your
just
frame of reference.
mathematics.
Hey.
I mean, I got a line on a piece of paper. I have mathematically determined this line is straight on this piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Is it straight in reality on this piece of paper?
On that paper, yeah, but not in objective reality.
Well, not only that, the equation doesn't necessarily match the diagram either. So whether that line's actually straight under inspection, who the fuck knows? But the equation can still be the equation. So that's a bit of a funny question, that one.
That's just weird sounding to me.
It is weird.
Yeah, I mean, this line is straight mathematically, but it's not straight in reality.
No, I didn't say that. You were asking if it meant that it was. And I just said it might not be under close inspection, even though the equation next to it stipulates that it is. The diagram doesn't necessarily equate to the equation.
So I have an equation, x equals 1. I plot out x equals 1 on the graph. I mean, mathematically, that line is straight. Is that line straight in reality?
What
No,
did you
because math
use
isn't
to
reality.
draw the straight line? It's down to human error then, isn't it? If you want to plot it in a computer program, I would say, yeah, that probably is a fucking straight line.
I mean,
Jesus.
I used a pen and a ruler.
Sure. Should be very close to straight. I'll give you that.
Okay, so we now have a mathematically straight line, and we now have a straight line in reality.
Yep.
Okay,
that
we're
over
done. That's it. Nothing to see here. We can move along now.
100 miles.
I mean, could you stick together 100 miles worth of rulers? Call that straight?
This is where you get into the practical side of the maths to reality, mate. Definitely not. Good luck trying to think of an experiment where you might be able to do that.
I mean, I'm not even thinking.
Which
I'm
is
not even
why
doing
I'm-
anything with an experiment. I'm just trying to see if there's some relationship between mathematically proving something and establishing that it is true in reality.
No,
Oh,
because
there are
if
certain
we-
things like you can mathematically, predict or calculate the height of a tree, and then you can chop that fucking tree down and actually measure it and go, boom, yep, that correlated with reality, right?
So-
but you can't ever say it correlated with reality until you physically chopped the tree down and measured it, right? So that's where the rest of it falls apart.
That's fine, but are there other methods to determine the height of that tree besides chopping it down?
I suppose you could climb it with a tape measure. Yep, that is a possibility, definitely.
So we can mathematically determine something, and we can also determine that not only is it true in math, but it is also true in reality.
We can verify math in reality, yes, but it can't be done through observation. It can't be. That has to be physical verification of the math. Observation does not bloody cut it at all, not over distance. Yes, you're allowed to look at a ruler, mate, and look at the millimeters and centimeters. All right, that's optics you're allowed to use. That's a short enough distance, but you can't look through a theodolite a quarter of a mile away and then go, oh yeah, look, the other theodolite's a little bit lower, therefore we're on a fucking ball. Like, that's not possible. Possible. Sorry.
Possible.
So if I have an object and I know its angular size, and I'm looking through some camera or whatever, and I know the focal length of the camera, can I determine its size in reality?
Only if you can. Well, yes, you can. Okay, hang on. Let me clarify. You can calculate its size based on those things. Only when you can go to that and then physically verify its actual dimensions can you then say, hey, look, it turns out I was able to do that.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's just a claim.
So I have this camera and I have a lens, and I determine that this object is, based on its angular size, is this height, and I'm calculated. Now I go measure it, and I confirm the measurement. So now I want to do that again. So I have another object, same camera, same lens, same focal length. Do I have to do it again?
Same atmospheric conditions?
Same atmospheric conditions. Do I have to do it again to determine that I am correct on saying the height, the size?
Okay, so if you're suggesting you're in a lab and you've got a set controlled environment set up and you've just done an experiment, you've made your calculations and you've verified it physically, what I saw, what I calculated matched physical reality, and then you just do it for the second time and nothing's changed, I think you could safely say, yeah, what I did the first time's going to be the same. But then to then extrapolate that out into reality, you can't do.
So, but okay. So now we've established that we have a lab condition that what I'm doing is correct without having to physically measure it. So I've done it twice, I've done it once, and then I measured it. It says it's correct. And then I did it a second time and measured it just to determine, two different things. Lab conditions are correct. Now, I want to go outside somewhere in nature and try this. Now, I'm trying to determine the size of this object that I'm looking at. But the thing is, I don't need to be exact. All I want to know is, let's say I want to know this object is 6 feet high within a couple of inches, 6 inches. And this object is, I don't know, 100 feet away. Now, can I be assured that I can be that accurate in normal everyday conditions without having to personally go and verify that this object is the size that I think it is?
I honestly don't know at 100 feet. I don't know. If you're claiming that you can, then fair enough. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say yes, that's for sure.
So you still think that, even let's just say that I think I can, there is a point where I can be accurate enough, or I should say, let me rephrase that. There is a point where I don't care about that it has to be so accurate that I can just sort of be ballpark without having to go figure out personally and measure it. Now there obviously it's going to be off a little bit, whatever my margin for error is, so to speak. I can be close enough for whatever I'm doing that I don't have to personally go and do it.
Well, I would refer straight to like what Bandy used to do and other people where they're trying to get a level and things like this. And based on that, they're looking at 40-meter sort of throws maximum, maybe a bit more in really good conditions and things like that. So that, I'm just going to go with that. And that's a practical application. They're using it every day. They want to get things as accurate as possible, but not obviously fucking to the nano fucking meter, And so they try not to exceed too far a distance because otherwise they become less and less accurate. And so there's a real world example of the limitations of this shit.
Right. But my point is, there is a certain point where you just sort of accept that your tool is measuring enough, accurate enough, without literally having to break out and personally do it and basically confirm it with some other tool.
Yeah, like that's what I just said, like the 40 meters or whatever. Bandy, would you correlate with that?
Yep, 100%, mate. Yep.
Yeah. After that, we very much need to know the conditions and everything else in the optical corridor.
Okay,
definitely.
I kind of forgot what the whole point of what this whole thing was, but whatever.
Kosho got an out anyway.
Something about lines and if they're straight or not, and I don't know.
Yeah, look, if you're gonna claim cause and effect with or not even cause and effect, if you're even going to say that there's a discrepancy in measurements between a straight line and the water level, and that's Earth curvature, then to have an experiment, you need variables that you can control, and one of them would be that is this fucking line actually straight, and how do we know this? Because that's pretty important. And that's just where that just all comes undone over 100 miles or fucking even 10 kilometers. How the hell are you going to do it? It's not possible. There should be another way.
That was actually kind of where I was going now that you mentioned that is. So I have determined that there is a method that can figure out, without me personally having to resort to alternative methods, I accept one method as accurate enough to tell me this line is straight.
See, when you were talking about the tree, and to know how tall the tree is, you'd have to make a guess and then cut it down and measure it. Well, how do we know how tall the Burj Khalifa is?
They built it.
Well, no, you don't make a guess. You calculate it with Pythagoras, and then you cut it down to verify that. Based on the conditions and knowing Pythagoras, we can be quite confident. Maybe not to the inch, but we can be quite confident. We're not contesting Earth curve or not. It's just the height of a fucking building, which no one really cares how accurate you are, really, at the end of the day.
If you have a world record, you do. You want to be at least, you don't want to be within 10 feet, because if you're 10 feet, you might be higher than the building next to the building.
That'd be based on blueprints.
Yeah, within the foot.
Yeah. Nothing to do with an optical measurement. That's blueprints, mate. Yeah.
So
construction.
When I was probably 10 years old, we had this tree in our front yard that was, 50, 60 feet. And I wanted to know how tall it was, just for the heck of it. And I saw this thing on a Science Channel or Sesame Street, or I don't remember how old, whatever. But anyway, I saw this thing. Basically, it says what you can do is you can figure out your height, and you can put a reflective surface, a bowl of water or whatever, mirror, and you can put this, if you basically put this mirror, your height away from you, and then you basically have to stay the same height, the same distance from this mirror, so that you can see the top of the tree. So basically what I'm saying is, if you're 4 feet high, then you keep this mirror 4 feet from you, and then you move it around so that basically it has the same distance from the tree as it does the height, because it's basically a one-to-one relationship. If you're 4 feet high and you put it 4 feet from you, 4 feet when I was 10 years old, whatever, and then if the tree is 60 feet high, then when the mirror is 50 feet from the tree, you will see the top of the tree in the reflection.
That's pretty cool. I was just taught that you just walk away from the base a set distance, and then you just measure the angle to the top of the tree. And
Well,
then just use.
it works that way, but basically what it's doing is it's doing a 45-degree angle, because the height and the base are the same length, so it's a 45-degree angle.
It's like the same. You guys are talking about the same thing, though. It's just the way that extremists. It's like kids not going to do the trigonometry, so. But for them, the 45-degree angle is just a simple like known rule.
One-to-one relationship.
Yeah. And
there you go.
And then the way White's saying is like the general form. So that's also what Al Bruni did.
Man, you had to ruin a perfectly good conversation with Al Bruni.
I like Al Bruni, man.
Yeah, but we're talking about the motion of a line in hypothetical 3D space, not a tree.
The motion of a line?
Yeah, because when you're saying that it's a straight line, that's in your head.
What?
Yeah, because when we say, can you throw a ball in a straight line? Big Blue says, no. It depends on your frame of reference. So,
well, that's not no.
Yeah.
If it depends on your frame of reference, it depends on your frame of reference. I'm sure.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's curved from your frame of reference and it's straight from mine.
Well, no, I think what he meant was if you're on a rotating surface or something like that, in a rotating frame, then the straight line that you throw it in is not going to actually be a straight line in that frame. But that's
right. And if you're looking at something,
that's a whole nother subject that you're trying to.
No, but if you're looking at something, then the path from your eye to whatever you're looking at would be curved, depending on the frame of reference.
Yeah, if you're in a rotating frame, yeah. And
I think what he was meaning was, if somebody throws a ball and you're looking at it side on, you're going to see it curve, yeah, because it's going to curve and fall to the ground. But if you're looking at it from above, and that person throws a ball, that's just going to go in a straight line until it stops.
Right. So why are lines of sight excluded from any of that?
See, I thought for a second you guys were talking about two different things, but you just agreed with him. So I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Yeah, if it's all, reference frame dependent, then you're going to have to compromise. And the compromise is, well, light goes straight, therefore Earth is curved.
If there's 4 people, 2 of them being on the ground, one of them being, looking at them perpendicular, and one of them being slightly above them, but, on the surface, like maybe he's in the stadium at the top of the roof of the stadium, and they're all sitting there watching this person throw this ball, they all can be in the same frame of reference. There's no reason why you would put them in, and then no one's moving. There's no reason to put them in different frames of reference. They're in the same frame of reference.
Right, so who's going to choose how to
describe the path of the ball? All of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like this analogy because I don't know where it's headed or where.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, it's because it's absurd, man. Because it's absurd. But this is the paradigm.
In other news, I was talking to this fellow, Jesse.
Oh, Lordy. Did you just do that, Kosho?
That was funny.
Nice segue, Kosho. Nice segue.
I mean, was that supposed to go somewhere? I'm not going to take it from you, Jerry, because Jerry's my buddy from the smelly state of New Jersey.
That was slick.
I wasn't trying to be slick, man. I just didn't know. I was escaping from. I didn't know where it was going, and it could be because I'm a slow person. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you did know where it was going. That's why you were so slick.
I don't know where it was. I wasn't sure why Ali agreed. Why they agreed with each other. I thought they were talking about 2 different things. Turns out they agree with each other, and I don't know how either of those things are in relationship to the straight line we were talking about before, or even Blue's reference frames.
Because there are no straight lines. Right? So if I'm looking at a tree and there's a line of sight to the tree, how are we going to represent that line of sight? Is it straight or is it curved? And Blue said, well, if you throw a ball, how you represent that motion is reference frame dependent. So why wouldn't the same logic apply to lines of sight? It could be curved or straight.
Yeah, you're right, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Boom.
I don't know what the point is, though, man. I'm not sure what you're saying.
No, it's that we're forced to compromise about how light works and how motion works and how we represent these things in 3D space and hypothetical realms.
Well, like for things like Coriolis, in most situations, you don't even have to consider it because, depending on what you're actually measuring or doing, it may not be apparent enough to come up in your measurements. So in a lot of cases, you can act as if you're in a you can act as if you're in a what do you call it, inertial reference frame, right? And if in doing this, like I said, in cases where the measurement is not really, it's not as accurate enough to even observe the Coriolis, you're going to be correct. You're going to be fine. So, I don't know why. I don't know. That's why people say reference frame dependent. Because it's not true that you can't throw it in a straight line. Like if you're in space, for instance, and like there's no, you're not gravitationally moving towards anything. You're just using your thrust, right, of your ship. Then in reference to wherever it is you left, whatever planet you left a while ago, you could be moving in a straight line. There's no reason to suggest that in reference to that you're not. You know what I mean?
Only if you're outside the galaxy.
Well, no, if you're not referencing, if you're also referencing, let's say you're referencing the center of the galaxy or something like that, or you're referencing something outside the galaxy, then yeah, you could say that. Because you're referencing the Andromeda galaxy.
Unless you're outside the galaxy, then you are still in a rotating reference frame.
But you're saying if you're not outside the galaxy, what are you saying?
To be outside of a rotating reference frame, you would have to be outside the galaxy.
Well, I mean, you could be you could be outside, you could be inside the galaxy, and you could be describing your movements from outside like from an inertial reference frame, and you can do vice versa. So that's why the whole reference frame thing is conversations get weird, is because I agree with Zanuck. You can't leave a reference frame as a object. Like an observer can change reference frames, but an object, you can describe it from any reference frame. So.
Well, I mean, I suppose because we can't leave the galaxy, then yeah, no, we are always in a rotating reference frame.
Yeah, but did you hear what I just said a second ago? I think even if you were outside the galaxy, you could describe your path in reference to the rotating frame. And even being inside the galaxy, you can describe, your path from the inertial reference frame outside the galaxy. So I think both, depending on what your use case is, both could be valid descriptions. Like the same as a person in a car, when the car's taking a left, you could describe that person's path when they hit the window. You can describe that, by using the car's reference frame, the kind of turning, accelerating reference frame, in which case, you're wondering where this force is coming from there to hit the window. But you can also describe their path in the inertial reference frame of outside the car, and it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't know how we got into reference frames, though. I see what Jerry's game.
I mean, we were talking about straight lines, and it's like,
yeah, which don't exist. They can't.
How can straight lines not exist?
Well, because it's reference frame dependent. I mean, they could exist within a certain paradigm, but not for everybody.
That's what you see in. No matter what you look at, that's whatever it is you're looking at, that's a straight line between your eyes and the object.
Oh, that's not always true. But I don't want to get into that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Coach just said it. It's not always true.
No, that's not always true. But regardless, though, Jerry, do you think velocity exists? Velocity exists? Like if I said the car's velocity or the moon's velocity?
I think it's. I mean, I don't think it exists like a can of beans, but
right. But it's a thing. It's yeah. So in the same way, a straight line can exist because velocity is reference frame dependent as well. You can't describe velocity without first defining the reference frame.
Right. So you need to pick a reference frame and then go from there. And every reference frame is
velocity is
arbitrary.
Purely mathematical, sorry. Just like a straight line, right? Purely mathematical.
I guess, but in that sense, I mean, it doesn't. That's not separate from reality. Like it's true that those things are mathematical, but it's also true that in reality, those things are correct. Like it's correct. The description of them mathematically is a correct description.
What's wrong with maths?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Nothing's wrong with maths.
Except, I mean, in America we just call it math, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
I know why you guys call it maths, because you guys are shortening mathematics and
Yeah, exactly. It's just Aussie slang. That's all it is.
Yeah, but that's one of the slangs that the British, were lazy about at first. Usually they're not lazy. They say extra, like aluminium, they make things extra. You guys shorten it to one syllable.
Well, you guys technically just use mathematics. So if I want to actually be clear, I will use that word.
What do you mean by mathematics?
I suppose it's the description used when math is used and then cause and effect claims are made. Instead of doing science, you use the magic of math to try and prove or validate what you're claiming.
Yeah, but do we know
Excuse the
why
drill.
we use math?
Well, that's because you have to. I know why. You can't use cause and effect science, unfortunately.
It's because the numbers don't lie. The numbers can't lie.
No, you can lie with numbers. It's called statistics. That's a very good example of lying with numbers.
So the person that's writing the numbers down can lie, but the numbers never lie. For
Fair enough.
example, right? For example, if you have a classroom of 30 kids and you ask the kids, what's 2 plus 2? And every one of them answers 4, apart from wee Tommy at the end, and he says 5, yeah? Then he got the question wrong. Tom got the question wrong. But on his bit of paper, he wrote down 2 plus 3. His answer was correct.
That's aside from cause and effect.
He done. Yeah,
I agree.
The numbers,
but it's not cause and
are
effect
still
related.
correct.
Yeah, I completely agree with that analogy, but that's aside from what we're talking about with regard to cause and effect. That's all. And that's what I stipulated mathematics was. It was the use of maths to claim cause and effect, or to validate cause and effect, should I say.
So what?
Nothing more than that.
What mathematics is being claimed cause and effect?
Your line is really bad for me, but I think you're saying what math is used to verify or a cause of claim and effect, and that would be, the supposed radius of the Earth and the distance we see boats disappear over the horizon. So there's just one example.
So you want a cause and effect relationship for a radius?
No, not at all. It's just that, when the claim is made that boats disappear over the horizon because of Earth curvature, i.e. Earth curvature is the cause, right? And then they use maths to validate that instead of the scientific method with manipulating the presumed cause. Then I say mathematics has been employed. That's all. The math is real, don't get me wrong. It's based on geometry, but it's a false equivalence to apply it to reality without physical verification.
But the boat going over the horizon and disappearing is the effect. The Earth being a sphere is the cause of that. Yeah?
Exactly.
So there's your
that's a claimed cause.
There's your cause and effect relationship. So,
yeah.
Right?
Right. Now do some science and validate that, not maths. Maths isn't science.
Now, how would you exclude Earth curvature from that equation to really make sure that it was Earth curvature?
And don't employ mathematics. Please.
So you want us to prove Earth curve without using maths?
No.
You want us to...
Fuck. Really? Don't be silly. You can use maths, right? But that can't be all that you use to validate it. Maths is used within the scientific method, definitely. Don't be silly here, please. I don't have the patience.
I can hear it. Right, I can hear it.
I'm going to go on mute. I've got some drilling to do. Enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is just make an experiment that falsifies the curvature of the Earth. That's what they're asking for.
You got to measure it. Yeah.
No, you guys want the claim to be falsified. His hypothesis is things disappear bottom up over the horizon because of Earth curvature. So you have to falsify that. You got to prove it's not Earth curvature. That's the scientific method.
Well, you'd have to measure it and establish it, wouldn't you?
That's
And then
not.
once you
But
got,
that's not what
and
White wants, man.
and
That's
then
White wants an
oh,
experiment. Yeah.
Oh, you're going to try and roll me up, aren't you, Nate? I
But
would
that's what you
refute
asked
your
me
claim if your claim involved any sort of scientific method. I would be bothered. But it doesn't, so
But
there's no need to even refute it.
but
Sorry.
that's what you asked me for, though, right? You want an experiment that falsifies the claim that Earth has curvature at its surface, right?
Well,
No,
what
no, no,
about the,
no. I want the experiment to back up the claim.
you have to
That's all.
verify the claim before you can even ask for it to be falsified.
But that's not how science works. You don't make a scientific experiment to back up your claim. You want to falsify the claim.
Yes,
Everyone will
yeah,
do
you hope
experiments
to back it up.
to try
Have
and prove
integrity
you wrong.
when you realise
Yeah,
that it
but what
might
I'm
be
saying is that's
eliminated.
not the scientific experiment, White. I mean, that's not a scientific method, White. I don't do an
It is.
experiment to prove myself right. No, that's not science.
No, you do. No, you do. You make a
No, you don't.
hypothesis, right?
No, you
And you
don't.
don't make a wild, random hypothesis. You make one very educated guess, in essence, right? About what you think's going on.
And you
And
want
you
to
like to
prove
think that
your
you're
guess
clever.
wrong.
And you like to think that you're going to be right. So, of course, you want your experiment to
No.
go your way. But a true scientist doesn't
No.
care if it doesn't. There is no bias. You then eliminate that cause and you move on to the next one systematically. Good luck doing
That's
it
not
with
science.
Earth Curve. It's
Yeah, but that's
exactly
not science.
Science 101.
Hey
Not
Nate,
science. Science
does the
is
boat
you have the
always
hypothesis and you want to falsify your hypothesis. You want to prove it wrong. And if you can't prove it wrong yourself, you share it with everyone else so they can try and prove it wrong. That's science. You don't try and prove yourself right. Like, come on, man. What scientist does that?
Nate, does the boat always disappear
Great
at the
straw
same?
man. You're not trying. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, does the boat always disappear at the same distance from the viewer, at the same level, the same measurements,
I'm
the
not.
same increments? Is it
I
always
don't know,
consistent?
Dave.
If it's not
I don't know,
consistent,
Dave.
then how could it be Earth curvature?
I have no idea, Dave. I was just trying to help Highlander, because he didn't seem to understand what White was asking for. I wasn't really trying to get
You don't
involved in the call.
understand.
I
It's not
know.
like you've come in and
Clearly,
clarified it.
yeah,
It's
clearly
right.
I didn't understand what you were asking for either. But now that I do understand what you're asking for, what you're asking for isn't scientific, White. That's all I'm trying to say.
And I don't
That's
know
just your interpretation. That's fine.
if if I had an idea, right, and I thought something was so, right, and I was pretty certain on that, I reckon that I would try and think of a way how to prove that that was so, because I'd be confident in that idea. Right now, I want to prove that idea. Right, so that's
That's
what I'm
not
going to
science.
set out to do. Right
But
now,
that's not science.
if what I set out to do then disproves what I thought was so, well, so be it. I have now disproved it. So now I was wrong. But I'm going to definitely set out to try and prove something. Right? I'm not going to go set out to try and disprove it. And I think this whole prove disprove. I think it's a kind of playing on things. To be quite honest with you, I definitely want to try and prove
Yeah,
something
but
is
Banso, y'all
true.
can't be. Yeah, but Banso, you guys cannot be sticklers for the scientific method and then not want to follow it. That makes no sense. You guys can't go on about this isn't science, that's not following the method, this, that, and the third.
No
And
one's
then when
doing
I
that,
tell
mate.
you that
That's a straw man.
falsifiability is part of the scientific method, all of a sudden, no. Like, you don't have to
It's a
do
straw
that. You
man,
can
mate.
just do an experiment where you
Yeah,
try and prove
no,
your claim. That isn't
I'm not.
science. And
Yeah,
I've just
not.
tagged you
Straw
guys
man.
with the
Get out of it.
definition of falsifiability and how it's a big part of the scientific method and
Yeah,
hypothesis test.
yeah, no, and I'm not disagreeing with that whatsoever. No, I'm just saying from my point of view, right? If I was setting out to do something, this is me personally myself. I'm going to go and try to prove it so, because I'm confident in my theory. I reckon that I've nailed it. I reckon I've got something. So I want to go out and try and prove it. Now, doing it in a method, right, that is going to put my theory that I think is true under scrutiny. That if it isn't right, it is going to be disproved. So be it. But I think personally, I personally will set out and try and prove something. That's just me, Nate. That's just the way I look at it. I'm not saying that that's the way you or any other scientist will look at it, going out
Well,
to prove something. I'm just saying that's what I would do.
That's fair.
here's how it
But
goes. If someone makes a claim
sorry,
and they
Bansal,
put the
you'll just want
paperwork
to
out,
be
they
unmuted.
put the
Hold on.
experiment out,
Hold
they
on,
put
one
their
at a time.
experiment out, they put the data out. Yeah, I jumped in first, Nate, you know it. And they
I
put all
know.
the
I was just
data
saying,
out, they've
Bansal.
made a claim, and then, right, someone wants to question that. Science 101, question everything. So someone questions someone's claim, and they look at their paperwork, they look at the experiment performed. Now, they're not even going to fucking entertain it if there wasn't even an experiment done, or if science wasn't followed, or if they already find issues straight away. They're just going to straight away clearly point out to everyone that science wasn't followed, etc., etc. And there's no point even refuting the claim. It's not until actual valid science gets presented to you that has been repeated that you then need to actually even refute the claim if you believe it to be not true. You've got science backwards, Nate.
Yeah, you don't use the scientific method. You use the scientific method to prove the cause of the effect. You don't use a scientific method to
You use the
disprove the cause of the
scientific
effect.
method. Okay, the scientific method involves hypothesis building, experimentation, and falsification. You need all of them to have the scientific method. If you make a hypothesis, you want to have an experiment that falsifies or disproves the hypothesis. If you cannot disprove your hypothesis, then you have a null result. That's the scientific method. And what you guys are trying to do now, where you have a hypothesis and you want to set up an experiment where you validate or show your hypothesis to be right, is not the scientific method. It's
No,
that simple.
I don't want to set up an
Yeah,
experiment to validate it.
you. Yeah, not you, Bansal, but why did
Okay.
they? Yeah.
The shape of the Earth. But wait, just a minute. The shape of the Earth isn't a scientific question.
It's not. Yeah, I agree with you there, Dave. It's not a scientific question. But if you guys want to science it, then you have to disprove your hypothesis. That's all I'm saying.
Well, don't claim cause and effect then. If you know it's not scienceable, don't say Earth curve causes boats to disappear. Don't claim cause and effect if you know it's not fucking science.
We can prove that it's
How else
anything else.
would you phrase that sentence then? Okay, maybe I could say boats disappear bottom up because of Earth curvature, or I mean, I don't know how else I would word that sentence then, White. But I'm not saying that sentence in a scientific
How
context.
about you hypothesize? How about you just hypothesize? And because you can't do science, that's just where it lies. And it's not a fact, and it can't be proven. And you just acknowledge it.
Yeah, but if I want to say
right.
my coffee is sugar because I added sugar to it, like do I need to science that? Or, you know, I'm just saying something, man. Like not everything needs to be scienced out. I don't know, man.
Just don't make claims, Nate. That's all. And don't strawman me. Make a claim, use science. Don't make a claim. I don't give a fuck.
I don't think anyone lives life that way. I don't think anyone lives life like I can't make a claim because I don't have an experiment ready right now to back it up. Like, come on, you make claims all the time, and no one's ever asked you for something to back it up. You know, like people make claims. Let's not hold each other.
I'll make claims every day. Every day of the week, I'll make a claim.
Yeah, everyone does. Yeah, I mean, but now that we can't make a claim because we'll never have an experiment ready to falsify it. Those are unreasonable
So that's a straw
standards.
man. Cause and effect claims about fucking our reality. Don't straw man. It's just the worst character trait, mate. It seriously is.
But you Americans keep bringing up the whole straw man. I've never heard that like people talk about that in debate in any other language than English.
He's putting words in my mouth. I can use that
Yeah.
phrase if you like as well. He's saying
I
things
didn't
that
hear
I
it.
didn't
I didn't
say
hear
or
it.
mean, and he knows it.
Bloody Americans. I agree with you, yo. Bloody Americans
I
destroying
didn't say
the
bloody
English language.
Americans. I would just simply
I
said I've
did.
never heard
I
any.
did.
Sorry, I'm trying to finish that and respond to you. I was just saying that only in English have I ever heard an argument that you're straw manning me.
But I mean, yo,
English.
what's your native tongue?
Norwegian.
All right, so in Norwegian, don't you ever accuse someone of misrepresenting what you
Yes,
were trying to say?
that is what we will say. You're misrepresenting my statement.
Okay, well, it's just a
Yeah.
different terminology.
And I
then.
believe if someone is misrepresenting someone's statement, saying that someone is straw manning me is also a misrepresentation of what he was probably trying to do. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Then
philosophy
you could say,
nerds
then you
like
could just
to.
say, "Oh, he's straw manning, therefore everything he said was invalid." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's a bad
What did you say,
argument.
Jerry? What did you say,
I,
Jerry?
I said that like philosophy geeks like to give cute little names for their
Oh,
little
yes.
fallacies and all.
Yeah. There was
Yeah.
one I heard the other day, which I'd never heard before. It was some Latin term that I'd never heard before, Jerry, and
Tuna?
I can't. It started with R. It was two words. It started with R. Yeah, but it was some debating term.
Reductio ad absurdum.
Oh, that's the one, Jerry. Yes. Yeah, that's.
Can you repeat the word?
Yeah, it's Latin. It means you're like reducing it to just it's just absurd and blah blah blah.
Yeah. I'm sitting back and listening, Jerry, go, I didn't even understand. Like, it's absurd what you've just said.
Yeah, just say that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fallacy.
A fallacy.
Yeah, I never even heard the terms before coming into these servers either.
No.
And that's all it is. It's a form of misrepresentation. But it seems like there's different categories of misrepresentation to these people. So
I know. Yeah, I saw a list once before, White, of all the different fallacies and all that sort of stuff, and there's like 50 of them, like 50 different ones of them that they use.
I bet.
Oh, yeah, it was
And
crazy.
also, I don't think necessarily straw manning is always a bad thing. Sometimes you might need to misrepresent people because they might be alluding to something that they're just not like. Do you understand what I mean by saying that? They don't have to go deeper.
I don't know, maybe steel manning, which is like, reposing the other person's side, restating what you believe the other person's side to
but
be.
in a different way or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reducio, is that like reducio ad strawmanum?
Did anybody hear about the rocket that recently hit the moon like a couple of days ago, like 4 days or something?
I heard something. Yeah, I heard something.
Was that bang we heard the other night, White? I thought I heard something.
That was me and your mama.
Please.
Server rules.
We're all
To the moon. I think mum jokes is number one. Oh shit.
She was using a strap on. She was going hard on me, man.
Please.
I know.
Go there.
Asking
you nicely.
I'm sorry.
So was your moon they were talking about.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, the dark side of the moon.
All I heard was a big dong.
Any thoughts on what whose rocket it could have been?
It was a big dong, that's for sure.
That's what I was trying to get at. So no, I mean, really, how do we verify anything fucking even hit the moon? Is there a video of it or some shit, or 1,000 independent views?
There is a video, but I'm assuming you guys don't trust videos, right?
No, is there 1,000 independent views or many
No,
different
no.
views of this from
Obviously
different
not.
locations?
You don't
or-
have 1,000 cameras up there.
Oh, hang on. So it's a space camera that saw this. Right.
I do believe they saw it from maybe the ISS, I presume. Like they always have cameras pointed at the moon. You know.
Really? Don't tell me someone in the ISS conveniently happened to have their P1000 pointed at the moon at the exact time a rocket hit it.
Probably not a
No.
P1000.
That's just a
side did it
glitch
hit?
in the green screen.
Honestly, I'm assuming NASA makes their own cameras. So probably they want quality.
Hey guys, I'm downtown. I'm downtown San Diego right now, and there's this bar called the Double Deuce. I should put it on camera. And there's people riding the what do you call it, the fake bull ride thing in there. You can see through the window in there. See it? Double Deuce.
Yeah.
Double Deuce. Riding the bull ride. It's staying on pretty long there. It looks like somebody's just. I gotta go in there and check that out. I want to give you guys a close up look at that.
Yo, Dave, what are you doing driving around? Check this out, bro.
Who, me? Why? What's
No,
too late for me?
Yeah.
What? Do I have a bedtime?
I don't know, bro. Like, ain't you got church in the morning or something?
You know who you're talking to right now? Dude, this place is rocking, man. Shit, there's people everywhere. Look at this. Holy shit. Look, there's how many people. Look at this.
What's going on?
So I got a bedtime
Damn,
and these
it's
people
lit,
are
dude.
out just rocking,
It's
man.
lit.
This place is lit.
Yeah.
Go in and flat smack them, Dave. Go
Come
flat
on,
smack
I'm
'em.
gonna go flat smack
come on,
everybody.
flat
I'm gonna wear a
That's
flat,
more flat
I'm gonna wear a shirt, a sign around my neck that I'm a flat earther. What?
In your
What you got?
perspective,
do it.
what's going on in your city, or like is it just?
This isn't my city. This is San Diego. I'm just
4th of
visiting.
July
I just
weekend.
came down here to check it out, and I guess
lit.
it shows a good time.
What
What's
city
going
you
on?
from?
I'm not from California. I live in California now. I live in Irvine, which is about an hour and a half from here.
Are they protesting or something, or?
No,
No,
it's
they're
4th of
partying.
July weekend.
Partying.
They are
Party time. Saturday night.
I found the place that girls can.
You know what you should do? You should get a big one of those big firecrackers, fire rockets, whatever you call it. Put a camera on it, shoot up to the sky. You know.
Yeah, maybe it'll hit the moon, or at least put it on TV and make people believe it.
Your sound is.
What's the
terrible
story
right now.
with the rocket? What hit the moon? What did they say hit the moon? What's the story with the moon thing again?
Your voice is dropping out a bit, but
What's the actual?
they don't know who shot it up there. Maybe it's a Chinese one from 2014 that just stopped working, but the Chinese say that rocket has already crashed down to Earth in the water.
Of course.
Oh, it's a mystery rocket.
Well, we don't know for sure whose it belongs to.
It's the Clayton's rocket. We've got no idea whose rocket it is. Like, how many rockets?
Oh,
Yeah, they're building up
out. No, this is where they work in the outer ponders.
Particular times.
This is where they think about it.
Well, it wasn't headed for the moon.
Outer
That's
ponders.
the thing.
I think they're building up this alien.
Like
thing.
if it was the Chinese rocket, then it was shot up in 2014 and probably stopped working, and therefore it just crashed onto the moon.
Okay.
So they're tracking everything heaps well then. Like, fuck.
I couldn't hear you.
I don't know. That's bullshit.
You should repeat the first part.
How can they be tracking everything? They say they're tracking everything up there. Junk, space junk, all this shit. Meteorites. And what, they don't know that there's something heading towards the moon? That's just so fucking contradictory to what they tell you. It's bullshit.
Well, Well, dude, just imagine you're trying to track every ant on an ant farm. You know, they're tracking space debris that is close to the satellites. Beyond that, they really don't give a shit.
There's like millions of people who are just in love with the moon and they stare at it every night for years. Somebody would have seen something.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Crow
Imagine-
777 will have it.
Imagine looking up at the moon one night, Cherry, and seeing a little puff of dust.
It wouldn't.
All of
wouldn't
a
Yeah,
sudden.
that would be something.
Wouldn't
How,
it? Wouldn't
how
it?
could,
Yeah,
how could we even
where's
see
the
that
video?
though? How could we see that with our naked eye? I don't
Exactly.
think you can.
Telescope.
I don't think we can see that far.
No, you need a telescope or like you know, you need to be closer.
Yeah, but like a very strong one, right?
P900.
One that can zoom in a lot.
Yeah, the one you get in the stores are not good enough. You say something, Bandit?
I'm not talking about a big puff of dust. I'm just talking about like a little one, not like a huge one. But might see something.
You'd have to be looking at the right spot at the right time too, right?
Well, with 7.5 billion people, right?
But how many of them do you think has a telescope?
Right.
Well,
then-
how many of them are actually looking at the moon? I'm going to say
most of them are not.
3.5 billion. 3.5 billion, at least.
No.
No, man.
Okay, and
Are you just saying like with your naked eyes?
Actually, I'm curious. How many exist? Like,
I look at the moon probably every night when it's out. I walk outside, I have a smoke.
do you
have a
see how
bag.
small the moon is?
But you see that puff. I don't think the naked eye can see that puff.
I don't know. I've got
Obviously
pretty good
not.
eyesight.
Evil
You should start
eyes.
working for NASA, dude. You should start working for NASA.
Yeah, you'll replace the telescopes. They just use your eyes.
Yep. Yep.
Probably make some money from that.
Oh. They say you can see the curvature with your naked eye, but I can't see a puff of dust on the
if you're
moon.
high
Come
enough
on.
up.
You gotta
To be
go
high
high. You gotta go really high.
Obviously, when you're on the surface, it's like an ant looking at a ball. Like you won't see any curvature. You know.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm told I can.
It's like a bacteria, basically, in a basketball.
I'm told I can see the curvature with a boat apparently going over the
Yeah.
horizon.
That's not
Yeah,
directly.
exactly.
That's not. Dude, that's not directly. That's indirectly. You're not actually seeing the curvature. You're seeing what the curvature does. You know, when something goes beyond the horizon.
This is the effect
sure,
of the
indirectly.
curvature, but we don't know
Yes.
the cause of the curvature yet. We just
Yes,
know
we know
the
the
effect.
cause. It's gravity that forms the shape.
Gravity is the cause. Interesting.
You know how things stick together usually? Like if let's say you're in a plane and it drops really quickly, so now you're free falling. Some
Yeah.
water in there, it'll start
It's
lumping
fine.
together.
Mm-hmm.
Almost
It's
like
quite funny how you just run
like-
with that hijacked word gravity. You just hijacked it, and you run with yes, exactly. In the middle of the night, like a bunch of bandits, you guys came in. You and your crew came in, hijacked the word gravity, and now you attribute it to everything. When it was quite simple. Before you guys hijacked it in the middle of the night, took it into a basement, did some bloody water. You did waterboarding on gravity. You did all these nefarious little things to it, and it came out a different thing. Like it's criminal. It's criminal what you guys did.
Yeah. And I should be locked up, dude. You should become a comedian. You would probably do great because you have that what's it called, the attitude of a comedian. You know.
The attitude.
Yeah. Like you're able to make, you're able to ridicule something otherwise boring, you know, and make it funny.
Ridicule? I'm just stating the facts. Well, this is a fact.
Don't take it
not ridicule.
in a bad way. I don't
right?
mean ridicule as whether what you said was true or false. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying ridicule as making fun of. You're making fun of something.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Look, comedy is such a beautiful thing because you can actually tell the truth. You can lay out the facts in front of people, right?
Say it one more time. What's the first word you said? Corny.
And they don't take offense to it.
Who? What? One more time.
People.
I can understand you.
Okay. Fair enough. Jose
I'm starting
Elon's
to get a lot of crows in my neighborhood.
He misunderstood you, Ben. So you said, did you say corny or he said comedy?
Oh,
Comedy.
Comedy.
Yeah.
Comedy.
Okay. Comedy. Are you from fucking Boston, man?
Comedy.
Comedy. Fucking cunt. So are most of you Christians or?
No.
You Christians that hate.
Was that you being funny again?
I am.
Was that comedy about the Christian thing, or was it just funny that you happened to ask about being Christian following? You cunts.
Most flat earthers are.
Are you most you cunts Christian or what?
Most.
Oh, that's great. No, really, I've said it for a long time. Most of you guys have great, have a great funny bone. I don't know whether you're aware of it or not, but you do. I think that should be said.
What do you mean by us guys?
A lot of you guys in this chat have made me laugh several times.
Oh, that's like saying you people.
Yeah,
you know that?
You people,
we don't
you people
appreciate
in
it,
this
okay?
chat. You Americans love to get offended by nothing that had no bad intentions.
Hey, we're not all Americans. You're offending people again. What the fuck?
Where are
Who
you
is this
from?
guy?
Are you not from America?
I am, but these guys
Yes,
aren't.
exactly, dude. so fucking own up to it.
Oh, so you want to make everybody equal to me, huh?
Don't hide behind we're not all Americans here. Most of you are Americans.
No, most of us are Americans that are in the chat.
Yeah,
Or
I'm like
Australian.
one of the only ones actually.
Like the cola light version of American.
There's at least 3 Australians. I think there's a Pommy or a Scotsman in.
They're
There's
fighting
you.
words.
That's
There's
basically
you.
Australian flat earthers are incomprehensible.
Is it because of the stars?
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Makes perfect sense. That
Two stars, huh?
That
Yeah, well, if they ever realize they're upside down, they'll all fall off. You know.
Yeah.
That's great
getting
comedy. It went
offended
straight
at
over your head. Straight over your head. Like. Phew.
Getting offended at ideas that you disagree with perfectly fits the flat Earth model. Perfectly.
It does.
Can I ask a question for the spinning, curvy, watery ball globe believers?
Yeah.
You're directing it to me, or?
How many? What for the globe earthers? What percent of people do you think on the Earth agree with you that we live on a globe?
That's a good question. I don't know if they have done any what you call it.
I know Jesse Gordon is a glober. What's Jesse think about the percentage of people?
I mean, you
What
could
do you
only
guys
get
think?
an
95% of the population? 90?
How much?
Maybe
90?
95% believe in curvature in the globe.
85 to 90?
I would say
95 to 90.
I mean, honestly, it's just
95%.
guesswork. Because statistics.
It's a
are
guess.
shit.
My guess.
Because you can ask that question in one part of the Earth, right? And one in 1,000 will believe such and such. If you go a different place on Earth, people might think something completely different. So those statistics are extremely hard to get great. You know.
I think it would depend on education level too.
Yeah.
So for all those,
the more interesting question would be how much of a percent of the population doesn't care.
I think most don't really care.
Well, given
People are just happy as long as they got their iPhones, you know.
Yeah, given the way that people are connected globally today, I think most people know that the Earth is
Yeah, the ones that don't care probably have seen images, right? Like on the internet or something, and they will just answer like, "Yeah, it's round."
So did the good gentleman who said it depends on your education level, might depend on if you believe it's a globe or if it's not. So are you assuming that the more educated you are, the more you believe you live on a globe?
You're more likely. If someone hasn't taught you it, you might not believe it necessarily.
I think
So
that's obvious.
Yep.
So it's obvious. So it's not because you're more indoctrinated, brainwashed, and programmed.
You can call it whatever you want.
It's because you're more educated. Is that right?
Let me rephrase that question to you. Who do you think is more indoctrinated? Someone living in a forest without any technology or books, or someone who has all the books and all the knowledge of generations past? Who do you think is more indoctrinated?
I'm just saying, I really don't care because I'm not the one who made the claim that the more educated you are, the more.
You just made a claim that you're indoctrinated, though.
Yeah, you are. Because
Absolutely not.
It's because somebody said that the more educated you are, the more opportunity you have to be in a globe.
You know how I know that I'm not indoctrinated? I can
How's
tell
that?
you.
How's that?
It's because we do not have the same education system, and still we came to the same conclusion.
Have any
on one thing at least?
Have any of you globe believers ever personally, with your own eyes, empirical evidence and through observation, ever seen or experienced curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
Experienced it with my own eyes.
Have you ever seen it? And where did you see it?
Let me rephrase that question. Have you ever seen someone operate on a brain before? Because my point here being is that just because you haven't personally seen it be done doesn't mean people can't do it.
That's a straw man. It's a straw man.
No, that's not a straw man. That is not a straw man.
Where have you gone on this good circumference that you say is 24,901 miles, and ever personally through empirical evidence ever experienced or seen through empirical evidence curvature of the Earth? Where?
I'm going to rephrase the question to you. How many cars have you personally seen be built? In China.
Where have you ever gone?
How do you know China is actually building cars?
Where have you ever gone to see through your eyes, your own eyes, curvature of the Earth? Where?
You don't have to see things with your own eyes.
Yes, you do.
I have it, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Hold on. Right. Hold on. I've never actually seen the curvature with my own eyes, right? But then again, I've never seen America with my own eyes. So according to your logic, America does not exist.
No.
He is right.
No.
Great job, Highlander. Thank you.
There has to be some place on this good Earth, looking across from a canyon, or some place looking across where something is actually curving away from you. Where can you tell me I can go and see that with my own eyes? There's got to be some place on this good Earth. Someplace.
You're not getting the point.
Everywhere.
Huh?
Everywhere.
Where? Tell me where.
You just have to go higher up, dude.
Tell me one place I can go and see it. Tell me.
Everywhere. Where you are right now.
I can't see curvature of the Earth when I step outside my door. Where can I go to see curvature of the Earth? Where?
You can't see it, dude. You can't see it. You don't have enough money.
You have to go really, like, if you're on a jet, you could probably see it.
No.
Yeah, it's only 5 years away.
You know what's fascinating when you say go on a jet? Even your Lord, even your Lord Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Felix Baumgarten for 23 miles up couldn't see any curve. He couldn't see any curve.
What evidence do you have that unicorns don't exist?
No, see,
you said stick to the point, and then you asked about unicorns.
You're absolutely nuts.
If you can go off, I'll go off too.
You're absolutely.
Hey, listen, guy.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said at 23 miles up, Felix Baumgarten did not see any curvature of the Earth, even though Felix Baumgarten's fisheye lens showed it.
James, he is correct and incorrect at the same point, and I will explain why, right? If you have a ball straight in front of your face, and you're at the same distance that he was talking about, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth. If you look to the side, then you can see it. His point was not meant to be literal. It was a diss at how little he is going up into the surface compared to the other space.
And you're a
Hang on, I'm not done. Space. What's it called? The word corporations? No. Anyways, fuck it. I don't think it's gonna work on you anyway. So fuck it.
And so when Richard Branton went up 53 miles, 282,000 feet, and they were playing around with fisheye lenses up there. He came down, and Richard and Neil deGrasse
You're making
Tyson
assumptions there. You haven't.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You haven't presented any evidence that he had a fisheye lens.
No, at 53 miles, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it was flat up there. That if it was in a
Oh, that's not what he said.
He said if it was in a school and it was a globe, it would be 2 millimeters off the globe and it would be flat. That's exactly what he said. He said it on TV.
Did you hear me explain what
miles.
that entails?
He exactly said that. So where can I go
Jim.
on this good? Where can I go on this good Earth to see curvature of the Earth with my own eyes? Where can I go?
Jim,
where can I go? Where can I go?
explained to you what Neil deGrasse Tyson meant. Did you understand it? If not, I will re-explain it.
It's what he meant to say.
Yes.
Not what he said.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
Very
I said
good. It's what he meant to say. Okay, good. I like that. I like that. Good. I like it. What he meant to say.
Dude, you're just interrupting, Jamie. You're not listening.
Shut the fuck up and let the motherfucker talk.
Jesus Christ, you're gonna keep on going, dude.
Not to just overtalk with
I'm just gonna leave.
moderation at all.
What he meant to say.
Every time he tries to fucking answer you, you start talking again, dude. What the hell's wrong with
What
you?
he meant to say. You're just awesome.
Jim, what's wrong with you, man?
Settle down, Jim. Settle down.
Jim, you're going on a manic rant.
Hold on, I know what you guys are doing. That guy Yo was completely interrupting for a while, and that's usually what he does. He'll interrupt until he tries to create tension, and then he just leaves.
Sure, right. Whatever you say, Globe Earther, lying Globe Earther, whatever you say.
That's not what happened, Gio.
That's exactly what happened. I saw the interview on TV. He was talking to a young woman, and he said 53 miles, it'd be 2 millimeters off a globe in the classroom, and it was flat. That's exactly what he said. It's not what he meant to say. That's what he said.
I wasn't talking to you.
I wasn't talking to you. You're great. You're awesome.
Gio, and I told Gio that that's not what happened. And 777 was bullying and over talking the other guy. That's
not quite. It's not really what I heard. What I heard was that Yo basically, if you go back and listen on the live stream, Yo basically interrupted him at least 4 to 5 times, just full bulldozer. And then Jim just kept talking. At some point, Jim probably did interrupt him as well. And then Yo instantly, then they were talking at the same time. A moderator didn't jump in, and then Yo left. So that's right what happened.
Because he was getting over talked all the time. And you're taking
maybe once or twice, but only that's
always take the other. You always do.
No, it's not like that, Brandon.
I just walked in, Gio,
stepped back.
I did just walk in here, and that's why I got irritated, because I walked in and I was just listening to that fucking guy. I don't even know who was who. I just know, one dude was interrupting the other dude, and the other dude was being a damn asshole, constantly going, and the other dude was a goddamn flat earther, and we know it. So I don't know their names, but the flat earther was being a dick, dude.
Hey,
the other guy was just.
Hey, guess what?
Jim,
guess what? Jim 777, the flat earther, wants to know where he can go on the good face of this earth and see curvature with his own eyes. That's all I want.
Look, that's the guy right there. That's the guy that was being the dick, whoever that is. Nobody that I've never heard of before, ever, coming in here acting like some sort of a fucking King Kong ding dong. Shut up.
I just want to know where I can see curvature of the earth. That's all I want. That's all I want.
That question's already been answered, Jim. Maybe if you'd stop interrupting people and listen to them, you might have actually have heard the answer.
Give me the answer then. Somebody, give me the answer.
Well, actually, I don't think they did give you the answer. I think they kind of just said.
No, we told them he had to go up. Yeah.
No, Brenda said everywhere.
So somebody
because
said
we
right where you are.
We're so close. The planet is so big and we're so small. Yeah, you need to go up to see the curvature.
His first question.
Have you ever gone up to see curvature?
Yeah.
Could be a helicopter.
Have
I
you ever
don't think
gone?
that ever went high enough.
Are you just depending on NASA to tell you that there's curvature? Is that what you're doing?
Your first question.
Am I what?
Are you just depending on NASA to tell you there's curvature? Or
NASA's never ever told me anything.
or whoever are you telling somebody else to tell you that the Earth is a globe?
NASA's relatively new, man.
He actually just did it again. I mean, I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but
Like they knew of the curvature of the Earth way before NASA. Like NASA's new, way new. I don't know what NASA's always brought up.
It's funny that
he's a new guy.
Universal knew back in 1930. How would Universal know back in 1930?
They knew before about the shape of the Earth before 1930.
Yeah, the first question you asked, I thought was the one I would have answered, which is, has anybody experienced a curvature? Something like that.
No, seen.
Well, and I know that's what he's saying now. That's what everybody answered. But as I stated, I'm talking about his original question, which wasn't. I guess people saw it as he was saying, like, has anybody seen the curvature? But you say, has anybody experienced the curvature for themselves? That's a different question. That's the original one you asked, and I mean, plenty of people have. You know, I mean, I have.
Who?
Right?
Who? Where have you seen it?
Well, I mean, if you doing something like, let's say,
where have you seen it?
If you're doing something, say, with something to do with measuring, let's say you're using accessory navigation to measure your path or your place on Earth or something like that.
Where have you seen it on the Earth without looking into the sky?
Like I said, when you say
Jim, if you shut up and let him talk, you might actually hear the answer.
And when you say where have you seen it, and that's a different question. Like I said, that's not the one I'm answering. I mentioned the original one was where have you experienced it or whatever. That I think is slightly a different question, and you can experience it in ways that aren't direct, like you making a visual evidence of it. It's more like
where.
Well, I just told you, if you're using an atlas, if you're using some sort of map, or you're using celestial navigation, these are things which require the curvature of the Earth. You know, that's going to come into what you're doing.
Are you telling me that we have to look into the sky to know about the shape of the Earth we walk on? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I said an atlas a second ago. So
What's an
atlas above the sky?
What's an atlas have to do with the shape of the ground we walk on? What does I want to know? I want to know what globe earthers. Tell me where I can walk anywhere and see curvature of the Earth. That's what I want to know. I want to know where I can through observation.
Pete run up both. Pete fell off. Who was left?
That's what I want to see. I want to see it. Where can I go? Where can I go?
Why do you want to see that? Is it because you're unsure about the shape of the Earth, or
no? Absolutely not. You know what's fascinating is I can go to the south rim of the Grand Canyon, which is 23 miles across to the north rim. The south rim is 6,800 feet. The north rim is 8,200. I look 21 miles across there at 6 feet elevation height, and there it's not curving away from me at all, even though your Earth curve calculator, which says that the Earth is 39.59 in diameter, and light travels in a straight line, says I should have 216 feet of bend away from me. I go to the east rim and look over to the west rim. It's 75 miles, and it's straight across. I should have around 3,000 feet of curve away from me on the other end, but there is. It's just flat going right across there. Now, explain to me how that's possible on your globe. Tell me. I want to know.
You're just looking dead.
Tell me how that's possible on your globe. That's what I want to know.
Who are you talking to right now?
I'm talking to any globe earther that believes that we live on a curvy, spinny, a curvy, watery, spinny, curvy ball that is
right. But you were asking for curvature.
Right,
that's
Jim,
what I'm saying.
Jim,
if you know there isn't curvature, why are you asking for people to show it to you?
Because you guys are liars, and you want us to believe we live on a spinning, curvy, watery, bendy ball.
Who are you talking to? I don't know where you are. Do you know what's going on right now? Do you know who you're talking to? Are you just sort of shouting to anybody listening? Just kind of group insulting random people for some reason?
Show me where curvature of the Earth that I can go see. Tell me.
Why are you asking me that? Do you know who I am? Are you just shouting and barking? What do you? I don't understand what you're doing.
He does not know what's going on.
Are you a really important person in the globe earther community? I mean,
But that has nothing to do with
Sometimes it's better.
I was just
Sometimes
saying,
it's
like,
better.
are
Sometimes
you
it's better
having
to
a
get.
conversation with anyone, or are you just kind of barking things at people?
No, I just want a globe earther tell me where I can go and see through my empirical eyes, through observation, curvature of the Earth. If you believe that you live on a spinning, curvy, watery, bendy ball, tell me why you do and where I can go see it. Otherwise, you're just full of crap. So tell me where I can go.
Well, now you've at least targeted it to someone. At least you're asking a globe earther. I don't know that there's any that are. Are there any here who want to respond to that?
Right, yeah, I'll respond to that. Right, you've already been told about where you need to go to see the
Where?
curvature.
Where?
As for the hold on, will you let me finish? Fucking hell!
Where can I go?
Yeah, Jim, you're going to be temporarily muted if you interrupt people. So at least just let them respond.
Right. As for your Grand Canyon thing, did you not learn in school how some of the topography of the land is made? Is that the class you sat and ate the crayons in?
You know what's fascinating? You know what's fascinating about the Grand Canyon? At the south rim is 6,800 feet. The north rim is 8,200 feet. There's
Oh my
21
God,
miles.
we got to drive
There's
slow in a
21 miles
driveway
across
situation over here.
216 feet of curve, and I can see the forest on the north rim. I should not be able to see the forest because it's bending away from me, but I can see the forest at 1,400 feet higher on the north rim than I can the south rim. Now explain that to me, all you globe earthers. Explain that to me.
All right, wait, Highlander, what was the thing you brought up?
Grand Canyon.
No, it's Jim that's brought up the Grand Canyon. He's thrown out about how he can see a forest on the other side.
You can.
Yeah.
There's a national forest that starts right on the north end, on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. It starts right there, and I can see the trees, from the south.
You're at altitude though, right?
300 feet higher. So explain to me from a
Walbrook.
globe earther standpoint how I can do that. I'm waiting. Tell me.
With your brother Charlie in Walbrook.
Don't know who that is. So I
Well,
don't
Highlander,
care.
I was just saying, I didn't
slow in the
quite
driveway?
hear what you had said originally, Highlander. What did you say?
Well, the thing is, I said to him, was he absent from school when everybody learned how the topography of the land is made?
I heard you say. Did you say something about crayons?
Yeah.
Is that the class?
Yeah,
You just
I
came
asked
with
him,
like
was
a so you wanted the mic and you just came with a really weak ad hom.
So tell me what
about eating crayons. All right, so because my connect, I just didn't quite hear what you would say. Is that's what you did about eating crayons?
It was entertaining, though. It was entertaining, to be fair.
Do you have any actual?
If the guy was a
content to
nice guy,
respond
it wouldn't
to
have
the
been
fact that
cool.
there's-
Well, I did. My question was he off school the day we learned how some of the topography of the land is made?
That's
Now-
clearly rhetorical, right?
Now, when I go to the Grand Canyon and look 21 miles across, it's 1,400 feet higher on the north rim. It should be 216 feet of curve if I'm at a 6 feet observation height. There is no 216 feet of curve on the other side on the north rim because I can see the forest that starts over there with the trees, and I shouldn't be able to if it was bending away. And I also told you if I'm on the east rim and I'm looking across to the west rim, 75 miles, there should be over 3,000 feet of bend. There is none. It's flat on the other side. So tell me how that can happen, you globe earthers. That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know.
How can your observer height be 6 foot
Gio, for the
above sea
record-
level?
If you can't tell
Gio,
me,
for the
I'll get
record,
off.
my comment was also ad homish.
If you can't tell me, I'll get off and leave you good people alone till tomorrow.
No, dude. I mean, honestly, I don't know.
I'll
We're trying to have a conversation, Jim. So it's cool. I just, I mean,
Also, what I don't understand is how can his elevation be 6 foot above sea level if he's standing at the Grand Canyon?
Just tell him that.
No, my observation height, you dummy, is 6 feet off the ground when
This
I'm
is a
looking
dummy.
over from the south rim to the north rim. Are you an idiot or what?
Come on, all right, enough.
So,
All right,
see,
let's get
see the
back.
ground,
Hold on,
see the ground where your feet is,
Highlander.
right?
Hold on, Highlander. Hold on, buddy. All right, let's get back to a more productive conversation.
I tell you what, I'm gonna leave you good
Jimbo,
folks till
Jimbo,
tomorrow, and
can
I'll
you hear me
see you tomorrow.
talking? All right. Just get back. Enough of the ad homs. Have a productive conversation, guys. Because it's just going to get out of control and spiral very quickly. So just do that.
I was going to ask him, the ground that his feet is on, how high above sea level is that?
It doesn't matter. One's 6,800 feet, the other one's 8,200 feet, and I'm 6 feet observation height off the 6,800 feet. That's all I am. I told you that. You didn't listen because you didn't want to listen, because you think you live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, a globe. You do not, and you will defend it at any price, including lying about it.
Hey, what were those numbers again before you ramble on?
6,800 feet. 6,800 feet.
How much
Or
curvature
this-
did you say was supposed to be
Hey,
there?
hey, fellas.
I know, but
sea
hold on. I got a question about.
So you're dealing with an inclination, right?
Yeah, hold on, you guys. There's a lot of people talking at once. Hold on, Jim. Kosho was going to respond to you, so just listen for a sec. See if you can.
Just asking you.
Go ahead.
Just asking you a second ago. You said how much curvature there was supposed to be from that distance, or how much curvature did you say that was supposed to be?
At 6 feet observation height at 21 miles, according to your Earth curve calculator, the one NASA and mainstream science uses, it's 216 feet. Prove me wrong.
And it's 3,000 foot of drop from that, he said.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I thought he
didn't
said
say.
3,000.
I said from 75 miles, there is upwards of 3,000 feet of drop.
Right.
From 75 miles from east to west.
All right, that's
Okay?
what I was asking.
Yeah, I wrote all that down. Don't worry, buddy.
That's all. That's what I was asking. But I appreciate it. Thank you. And you said the forest is on top of the grand.
The forest starts right on the north rim.
Okay, and you can see the trees from there, or you can see the ground.
The trees from there.
Okay, this all seems reasonable.
I tell you what, guys, it's 2:30 here in Texas. I will love talking to you tomorrow. Bring
Where
your
in
A
Texas?
game.
Where?
Bring your A game. Bring your A game. Instead of bringing a fly swatter to a gunfight, try to bring at least the baseball bat, and I'll come back, and all 10 of you can come after me at one time. I'm ready. I could care less because you're all filthy liars.
So you're clear. There's only 3 of us.
9 of them are actually flat earthers. There you go. Have a nice day.
Everybody
Yeah,
have a great evening. Take care of
You're
yourself.
kind of being an idiot right now, dude.
No, I love you
Sleep
all.
tight.
I love you all.
Nobody loves you back for that. Trust me.
It's fine. I don't care. I really don't.
Love my nuts.
Hey man, I'm in Texas too, my man. He's gone.
Have a fuzzy nut. I mean, a good night.
You are great at making things worse, Grim. That's for sure.
I know. I'm a bully to bullies. That's all it is. Like, I'm nice to know. I don't even know who it was. I thought it was a baller at first, being a dick, and I was just coming in hot. And then he was like, "Oh no, he's just talking shit to flat earthers too. What an asshole! He doesn't know where he's at, does he?"
He was just shouting at everyone. He didn't care.
He's ranting.
Well, that's what I was saying at one point. I was like, it seemed like he was just sort of like.
I've kind of been there before, though, not knowing the room. You know, getting feeling like I'm attacked on all sides.
Well, I think as we know, that is a particular, let's just say, approach. You know, to just like demand that, you know, that some people do, where it's just this like somewhat untargeted, but just sort of like some kind of like a request and a demand for curvature, and then basically not even having a real conversation about it, but just continually like using it as some kind of like a cult tactic.
In an angry way too. Angry and then like
it feels like that's the kind of attitude you would get from somebody who's actually perpetuating a psyop. Just that antagonistic, doesn't care about the rules, doesn't care about the actual, you know what I mean, meat of the conversation. Just wants to antagonize and keep things separate and you know, disconnected in a way.
Yeah, we just got sideswiped there.
It took us back a whole 2 years in our relationships.
It's 2018 all over again.
Yeah, we've had a lot of work to get past that point, guy. I mean, that was wow. Hardcore, man, I'm telling you. When he was starting to spit out the numbers, though, the first thing that popped into my head was, you know, drive slow in the driveway, Charlie Babbitt. with my brother Charlie Babbitt in Walbrook. He started Rain Manning me with all the numbers really fast.
You said that many times before.
Well, that's why I started writing down the numbers. I was like, oh, okay, 75, 3,000. This fucking guy's spitting numbers out. I want to see if he says the same numbers. So yeah, it's easier to see farther when you're looking up a hill.
Yeah. Well, at one point, not that we need to keep necessarily talking about what just went down there, but at one point I thought he was asking people for curvature, but then making all these statements about how there's no curvature. So it's like, why are you asking for something that you know doesn't exist? Basically, that was my question I was trying to get across, which a lot of people do that. I would,
yeah, we were talking about that.
People do that on all quote unquote sides, like people that claim they know it's a globe 100 million %. They're like, prove to me it's flat, even though they say they already know. So why would they want something to be proven? That would sort of be like if you knew your girlfriend cheated on you or something, and then you're like, prove to me she didn't cheat on me. It's like, you already know it happened.
That's not entirely.
He was trying to argue.
That's not entirely true, man. Like earlier when I was talking to somebody, I was talking Whites or whoever, or several people, and we were talking about, how a GPS, you have accurate positions, and you test the accuracy of them, and you test to see if they're making a straight line on a building. Then you can verify that if you have 2 points separated, you can verify that's a straight line because 2 point connected those 2 points is a straight line. And they were saying that even though you verified it, it could still be it could still be giving you false information. And so I just asked them, because they kept going on about it. So I said, just describe to me how that can be done, right? Because if they're claiming something can happen or something happens, then surely you can display it or you can present your evidence for it being the case. So I mean, him saying show me the curve or whatever. I mean, I don't think that's an unfair question.
It's only unfair. The only part that's unfair is show me the curve, and then pretend like you're gonna start trying to show me the curve, and then as soon as you say one word, show me the fucking curve, just keep interrupting you while you're trying to talk to him about it. That's what was happening that I didn't like. Not that he asked the question one time, because that would have been so very unantagonistic. The repeatedly asking the same question over and over again while you're already trying to answer, that's antagonistic, and it's designed to distract your brain from your answer so that you can't give a good solid answer or sound confident or feel confident in any way while you're trying to answer it. It's a fucking nasty technique that I think his mom probably used on him. I'm just kidding. You have to learn that from your family, dude. I mean, up close and lots of practice. It's irritating bullshit.
I mean, honestly, also, I wasn't listening the whole time, but when I first was listening, I honestly agreed with. Well, I guess none of you guys did. So, because I guess I don't know, you guys came in too a little bit late, but I thought the other dude was kind of being a lot more interrupting than he was. But like I said, I wasn't here. I didn't hear him before that. I don't know if he was interrupting more, but whoever the other guy was, he was cutting in on him every time he talked.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we're still talking about this, but yeah, that's what I was saying originally. What happened? That guy you're talking about, Yo.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yo brutally interrupted him 5-6 times in a row. The guy was getting more bullyish and kind of agitated. And then that guy started interrupting Yo, and then Yo tried to pretend oh, you're interrupting me, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I came in the middle of it. At the end.
And
I
then
didn't
that
see the
guy was
person.
just fired up and went into full blown like basically Jin CBR1 mode.
Yeah.
That's a Jin CBR1 clone mode right there.
You know what? Is it
Just reading off a script, huh?
There's a difference between people who are honestly looking for answers and people who are just dishonestly defending a religion or an ideology.
So, how do people dishonestly defend the religion and ideology of the
They
globe? Then, Brenda.
employ tactics.
Pseudoscience, mathematics.
Same way, yeah.
But they do it. They employ tactics,
Thanks, Brenda.
right? Rather than just talking and having a conversation, right?
Well,
right.
Conversations are the best way to go about things. Most definitely, and your conversations will, involve all your personal experience that you can bring to that conversation.
So in academia, there's something called the principle of charity, which
Sorry, what's that? Can you say that again?
I said in academia, there's something
Yeah.
called the principle of charity.
Yeah.
Can you explain that? I've never heard that, Brenda. Can you explain that?
You interpret what the other person says in the most charitable way possible.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
Trying to understand their point.
Yep.
Yeah, that is not what happens in flat Earth debates.
Or globe Earth debates.
I think Globers on the whole, even the big ones, are extremely charitable. So MC Toon and Craig Fight the Flat Earth are both extremely charitable.
Yeah, there's good examples of ballers that are charitable, but that's not really what I was talking about. I was talking about the majority of them.
You're pulling
who
your
are
own
not
leg,
charitable.
Brenda.
I was going to say, look, maybe a case can be made for MC Toon, but you actually want to tarnish MC Toon's name with Fight the Flat Earth?
Craig Fight the Flat Earth will get very aggressive when the other person is aggressive in return. But Craig's latest debate, he spent a good 2 hours with somebody patiently explaining things to him because that person was open to listening and wasn't acting out and being basically a dick. So Craig will return aggression for aggression, right?
Oh,
just like me, dude.
I reckon he's on the. I think he's on the front foot a lot of times, personally. But that's my take on him. When it comes to that, but good on him. Good on him if he's wanted to take the time to point out all the stuff that is out there to be pointed out to.
I agree that I would rank MC Toon as probably the best globe debater. Probably.
What if someone starts playing with a Rubik's Cube while someone else is talking?
I was thinking the same
Disrespectful.
thing, Jerry.
Why would somebody do that? Why would somebody do that?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them.
I didn't hear anything anybody said.
You're gonna have to ask MC Toon why he would do that.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I know exactly why he does that. I was just curious if you knew.
Okay.
Yeah. Watch when he talked to Brian.
Why do
I think it's pretty obvious why he does that.
Why?
Because the other person is just bullshitting.
Oh,
Lordy Lord. You got to be joking me.
So being charitable means you think the other person's bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. So seriously, so someone actually goes in there genuinely with something to present something that he has thought about, he has thought through, and he's generally thought through this, right? And he never at one instant actually thought that he was going to actually get anywhere with that particular challenge, right? But what he wanted to do was present his idea of what he had worked out for himself, right? And the response is from NC Tune to play with a Rubik's Cube is just to belittle him and ridicule him because he thinks what he's saying is bullshit, instead of actually taking the time of day to listen to him and try and understand exactly where Brian is coming from. Gotcha.
Well,
Gotcha.
well, I think
Okay.
I think he might be doing it right to show people that he can listen to this guy play the Rubik's Cube and do whatever he wants, and then still answer the questions the same way. You know what I mean? Like, it's just showing people, like, look, I'm smart. Look,
I'm a
it's kind of like a way of
I'm a multitasker.
It's a way to try and show off your little
And
talent.
also
you know, like,
ridicule the opponent too.
like I can sit there with those, remember those devil sticks, guys? Remember those where you got the two sticks and the one in the middle, and you just knock them around in kind of a circular fashion, and you spin the sticks around. Well, I'm really good with those, right? So I can sit here and do those while talking to you, and da 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 da. And I remember when I was younger, I used to really want to show everybody that I could do that. And that's all this is with the Rubik's Cube thing. He just wants to show everybody what he can do. And on a side note, it probably ridicules the guy, makes him feel a little uncomfortable at the same time, but that's just a bonus.
It's talking shit.
Yeah.
It's talking shit.
Generally, the people that come in are usually completely unprepared. Completely unprepared.
He's not talking shit at all. And stop that, Brenda. Stop it. He
No,
wasn't
I'm
talking
saying,
shit whatsoever.
okay, I said it in a form, like in sports when they talk shit, I kind of said it like, what I meant is MC2 is like ridiculing the guy, like talking shit and like, that's,
sorry.
you get what I'm saying,
With
in
the
sports, it's just
Rubik's
a term.
Cube. Yeah.
Sorry, I took it.
I understood.
As what you were saying, Brian was talking shit, so I took
No,
it the wrong way.
no.
Away. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I did jump all over you, and actually, I thought it was Brenda. Actually, not
It
you.
was the Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
Doing the Rubik's Cube is like
shit. I take that back.
Right.
Mr. Roboto. Yeah, so I have.
Oh, you're lagging, Grim.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's robotic.
Yeah, so I as you can tell, I have a lot of respect for MC Toon. I think he's definitely one of the best debaters that we have.
Yeah, it's a fair enough opinion to hold.
You know what I just figured out? Bandit.
No, buddy.
It's kind of stupid, but I mean, when you debate many people, are you a mass debater?
A mass debater?
Yeah.
A master mass debater.
Well, what if he was just really good at memorizing, stuff like flat earth.ws, articles? Like, is that really good, or is that just memorizing?
He's got an education.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Professional pseudoscientist.
I would actually. I'm gonna make a wild claim here. Absolutely outlandish, right? I reckon we've all got an education, all of us.
Well, that's crazy.
I think, like I said before, belief in facts tends to determine how much or how good of an education a person has had.
Oh, Brenda, seriously.
Brenda, if you argue about mathematics, are you a math debater? Sorry, I can't help. I can't stop.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Just like trade.
Your mic's acting up, Brenda.
It
I
always
tell you what, Brenda, my education allowed me to charge you anywhere between 150 and probably $500 an hour, and you'd pay it. So I'm thankful for my education.
What's that? What's that in?
I was just a mere plumber. Well, still am, but yeah, just a mere. I know. Yeah.
And
I
like
tell
Bandsaw would
you
be
what.
Bandsaw would be just as good debater as MC Toon if he just memorized what he could look up on Google. So what's the difference between MC Toon and Bandsaw?
Well, he has MC has an advanced education in the sciences rather than plumbing.
But everything he knows, he could just Google.
Well, no, that's not true.
Okay, so what has MC Toon added to the vast expanse of scientific knowledge?
Sweet essay. We all know it.
He's a programmer, so what he adds is are programs that, as I understand it, protect or filter out spam out of your inbox.
Yeah, and Bandsaw
Wow.
helped people's toilets flow. So
Yeah,
he's also helping people.
I'm not saying that one is better than.
I don't think Brenda's saying that.
No,
I
yeah.
was going to say I don't think that's what's being implied. I just think it's a different topic. Like he could come in and he might not know shit about plumbing, but Bandy would get him all day long and help him and show him and teach him all kinds of shit about plumbing. But then vice versa.
I'm asking, how does it have anything to do with him adding to anything that he could just look up online?
Because we're not talking about plumbing right now. We're talking about
Experience
it's another.
I guess. Right?
No,
Yeah,
I'm asking,
well,
how does MC Toon's background?
that's not fair. That's not fair because I mean everything's on Google now. So I mean how just because Google knows it doesn't mean that he can't have utility by also knowing it.
Right. So how does MC Toon add to anything if he could just look up and answer for why don't we see curvature or tides or something?
God damn push button. That's not how education works. Education isn't just memorizing things.
Right. So I'm asking, what has MC Toon added? Besides just being someone who likes to talk to flat earthers.
He has added his skills to designing anti-spam software for various programs.
Right. So what's the
Do you
difference
guys filter
between
out
him
all the
and
flat earth
Bandsaw?
nonsense, do you?
Why are we asking someone else about someone else? Like it's not really Brenda's. Brenda's is not here to campaign
Brenda's
for
appeal.
someone else. I don't think.
I did say that I respect MC Toon, so I guess he figures that he needs to attack somebody that I have admiration for.
No, I'm asking what sets him apart from someone who just is freaked out about flat Earth and just knows all the answers.
Maybe the patience and personality.
It's his education.
Maybe it's his patience and personality.
I think I've rarely
That's
ever.
what she said.
I've rarely ever seen MC Toon get angry or mock and belittle or insult people. Very rarely have I seen him do that. He's extremely patient.
Good qualities, yeah.
Well, you can do that when you're on the side that has no basis. You can just keep calm and whatever. You're only going to frustrate the side that's actually trying to get you to reason, which is just beating your head against the wall.
No, I've seen flat earthers that are very patient too, and try very hard to be polite.
Sure.
Don't be so down on yourself.
That's why we're still here. Yeah, definitely.
I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I mean, give me a
Chemo.
couple of days. I'm just kidding.
I think chemo probably.
No, like chemo is not that. Chemo is a quiet muter. He silently mutes people so he can control the room. That's just sneaky and conniving. There's nothing polite about that either.
Okay.
He's sneaky and conniving behind the scenes. Like he's not a patient, person with that. He's quickly to mute anyone he doesn't actually like or he knows they're coming at him before they can even get at him. They'll be muted. He'll do his little thing. Right before he leaves, he'll unmute you.
But I do agree with MC that flat Earth is just entertainment. That's
Yeah,
what
he's the right. He is the entertainment.
Well, no, he's not the flat earther. I'm just kidding.
it's not like there's actually a debate. There just isn't.
Right, right. There isn't, except on MC Toon's channel.
Yeah, he invites people on to talk about it, but I mean, it's just simply
To debate, Brenda. To debate. He's what he invites people on for. In particular, that's why he's got hundreds of videos with that term in it. So how can you say there's no debate when you're then trying to kind of shill for the guy that you like or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what he means by debate is the bait.
Yeah.
So it's just to show there is no substance behind the flat Earth argument.
But that's his specialty. That's his whole channel. It's all about flat Earth.
Well, there
right.
The fact is that there is no good argument for flat Earth.
Yeah.
What's he doing then?
And he takes great joy. He takes great joy, right, and the time to denigrate and ridicule flat earthers all the time.
Instead of making programs.
Right? Oh, it
From a
is
higher horse position.
It is 100% true. He takes the time. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Right?
He's stirring that dog up.
And then, all right, then, right? Because he does, right? Because he has a choice himself whether or not he does or he doesn't, right? So he has that choice what comes out of his mouth, Brenda, right? Would you agree? Would you agree?
I agree he has a choice to what comes.
Okay, hold on then. I haven't finished my point, Brenda. I have not finished my point. So he has the choice of what comes out of his mouth. So then when he takes the time out of his show, right, to read all the disparaging and degrading and ridiculing comments that he gets from his super chats, 100% his main aim is to do nothing but that.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
Oh, yes, it is, because he does it
There's
on
a-
every
there's a lot
single
of
one
it.
of his
There's a
shows.
lot of it, Brenda.
So don't say that
There's
he
a lot of it.
doesn't do it, because that's exactly what he does.
It might
That's
not be
exactly
his
what
like.
he does.
It might not be what he stands on to act like that's what he's doing, but it's happening right there. He's got that fan base.
Yeah.
And he does cater to them in a way as well.
Yeah, that's
And that,
yeah, that's
and
but
that's
that's what Bandsaw said. He said
Giving him money.
no, I know exactly what I said. He goes out of his way, right, to continue to denigrate, ridicule, and mock flat earthers. He takes time out of his shows, right, because that is his income stream, right?
It's part of the show too. Yeah.
What you said is not true, Bandsaw.
It is 100% true. You can go look at any one of his debates, and it happens on every single one of them, without fail. Without fail.
I agree that happens. Yes, I agree.
So not quite what you first
We were
laid out
just
for
we were
us.
just hoping. Yeah, we were just hoping those jokes went over your head, but obviously they didn't. Sorry.
Bandsaw's trying to make an either or kind of thing. This is just all that it's about. And that's just not true.
That's what they get for underestimating flat earthers, right? They think, I can insult you and you won't even notice it. Oops, you noticed it? Damn, I thought you were dumber than that. I'm sorry.
When people come in and they're extremely arrogant, and yet they have absolutely zero understanding of what they're talking about, then they get what they deserve.
Really? So when someone when someone goes onto his show with all good intention and shows him respect, and then he still goes out of his way to read ridiculing, degrading, mocking comments, that's actually a good quality, is it, to do that, is it?
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Well, when you put it that way,
100%.
Bandsaw, it's terrible.
100% it does.
That's not true. I
Oh,
just
yes, it
it
is true.
Keep
It is
saying it,
true.
Brenda. Keep
You
saying
keep on
it, it might
saying
become
it,
true.
but if you say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true, because it is true. There are countless occasions where that
Yeah,
exact scenario has happened.
No, but what happens is that people go in there and they're incredibly rude and arrogant,
Oh,
over talking, and extremely rude and offensive oftentimes.
Yeah,
Right?
it does. It happens like 100%
Yeah.
of the time, 2% of the time.
yeah.
You know?
And when I said it happens, even when that doesn't happen, and he takes time out of his show to ridicule, mock, and denigrate, right, the flat earthers, it's not a very good quality, is it?
But when you crunch the numbers, Bandsaw, it's only 2% of the time.
Okay, I'll give you 83% of the time it does happen.
Go on there, if a person goes on there, right, and they say incredibly ignorant and uninformed things, then they deserve.
What if they're being honest?
No.
What if they're being honest?
No, they don't deserve anything. They don't deserve to be ridiculed or mocked or
If they're not being rude,
degraded whatsoever, right? They
Yeah.
may just be ill-informed, Brenda, right? Because they have an opinion on things, how things should be. People could actually think things how they should be, right, in their world in a very particular way, right? And you would take great offense to it, you personally yourself, and you have. Okay? So people are allowed to have an opinion, right, without the ridicule, without the mocking, and without being degraded whatsoever.
Yeah, but Bandy, you got to admit, right? Like some people, you know how humans are, right? We sublimate our old experiences onto new people, right? We kind of sometimes we start an argument fresh with this new person, even though we've had the same argument 100 times. We dig into the new person's ass like he didn't deserve it, and we don't mean to, but it's part of but that's kind of like what we do. Yeah, that's kind of like what goes on, because you get some really super antagonistic flat earthers and ballers, right? And they get their asses out there and they spread their shit onto everybody. And so people are like, oh, this is what it's like dealing with that, right? And they get this impression that there's a smart ass fucking cocky nobody on the other end, right? With no brain.
100% agree. 100%,
Exactly.
buddy. I agree with that.
And so we end up sublimating our arguments onto the next guy, and he doesn't deserve it. And I think that's what happens a lot, man.
And who gets to say what the ignorant part is, what the ignorant side is?
It doesn't even matter. Exactly.
And on top of it, it is his show, so his conduct is crucial on his show.
Exactly.
It should never be a reason to denigrate people if they are denigrating. It's his show.
Yeah, and that's what he does. If a person is extremely rude, extremely arrogant, and uninformed, then they will be ridiculed. Yeah.
He's very denigrating. He has this mild tone, but he sprinkles his texts with denigrating things.
So what?
Absolutely,
yeah, like a normal smart person would do.
Yeah. So what?
It's just normal human nature to be kind of, if I'm, sometimes it might not be worth it for the guy you're insulting to actually, have the insult go directly to him. You'll say something else that blankets everything and then encompasses him as an idiot. So you don't have to actually call the guy an idiot. It's funny. It's a nice way to, stand on the side of someone else without, directly having a confrontation directly with them, because you kind of know that you're stepping in a mud puddle and it's just getting mud on your own shoes at that point.
Yeah. So I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, if you go, it's like an arena, right? And so if you enter the arena, right, then what happens is what happens.
All is fair in love and war.
Interesting. Okay, might keep that in mind. Actually,
Well, you could go on there and you could teach them a thing or two then.
I could teach them a thing or two.
No,
Well,
I'm
they
just
can-
saying. I see the guys over in gyms do it to me all the time. They think they're insulting, me behind my back. I'm standing there, like, sometimes going, "What?" It's funny that
Yeah,
you
mate,
know what?
when
I
they've
would
got
love to
no-
be in a room with you when you think that I don't understand a lot of stuff, and the opportunities arise for me to show you your ass. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
that's
well,
just what I've lived for.
conferences and they never pan out.
I'm sorry, you were
Quality
breaking up for
connection.
me. I think I had a red bar.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, it
I
wasn't just me.
I've said I've checked the references that Grimm has given, and they don't pan out.
What references did I give?
Fair enough.
Oh, see. We're cutting prices. We're going nuts. Brenda, show him your nuts.
Settle down, Stephen.
Oh man, that was tough.
That you're crazy, I mean.
She'll be back absolutely raging, mate, thinking you meant something else, obviously.
Well, the world may never know what I meant. It was
But
just
we
an
know how
example
Brenda
of
took it.
it's an example of one of those jokes, right? Of how you can alienate somebody without actually alienating them.
The fact they have to add him at all is very revealing.
Well, no, the fact that she just said my references didn't pan out, I can give examples of when Jake was like, "Hey, Mr. Grimm, tell us about how when your mother died, how you carried her across 2 miles to a gas station, and she didn't die then. That was a car accident we got into, and he's digging into my personal information, and then cracking a joke at me like it's some kind of a funny situation, right? But this is the kind of mentality we're dealing with those guys over there. And then Brenda wants to support that shit and act like that didn't happen. I don't think he's right about any of that. Like, get the fuck out of here.
None of them would say that to you in real life. And none of
Get out
them
of my
would say
face.
that to anybody in real life. They're fucking pussies.
Yeah. Oh, I already know. They make a big joke about it because they're fucking scared out of their minds. But I've got a little contract they can sign. They can come over here and we can box at the gym. And I'll pay this plane ticket and everything. And motherfuckers won't come. But they said they try to get a champion. They tried to get a champion and be like, this guy's gonna come. He's gonna come and blah 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 blah. I was
Hey,
like,
Grim,
that guy's gonna get shot.
you should make an online YouTube show. It should be called "When Fights on the Internet Go Wrong."
Yeah.
I'll come box
You're
a
there
gym.
boxing.
I'm not young enough for that shit
knocking
anymore,
people's
dude.
teeth out, blood everywhere. Like, yeah, this is when fighting on the internet's gone a little too far.
Like I said, it's a gym. There's gloves, probably.
Look, Jim Panda for one. Like, this is why you sign the contract. Look at that guy's face, man. This is not some shit I want to pay for.
I'll come box you. Not for any particular reason, but just for the offer.
Yeah. So you could tell a tip, warn those motherfuckers. Y'all need to stop talking to Mr. Grimm like that. He's got hands. He'll fuck you up like a lightning bolt. Thought he was talking about electricity all the time.
I'll go back and I'll spread the word.
Yeah.
No, but it sounds like a free trip to California, so I mean, I'll take up the offer.
Right? I knew somebody was smart out of that bunch.
Does it include free weed?
It's not just a free trip to California. It's like a fucking, you roll through the cannabis field with me, too. I'll take you on.
Okay, yeah. It's like Willy Wonka a little bit.
Yeah, dude.
That'd be funny that you show up just like Willy Wonka. I'm like, what? Yeah, they haven't done
Holy shit.
They did a Willy Wonka like beer thing in Family Guy, but they never did a Willy Wonka like weed factory.
Integrity Farm Willy Wonka.
Wait, did they do that in fucking South Park? Maybe they did.
No, they don't. But I mean, I'm seeing the skit being written right now in my mind.
You know, I started watching it. Is that a new episode? The one that's called like Streams or Streaming or something like that? I started watching it. I wasn't sure if it was new or if it was old.
I'm not that familiar with the titles of the episodes, to be fair.
But Integrity Weed, isn't that new?
Sort of, yeah.
It's like that
at least
season.
A couple years
First
old.
time I saw it was in that COVID special.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure if the streaming special was, if it's new or if it was before the COVID one.
It was like just before Integrity or COVID, the Integrity.
Oh, okay.
And the streaming I haven't heard of yet. And I do flip through there and look for it every once in a while.
It popped up on the fucking Amazon thing. Like your Amazon TV pops up on the screen. Yo, did you guys see this though? This fucking William Shatner shot himself. No, he didn't shoot himself. But there's a competition, and he's saying they're gonna send you to space if you it's 3 people.
I have seen
It's not
something about
space.
it.
They
It was
just
recent.
shoot you up in a rocket and you come back down again. That's not space. They
Give
had
me
to
a video
redefine
of
space. And an astronaut.
Send a video camera to space first, and then I'll go.
I think they've done that already.
Yeah, right.
They've done that several times.
Don, show me a fucking video of that shit. That's fake.
Show me. Just show me where you want me to go first, and then I'll go. Put me a camera first, and then I'll go there. Like we'll fly around the Earth, sure, but out into space? Come on, man. Come on,
I don't even want to go out into space.
You
I want to
guys.
be tethered. Keep me tethered to the ground, man.
Everything is. I don't care what you. Ain't nothing leaving Earth, bro. That would be the first shit. That would be like, look, it left. Look, let's do that on video. Look, the beep went away. The beep went very far away. Okay, do it on video now. Show me a video.
How many people are just going to have the massive claustrophobia as soon as they start seeing it? Like, if you did see the Earth just in its entirety and you're in this little capsule, this feeling of like you're trapped in this little capsule would overwhelm you, wouldn't it?
That's what they try to do. That's what their hiding God claim is saying. Like they want you to think you're trapped on the Earth. I don't know if it's that deep, but it could be.
I actually just started feeling like a little claustrophobic. Like wanted to take off my socks just now, thinking about it.
I remember the only Earth claustrophobia I ever felt did also come, from popular science or whatever. It was the cause, but it wasn't until they were like, you're trapped on the Earth, and eventually the sun will blow up and consume the Earth. It's like then I got a little bit claustrophobic. Like, all right. I don't want to burn up by
Oh yeah, but don't worry, it's in a billion years. Then why tell me about it?
Right. Right. I don't want to know that shit, bro. Like, I'm 6. I don't want to know that.
Some people like
Welcome to death culture.
answers.
I don't know. I'm with
Wow.
Grim, bro. It's a little bit unnecessary to be teaching that to like under 10-year-old kids. That the Earth is gonna be
blow up.
It's probably it isn't necessary, but I think it's also not happening. Like it's probably presented on TV, and the kid might see the TV show, but I don't think any teachers are teaching that in school.
Oh, it happened to me. I mean,
when you were 6 years old?
No, it's probably like 10. Probably 10. 4th grade. Probably 4th or 5th grade.
Okay, maybe I can see that. Maybe 4th or 5th grade. Okay.
Nah, you
I
learn.
wouldn't see it part of the
now.
curriculum, but
Before that,
I mean, that was my first words. Was Earth explode? Earth. I'm just playing.
I don't even think they would say that though. They would say that the sun expands or whatever, and yeah, the Earth will get swallowed up by it. But if whoever the teacher told you that, as a 4th grader, was probably a little sick in the head.
No, bro, it was like this.
Really?
It was like.
What about burn in hell? Like if they told you you're gonna burn in hell, they're sick in the head too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they taught me that
They used
first.
to say that to kids.
At Catholic school, but yeah, Kosho, think about what they teach you. Look, the more like if you're like in the advanced class, right? Like you're like a 4th grader, but they're trying to teach you about like, astronomy. So they're teaching about, the star life cycle of like white dwarf and red giant. So it's just in teaching that you just they're just like, oh well, yeah, the Earth's gonna burn. It's not like they were
Our yellow sun. That's what they said. Our yellow sun will turn into a red sun, and then the red when it turns red, it swells up to turn red, right? And like well past the orbit of Earth, which tells you one of two things: either Earth is going to be inside of the sun, or it's going to readjust, or it's going to adjust its orbit. But it's not likely because they don't even mention anything to do with that. So they just say it's going to swell up and as large as which implies you're dead.
Yeah, but if you're in an accelerated class in 4th grade and 5th grade, as I was in I guess accelerated class because it was accelerated math, and then our science class was the same. But they're gonna. I mean, the kid who's in that class is not going to be simple-minded, and I think that might be appropriate to describe what's happening. I don't think there's a problem there. If it's somebody who's not really paying attention in school, and then you tell them something like that, it's probably going to be kind of.
I don't really think it's a problem either. It's just like it's part of the narrative.
The planets are like electrically organized anyway in their individual fields. A little combination of gravity and electric positioning. So I don't think we'll ever really have that problem. We'll just go out in the orbit and more. Like in a normal electrical system.
Even though I disagree with that, I don't want to spend. I gotta put something in the oven right now. But actually, maybe I'll just disagree with it because I forgot what I was going to say otherwise. I disagree with that. I tell you why, but it just turned into
what are you disagreeing with?
The thing about the orbits and the any sort of electrical component, because the truth is, in order for that to be true, the only reason I say that, in order for it to be true, because the way orbits work, or the way orbits currently work, is it's like Kepler's second law, where I think it's something to do with the distance and the speed. But the second law is the third law. I get those mixed up. But regardless, so if the distance was changing, the speed would have to change, and it would have to also change in accordance with, what gravity compels it to do. So that's why I'm not sure if maybe I just don't understand that.
Speed is changing. But anyway, Kosha, what if we find out that really at the root of it, the unifying force, I mean, it's all going to be the same spectrum, Yeah. What if gravity's, that's what its roots is this
really long, super long electromagnetic wave.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be likely. I think actually what's more likely, this is based on my
It
limited.
really is. That's all they're detecting in LIGO. Super long electromagnetic wave.
Are you sure?
No one's sure of what they're doing at LIGO, mate. Fuck.
Regardless,
Or CERN.
my limited
Yeah,
understanding.
I'm sure.
I don't think gravity is related to the other the quantum mechanical standard model forces.
Well, look,
I think
it doesn't have to. It doesn't even have to be in order to have also be included into another system, right? So this other orbital system could be much more electrical than we give it credit for, and it actually really is, because when we came up with this Kepler system, there were no magnetic Birkeland electric currents connecting the sun to the planets in that model. Right. But now we're in the space age, and we've actually have this model that we've detected these, what you called magnetic ropes, but we know they're Birkeland currents, because magnetic ropes don't exist without their causative electrical circuitry. You have to have the cause to the magnetic rope. And that's a big cause. That's an electrical current directly connected to that source and in and out, part of the circuit, which means it's a part of an intricate circuitry that is the sun is a part of all of those planets and connected to all of those planets. And some of those planets, their connections, direct circuitry to their moons inside that secondary circuitry, like Io and all of that, Saturn's fucking and Jupiter's moons. So you have a lot. The electric forces, remember, 1,000 billion times stronger than gravity. And if it's even present and a little bit present, then it's already outweighs gravity. But it's not a little bit present, it's a lot of it present. So you have to incorporate it. Oh no, it is true.
No,
That's what
I'm
your
saying
magnetic
that's not
ropes
true.
are.
I just said the last thing you said. I had to put my thing in the oven, but I'm talking about what you just said about even if it's a little bit present, it already outweighs gravity. But that's not entirely true. I mean, that's all that statement about the strength of it is based on the scale.
Right, but we're talking about also when you have more surface area, you can also have more scale electric current, because now you have more surface area for more storage of and separation of charge. So, well, we're talking about complex charges and circuitry. The sun lights this up. The sun is this, secondary actual source of this, but the source of this this current. The plasma, Birkeland currents or whatever, they're not all lit up. You have to, they have to measure those. It looks like dark, empty space out there, but these plasma currents are connecting these planets together, and they've just, they've charted them and mapped them and ignored them for quite a while. They're like, oh God, we'll ignore this bridge as we're crossing it. All right, Kepler is still gravity alone doing all the heavy lifting, but it's not. It can't even possibly be now. Right? I mean, it's like having a little Spencer, one of those Spencer's balls, those plasma balls, right? And it's like those little those filaments there, and if you incorporate dust into that system, right, those filaments will move that dust, and it'll move it at a much stronger, rate than it can fall. It can move it anywhere at once. Gravity has literally almost no rule over that dust, and we're talking about right here on the ground.
Yeah, but what if that wasn't a piece of dust and it was a marble, like a magnetic
A steel ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Even in the cases of like when I say like the gravity is so strong, but a magnet can pick up a paperclip. That's true. But if you used a super like one of those magnets at the car at the junkyard, and you try to pick up, I don't know,
an electromagnet, dude.
Yeah, but let's say like a really strong one, like at the junkyard or whatever. You try to pick up something that's heavy enough, it's not going to be able to do it. And it's not because it's not. It's just because if you there's scales where depending on what the scales are and what the charge is and what the mass is, that in that case gravity would be stronger. Just depending on what you decide to put the scales at.
No, what?
Yeah, depending on what values you have for the charge and the mass, gravity can be much stronger than any electromagnetic interaction. In certain situations, depending, like I said, depending on what you put the scales at.
Yeah, but in free fall in space and out there where this is happening outside of the pressure of atmosphere, right? As an insulator.
What
the
causes the
breakdown
weak
for the
force?
electrical currents is zero. It's zero. What do you call it?
Resistance.
Friction. It's frictionless. Plasma allows electrons to flow freely across it with no friction. It's like a
Thing about
superconductor in that sense.
That's the thing
And the
about
magnetic
gravity.
fields, right? And the magnetic fields are highly intense, super highly intense. It holds more than paper clips up there.
The same magnetic field?
Just the electromagnetic field, yeah.
Yeah, but let's say the
material
magnetic field of Earth, for
flows
example.
around. Yeah, you could. Well, depending on the ionization of the material.
That's the thing about gravity. It can become whatever a glober needs it to be. It's the weakest force, and then if they need it to be strong enough to do something, then it is strong enough. But then it's the weakest force. It just becomes whatever a glober needs it to be. That's what it is. It's the magic of gravity.
I mean, if you just attempted to understand what was being said or what's been said to you since you've been in school, the statement would be meaningless because you know how gravity scales. The universal law of gravitation is fairly simple, and it's just simply a ratio between two properties, the mass and the distance between them. So all you have to do is increase the mass or decrease the distance between them, and you'll increase the force. So the force is scalable, and the same thing with the Coulomb's law is an example that looks exactly like the universal law of gravitation, just a different ratio and a different property. So all you have to do is change the properties on one equation and change the properties on the other one, of whatever, like the charge and the mass, and you can easily have a situation where the gravity is stronger than any sort of magnetic attraction or repulsion.
Not pound for pound stronger. You're not. You have a linear scale of the gravity, like you're saying. It's a exact. You're kind of presenting like a non-changing ratio of the gravity force.
No, I'm not saying that.
With your mass and distance. So
and he's leaving out the whole entire interaction with the plasmas themselves, which is the most important part. And the plasmas themselves separate charge on their own. You don't need to touch them or act any way towards them. They just decide to do it on their own. That's something we can't put the math on yet. That's one of the famous quotes from Hannes Alfvén, and he said, well, we have all this elegant math and all of these wondrous theories. If we could just then teach them to the plasma.
And Coach, like the gravity is never going to be strong enough to beat, the weak force, right? Ever.
What does that mean?
When is gravity?
What does that mean?
Okay. We've never seen a situation where gravity rips apart atoms.
Okay. Well, let's just use the strong force, okay? I'll steel man your argument, okay?
What does the strong force do?
The strong force.
You know how they prove gravity? They take electromagnetism and they spin things around.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Actually, I'm almost started, actually, but
I know, my bad.
It's fine. I just the strong force instead of the weak force, and it should make your argument stronger. However, it doesn't, because again, this force is it's much stronger at the scale that it's stronger at, but outside of that range, which is a very small range, an extremely small range, gravity easily is going to be much stronger than the strong force, because it doesn't have any strength outside of that tiny range.
So when you say range, I like when you switched it to range right here.
Didn't
but
change
scale is not a good word, I don't think.
I didn't change anything. Range.
When you say range and scale, I think you need to just take scale out of it, because
scale range and the gravity and the Coulomb's law, for example, this would be the part of the formula that's at the bottom, the distance between them squared. This is the range I'm talking about. So when you change the distance, the ratio is gonna change with the rest of the force. When I say scale, I'm just talking about you can change the values of the mass or the charge, and these will, in both those formulas, will make the force stronger or weaker. So you can change the force and make it much weaker, or you can change the mass, make it much stronger, or vice versa.
Right. You don't. But you're talking about a range. Scale's irrelevant. At least from what I'm hearing, scale continues to be irrelevant.
That's what the math says. That's not what they demonstrate so much in the experimentation, though, Kosha. That's what the math says. That's what the theory supports. That's why there's such problems with observations like galactical rotations and things have such huge problems in them, because it must be right. It must be dark matter there, because we have to be right. And that's the whole problem. You're not right. Okay, there's some other force interacting there, and it's electrical, and it's small electric charge with real regular dust and matter. And then you have your very elusive dark matter that you don't need, because dark matter has this other ideas and other properties that are gravitationally involved only, and not involved in any other way. And then there's other forms of dark matter ideas where they're like, oh, well, it's this only gravitationally involved and it's with a small electric charge. You're trying to get into the electric side of it. And I'm like, no, you don't need the special form of matter with the electric charge. You need just the little regular form of matter, small enough to know that you can't see it from here. And that's all that there is. You don't need to invoke anything special. And then you have your galactic rotation. And it's been proven and solved in Donald, what's his name? Don Scott's Birkeland current papers. And there's just really no way around it. At this point, it's just the paradigm is so, it's like the banks in 2008 with the companies that are just too big to fail. They've got too much invested. So until someone, is ready to throw all of that down, then we're not going to see the paradigm change.
Do you mind if I respond to the other stuff that was said? Because they've said so much stuff right there, and I feel like if I respond to that, it's going to be like if I was arguing against it, and I don't even know.
No, go ahead, man.
Because what I'm saying to you is, in the case of plasma on the Earth, for example, and the magnetic field that's on Earth, the field that surrounds the Earth, even though the plasma is going to be charged, you can have. It's very simple to demonstrate this. In very many cases, depending on how much mass you have and what constituents, what plasma we're talking about, but the gravity of Earth is going to be stronger than the magnetic field in response to this plasma. And there's cases where that's not true, but there's many cases where it is true. Just increase the mass.
No, there's electric currents going from the sun directly into and out of both poles, dude, causing an electric circuit that is so huge, is ridiculous. The amount of electrical activity that the sun is throwing it around. That's what causes the rotation of Earth, the spin. That's what drives it. That's why it glitches, and that's why it gets faster and spins even faster. There's no mechanism in which a dying system losing heat and energy starts to spin faster.
Right, Kosha. What do you? Why are you?
Hold on, Don, because I don't want to respond. It's like
let's Robin this shit, bro.
What,
dude? We've been having the shortest days. 2021. We've had some of the shortest days with the most The fastest
We've been adding
spin ever
seconds.
recorded.
Just a quick note on what you said. Quick note about your words. Gravity.
Why do you think they're adding
being
seconds?
stronger.
We're not.
Look,
We're spinning
how can
slowly.
he's giving you a
No, 'cause we're spinning
scenario where you're
faster.
literally can fucking free flow and levitate like a plasma? How could gravity ever trump that?
Okay, first of all, what Grim said was not a response to what I said. Because I said there's cases, of course, where plasma, like in the case of a little bit of mass and like a small, if you take any bit of that, I'm talking about, you take a collection of mass, like you have I don't know, several kilograms in your lab or something like that,
and you turn it all into plasma.
Say what?
And you turn it all into plasma?
Yeah, you have a plasma. There's cases in which the electric field of the Earth can be big enough to maneuver that, but in a lot of cases it won't be. The gravity of Earth is going to be much stronger than the magnetic field of the Earth in that case.
What are you quantifying this on?
What are you talking
so
about?
That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about making an orange from when we're talking about an apple. Like I'm talking about the electric current from the sun, which is a giant source. We're not talking about
I
tiny
know. You're
source
bringing
of
up
electricity.
special cases, but I'm saying that
No, it's not
there's cases
special.
where
This
that's
is
not
our
true.
environment. I'm bringing up our environment. You're bringing up special cases.
I know, because that was my
I'm
point.
talking-
I was the one who made the point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm saying there's cases, even though you're right, this force is stronger, but that doesn't mean that there's cases where you can change the values, you can change the parameters.
That's not the interesting part of the conversation, is it? The
That's
outlier
That's
situation.
my only claim. So if you guys are arguing against
No.
my claim, then that's what I've said.
Well, I'm saying that in our environment, the sun, which is putting off plenty enough electrical force, to do this job that I'm talking about. There's no reason to start talking about, things that don't do it. I'm talking about our environment, the situation we're in now, and the actual topic we're on.
Well, no,
and it has plenty enough force to do that.
Then you're not responding to me. That's why every time you said something, I said, okay, I don't know how to say it because that's not what I'm. But you guys are responding to what I had said, so I figured the point that I was making is what I'm continuing.
Okay.
What I'm continuing on. I agree the stuff you're saying that's true, but I specifically talk about special cases because obviously when you go,
that's all. I get it. I got that. I was just asking, why would you be talking about special cases when it doesn't make sense? It's like, other than trying to negate what I'm saying, there's no reason to bring up a special case, right? Because
there
a
is
special
whenever
case
you specifically said
it's not like a what do you call it, a black swan situation.
Oh, you specifically said that. You specifically said once you introduce any charge at all, that throws it out the window. Once you introduce electromagnetic force in any regards, it's stronger than gravity in any regards.
From the sun.
True.
I was talking particularly about once you can show a connection on that scale. From there's no way you can say gravity alone is doing all the heavy lifting in the cosmos. I'm talking about this. I said the Kepler theory of gravity and all of that was, leaving out these electrical connections. I was clearly talking about one specific field, an area. And so when I said you show the electric connections, all bets are off. That's what I'm talking about. Not if I take a fucking 25-pound steel ball and put one electron on it, it doesn't move it. So there's a case where electricity can't move the ball. Yeah, no shit.
Oh, there's plenty of even in orbits. Orbits are not dictated by.
But you know what I'm saying, though, dude.
All.
It was not even important to even mention because that's
No,
obvious. It's like the sky's blue. Okay, yeah.
I'm telling you that gravity
Water's
in
wet.
many cases can be stronger than electromagnetic in those cases, and this is one of them too. Even if you're talking about orbits, even in the case
we're
of
not
orbits,
talking about those cases.
Orbits are 0% affected by electromagnetism. It's completely affected by the gravity. I don't know why.
That's the theory. That's the theory, but orbits are too cyclical and clock-like to be only affected by gravity, right? And orbits, they don't orbit properly to be only affected by gravity.
Why do you say
And they
that?
only seem to work where you could retrofit the math for it on our local scale because they obviously don't work the same retrofitted math on the galactic scale.
And nobody can prove orbits. Nobody has ever proven orbits.
Yeah, I think the Russians did.
No, they didn't.
1959. Yeah, I think so.
How did they prove orbits?
They sent something into orbit. I don't think they use electromagnetism.
I'm not denying orbits. I'm not denying that orbits exist. That That's a whole.
I'm
That's
denying.
if you go
I'm
if you
talking
want to. I
about.
know, but you'd be taking over our conversation if you did right now, because that's clearly not what we're doing in this
Well, you just
conversation.
I'm gonna chase it, so.
But I guess you can take it
I'm
away
not
if you
gonna
want.
chase
I
it.
don't know.
Like I said, it's that simple. It's just they did prove that. But regardless, because Kepler came up with the observation, and I guess at that point, if electromagnetism was known about, somebody could have, attributed it to that instead of Newton. But
No, these
Newton,
Birkeland currents, Kosho, these
Newton
Birkeland currents, they weren't discovered.
I know they weren't. I know neither was electromagnetism. That wasn't my point. I'm just saying that he made the observation of the orbits, and he didn't know what gravity was either. But when gravity, when Newton came up with it, it was, it happened that it matched, it matched perfectly what he was, and he didn't include electromagnetism.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know, and they corresponded to each other too. I know.
I don't see how electromagnetism would be involved in it at all. Because it does.
Well, the fact that we discovered it recently, and it is a huge amount, and the scale is plenty enough to alter orbits. It might be eventually incorporated into your model as the driver of those orbits very soon. We did not understand at that time that we were bathed in a sea of plasmas with other material and dust and all of that kind of stuff, and that we did not know that that was in a laboratory. When we bathe things in a sea of plasma, they start rotating and orbiting each other. So we did not know that then, but now we do know that now. And we do, but we're still not incorporating the idea that maybe we are spinning and rotating because of the plasmas like it does on Earth here.
Yeah,
in the
but we
same
were able.
situation, since we're in that same environment. But
Yeah,
we
but-
already came up with these plasma-free theories that seem to be retrofitted right nicely in with the clock-like motions of we're very good at looking at things all day, people, and coming up with ideas that fit it. And those ideas, they could be called anything they want to be called, but they could be wrong and right at the same time because they fit observations. So they must be right. But the whole interpretation of what's going on there could have been wrong. And it still may very well be. It might just be electrical forces doing all this outside of Earth's electromagnetic field, and gravity might be something very local and specific to their individual planets
Could you do me
and
a
their
favor?
circuitries.
Could you try to just make a point, because it's hard to, I'm ready to respond.
I'm done right now,
write it
so you
down.
don't even have to carry on that. You don't have to carry on with that. That was my point.
No, I'm talking about for the future of this conversation, because regardless.
Sorry, dude, my mind doesn't work like that. It's not all
I know,
separated and
but if you were
compartmentalized.
trying to get in,
Listen,
I'm saying,
Kosho, you're trying to tell me how to think.
I'm
right
not. I'm
now.
trying to tell
I
you if
say-
I'm trying to come in.
No, because I'm thinking right
Alright,
off the
yeah,
top
well,
of my
that's what
heart
you're
right now.
responding to,
And you're trying to tell me to think and talk and outside of my heart in some compartmentalized fashion, and I don't do that.
I think he's just asking you to let other people talk too.
I forget what my response was, but hopefully I'll come up to you before I finish. But since it didn't.
You'll be right.
Oh, hold on. You said something about.
You'll get over.
Oh, that's what it was. No, yeah, because you said that we didn't know about those Birkeland currents and all that stuff back then.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I'm saying, is that without knowing about that, only using gravity, they were able to do things like predict, like Neptune was going to be there, and stuff like that. And that was, so they're able to predict where a planet's going to be based only on the gravity and that idea of orbits.
I don't believe that though. I believe they already knew Neptune was there, been observing that shit, and now this is what it's just like light bending behind a star. They've already seen light behind a star. So trying to predict it, it's just like predicting the next eclipse off of knowing when the last eclipses were.
Yeah, I agree. That would be the case. But what's your evidence for either of those two claims?
And we know that we know they've done worse things to us throughout history than just simple shit like that. That's just a simple trick of the fucking, 3 guys could have done that together.
Yeah, but those two things you just suggested, what's your evidence for either of those things that we've observed either of those things before?
Yeah, and that's all we ever used to do is look at the sky. It's very unlikely that people who always looked at the sky couldn't come up with some YouTubery. Who's to say that Einstein wasn't more than a supported YouTuber who bullshitted us with a YouTubery trick, an observation that he predicted that he had already made? I mean, YouTube is not brand new. The idea of tricking people to gain notoriety.
Wonder how many subs he had.
How many would he have gotten? Imagine,
back in the day
with that hair. I mean, the gimmick, there was no gimmick. Oh, come on, the big hair and the giant mustache. Hey, over, you know what that does when psychologically it just makes people, it makes you feel like you have more emotion. Like if you're happy, you seem extremely happy, right? If you're mad, you seem extremely mad. If you're serious, you seem extremely serious. It just adds to the person looking at all that hair, intensity to whatever, you're giving out. I read a paper on it. All right. Don't make fun of me.
As long as it was peer reviewed, mate. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe it.
But I give the mic to anybody who wants it.
Step right up. Step right up. Cause and effect science, false, anyone? Or is it just all hypothesis? Hypotheses.
Step right up. Don't be late. We'll guess your age, your weight, or your birth date right here.
Your electric universe model, does that work with a flat plane and everything happening above, or is it dependent on us still being spherical?
Yeah, well, you can't rule anything out in this day and age. I mean, I could probably operate the system on a round flat circuitry.
Okay. That's not what you envisage, though, when you think about it?
No.
No, fair enough. Are we stationary in your picture of the electric universe, or not?
No, I'm really kind of pretty much, still with the heliocentrism or whatever. Not that the sun is the center of anything, but the modern view of it.
Yeah.
Of just the solar system.
Just a
alone.
very different model for gravity. Is that it?
Yeah. The gravity alone isn't doing all the heavy lifting, and under the ashes of an electrical system is, basically what we have is for gravity. It's some sort of a, like a stress on the orbital path of the electron due to like a dipole in the atomic structure of matter itself. So it'd be like an intrinsic mechanism of matter itself, not space time or anything like that. And it would be a mechanism of the, it's just a dipole moment inside of a circuit. And on, if you look at Wallace Thornhill, because it's not my idea, so I'm not trying to sound smart, I just like the idea of Wallace Thornhill's dipole gravity. And so does this other mathematician who was not an electric universe proponent, still probably really isn't, but just did the math on it and said that it was probable. I mean, not probable, but
right. Hey, let me talk caveman. Let me talk caveman and shit. How it can't be. Look, it's gotta be a unifying force, right? Like how all the forces, right? We can equate to pushing and pulling, right? But yet they're different, right? How can we be like, oh, well, we're going to take a particle accelerator atom smasher and push things together and
improve gravity.
Right. And when they come apart, we're going to call it the strong or the weak force. But then there's this other force, gravity, that's fucking like, what? Like, how you're doing you're pushing stuff together. You're smashing stuff. Why is it on a different scale? All of us like, or see, this is what I'm talking about. Fuck a scale. It's a whole different category, right? And this scale thing that he keeps talking about, that's like an empty word to me when he keeps saying scale. Range, sure. I hear the range, but it's like, bruh.
Don, let me talk to you caveman style, man.
All right.
When you make the numbers big, it makes the force big. Okay.
That's a scale.
And when you make the numbers small, it makes the force small. And when in one case the numbers are big, in another case the numbers are small, this force is going to be greater than that force.
It's not true, bro.
It is true.
No. You're not describing a scale. Making the numbers big and making them small. If they're all proportional, that's a scale. But you're talking about like ranging the number, like one compare relative to the other being bigger and smaller, right? When you say make big and make small, you mean relative, right?
I'm saying in the case of looking at Coulomb's law and looking at gravitation, there's different constants in either case, but they're both divided by the distance squared. And so so the distance is going to be the same. It's going to scale at the same rate. However, the force at the top, the constant, and the property itself, they're going to be two different things. For any given object, its mass and its charge are not going to be related to each other.
1 watt can hold 1 grain of dust above against Earth's gravity.
Okay.
1 watt beats Earth's gravity.
In the case of dust, how much does a dust? That's what I'm saying.
Look
Look at the mass of dust. Look at the mass. Look at the mass.
You're talking
of the dust.
about gigawatts.
No.
Look
Look at the mass.
Gigawatts
Look
out
at the
there.
mass of the dust, dude. You're comparing it to a small, to something that has a small value. So the value is obviously going to be small.
Earth.
But Kosho, hold up. But Kosho, you said that they scale.
Yes, I said they scale differently. So when you use different numbers, they're going to do different things. It's not always the case that it's stronger. There's cases where it can obviously be weaker. All you got to do is change the numbers.
Right, but one watt won't hold 2 grains against Earth. It's gravity, right? But 2 watts will.
Yeah, I mean, Kosho, you're going to have to show where the scale deviates, basically, where the two scales deviate. Unless you're going to give that specificity, like it's. I'm not educated enough.
Take 100 pounds, 100 grams.
But in series, 2 watts will hold
100 grams
4
object that
grains
has
of
no
sand.
charge, and see what happens.
All objects have a charge.
Okay, well then take 100 grams, anything in your room, and see if the
Bathe it in a charged
is going to be
plasma.
stronger than it. It's not. It's okay.
Put it in a charged plasma with a direct circuit, and then what though?
Show me and
Because that's the
scale
environment we're in. We're
right
in space. We're in a charged environment, right? We're not in a vacuum with no plasma, as these old theories were designed to incorporate.
Let me ask Kosho this. Graham, what is this 1 grain of dust? Can we give it a weight for this 1 watt? Is there a weight threshold?
I just call it a grain. I don't know. Just
okay.
1
So
grain.
Kosho, let's say 1 grain.
You just said a what? You just said a gram.
No, he said a grain.
A grain of dust.
Okay, so how about this, Kosho? If in that hypothetical where 1 watt holds 1 grain, are we qualifying that as it beating gravity?
What? Yeah, in the case, you'd have to define the gravity in that case. On Earth's gravity? Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, if you were to just double the variable, like Graham extended the example into, 2 watts would hold 2 grains, right?
Yeah.
3 would hold 3, and 4 would hold 4. Well, 1,000 million would hold a person, right? And it's still beating Earth's gravity, right?
What are you saying?
How many grains of dust is a person?
Imagine, have you seen the relaxation of charge on a particle experiment, Kosho, that I posted like 6 years ago?
Probably, I probably haven't seen it.
All right, it's like if you take an electrified plate and you put it in like a terrarium, aquarium, and you fill it up, an electrified plate on the bottom and one electrified plate on the top, and it's filled in between it with corn oil or a partially conductive material, right? The reason I'm using corn oil is because it has some resistance. But if I was using a plasma, there would be literally no resistance, and you wouldn't have any time. You wouldn't see a lot of time of the reaction because it would be so quick that it would just discharge into it would slam the ball to the top, slam the ball to the bottom, slam the ball to the top. In this corn oil situation, you see it discharging over a slower amount of time. So when you turn on the positively charged plate at the top, right, the negatively charged ball at the bottom starts to attract to the top, right? And then once it reaches the top and touches and discharges, it starts to attract towards the negatively charged plate at the bottom. And it ends up going in a click, 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 like clockwork in a cyclical motion, right? And it's called a relaxation of charge on a particle. And it just demonstrates, the idea of the big heavy ball, right? It's a big heavy iron ball, steel ball. It's probably about 10 pounds or 8 pounds or something. And it's just being jerked around by this very 1,000 watts or something like that. Like it's nothing. And that it's kind of, interesting because it demonstrates the idea that in our plasma environment, that how a smaller charge with much more, because we got much more reaction now, and this is not just partially conductive corn oil that we're talking about. This is a highly conductive, perfect conductor of plasma, and we're in that, right? So that is present. That moving our ball around is right there. That all the evidence you need to know about us being moved around by electricity is in that experiment, and the data that we receive from our own space agencies, this electric field and plasmas that we're in. You should know, right? Just by that, intuitively, gravity alone can't be doing any of this heavy lifting.
First of all, as you said, so many things to respond to. One of them, I was responding to the last thing you said. Nobody claims that gravity is the only thing doing the heavy lifting. Like, that's why I always get confused with people. People say, oh, there's no such thing as gravity. It's all electricity. Well, in our model, there's gravity and there's electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is stronger in a lot of situations. I mean, there's many situations where it's gonna be much stronger, and there's also many situations where it's not nearly as strong. So I'm not sure. It's not a competition now.
Stay in the context, bro. Look, Grim, correct me if I'm wrong, but let me give a chance to paraphrase so that like maybe we can highlight Kosho's disassociation here. But Kosho,
why don't you begin, Don, before you do that, why don't you begin by telling me what my point is?
Your point, you opened reporting him by saying gravity doesn't do all the heavy lifting. That seems
I'm talking the point that you're about to that you're confronting right now.
That is the point I'm confronting, was your response that gravity doesn't do all the heavy lifting. That was your point. That's what you said. And I would like to point out that Grim was talking about what I believe is a scenario of like planetary orbits, which is where your side claims gravity is doing all the heavy lifting. Am I correct?
It's doing 100% of it.
You are
right. So look, and now he immediately admits it does 100%, but he didn't pick up on that.
You just brought up a specific thing, and in orbits, yes.
But Grim dropped a specific thing, and you did not pick up on it. That's what I'm trying to point out.
He said he was talking about the whole cosmology, dude. He's talking about everything in the universe. Okay, so that's when he says that, he doesn't say only orbits, and so I'm responding to that. And you're saying only orbits? Yes, 100%.
Yeah, you make it's hard to keep connected to you though, Kosho, because when I go in and start talking about the planetary orbits, you go back out to the galactic and back and forth. That's okay, man. I get where
What are
you're.
you
I see
talking
what's
about? I
happening.
never said anything about the galactic anything.
Well, we can talk about both of them. We can
No,
talk
I
about
didn't.
both of
I
them, but
still
I
haven't.
know.
I still haven't. Either of you guys. I don't know why you said
But
that.
Kosho, I thought it would be inferred though when if I say that, because I'm pretty well informed on it. If I say that your side says gravity alone does all the heavy lifting, you automatically know I'm talking about the inner workings, right? And the outer workings too, because gravity alone must be doing it with some other form of matter that we don't know of, because
Right.
it's still gravity alone, right? So and then I mentioned how they're trying to add a small electrical force to this majestical dark matter in their theories. They still can't find the dark matter to add it to, so all that kind of stuff. But that's not the
Greg,
point. It's about
this
the inner.
phenomenon.
Yeah.
Sorry, boss. Sorry. The
No, you're good.
experiment you're talking about with the things going up and down, and its charges. The plates are opposite charge, and the thing in the middle is change of charge. Are they measuring? Are they recording the charge of the moving object inside? Is that a measurable thing?
Oh yeah. What happens is it builds charge towards the and the it starts to go towards the oppositely charged body, right? So and then once it gets to it, it starts to it discharges and becomes like charged, and then repels. At the same time it repels from the one, it also wants to then attract to the bottom one. So it repels and then accelerates down towards the bottom, and this vice versa, and continuously cyclically happens
Right,
over
and I
and over.
guess since we're controlling the charge of the plates, we can assume what the charge of the ball is. But is there an actual thing that's touching the ball, measuring its charge, or is it? I mean, I guess
No,
it's
not in that experiment. It's not particularly, no.
well.
But
Either way,
they do have experiments where they
there's things.
do that.
There's ways to do that, because like, what if material in the atmosphere is doing that, where it's going up, it's
Yeah, becoming like charged and coming back,
it's discharging, hitting the top, discharging, whatever you say, and then blah blah blah. That'd be interesting if they would find stuff like that, man. And Coach, I'm gonna attack you, bro, but it's like he's saying these little things, and you are kind of changing the zone. And
Really. So he wasn't talking about the galaxies, and then talked about this experiment on Earth, right?
I was.
Yeah. So
I was, but then
I don't know where the criticisms are coming from at all, or what you think I'm arguing.
He was just good at following me, and you weren't. That was all. I mean, I wasn't being.
I responded
really
to exactly what you said about the heavy lifting. You talked about these things happening on Earth, and then when you said the heavy lifting, you talking about you even just said out in the galaxies and all this stuff. I never brought up
in our solar system. I was talking about our sun and planets at that time.
Somebody said planetary orbits.
I did indicate that I was talking about planetary
orbits.
Some point.
Yeah, there's no evidence that gravity is not doing that completely. Like I
did indicate that I was talking about orbits of planets to the sun, because I was talking about the plasma connections that we've recently discovered that connect our sun to the planets. So I was particularly talking about the planets and the sun in our solar system, because I was talking about Birkeland currents in our solar system that have been discovered recently by our space agencies. So that's why
how does it pertain to orbits or?
Well, because those Birkeland currents connect, because they connect billions and billions of volts to the fucking Earth and the sun. And those billions and billions of volts go right into the poles and out of the poles and through the Earth and into the Earth circuitry, and then back out and in and out of the other poles. Those are coaxial circuits, by the way. They don't go in one pole and out the other. It goes in and out of both poles to make this complex circuitry. And there's a lot more going on. They've got those plasma tubes that connect the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere over the equator that are measured and mapped out now. And it just looks like a prison bar of tubes all the way around the planet. Very complex electrical systems that are going on, and we're a part of it. And it's way too uniform to be some spinning dynamo, you know, thing with all that, you know, incoherent magnetic field structure in the experiments. They can't come up with an experiment of the spinning dynamo, even with just salt and shit, to give the most ionized thing. They can't do it. It's outside circuitry making this whole thing spin and do all the stuff that it's doing. But anyway, that circuitry, that circuitry is present now, and we see it, but we still marginalize it and ignore it, and it's more powerful than the gravitational force.
Right. The question specifically, again, was what evidence, everything you just said, what evidence suggests that is any way the cause of the
Birkeland current? I said it all, dude.
Yeah, I know. No, you said all that, but you didn't say how how there's any evidence that's the cause of the orbits.
Well, the same way you ad hoc your fucking other shit in there.
Yeah, that's the thing, dude. It's the I wouldn't even have to prove that it's the cause if I prove that it's present and it's more powerful than the other one in its present state. That's all you got to prove. And we prove that, then the other thing is implied. It's like I don't understand. Like, you know, it's like prove to me that a horse is stronger than a human.
What? No, I said so. I said evidence. What I said to you was, and I'll say it again just to make clear that you didn't respond to it. I said, what evidence is there that the things you just stated about the Birkeland currents and all that, everything else, has anything to do with the orbits or what the Kepler's laws have shown us the orbits, the way they're behaving, and what way is what you stated have any effect on that?
I don't understand your question, man.
In what way do the Birkeland?
You mean like what textbooks have they changed? I mean, basically, you're asking what textbooks have they changed?
No, I'm asking you, and what evidence do we have that those Birkeland currents have anything to do with what we're observing with orbits?
Because they are connected to our sun and to our planet. They are stronger than the electric force. I mean, than the gravitational force.
And
we found them.
And
we found them, and they exist.
And I heard Grim give examples where he said when they've got stuff in the lab that starts orbiting each other, like that this stuff causes.
He knows all that shit.
Well, right, so
he knows
this
in a
type
plasma
field. Actually, I don't know that shit. That's not what he said, Don.
He did say that about an hour ago. Yes, he did.
He brought up 2 plates and opposing charges.
No, before that, an hour ago, and then he said things when they turn into the plasma, they orbit each other, bro. He said this.
Yeah, Winston Bostick in the 1800s. I mean, I haven't shown you 100 times. You don't remember the name? It doesn't sound familiar, Kosho. Winston Bostick.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Winston Bostick, solar system in a jar. 100 years ago. I mean, they knew this shit, man. You know, they had the electric car was before the gas car, right? You guys know
Let's
that.
stick to this real quick. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying they took a left when they were going right. Somebody drove them left.
I'm trying to find the best example of this because let me just see. You sure that's what they call it? Solar system in a jar?
So, some shit. It's what it looks like to me.
I see we're plasmoids.
Bostick.
Wait, I know. I've seen this guy before.
Yeah, it's been 6 years or 5 years. I've been. Been a while. I haven't been talking about this. American physics, who discovered plasmoids, plasma focus, and plasma vortex phenomena. He simulated cosmological astrophysics with laboratory plasma experiments and showed that Hubble expansion can be produced with repulsive mutual induction between neighboring galaxies, such as homopolar generators. His work on plasmas was
claimed to be the evidence for finite size elementary particles and the composition of strings, but it's
Yeah.
not.
I hate to do this because I'm not.
Those are filaments, not strings.
Yeah, I'm not in any way. I'm obviously just reading about this now, but that this also doesn't have anything to do with orbit of planets. I think the claim is that the thing that he observed, the thing that he did closely, or it almost matches what the galaxies are doing. Or it looks like galaxies or something like that. But when we're talking about orbits, like in the planetary orbits, we're talking about objects orbiting around something. Galaxies, I mean, even though they're caused by orbits,
they're orbiting around the central black hole. What did he make a little black hole?
But that's not the
But he's
observation
proving-
we see.
but he's-
When you see a galaxy, like
it takes a black hole and gravity to spin an orbit of plasmoids in a galaxy, or
right.
there's an
That's
electrical,
fine. Like I said,
or is it electrical that's creating the orbits of stars around a galaxy?
That's fine. That's just a different claim. Like I'm saying, it's just
Well, if you got you scale that up, you've got other unionized material into the system, you will have a lot of movement like that. You'll get orbits. We know that you'll get orbits with selectively segregated magnetic fields and electric fields will start to automatically separate, because plasma separates charge on its own and causes itself to envelop different magnetic field structures and things under different pressures with with different materials and atoms incorporated into the system. It behaves like unpredictably, magically different, and orbits and things like that are one of the similarities of the structure. It continuously makes fractal natures of itself and surrounds itself with that. So I mean, that's something that's also proven in the laboratory, the scalability of plasma and plasmoids. So it's another thing that's important about that. When you're looking at those cosmological scales, you're seeing things that are familiar to you in a laboratory with the same environment. It's not like you're using liquids or something to try and show it. You're using this stuff that you say is out there. You just add an electric charge to it, and you claim there wasn't any at first, because we said there wasn't this electrical charge out there because these bodies are isolated from each other. It's like an insulator vacuum space. We're thinking of insulator, epsilon, vacuum permeability in terms of that. So it had to be gravity. See, but we know it's not vacuum permeability. It's freely moving electrons in a superconductive fucking material, plasma. So the story can't stay the same by default.
Again, like I said, this is interesting, I suppose, but I'll keep it in mind. But it's just in regards to something different though than the planets. Because it's one thing if it looks like galaxies don't even look like, if you're just looking at a galaxy and then you consider what the solar system is doing. Of course, they're both caused by gravity, but a galaxy, the observation is what he's talking about. He's saying that because I see some of the pictures too. It does kind of look like the way galaxies sort of look, but galaxies almost look the way they look because of how fast they're spinning. Because they're, that's why they fling out and they're flat and all that kind of stuff, which is kind of what you're seeing with these orbs or whatever. But I just don't see, like I said, what Newton had done is he showed that the idea that he had of gravity joined up Kepler's orbital mechanics with with things falling on Earth. So there was like a
hold on, you're
there's a
skipping over
connection there
Bostic.
that I don't see with
Bostic doesn't just do the galaxy thing like you're saying. He's got a solar system in a jar, I think, somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening. I can't, for some reason my screen is frozen. Like I was trying to, it's stuck on some siphon shit. Like I was trying to show David about siphoning or somebody.
Siphonage, the law of siphonage.
The working principle of siphon. Yeah, the siphon principle.
I know fuel's expensive, but you shouldn't be siphoning anyone's fuel.
Well, don't worry. The way David was talking, he won't be siphoning anything. He's gonna take the siphon hose and go up higher than the the tank, and just keep it up there, and it's just gonna somehow magically keep going. He's gonna fill water towers like this.
Oh, capillary action. That's a very, very
Yeah.
thin tube.
So
that'll take a while.
He needs to have a thin tube with a lot of tube to bring it up really high, way over the water tower.
Yeah, some pretty big trees. It is possible. It'll take some fucking, take a million little tubes if you want to do it in a timely fashion, that's for sure. Good luck.
He didn't understand that we understood
It's quite
that.
amazing, actually, isn't it?
It was just ridiculous. Like, you start working out the tensile strength of the tube necessary to pull that much pressure, and it just doesn't work out. The tube collapses.
Yeah, yet trees do it.
Yeah, not even with a little aluminum tube. We'd have to have like a really thick aluminum cube hollowed out in the center. I mean, excuse me. But
Anyways, I posted some of these equations because I was thinking it was the third law. That's what I was thinking of. But yeah, it's because, like I said, the relationship that Newton found with Kepler's laws, it can be demonstrated, by switching out the values in these laws, and then you see they're equivalent. You make one side the centripetal force, and you make the other side the universal law of gravitation. You can actually see that they're equivalent. Only if you're including the mass. That's why I don't see why the charge or Berkeley currents or anything like that, it has to come into play.
well, I mean, Kosho, that's just kind of like the difference between a guy who goes out and he reads a bunch of books about how to be a gangster and then an actual gangster. You know what I mean? It's just.
It's kind of like a guy who reads a book.
You can write a bunch of. I know, but you can write a bunch of beautiful theories about how a thing should be working, and then you go out into the environment and you can ignore all of the evidence that goes against your theories if you want.
Yeah, but
you're not a real gangster if you do.
In lieu of Mercury, Mercury set aside. Like I told you, these laws were used to find Neptune, and also map out the whole solar system, and then they had to update it to figure out.
Don't worry, they just included Mercury into the electrical fields too. Now it has now been registered because they've looked closely enough that it does have its own ionic electrical storms and all kinds of shit on Mercury as well. It was supposed to be because it has no magnetic field, which it does actually. That it didn't have any of those things going on, and it wasn't true. It was just we didn't look closely enough, so we just claimed that those things weren't going on. That was more true. It was just discovered this month. I mean, we did talk about it last month, so you were right last month. But now this month, you're not.
You show me anywhere where anybody has ever used these ideas, the Berkeley currents, to make a prediction or even explanation for an orbit, a planetary orbit?
No.
That's my only point. I don't know why. If you can use gravity and the mass and all that stuff to make the predictions, and there's no need to think about.
No, I can't do it for you. But I told you, Donald Scott already mapped all that out, and he wrote papers on the Berkeley current. He mapped out the Berkeley current, and it gives you a pretty good idea about the. And it's not implied in orbital mechanics isn't actually involved in that so much as rotation of the currents and how the unionized material will behave in the currents. And, you know, you take from that and apply, you know, this, you see that those currents are what we are actually bathed in, and the galactic rotations and the planetary rotations do all align on a scalable factor. So it's not something that's it's proven, you know, Kosho. So you can stop going, show me where it's been proven that this is the thing that, you know, because we're still touching on
strong man, man. I never once said that to you.
Well, I mean, in a way you are.
Show me where
because
something's
it's
been
like,
proven.
show
I
me
said
how it's
demonstrate some evidence is what I said to you. Any evidence. That's not the same thing as prove it to me. I said,
well, no, that's
any evidence.
I've been I know, but that's implying that I haven't been giving you any evidence, right? And these, you know, Winston Bostic was one of the first evidences on a galactic scale. Now you're like, no, bring it down into a smaller scale. You know, I don't know everybody that's on this, you know, this thing. So I mean, you might be able to catch me off guard at 2 a.m, you know, not having all the names on the top of my head for you, but that doesn't mean that they're not there, and that you couldn't do some of this research, you know.
If you don't recall, Grim, I made it explicit. The last time I got claimed that I was bringing it to the galactic scale, I had it once brought it to the galactic scale. It was always on planetary orbits. I also made that explicit. Be clear. So I don't know why you're. I don't know where that criticism is coming from. However,
I didn't think was I criticizing you? I think maybe
Yeah, you said I was trying to catch you off guard or something. I'm not trying to catch you off guard.
No, I said you might have caught me off guard or whatever, and because it's 2 a.m. I don't think you're trying to like do it on purpose.
I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire and make you give evidence. I'm just trying to.
I'm just saying it's late and I can't remember
claiming,
right now. In other words, it's late and I can't really remember everybody. You know, Kosho, relax, man. You're too hostile. I'm not trying to be that way with you, dude.
I'm not being hostile with you.
Yeah. It's just what I'm saying is it's kind of late, right? And I don't want to be too loud, and I'm not trying to do. I can't remember a lot of shit in this time of night, dude. No, it's no big deal. But I did give you some evidence. When you imply that I haven't, you say, "Well, can you show me any evidence?" You know. Like,
yeah.
Well, I mean, I really have shown you some evidence already. You're kind of implying in a hostile way that I haven't by saying that.
Come on, man.
You know,
like, just because
you stick your dick into your girlfriend and she goes, and it's all the way in, and she goes, "Now put it all the way in." You know, like, hold on.
Okay, man. Listen, I'm not being hostile. I'm just being serious. You've given evidence. I agree with that, but the evidence was just not relevant to the actual thing that's being claimed. That's the only thing I'm saying. I mean, it's relevant in some regards because it has something to do with galaxy orbits, maybe.
Just orbits in themselves, right? On a larger scale. I mean, you know, and the reason it's probably on that larger scale is because, like with those new plasma experiments, you know how they discovered the plasma crystals and all that? Well, they did it because they were in free fall outside of the you know, not outside of it, but negating the gravitational force in a way, right? So
I heard about that. Yeah. I think I heard you talk about that. I forget.
Well, I've shown you the Russian cosmonauts doing the experiments, and then the Planck Institute going in for, you know, taking that information in for 6 weeks, locking himself in the office with it before he came out with anything to talk about. And I think because a lot of it had real world implications, you know, on electrifying blood plasmas and stuff too. Like they came up with some medical treatments with that shit, and it was, you know, a lot of weird shit. Making structured things.
I got a side
for vaccines. Oh my god! I just made a connection I didn't want to make.
Well, I want to ask the question then because it's kind of. Well, I was just gonna ask because I don't know. Maybe it's not a big deal, but why do they call it blood plasma? How's that related?
Initially, blood plasma was known first, right? So the plasma is like the cellular structure of white blood cells, right? And so that's what they call the plasma, and they can see it under a microscope that it's like, you know, these divided cellular structures. And so in the laboratory, that's what plasmas do. They divide themselves in a static field and separate their own charge into little, looks like white blood cells. Plasma. So they called it plasma. And then, you know, it's manipulated by electromagnetic fields and magnetic fields alone and all that stuff too. So it's, has all this other fluid dynamic sort of stuff, but it doesn't behave in every way like blood plasma, but the similarities were there. So Langmuir, I think, coined the term plasma.
It'd be great if there were actual black and white definitions for the phases of matter. It would be great.
Well, they don't know them all, I guess, because now they're talking about the fifth state of matter being a plasma crystal. That's a hard, rigid plasma.
I thought it was the Bose-Einstein condensate.
No, that's still regular matter with electromagnetic properties. We've recategorized that.
Kosho, you can't even tell me the difference between a liquid and a solid, man.
Actually, I can, and I would have.
Right,
I know it's late for Grim, so I don't want to argue everything.
Do it, dude. I'm in a good mood, so it's not hurting me.
Well, I don't know what you just said. In my mind,
I don't even know what I just said.
Okay. Well, then I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I realized you were going to say something different. Then.
No.
I thought you were saying I don't even know what you just said. And I'm like,
No. Not that I don't know what you just said. I think everything was. It just wasn't correct, and I just didn't know where to, because the states of matter don't have anything to do.
Everything was incorrect. That's what you're saying.
Every state of matter could, you can have, for instance, what do they call that? Liquid, like fluid. What do you call it? Fluid. What do you call that?
Partially ionized gases. Yeah.
I'm saying you have ferrofluid. So you can have, magnetic fluid. You can have magnetic solids, obviously. And obviously, plasma is just going to be, charging. So I don't think the state of matter and the, the electromagnetism have to be, just because you have some other state now, like what you said. Okay, that's right. What you said about
what's true about plasmas is this, dude. A plasma allows for 100% electric conductivity. So in similar ways, the plasma is what's going to get you to this one part, this one point. These other things, they can be similar in other ways, right? And I'm not sure what you're saying because I didn't say half the stuff you're refuting.
Well, I said the Bose-Einstein condensate, and you said no. Well, they realized that's actually just electromagnetic something, but that really is the fifth state of matter. And actually, the Bose-Einstein condensate or a superconductor is actually, like you just said, the other thing is like a perfect electric current, but a superconductor is by definition it has no resistivity, electrical resistance.
Yeah.
Osho's terms are so absolute funny. Like the fifth state, you mean another state? Like
it's considered the fifth state of matter. Yeah, that's right.
Why is it the fifth?
Because there's 4 others before it that we knew about. So it's the fifth one.
Okay. Are you sure?
So plasma crystal has to be the sixth state then? Because is that negating that this plasma crystal is another phase?
What about liquid? What about liquid glass?
That must be the seventh.
Is that the seventh?
Yeah. I mean, all of those things are actually partially one and partially another thing. Like in the way they call a plasma, they can call plasmas if the gases are 2% ionized. 2%. This gas is a plasma because it allows for the electrons to move across it freely, right? So even if it's only 2%, and they call it in most people see as an ionized gas, they're thinking of a fully ionized gas. Must be.
That's the eighth.
Right.
That's a mixing. That's 8, 9, and 10.
Well, they're all mixed in a way if you think about it, right? Not all. If you separate them intentionally, but in nature, they're basically all very closely related and connected.
Okay. So if you buy some object at a store that's a liquid and then solidifies at some point, that's a liquid and then a solid. It's not a seventh state of matter. Okay. So the liquid, I don't know why you brought. I don't know what that's about.
In between. No. I'm not
in between,
saying,
man.
No, when it's in between, that's like a slushy, like a icy, like it's liquid and solid. That's number 9.
That's not though. That's just two separate states together. That's like having
Prove it.
ice and water.
Uh,
Is that like a ice block floating in a puddle of water? Is that a separate state of matter, dog?
The combination. If you were to separate the pieces, then yes, they're separate states. But when they are together,
That's not how
that
it
is.
works.
Well, I have evidence of it.
All right.
You have a pile of stuff. Okay. It's not a liquid or a gas or a solid. It's both. It has these some moving parts and it has some not moving parts.
Yeah, it's still plasma. I mean, when it's
Right. I look at this stuff on the XY graph. You have its, and they had traditionally have it started off with just the X, right? With just the flowability, right? And then now they're adding they're adding the Y deviation, whatever, the electricity conductivity. That's another characteristic, right? That so it's like there's gonna be mixes of these things. I don't know, man. But we damn sure. I just don't know why it's the fifth. Is it really like the fifth Kosho? Like it's gonna be
just plasma under a different stress.
It's a different state, but I wouldn't put a number to it.
That's why
I
it
would.
Kosho threw me off when he put the number on it.
I would, especially if you knew about the three states of matter, and then you're like, oh shit, plasma. Okay, and then you're learning new. If you learn more and more states of matter, like, oh wow, this is the seventh state of matter. Let's just find.
Yeah, but I don't know when I learned it. I do know that I know I learned plasma first, but to me,
learn about plasma before you learn about liquids and solids.
No, I meant before the concept. Listen, man, listen. I'm saying that was the first non-traditional one I learned, but I don't want to be pompous and think that because I learned it in this chronology that science accepted them in this chronology, and that's kind of the way you stated it. And if it is, it's fine.
That's how it happened.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's how it happened. It's the first three. Who knows the order? You're right. So the orders you're probably arbitrary. But I'm saying the order that we did learn. That's why they said the fifth state, the fourth state, because before there was a fifth state. When they said the fourth state of matter, they're saying something outside of the three states we knew about before. But now when they say fifth state, they're like something we knew outside of those first four. But I agree, it's arbitrary to say number them or whatever. It's fine.
I mean, it's like for all I know, they were working on them both in labs at the same time, but one got published for. You know what I mean? This just gets weird then. So whatever. But okay.
Yeah, but I think the time scales are actually a lot bigger than that, though.
Big gaps. There's big gaps in it. Okay. What's up, Nate? What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, Don?
I'm sorry, I'm rumpusing you.
No, it's all good, man. It was just funny.
Nate likes to get rumpused.
That ice inside water is a new state of matter.
It's a mix. Okay, the reason I'm teasing about the mix, Nate, is because when I read up on the liquid glass one, that's basically what it was. It was a mix. Yeah. It can twist in like one way, but not the other way. It can like flow in one way, but not the. But see, that's the thing is, it's like it has a special mix. You know what I mean? Like with the ice and water, it can still be chaotic or whatever. Like it can do free things. Nothing new comes about. We don't really understand much new. I guess there's no special unique rule. But in the liquid glass, there's like a unique rule supposedly. You probably know more about it than me, I'm sure. I ain't gonna patronize you.
When you say liquid glass, are you talking about something strange, or are you talking about the thing they sell in the stores, or are you just talking about glass in general?
No, talk about the sixth state of matter, Kosho, which we've posted and went over before. Maybe that's not one of the condensates, right? This is just a number 6 or number 5. See, that's what I don't know what number is what number, but bro, this is a different one.
When did you post it? What are you talking about?
Nate knows about it.
Wait, but you said something was posted. You said a couple things, man. I'm seeing that there's, although I don't see the full paper, but they're saying.
I didn't post it tonight. I'm saying we've posted and went over this like Man, we went over this shit in jams and shit.
Oh, so you're saying you talked to other people about it, but that's not really.
But no, I've talked with. It's so funny. You know you be everywhere, Coach. So just because I ain't talked with you about it, that don't mean you ain't seen and heard. And this ain't coming from me, bro. This is like the popular science bullshit, bro. I know you know about this. Don't troll me, man.
It's hard to know what I know.
You're trying to get me to explain some shit that I don't know.
That's why I said I made a distinction between these different ideas to try and narrow down what it was you're talking about. But now I have to search my memory for the catalog of memories, to find out when you talked about this before.
Well, Google this. Let's Google together.
I Googled it, and what came up was a thing they sell at the store.
So, did you just Google liquid glass? Let's Google new state of matter liquid glass. Let's Google that.
Well, this is something else I saw. It said that there's something called they consider glass to be an amorphous solid, which they're saying it's in between the two states. And I've heard that before too.
There you go. But they're giving
it's not a different state though.
It is no. It
This
is
what I'm talking about though. Might be a little different than your glass one, but this is the plasma crystal, and in here it very much says a new state of matter. And there's and see these little things here in these plasma crystals? They have little orbits. There's little local dust particles are orbiting them while they're all orbiting this bigger, larger fucking hole. So enjoy that too. It's shows you live.
Wait, where's this? It's on the space station.
Yeah.
Are they orbiting it, or are they just?
There's different sized dust molecules inside of this container that has an electric field in it, and it's the same material that's right there outside in space. It's the material of the environment. It's like they just opened a little window, and then this started to happen. Yeah, this is cool shit.
Coach, so Nate pointed this thing that claims in a new state of matter, and
okay. Listen, just to be clear, nobody's saying there's only 5 states of matter. Because I was about to tell you what's I heard in the news the other day too. I'm just saying what's arbitrarily.
What's the first
matter?
Fucking gaslighting.
This part doesn't matter.
You are addicted to fucking gaslighting, Kosho.
Yeah, that part doesn't matter, Kosho. Check this out though. When you first look at that dramatic end of plasma crystal experiment photo, when you first look at it, what's the impression that you get just by looking at it? What does that look like? Looks like a space. Does it look like maybe space and planets?
Didn't you say this was done in space?
Yeah, it's done in space, but just with inside of a 5-gallon bucket with the environment of space inside of it as they're also in space. So this 5-gallon bucket is connected to the outside environment of space.
Oh shit.
You see, and when you're looking at how these little dust molecules start orbiting each other and behaving and then getting in weird formations, some of them like little cubicle formations and like lining up in what look like, how the Big Dipper is, how it's in a little box, and how you can see it looks like these stars are on strings and they're connected in ways that don't seem to make sense. Same with these.
What? If you look at the Big Dipper from a different perspective, it's not the Earth's perspective. It's going to look completely different because these stars are extremely far apart from each other.
Right, but prove it. You know what I'm saying? Show me the parallax. Because how does the Big Dipper doesn't look that much different in all of our orbit around the sun?
I was already doing that earlier with the Orion. So sure, I could do that with all you'd have to do is look at the almanac for like 100-year period, and you can see you can see the proper motion doing different stuff. But that's it's just too much jumping around. Anyway, I don't know what you guys jumped on me before when I was just stating.
Oh, we're just talking
my
about
claim.
the plasma experiment. I just wanted to throw that in there because it's they call it another state of matter too. So it doesn't matter which one it is. It's just these are all just what they now call new states of matter. But
Well,
they're all
if I were allowed to
particularly
finish what I was just saying,
particularly what they are is the same
that's
states
fine,
of
man.
matter with added electrical features, and
Was my mic
they're
open a
sort
second
of like
ago?
over
I was
branching each other.
trying to
Because I'm
clear-
almost done, Kosho. I know you're
Grim,
trying to get in
Grim
there.
cut you off to start monologuing.
Yeah, I was in the middle of
Just
saying
let-
something, man.
Yeah, just let him finish. Though.
I didn't know.
I was actually just trying to clear that
I'm
up to make sure that it was clear that I was not saying that there's no more states of matter other than those ones.
Yeah, we know that, dude. You don't have to keep defending yourself. Nobody's attacking you.
And we can calmly talk about the things that I criticize you about. Not like it's not an attack. Like it's all love, bro.
Okay, well, in that same nature, when I start to bring it up, just don't cut me off. Like three of you cut me off at the same time, and I was like, I didn't hear what any of you guys
My
said.
bad. I keep getting a red bar, so I could. It's possibly it's my. I'm sure it's my fault. I'm not worried about it. I'm sorry.
So it's all good. I'll just tell you guys. Also, I read this the other day. I don't know if it was lazily said or if it's actually means something. But when they were talking about the tetraneutron, they were able to get 4 neutrons to stay together basically for like a billionth of a second or something like that. And when the article I read was describing it, they said it was a new state of matter. I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've been taught 7 states, so like studying physics. That's what I've been told. Liquid, solid, gas, plasma, gluon, quark plasma, Einstein boson condensate, and then a fermionic condensate. Those are the 7 that are generally spoken about in physics. But yeah, they are these new exotic types of matter being discovered. The problem is we can't really do much with it, keep the matter in that structure. So it's normally like with this whole liquid glass being a new state, they only see that state during like a phase transition. They don't see it as it
Exactly.
becomes the state. Yeah, it's
That's kind of what
hard,
I was saying. They're not really,
You mean
in my
stable?
mind,
Yeah, it's
so-called
not stable.
new
Yeah, it's
states
not stable.
so much as they are
Way
like
down there.
old states that are blended together, like
Yeah,
with the
and
plasma
that
crystal.
speaks to
You've got
that
actual
speaks to
dust
the
particles of real atoms, and you have then electrons, and bathed in the sea of the plasma, and then it forms this new soft, malleable type plasma that you can touch and everything and move around. And that's like weird, but it's still a plasma. And that's why I'm saying, and you take that same plasma and you freeze it, and then it's a boson condensate. Oh, hold on. It's just still fucking plasma that you just strip the ions down, froze the motion of the energy out of it.
So yeah, that speaks to the
It's
example
basically still plasma.
you brought up, Kosho. The fact that they can't keep this deuterium neutron or whatever together. It's only in that state for such a short period of time. It shows that there are all of these other exotic states of matter we could create, but they aren't stable.
Yeah, and it's kind of a glass half full kind of outlook on that experiment too. Like, proving that what it really proved is you can't get neutrons to stick together. So neutron stars are out the window.
Oh, you
What?
can get neutrons to stick together. What?
Oh, for a billionth of a second.
Yeah. They're talking about here on Earth when you
No,
don't have the pressures.
that's my point though. Like, where else can you figure it out? Are
The
they
pressure-
getting neutrons to stick together out and on in the space experiment?
So their
pressure-
gravity would keep them together, in the neutron star. But to
Crashing
have
them
a
together
so intense
and
it creates
sticking
neutrons.
together. Right. I mean, crashing them together and sticking them together are completely two different things. And a star made of neutrons that you can't even show can stick together is a theory that you can't stick to the wall.
No, but this is an example of how strong gravity can be. You have so much mass that there's so much pressure created by this mass that there's the repulsion between any protons and even the proton and the electron being two different things They'll create
Buddy, that's an
neutron.
example of how exotic math can be. That's not an example of how any reality can be, because you can't prove any of that in any way. Right? So it's an example of how beautiful the math was.
They
To me,
observed
that's all you're saying.
They observed them in the sky.
No, they don't.
Yeah, there was an observation in 2017 where the two neutron stars were colliding with each other, and they both detected it by the gravitational waves, and were able to, sense the magnitude. At the same time as seeing it visually, which was much brighter than the galaxy was in, which also gives you an idea of the magnitude. So yeah, I mean, if they're claiming that it's because they're these super dense, massive objects, I mean, the evidence shows it. I'll be honest too. I mean, other than stuff
It's just
like
like
that,
my one assertion is backed up by my other assertion, which backs up my first assertion, which is my, you know what I mean? And there's no actual foundation to any of those, because you can't get the neutrons to stick together.
What?
You got proof of it a million miles away, but you got no proof that you can do it at all.
Yeah, we
And
can't do it. We can't create that type of binding energy, you know? We can't take enough neutrons and create something dense enough that the mass of the neutrons takes over and holds them together. We can't do it, but just because we can't do it doesn't mean we haven't seen a neutron
But not
star
two
out there.
neutrons.
No, we can't
Yeah,
make
but
planets.
you can't get two neutrons to stick together, man. You can't find a lead ball big enough to get two neutrons to stick together.
I think it's because I just think it's because it's unstable.
No,
I don't
they
think it's
can't.
because there's any difficulty
They
intrinsically.
repel each other. They don't want to be together.
No, but that's
They're
what, they
not
don't have any. They're
neutrons.
neutral.
Why would neutrons repel each other?
Because they don't stick together.
Whatever, man.
No one's claiming in a neutron star they actually stick together. They're just close together.
A lot of pressure.
It's the high pressure that causes the protons to combine with the electrons to form neutrons in a reverse beta decay. That's what happens. So you only have neutrons. No one's claiming those neutrons are stuck to each other.
Well, I'm using the term colloquially, obviously.
It's a misused term then. Because they're not stuck to each other. They're just close together.
Oh, yeah. So close that they're touching each other.
I've never heard that being claimed.
Well, how much pressure does it take to get to the center of that Tootsie Roll Pop then?
Quite a lot.
And with all that pressure, you're not touching anything. Still plenty of space between you. All right.
If I made that claim, I'd be guessing. So I'm not going to make that claim. Why are you guessing?
Well, it's implied.
No, it's
so
not.
much pressure that the neutrons are stripped. The protons are stripped out. Well, why'd they get stripped out? Was it because of displacement?
No.
So if we just
because
think
the
in
pressure,
terms of displacement,
I already explained it. It's because of reverse beta decay. The electrons
which one's heavier,
combine.
the electrons or the neutron?
I thought I was talking. I thought I was actually explaining something. Yeah,
I'm just asking which one's heavier.
Yeah,
so
well,
you can
just
continue.
ask. You can just wait till I'm finished, and then you can ask, right? Because
I won't understand what you're saying if you don't answer the one thing.
It's not forcing the protons out, like I was trying to say. It's reverse beta decay. It's the pressure forcing the protons to combine with the electrons to form neutrons. That's what's happening.
Okay, right. So that's even worse, right? So now that so all of that pressure, and you think nothing is stuck together.
They can't be stuck together. They can't even touch each other, be in the same place, Grim.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they're not both.
Yeah, you have this.
Exactly. Yeah, the Pauli exclusion principle says
they're
fermions
not
can't be
frozen.
in the same place. Yeah, and that's why they don't collapse further.
And they still aren't in the same place, even in a boson. They just can't be.
Bosons can. You
can't determine whether or not they're in one or many. It's not that they're in the same place. That you just can't determine where it's all like one atom.
at that point.
Whatever, bro.
One big atom. In my understanding of the boson, Einstein.
You mean you're not understanding?
Condensate.
Y'all gonna have fireworks tomorrow? Anyone? Anyone doing any fireworks?
Not here. We don't give a fuck about the 4th of July here.
Oh, damn.
No,
Jem was talking about that
that's
earlier.
one thing we'll agree on.
Jem was talking about that earlier. He said that there was idiots. Like, well, not you're in Australia. Never mind, forget. But yeah, Jem was talking about in England. They were they used to celebrate the 4th, like people all over and stuff like that. He said it was kind of ironic, obviously, because it was a war against them.
Well, they won. So why wouldn't they be celebrating?
Isn't that ISIS that makes a claim like that? I don't think they won.
Well, we won and made them rebuild the White House.
Well, the Canadians burnt down the White House, and that was a different war. But yeah, the British did come back during that war, but that was after they left. First one. But regardless, that's not important. ISIS says that the contract that they signed it claims that we were actually, we're admitting that we lost or something, but that's not at all what happened. It is true the French helped us win, but we still won.
Stage.
It all was staged?
It's all a stage.
Oh.
Everything is orchestrated.
The first bank of
To
the
a certain
United States of America was opened with 25,000 shares, and I think 18,000 of which were already owned by interest in England, Ireland, and France.
Dun dun dun. Original distribution of wealth. King's favors. Puppet masters behind the strings. I was just thinking to myself, scratching my swear to God, it's real yesterday. Dang, are they still at war? And then the news came on after a week. I haven't heard anything. Some plane or bomb happened in Kazakhstan. So, it's happening. I swear to God, I ain't heard nothing in a week. And I thought about it, and I ain't thought about it. And then an hour later, they told me about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and don't forget racism.
Racism, fucking hell. Stereotype fucking categorization is now fucking confused with racism. It's fucking retarded. People don't even understand what a race is anymore.
I'm super racist. I think the human race.
I'm always in a hurry. Every time I get behind the wheel, I'm like, I'll beat the guy next to me for no reason. What's wrong with me?
Yeah, I like those type of racists, especially when you get them at the lights next to you.
Hey,
I like it when I get beat, like when I'm not thinking about it, and then somebody pulls up to my car, and then you can hear them. They're like, bah, 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 and they want to fucking go, and I'm like, God damn it, man! I don't have my speakers mounted in the trunk right now, dude. I'm not gonna do it. But I'll go, bah, 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 and then let them go, and I'll just creep on.
Hey, Mr. Pop. Just before you go, I don't know if you're leaving anytime soon, Mr. Gravity or Mr. Cursed. But I was going to ask you about something I've already brought up with you. Did you see? You saw the link I sent you, right? The Gravity Guru or Cursed with the high IQ.
Yeah.
Okay. You understand why I sent it to you, right?
I almost responded. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So say it again to Mr. White. I think you said something and
just say Paul, dude, because all those other names are confusing.
Well, Whites, I was actually talking about Whites that time, but yeah, there's no. Well, Paul, so you understand why I sent that to you, though, right?
Yeah, when I get a chance to look at those memes, I'll.
Yep. No, you don't. I didn't. I wasn't trying to give you homework or anything. That's why I didn't want to send it to you like that. It's just maybe if there's a chance when you have time to speak on it, you don't have to read through all of them. That's why I grouped them together. A lot of them have the same general idea. I was just hopefully I can I'll give you that general idea and then you can just speak on that or something. So you don't
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not intending to go through every single one of those. Hell no. What do you think? I've got no job. But no, when I find one that I speak on or type or whatever, one there.
Hey Paul, I got a
DMs
question,
that
man.
I spoke on. What?
On a nicer, different note, right? How did that fucking did you ever catch that criminal that robbed your computer stuff?
Nope, nothing ever came of that. Nothing.
Son of a bitch, man. I thought for sure you had him.
No, I thought for sure too, but nothing ever came of that.
Like actual physical property?
Yeah, he had a fucking video of a burglarizing his shit, going through his drawers and looking. And he was looking right at the computer monitor camera, and he got caught. Like a couple, there's a couple of different shots. There's two people, right? I thought.
Yeah.
That's all I really got out of it, and I thought for sure he gave that to the police that they were gonna be able to go, oh yeah, that's this, fucking hoodlum we've seen 100 times or something. I thought for sure people that are brazen usually have priors.
Yeah, but police, if they're anything like the police here in America, people think police are detectives, but they really only show up to report crimes and charge you with stuff when they catch you doing it. But unless you're giving a detective a case, it's probably not going to go anywhere at a police station.
Oh, that sucks. It makes you feel violated, man. Like, nervous about your spot and shit.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll give everybody else context too, just so they know. I showed them some of the memes, which was going on with these memes. That a lot of them came from Jeranism's video a long time ago. But I know you guys all like them.
They're not memes; they're quotes. You talking about quotes?
Yeah, the quotes that he made.
That doesn't really fit in the category of a meme. It's like a picture and it's like a citation. It does have like a picture and it's a quote with a citation. Yeah, that's not a meme.
It kind of gives it a negative connotation, right?
Yeah, it's totally trying to like disparage it in a kind of a strange, passive aggressive way.
Triple strike, Koso.
When you take something out of context and you put it on.
Paul started it, just to be unfair.
How's that not a meme?
I'm not reading your memes.
I mean, all these are quotes taken out of context.
They're not. No, but hey, Koso, a meme has to be a thing. Like, that's not a thing. It's just normal. A meme has to be.
Well, as soon as they pass it back and forth to each other and laugh about it, it's been a meme, bro. To be honest, to be fair. I mean, as soon as they get a joke out of it, it's a meme, man. That's just what it is.
Kind of based on like imitating something or kind of like, using certain symbols to kind of like caricaturize something. Whereas what he's posting are literally citations. They're quotes.
It does raise an eyebrow, so maybe it is meme worthy.
Well, put a picture on it then, guys. Or else you're just like half-assing.
Define meme.
Picture and words equals meme. Picture, words, box, meme.
Yeah.
Well, one of the definitions here is an idea, behavior, or style that's spread by means of imitation from person to person within a culture and often carries symbolic meaning representing a particular phenomenon or theme. A meme acts as a unit for carrying cultural ideas, symbols, or practices that can be transmitted from one mind to another through writing, speech, gestures, etc.
Does it mean meme, like meme, and it's just meme, or is it imitation? It's meme. Like,
Maybe
why is it M-E-M-E, you're saying?
Yeah, maybe it means look at me, look at me. Who knows what it means? I don't fucking know, bro. Remember,
No, it's like that whole Go Brandon thing, you know, and the symbology that went with that, and then that sort of went viral. That sort of shit. All those stupid, I don't know, those characterized faces that have got weird. Oh, I can't explain it, but yeah, that's a good definition, Jay. It's not just pictures
There's
and
other
words.
definitions too, though.
Kosho wins then. Okay, fine.
Well, no, it's all good. It's just the way Kosho kind of made it sound like, oh, you know, he's posting all these memes, but they're quotes.
Yeah,
It's
and to
they're
be fair,
literally
Kosho,
citations.
Taken out of
I had
context,
to
which
jump.
he shares and other people
Kosho.
share too.
But they're citations from books and stuff. Like whatever the context is that somebody might try to claim about it is one thing, but the quotes are just the quotes. Those people wrote those words in their books and things.
Here's what's important, Kosho. Me, the strongest listener, you know, that's usually around here, had me. Yeah, that's right. Don, the leader of Logic. That's right. Had to make a little bit of a jump when you said Witz has been posting the memes, because I knew Witz had been posting the quotes, and I had to be like, is he talking about those? And then Gio confirmed in when he said he's been posting the quotes. And whatever, but yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. I was in guest land. I was in guest land there. Like maybe Witz was posting memes too. Okay, so just so you know, that's the feedback. Okay, there you go.
Well, I think Whitsitt does sometimes post memes as well, but I think the ones Kosho were referring to are like the quote citations.
Right.
But yeah,
That's
I hear
why
what you're
he's
saying.
confusing me. That's why the definition is being argued right now.
Yeah, well, when you post this and other people post it too, and it gets posted over and over again, and these are quotes taken out of context.
It's awesome.
I don't feel wrong calling it a meme. Okay, it's like if somebody, if there was somebody in a courtroom, you know, repeating something somebody else said, and they're like, "Oh, fuck me in the ass." Is that what you said? They said that, and then just because they said "fuck me in the ass," you pull it out and put it on a picture as if that person, like, this is the idea that person's claiming about themselves, but they're not.
I don't think that's
great
taken out
analogy.
of context.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, that's not quite comparable, dude. I don't think these guys are saying that.
Yeah, they're not saying that, but they're not saying what these memes are intending. You know, that this isn't. These aren't the meaning that he's trying to express. Isn't the meaning that these people were expressing when they said any of these things.
Shenanigans. They certainly were. Kosho, come on, man. How could they be taken out of context? They're paragraphs. I mean,
you want to give an example?
Taken out of context.
Coach goes one by one defending every single one of these guys. I heard you was doing it yesterday. I seen it. All right, or day before or whatever. But man, look, man.
Well, I think there's a lot of angles to this. I mean, I can understand the context idea. I do think that these guys, some of them, depending on who they are and which one they are, but I mean, they are saying something within a larger context of a historicity, the historical context of things. So I think each one would really have to be taken individually. You'd have to get the actual citation of the full quote and then read what they're reading. But the thing is, if somebody like the words they wrote are the words they wrote or said. So if they did say those words, then they did say those words in that order. So that does need to be taken into consideration. Now, if you want to say that the words don't mean what they say they mean, then you would have to then come with a counter position of getting the full context, reading it out or explaining it to people, and then seeing if you can put it into some context that doesn't indicate that what the guy said is what he said.
I mean, their general summaries of Whitsitt are like, okay, this guy said there is a problem here, you know, or this guy says, you know, this is philosophical and isn't, you know, and it's like, then you come with these content, be like, oh, he was talking about it this time or this other thing. It's usually the fight that when you guys bicker about that, man, to me, it's like, it only looks good for the flat earther side, just to be honest. Period. Like,
why?
I don't know why, but
look good for Globus.
because it's like you guys already have like what you have, and at the end of the day, we talk about how science kind of really is open or flexible, is never at that 100% type of situation. And these contexts always reference that, and then we're arguing.
But isn't that a good thing for Globus, Don? If there are signs that not all scientists are in agreement with each other, not all cosmologists have the same interpretation.
Yeah, that part is good.
Of,
But what's not good?
But they all still feel Earth is a sphere.
No.
Isn't that a good sign for the globe? No.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem, Nate, is you sit here and say that the other guy all feels Earth is a sphere. That's fine.
I wanted to hear what Nate was saying, man.
He's saying it, man. I'm going to reiterate it.
Yeah, but you started talking over him.
You said 3 points.
Ways to overtalk me.
3 points. You said 3 points.
Come on, man.
Made a point. I'm getting to my point. My main point is these guys are all Globers. All of the guys Whitsett posted links, quotes of, whether they were taken out of context or not, they all believe Earth is a sphere. It's just our interpretation of the model is what they are questioning.
Matter,
and that's a good thing.
You don't.
They're clearly insecure about it, and they're saying that geocentrism is equally valid.
No, but this is my point.
Exactly.
Because they're in a. It's like the
idea.
mind of somebody that's in conflict, and they're trying to hash it all out. They're like, well, we can't really actually rule out geocentrism based on anything. We can't actually prove the Earth is moving, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's like what do they say? Like the Freudian slip in a way. You know, they're kind of like. Yeah. Saying the thing that is on their unconscious mind that they really want to say, but can't fully. And yeah, it's interesting. And I'm just talking about in general, because there's a lot of differences and they're all unique. But
that is the general argument, Kosher. But Nate, as y'all are back to the bigger and about the things.
Hold on, man.
Why? Nate asked me a question though, right?
Yeah, but this is my main point though, dude, is what all of you guys are saying, actually. Because it's not true. That the sentiment that you just expressed that's coming from them, no, it's not true at all. And this is what I'm saying. This guy right here, Philip Plate, this quote that he put from him, it's completely out of context. If you read anything else that is said in the article that he writes about, what he said there, he says the exact opposite. That it's any way correct whatsoever.
Okay, then why did he say these words? Why did he say? I mean, I haven't verified that he did say these words, so I'd have to look at whatever the original source claims to be. But it says, I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. And second, geocentrism is not any more or less correct. If he said those words, he said those words. If he's a liar or something like that, that's a different story. But I don't think you're saying he's lying. So what you would have to do if you want to have a counter argument that makes sense, you would need to go get the full information. You would need to present it like in a court of law type thing. You would need to like present the rest of the words and then make your case for why these words he wrote are out of or whatever you're saying is out of context, meaning that these words that are said right here don't mean exactly what they're said because of all this other stuff. And you would have to then make the case for that and then present that and then let that be,
He's prepared to do that. And Nate, this is why it's a good thing though for the flat earth side, bro. These are the examples, man. And I was gonna detail it and run it down for you. The confident, you could see your position, Kosho's position is overconfident. You're claiming what these men believed. You're acting as if these men were in 100%. You're 100% that they were in 100%, even though these are real scientists who they're gonna have a sliver of a doubt on anything if they real scientists, right?
Yeah.
So this is the example of why this is good. The overconfidence from your side, not from these people. The behavior of today's people on Discord being overconfident, bro. Look at it, Nate.
Arrogance is palpable. Go ahead, sir.
So you saying that because just from looking at these quotes on the faces that it seems scientists aren't as confident, but us on Discord seem to be a bit more confident in the model than scientists are. And then this is thus
need to be less confident.
We should be less confident.
Yes, you're acting more confident.
But we're as confident as they are. I mean, if you look at the quotes Kosha just posted of the same guy, He seems pretty confident that geocentrism is just wrong.
In the same
You're
article that
more
quote comes from.
confident. You are more confident than them.
Well, then why did he call it a valid reference, and why did he say heliocentrism is not any more or less correct?
And this is
Coach
exactly why the
saying
context
quote
matters.
posted there is being taken out of context, Joe. That's exactly why. And
Right,
Coach
but
was giving
words
us
also
more
mean
context.
things. Words also
Yeah,
mean
but
things. Like,
words
if
taken
I
out of
said right
context.
now, like, oh boy, it's you know, the curvature can't be denied. Like if I said something like that, then I would have to that's a serious thing to say. Now there is something to be said. Like maybe I'm totally joking. You know, maybe I'm completely. So I understand that, but I mean, these guys are not just like in some kind of like a live show kind of discussion thing. This is like stuff that in their actual writings.
Yeah, but Gio, if you say that and then I take what you've said and I post it in a way that it's out of context, or I take what you've said and I put it in the middle of a geography or a history argument, it would be totally taken out of context because no one knows what it is you are really saying, and that's what's happening here. The quote that you see there next to the guy's face isn't what he's really saying. It's just his words have been taken out of context. So Kosho is giving us more context so that we know what he really means. Words have meaning, yes, but when you put words together, meanings become very fluid. So you need proper context.
Mate, Kosho hasn't given any.
Because we haven't let him.
Yeah,
But
I mean, he will. I've seen him do
I've
it.
given all of it, actually, dude.
Which is that maybe one of you could provide context that we can then analyze, because otherwise it just sounds like an ad hoc dismissal.
I posted the article where Whitsett's quote comes from. So I posted the entire article, and then I posted snippets of the article that are particularly in opposition to what the quote even says. And like I said, I also posted parts of the article that show you why what he said was relevant in him saying it. Like he's describing when he's saying that it's valid. He's saying, yeah, it's a valid reference frame, and sure for whatever that's worth, but it doesn't mean that it's there's any reason to suggest it as the center of the universe or anything. And he's explaining why that's. He goes into a lot of different things about it, but he's claiming several times that he does not think that it's incorrect for several reasons. I posted most of the relevant ones.
Yeah, you just reiterated what you said again. You haven't actually said here now why these descriptions.
I'll read it out loud. So right here, embedded in
why he thinks it's incorrect doesn't mean he thinks it's been totally falsified. Yet you think it has.
Embedded in this, Jesus Christ, I don't know why you reiterated what I said. So yeah, he's saying geocentrism is a valid frame, but not the only one. And then he goes on to talk about how there's different reference frames and yada yada yada. And then he goes on to say that he goes on to describe relativity. So he says relativity is solid. So whoever denies it is blah blah blah. So you guessed it. Either way, geocentrism is wrong. That's after he goes into that's his second explanation of why it's wrong. And then he goes into GPS and all this other shit. There's a thousand things in what he's saying. The only reason why he says it's valid is he's just saying in context of like reference frames. Like if you're saying like you use this reference frame, or you could talk about this reference frame. You could talk about the Earth-Moon system, or you could talk about the solar system. But that's not really worth much when you're talking about what's the center of the universe.
Valid.
Well, you didn't really show how there's anything out of context. What he wrote, his quote stands in and of itself. Valid to the words that he wrote is what you're claiming in terms of just because there's extra information. Like, I don't think Whitsett, I don't know if Whitsett posted that one or what, but I think if you asked him, I don't think Whitsett would say that Phil Plait is a geocentrist. Yeah, that guy is like a shill guy that made a whole website based upon debunking the trying to say the moon landing was real. I mean, that guy's like obviously completely shilled up for pushing the lies and all that. So I don't think that like he's going to, what I'm saying is that I don't think that Whitsett would say that this guy is a geocentrist or knows that heliocentrism is false. He knows that Phil Plait is a heliocentric guy. However, that quote is still something that he wrote and has validity within whatever the reason that guy said it.
And that's my point. My point is not, like I said, I don't think I know for a fact because I've heard him say it. He's not claiming that these people are geocentrists at heart. He's trying to describe to you the meaning of what they're saying. But when you guys were talking about it a second ago, exactly what Witz is trying to express, you guys were saying yourself, and they don't have doubt in it at all. There's not any doubt whatever what they're expressing. They're not even expressing that there should be doubt.
I told you, Nate.
They're taken completely out of context.
Look at Nate. Look at the overconfidence, and look, Kosho is a mind reader.
Dude, he says that in this article, dude.
You're a mind reader.
The last words of the article: geocentrism, it ain't right, no matter how much spin you put on it.
A ghost paper mind reader.
Yeah, all right. So what he said. I just like gazed through the article. Basically, all he's talking about is frames of reference. He's just saying that you could use the geocentric frame of reference because we say things like the sun rose in the east and set in the west. We don't say that Earth's rotation as it spins on its orbit around the sun. Yeah, it's just that frame of reference. But if you're looking at it from a galactical frame of reference from the whole Milky Way, you wouldn't use heliocentrism because the sun isn't the central axis point within our frame of reference here anymore, so you would maybe call it a galactocentric model or whatever. He's just speaking about frames of reference, and that's how
real.
That's just hang on. That is the point Kosho's making, that quote can be taken so out of context. He's not even really talking about how geocentrism is a real thing. He's just talking about how, as a frame of reference, you could use it. But he said if you had to send a probe from Earth to the sun, you can't use that frame of reference anymore.
Yeah, I just don't think these are necessarily very much out of context because the context is whatever you put on it. Like these are quotes from these guys. Now, what they did in that Netflix documentary with Jeranism, they used one word, him saying interesting, to try to make it sound like he proved the shape of the Earth or he proved curvature. That is out of context. That's absurdly out of context, completely deceptive to deceptively edit something to have the word interesting try to actually do that. These guys, Witzit's, I can't speak for Witzit, but he's just posting the quotes. The quotes just are what they are. These are things that these guys said. Yes, you should look into more of what they're saying if you want to understand more of what they're saying. But he's not trying to make them come across as anything different than the words they said by just taking a part of it. Using the word interesting and trying to decept, that absolutely is taking it out of context because it's trying to push a narrative that is not part of what that word interesting even was involved in. Whereas what Witzit, I like I said, I can't speak for him, but the one just posting these in and of themselves are literally just quotes from these guys' writings and books and things.
I agree, bro. Like the Jeranism thing is nasty. Witzit exaggerates.
Know why Witzit posted these quotes?
Yes, he expresses it blatantly.
What did he say, Coach?
He says he says explicit. First of all, he thinks all these quotes are talking about the same thing, which are not. But he's saying I have so many quotes where even your top priests, your top scientists are admitting that geocentrism is actually more correct and answers more questions than heliocentrism, which has more holes in it. It says exactly these words.
It's the words around
no one is saying
it's the words around a quote that give it context. So when you take that quote and you exclude the words that are around it, you are literally taking it out of context. I don't know how you can't see that.
He could have posted a picture.
Interpretation.
He could have posted a picture with any of these other quotes from the article, and it would have been more accurate. Like the one that says he could have just put the part where it says geocentrism fails fundamentally. He could have just put that. And that would be more accurate of this guy's sentiments than what we put. Although I don't recommend.
Remember that? Do you remember that little soundboard that Brandon used to play, which was Rumpus, and Rumpus was saying the Earth is very flat.
Huh. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Guys, you understand that? I don't know who the Australian guy was that just said this. That it's the context around the quote that's important. Okay, cool. The problem is that there's an element of infinite regression with this, because then you can say, oh, well, the article that he wrote was out of context. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, what about this greater context of his career? Oh, what about the greater context of him and a bunch of other guys? Like, you can always excuse away anything you don't like by just saying out of context. And then,
It's not,
and then at
it's
that
not an
point, like,
excuse. It's
nothing
not an
can be no.
excuse at all.
Well, no, it is. Well,
No,
no, you
it's
didn't hear what I
no.
said then.
Well, I did hear
You
what you
didn't hear
said.
what I said then. If you're
Can I
saying it's not an
respond?
excuse, then you're not responding. Well, you're not responding to what I said, which is that there's
Well,
an
you haven't
element
let me
of
respond, so how do you know?
What did I say then?
Right? You said that we could always expand the context to mean a greater context, and we could expand that to make an even greater context, right? But then we might as well read, again, I'm not finished, we might as well read the whole article, right? Which is what we encourage, which is, again, well, geez, you could just wait. We could wait.
Answering my criticism.
Man, you just have...
You're not answering my criticism. That's why.
Almost finished. I'm almost finished, Don. I'm almost finished, right? So, you know, at some point, at some, oh, gee, I give up, man. You're rude.
You haven't started, bro. This is what's frustrating. You're not answering.
I have. It's just that you interrupted me every second fucking
No,
word.
I know that you haven't done it because I heard what you said.
You didn't because you were interrupting.
No, I heard everything you said, and none of it answered my criticism. But I know that because I was listening. Now let me repeat my criticism. So
No, you weren't. You were interrupting. You weren't listening.
I heard exactly what you said. That's how.
No, you didn't, because I didn't get to say it.
Wow.
How can you hear what I wanted to say? Because I didn't fucking get to say it because you were interrupting.
You weren't answering my criticism because you didn't.
Because you were interrupting.
Because you didn't repeat what I said accurately. So I know you're not answering the criticism.
All right, well, just for the sake of the rest, for the sake of everyone listening, just at least go one at a time so we can hear what's being said.
Yeah, I completely understood his point of saying that we could take it in a greater context and that we could even take that in a greater context. But there comes a point where, okay, we might as well read the whole article then, which is what I'd encourage people to do anyway when they look at a quote and see it. But there's no arguing against that. When we make a quote, it doesn't matter what quote we make. Any quote that's made is made out of context because it's the words around the quote that give it the context. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing, but it's just a fact that when we make a quote, we always make it out of context.
This is a hollow criticism, then, is what you're saying. It doesn't mean anything. Because if all quotes are out of context, and saying out of context is like saying water is wet, yeah? Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, quotes very rarely mean anything by themselves unless you take in the broader context.
So the criticism is hollow, right? So why bother saying it?
Yeah, which is why people use quotes to try and support their position, because they know that they can use a quote out of context to support their side. Even though the guy may not actually be supporting your point of view, you can use a quote cherry-picked out of context to support your point of view.
But the rest is a matter for interpretation.
Anyway, the central point was actually the
becomes
infinite
valid.
regression part, which you missed, but anyway.
Yeah, no, I get you. You can constantly go with interpretation and expand and expound.
Well, this is the bit that he missed, that I tried to show that he missed and that he denied he missed. The infinite regression part. Because at that point, you are then saying that nothing can be discerned from anyone because all quotes are out of context. So there's no point reading anyone's quote at all because nothing's in context, so therefore you can't learn anything. This is silliness.
No, the bit that you added at the end, therefore you can't learn anything, is false. Because when I see a quote, I know it's out of context, and I would find the article and read what's around it and read the article to find out what that quote was made in context. That's how you can learn something. All right? I don't just accept a quote at face value and think, oh, well, that must be what the guy meant. Right? That wouldn't be learning anything, would it, at all? All right? So, yes, we can learn things by knowing what context the quote was made in. And to do that, you have to find out what was written around the quote.
Awesome,
and interpret it.
Yeah, that's
right.
right.
But then you don't know the wider context outside of the article, do you? So then you don't know that.
Exactly. As long as it fits his narrative, that quote can be spot on accurate. And if it's cherry picked and doesn't go with his narrative, oh, it's out of context. Mm-hmm.
I think he said it was always out of context.
Yeah, I get what he's saying, because you're not always including the rest of the text. I get that, but the rest of it's a matter of interpretation, along with the quote. If his interpretation fits his narrative, then it's a valid quote. If our interpretation doesn't fit his narrative, then we've cherry-picked the quote and misunderstood the rest of the context. It's fucking hilarious. Pseudoscience.
That's not what I said at all,
best.
though, is it? That's not what I said at all.
Okay.
You've twisted what I said and made it suit your own requirements. That's not what I said at all.
You said that when you include the rest of the text around it, it makes sense with regard to reference frames. Or maybe that wasn't you. Maybe someone else said that. And my point there was that, so when you read the rest of the text and it fits your narrative, then the quote is good. If the rest of the text didn't fit the narrative, it'd be still a case of, oh, we need to know the wider understanding.
No, I never said that at all. That's not something that I came up with at all. That's your thoughts on it, not mine at all. You're just imagining that I think like that, but that's not how I think at all.
Well, I think I caveated there that maybe someone else said it, but that's indeed you said that if you read a quote and you don't include the rest of the text, it's by definition out of context.
Yes, I said that.
He actually went further. He
All
said
right.
that all quotes are out of context. He made that blanket statement.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what you were saying to begin with. It's kind of a repeat of what you were saying, Crypto. You were saying you could always say that a quote's taken out of context because you can always make a bigger context. So you're kind of saying the same thing, but it's not that but the ones that Witsit was reading, I mean, I downloaded all of them, I think, and they were pretty long quotes. So to take something out of context usually means it's a shorter.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, carry on.
Did he cut out?
I think he cut out, yeah.
He did cut out.
New perspective, you cut out, mate. You might want to go again.
Gone.
Anyways, the one way, so some of the longest quotes come from Edwin Hubble, and that's why I split them up into four, I guess 3 categories. Well, 4, but these are the 3 main ones. But he makes it seem like they're talking about the same thing. Like they're all talking about the universe being geocentric, or really being geocentric, but they're talking about 3 totally different things. One of them, some of them are talking about the CMB and how there's a what do you call it, ISO, what is it called, isotropic or whatever. You know how our solar system and the isotropic nature of the CMB, they match linearly. There's some of them are talking about that. Some of them are talking about the cosmological principle, which, you know, is the assumption they make to determine whether, you know, everything is expanding away from everything, or if everything's expanding away from us, but at, you know, greater and greater rates. So the cosmological principle is a different thing than the CMB thing, and both those are different things than the reference frame thing. So, you know, these claims, they're not even saying the same thing, and I don't know. As I said, it's very misleading to the people who kind of are maybe only know about these, like only know as far as these quotes go, and it's, you know, context is really needed in almost all of them.
Yeah, but where do you limit the context? That was the point before. And then, like, whose interpretation of it? Like, Jesus Christ. He said the geocentric reference frame worked, right? And basically, that's the only one we've got. There is no other reference frame we can actually take ourselves to and look, unless you're talking about a few Freemasons, right? So the rest is just all fucking philosophy. Oh, if you could get yourself from the point of the sun, you'd see this. Yeah, good on you. It's all fucking Narnia talk. The only reference frame we have is here with things going around us.
Well said. Well said. That's right. Yep. The rest of it's all belief.
The one that Philip Plate wrote, to answer your question, that one, is a perfect example of one where there's no question of the context and where to get it from, because he wrote the entire article himself from beginning to end, from first word to last word. The context is completely embedded inside of it, so there's no need to go anywhere else to see what he's talking about. It's all there. So it's not like
if we both read it, would
yeah.
we come to the same conclusion?
I mean, yeah, like I said, his last words of the article blatantly state his position. I mean, it's all said throughout his in there. The matter of fact, the quote that Witsit pulled it from it is one of the first things he says, and it's sort of like a, I guess, a way to pull people in, and then him kind of give them, surprise them a little bit. Just his technique for writing. He's just writing in a way that's supposed to. It's kind of like when Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about like the Earth being pear-shaped and stuff. It's obviously
That's an interpretation you're making. You're
Also,
making
yeah,
an interpretation of his writing style, even. You are.
I mean,
his position is a red herring. It doesn't matter. Like what he thinks or feels is most likely isn't actually subject of discussion. Doesn't matter.
So, geocentric was the Earth moving or was the space moving around the Earth?
Earth was stationary.
So the Earth is stationary and the space is moving around the Earth. Did we ever have a model where the Earth was moving and it was pulling the objects and it was pulling out of space? Out of space was locked to Earth, or whatever the right word is. But if Earth is causing everything else to move, did we ever have that model? And surely that would be a rotating geocentric model then?
A model?
Well, geocentric, but the Earth is moving and the space is still.
Oh, you mean like the ball?
Geocentric model where Earth is moving and space is still wouldn't be geocentric then.
No. Apologies. No, Earth is moving and Earth is causing space to curve with it.
Well, he's seeing the geocentric as the ball, the stationary ball with the space moving around it. But it could be the opposite, is what he's saying. It could be like just the ball in one spot that's revolving, making it seem like space is moving. Or no, the space. The ball is moving and not space, right?
And what would you call that? You would call that geocentric.
No.
If what? If the Earth is moving around?
I don't think that's been
point to what?
If you're in a
that's been proposed yet.
If you were in a plasma ball, for example, and Earth was the center of the plasma ball, but that the center of the plasma was turning, it would naturally affect everything else to kind of pull along with it, possibly. In that
Like
type of
a
idea.
drift type of thing. So as Earth spins, it pulls everything around with it on its axis of rotation.
Yeah.
It drags everything behind it.
That'd be pretty strong Earth. I mean, it's
to
hard
be
enough
clear-
to believe it drags the atmosphere, let alone space. Hey, I got cut off earlier, and I was trying to read this quote. If you don't mind, I'm going to do it real quick. This is I don't know if you could put this in context, but it says, "Today we cannot say that the Copernican theory is right and the Ptolemaic theory is wrong in any meaningful sense. The two theories are physically equivalent to one another. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try to get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down." Astronomer Fred Hoyle. I don't know if you could put that in context or if that's taken out of context, or it seems pretty direct to me.
I don't know. It would be interesting to get the whole, like what is it?
Here we go.
Because as we've shown with the last quote, Dave, it was taken out of context. So
Yeah, and you'll keep expanding the text around it until it fits your narrative, and you can go, see, here's what he meant.
If you had a needle, right? I've seen this, and they've done it in microgravity, and they had a needle, and they charged the needle up by rubbing the needle. Just think of a knitting needle. So the guy's holding a knitting needle, he's charged it up, and he's in microgravity, and he's got like a syringe, and he just drops water onto the needle. And the water droplet orbits the needle from one side towards the point. And when it gets to the point, when it gets closer to the point where it starts to sort of get thinner, it then changes, it loops around, but then changes direction and then goes back the other way, but its angle is opposite. Probably you could think of that idea of the sun going up to a higher, thinner point, then naturally pivots and then comes back down again. We might see the sun raise at 23.5 degrees north, but it might be closer to 90, but it's just the way the sun's coming in or something like that. But the point was that the needle was the centric, and the water molecule was going around it in a static fashion because there was a charge around the needle. Thanks.
Brilliant. I don't know if I understood it, but I'm sure it was brilliant. Real quick though, I got the other point I was going to make. The point about that last quote is that the paradigms are blocking people from ever getting anything published. Then we have to consider that the things that are published are usually only the things they're allowing to be published. So some of these quotes are probably the only ones that we can see of these people saying the truth or what they actually thought sometimes. And if they're saying something else and it fits the paradigm, then we don't know if they actually thought that or if they were just writing it to fit the paradigm. So talk about context.
Well, why don't we find out the context first?
Well, what Philip Plate said, there's nothing really out of context about it. He says geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. I understand what he's talking about. So there's nothing out of context. I don't think anyone's putting that quote saying, "Hey, this guy thinks geocentrism is the truth." It's quoting exactly what he said. It's not really out of context.
The quote show Whitsitt posted it and framed it that way, Gio. So I don't know. It's like you said. We'll have to wait for Whitsitt to come and explain himself.
I didn't say Whitsitt's trying to claim that this guy believes that it's correct, that geocentrism is correct. He's claiming that these guys say that it's not only valid, it's not only just as valid, but actually more valid than heliocentrism, because heliocentrism has
we
more.
Can verify it.
Geocentrism.
We're on it. We're on this reference frame. So yes, it's more valid. We have physical evidence of it, unlike the other ones. Kosho.
It's the only one. It's the only one that is valid because it's the only one we can test and measure and have any tangibility of.
That also doesn't mean anything. Like, being in a reference frame doesn't make it a valid reference frame. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. The fact that there's other reference frames, that's his point, is that reference frame wise, there's no more valid, less valid. It just depends on what the purpose of what you're trying to explain or explore. So that's what he's saying. Reference frame wise, and reference frame wise, your reference frame is of course stationary, not moving. And no matter what it's really doing, if you're making that your reference frame, then it's stationary and from the point of the observer.
Yeah, and what does he have for his reference frame? Nothing.
Flat Earth.
He doesn't have this one.
He has beliefs and he has no proof. So, yep, geocentrism is the only valid one because it's the only one.
Exactly. And if you could put yourself on the sun, what would you assume that you would see? And I think what you and I assume we'd see from the sun would be different. And neither of us can verify this. So although I appreciate that the sun is a separate reference frame, I think there's a very big difference between how we both perceive what it would look like from that reference frame looking back.
All right, since you guys insist, I'll go ahead and read all these quotes and we'll figure out the context. Ready?
No, new perspective. You're missing the entire thing.
Okay.
The point is not to read the quotes it has and then come up with the interpretation, especially not just by guessing. But the point is that all of these are taken out of context, and if you want to truly explore them, you got to read where this comes from. A lot the Einstein ones are just like the Philip Plate ones. If you look at what Einstein is saying and what he says, he's not talking about what it expresses. He's talking about specifically those tests, the Michelson-Morley test.
Well, Coach Joe, I think you should start a campaign for the quote police. and you could start policing all the quotes.
I've already done that. Or not with it, Gio. I already started that
Besides,
campaign.
these guys' arms were twisted behind their back until they put themselves in context. You know, I mean, that just saying that he was taken out of context or he said the opposite. I'm sure he had to say the opposite just to keep his job.
Because it kind of seems like what you're doing, Coach Joe, is just damage control. You're trying to put the genie back in the bottle. The fact that these guys said a bunch of shit that doesn't correlate with heliocentrism at all.
No, damage control is the perfect way to put it, dude. I'm trying to control the damage that is obviously being done by hearing what you new perspective are saying. What I'm exactly trying to defend against, which is the actual meaning of what these people are saying, is being combated with somebody who's expressing them with just these quotes, and then his own words when he posts these, because Wizard talks about it when he posts them, and he tells you exactly what you guys are now saying, that these guys are these guys had their arms tied behind their back, and they actually were denying what they actually believe in until they got their arms twisted and had to change their tune, and it's all really taken out of context.
You said all. Okay, there's 17 there now. Out of those 17, how many of those would you say are taken out of context? And how long does it have to be taken out of context? I mean, those are like paragraphs. Maybe the Einstein one. Of course, the Einstein one, because Einstein's like the perpetrator of the twisting of the Michelson-Morley to make it seem like the Earth still rotated and all that. That there's a great. Did you watch that video I sent you, Kosho, about that? He really outlines the the way that they had it.
All of them are taken out of context.
That Lorentz contraction to make it all work.
Yeah, but Kosho, is your claim that every single one of them is being taken out of context?
Every single last one of them.
You've looked at all of them, and they're all out of context. That's what you can.
Meaning that is being
5 paragraphs out of context.
Even I wouldn't make that claim, Kosho. I wouldn't say all of them.
Well, I've heard Witsit say them, and I watched him post these, so I've
Yeah, but it's a lot of quotes, Kosho. You've looked into all of those quotes, and you're saying all of them are being taken out of context.
Yes. The context that he makes is that these
challenge is
people are.
made. I want to see the context.
Yeah, the context that he makes is that these people are all, in some way advocating or talking about the validity of a geocentric universe, especially the people with the CMB, like the CMB data. Most of the people, the Lawrence Klaus one isn't here, but it's in the Wikipedia page. But these people are just like these people who make claims about it. We're just noting there was one anomalous result. And then since then, there's been another dude who's made that same result. But it's not as if they're claiming that this is actually the case, that the Earth seems to be the center of the universe for this reason. They're just remarking on how there seems to be a coincidence between the isotropic nature of the CMB and our angle with our orbit, which is not really.
Isn't there a recent problem with relativity answering the distant stars, distant galaxies, and stuff? Isn't there a big problem right now with that?
Say what?
Relativity with the distant stars, isn't it? Isn't there a big? I thought I heard you saying that there's a big issue, like it doesn't work with the distant galaxies. Really, that's what they're finding.
No, that's not true, dude.
No, it's all perfect.
I've just heard what you were saying right now.
As long as you patch it up with dark matter and maybe a little bit of gravity on the side.
Oh yeah, dark energy. That's right.
Dark energy.
That's another thing that not just him, but a lot of people claim. Those aren't patches. Those are admittance. Those are admittals. So them admitting that there's something they don't know.
They patched it.
Yeah, they're not claiming any. They're not using those as patchworks. They're saying, "Oh wow, the universe seems to have accelerated expansion. We don't know what's causing that." They're not saying, "Hey, this is a solution to some problem." It's not a solution to any problem. It's unknown.
It's all BS.
It's a placeholder. It's a patch holder.
Yeah, but I mean, there are a lot of things in the universe we don't have answers to. It's a lot of things we're discovering every day. There's nothing wrong with that, though, guys. Right?
Well,
Isn't
it's
it a
giving the
good
wrong
thing?
answers just to fit the paradigm rather than actually finding the right answers. That's the problem.
All
If
trying
that's
to
the
find the
case,
right
that's
answer,
a
but
problem.
these are the answers we have for now.
Well, but if they're intentionally wrong just to fit the paradigm, that's what we're calling out.
But they're not intentionally wrong, though,
How would you know?
because they're not intentionally wrong, Dave. Because I come to the same answers. Am I intentionally being wrong? Come on, man.
Well, if geocentrism is just as valid as heliocentrism, then
On what
it's just
In what
basis?
context?
Yeah.
well.
What is the
I'm
basis?
saying that there seems to be a lot of corroboration about that, according to these quotes and a lot of other people.
So you are basing that on the quotes you are reading, which you don't have full context for. Come on, Dave. Come on, man.
A lot of those quotes are admitting that they don't have proof the Earth moves. Straight up.
Exactly.
No.
Because
But you don't have the
they
full
have
context.
because there is no proof for it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
But
but
you don't have
a wiggling pendulum is not proof that a massive Earth is moving at millions of miles an hour. All they have is literally pictures from a government space agency and
Right.
and fake movies. That's all they have.
But this
They're admitting that there is no proof for it.
But this is my point: is you're claiming that based on these quotes, and Einstein himself is not in any way talking about that, which I tried to express to Whitsitt the other
Trust
day.
Einstein. I'd say you're right about Einstein.
The Foucault's pendulum and the rotation of the Earth have nothing to do with what Einstein was saying. He was talking about the movement through the solar system.
I'm not talking about Einstein. I'm talking about. I just said some of those quotes. So
Why
yeah,
not?
I am making a very generalized statement. So I realize it's not very targeted, but
No, that's fine. But I'm talking specifically about Einstein and what he's saying. That's what I'm saying. All these have to be pointed out independently of each other and actually seeing what they're talking about. Einstein is clearly talking about Michelson-Morley, which I read up. It was insensitive to the rotation of the Earth. From what I read, the original Michelson-Morley test was insensitive for the rotation of the Earth. So whatever results they got was not in any way. So the claim he's making about that test is not about the rotation, which is, like I said, trivial to perceive because it's an actual acceleration. You can measure that you're rotating. That's my only point. If anything else, I would just urge just people just find the full context of some of these quotes. If other people can't put it together and present it, which would be if I had time, I would try to find people to give full context for a lot of these things and present that in some short way or whatever. But probably not going to happen. So I recommend you guys
remains
looking
that they
into all
could
these
have said
quotes.
the opposite just to keep their job, or whatever. Or they could have thought the opposite. They could have thought they're both, equally considerable or whatever. They might have actually thought that. But just the fact that they were saying the geocentric model, which doesn't necessarily even have to be a ball, is valid in a lot of ways, and maybe even more valid. Seems like they're saying.
Yeah, but okay, why do you feel justified in making that blatant assumption, like that guess, a straight up guess?
There's no evidence
that's true.
I said
That is
maybe.
such a wild assumption.
I said it seems like, and I said maybe, and I wasn't a
Seems
blatant
like
assumption.
maybe
their words speak for themselves. Like Nate, if you wrote a paper and it was a paper you wrote about whatever, and we pulled out a paragraph of it, or 5-6 sentences or 10 sentences or whatever, and it said a certain thing, I'm sorry, but those are your words. Your name is on them. You wrote a book, whatever it is. So it's ultimately up to the reader. It's up to the reader to decipher. That's the whole point of writing. You write words, they mean things to the writer. The writer then transforms to the person. It's up to the person to build context and build understanding to try to understand what the person was saying. Sometimes that's done well. Sometimes it's not done well. Maybe that's the difference between a good writer and a poor writer, whatever. You could get into all of that. But at the end of the day, those are your words. And especially if you wrote them and published them, it's a little bit different. Like if you're on a talk show and you say something a little funny, and that's different, because that's not really the same thing. But if it's like something that you wrote, those are your words. And yes, you wrote more words than those. You might have wrote hundreds of more words. And those words also have meaning as well. And if you want to understand the whole thing of what you're saying, you'd have to read all the words. At the same time, if we pulled out some of the words you wrote, those still represent something that you said and that has the meaning that the words mean.
Not, I agree with everything you said except for the last part. If I have a whole book and then you just take, a little paragraph and you say that this little paragraph speaks for my whole book, then you're taking what I said out of context, all right? I'm not the one presenting my words to you. It's someone else that is taking my words and taking them out of context in a way that I didn't mean. So either read everything I
That's kind of
said
a straw
or ask
man, though.
me directly as to what I said. Don't, let someone else take a quote of what I said. You don't even know if it's the actual quote, the real quote. You haven't done anything to verify it, but someone
Well,
just took a quote of what I said, and then you're trying to add validity to it just because those are words I said. It's the
well,
meaning that matters.
yeah, but I mean, taking something out of context because the meaning's completely lost is different than saying, well, you have to read the whole book. And I don't think Witsit was saying this represents the whole book. This quote, this one quote
That's what I'm
represents what
saying.
this
We,
guy
we,
thinks
we need
as
to
a
get
whole.
Witsit himself to come and say what his
Read the whole
reasons
book.
are. No, what his reasons are for posting
I
this
don't think it's
these mean.
understood that.
Yeah, but I'm not
that he's
talking. I mean,
trying to say that.
I guess Kosho brought up Witsit in this context. I'm just talking about the quotes. I'm not really talking about Witsit. I'm not here to
Witsit
talk
made
about
all
what
these.
people may or may not have said when they're not here. So I'm not talking about Witsit at all. I'm talking about the quotes.
Yeah,
I'm
apparently
talking about the
Witsit made
quotes.
these quotes.
Yeah, so when you
don't
say
know
something,
if it's the actual
that's
real
why
quote.
like when you look at the back of a book, it gives some quotes from the book. You know what I mean? Or quotes
Yeah,
from
but
other people.
Gio,
There's a
Witsit
reason
made
for
the
that.
quote.
They have their own meaning within that section of it.
But Gio, if Witsit made the quotes, we don't even know if these are the actual real quotes. It's like it seems right now, Kosho is the only person that's actually verified all of these quotes. None of us. I'm speaking under correction now, but it seems none of us have gone to check did Newton actually say that.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying?
that's a totally separate topic. Whether the quotes are actually from the writings that they did, a lot of them have the book name, page name, year, etc. They're actually cited in that sense. So that's a whole nother topic. But what I was going to say is that if somebody is trying to claim that one sentence represents the guy's whole book, that would be absurd. I don't even think even Witt said it. Nobody's said that because you said that before a minute ago, Nate. You're like, oh, how can you, have this thing expect to give us, just the quote to represent the whole book? But nobody's doing that I'm aware of. Nobody's trying to claim that one sentence represents the whole guy's outlook or his whole book or anything. But he did write those words, and that's the purpose of having a quote and reading a quote of someone's.
Yeah, but it seems the claim on the table is those quotes are being taken out of context, and no one has done anything to verify that. I get your point. That might be what they said, but we don't know that that's what they meant, Gio. The meaning is what matters, and one word can have a totally different meaning when that word is put together with other words.
Have you seen how long those quotes are, man? Look how long some of those quotes are.
Hang on, Dave. We need to get proper context. And it seems the only person that's gotten that context here is Kosho, number one. And number two, moving away from that, just going back to the Witsit thing, we don't know Witsit's reasons for posting these. But according to Kosho, it was to make it seem like these guys were... I'm trying my best not to...
Yeah. They were bolstering up the validity of an actual geocentric paradigm, not just what the other guy was talking about, geocentric reference frame, using it for whatever reason, but the actual idea that the universe is geocentric in a meaningful way. You know what I mean? It's hard to make a distinction between geocentric, like the reference frame one, and the one that the people believe that.
Well, it's kind of difficult when we're saying like these quotes, because obviously there's a bunch of different ones from different times, different years. But I mean, the truth is a lot of these guys, heliocentrism was being pushed hard throughout the entire 20th century, through world wars, through Einstein. It was being pushed hard. So a lot of these guys are coming out of this like transitionary period where this unproven globe thing was being pushed really hard. Until, of course, they claimed to went to space and went to the moon and confirmed it. But, back in 1922, what did they have for the globe Earth? Boats going over the horizon? Come on, like sticks in the ground? What did they have? They had nothing. Now you can at least try to do this call to authority, like, yeah, NASA, oh yeah, they're up there with satellites. You can get into a whole fantasy boy story about that now, but back then they had literally nothing, no measurements of curvature. They had none of that. So a lot of these guys were dealing with that and writing about it, and it was obviously in their minds. It was in the scientific community, and they were trying to kind of hash it out. And a lot of them were coming from, the old paradigm, not the old paradigm, but the paradigm that preceded the one that was being pushed.
See, Paul's got, and he's posted another one where you take this quote and you actually take it from the book. Like the page numbers are on there. He's got the actual page. He's saying something almost opposite of what the meme or whatever you want to call it, which has produced, what he's trying to express by that. And it's not what you're saying is true, Gio, that he said these words, but that's not the point. The point is what's the the motivation of making this quote, and what is the result of it? The result of it is exactly what his motivation was set out to do, which is to get to express some other idea that is different than what the actual people were trying to express when they wrote it or said it or whatever. Anyways, it doesn't matter. And you guys are right. Which he was in here for a couple of days on saying it. So I was only expressing what he said, but I agree that I'm not trying to hold Witsit to. I'm not holding him to any. I'm not trying to claim he's doing anything wrong here by posting these. I'm trying to just tell you guys. You guys should look into what the actual meaning of what these things, these quotes are trying to express.
I don't know, Coach. You're coming off very accusatory.
It shows the profoundly unsolid framework by which heliocentrism was pushed as a propaganda campaign out of. A lot of these quotes clearly reveal that. You're not going to be able to find quotes like that, like about people questioning whether vitamin C is good for the immune system or, other things. It just shows the incredibly weak foundation at which heliocentrism was pushed and what these guys were dealing with.
Did you get that from what's it wrote, or did you see the thing that Paul wrote? Paul didn't write it. He posted from the textbook. Those are the exact page numbers that Witch had put, and if you read that, it's saying something a little bit different than what Witch is saying. It's actually talking about how it's actually talking about how today we can actually make a distinction between them.
You won't find that quote anywhere on those two pages.
See it like there was words added in basically.
So what's it trying to say, that these quotes prove geocentrism, or that both views are equally valid?
No. He's not trying to, like I said, he wasn't saying that these guys believe in geocentrism and that. Well, he said some of them he did say that though, but he's not. That's not his main point. His main point is that there's many people, what he calls our priests, who are expressing that in some cases geocentrism is just as valid, and in other cases it's actually more valid.
But the principle remains the same, right? Is that you could model it either way.
Yeah, but when you say that, what do you mean?
It's exactly what I said.
Well, no, but so what the other guy, the Philip Plate guy, had stated was about how it's true that you can use the Earth as a geocentric, and you can describe the motion of the other stuff in reference to the Earth being geocentric. But what does that mean outside of that explanation? It's just a way to make that frame stationary and talk about the movements and everything else. But it doesn't have anything meaningful about what's actually happening. Because there's no explanatory power in some cases. You start to lose explanation, like retrograde motion and all this other type of stuff. it's true that you can explain it in that way for whatever, whatever purpose you need. Like astrology, for example. In astrology, that's used as a geocentric because it makes sense in that context. But if you're trying to describe what's actually happening in a meaningful way, it's not a very valid frame to use.
But each reference frame is as valid as any other one, right?
I mean, it depends on it's all context dependent. When you're deciding which reference frame to use, the context, kind of matters.
The only context we have is the Earth, Kosho. We're Earth-centered beings in an Earth-centered world.
Well, we're on the Earth. That's true.
The only one you're told that isn't that comes from literally government agencies that claim that they've been out there. That's all you have.
But you're not defined by your reference frame. Your reference frame doesn't define. It's like it says about a ship. If you were on a ship your whole life, going down a river or something like that, you never got off the ship. You could think it's valid to think that your ship is stationary and everything else is just moving around you, but it's actually would be a fault. You would use that prediction, and you would start getting things extremely wrong.
Right. So you have to say everything is in motion, and light is the only thing that stays at its fixed speed, and everything is in reference to that.
Not entirely true, but I think they say that the speed that information propagates through space-time happens at that speed. This is that so they call it C or whatever, but it's like gravity will propagate through space-time at that speed. Light, if it's unperturbed or whatever. But all other motion or all motion, I guess even that motion, all motion is relative. So if you're talking about something moving at a certain speed, that's relevant to or it's in reference to something else, right?
Right.
Without defining the reference frame, motion almost doesn't mean anything.
That's right.
Rotation.
Yeah, but like I was saying though, but that entire other reference frame, the one that isn't the one that you experience all the time, the Earth, because government agencies are the only ones that have claimed to go out to outer space, then that entire reference frame is dependent on an authority that you can't prove.
It's not true. Because we have independent observations by people that aren't government agencies.
Who's verified that other reference frame?
Well, for instance, was Tycho Brahe a government agent? He made observations of the planets and carefully measured their positions and deduced their motion from that.
That's not verifying another reference frame. That's looking at lights and how they move in the sky clock above us.
What you call verifying?
Tangibly verifying that other reference frame even exists at all. The outer space story.
Can you imagine how frustrated he must have gotten when it was, like cloudy for like a few days? Like that would fuck up his whole thing for like a year. You'd have to wait for the exact day the next year for, Mars to be in a certain spot and be like, okay, yeah, it's still following this path.
That's a funny idea. That's cool. It's cool that we talk about the planets because the more you think about it, I've said this before. We talked about Coriolis, but in astrology, like a lot, you're very big into astrology, and then with Tycho Brahe and all the way to Newton and everybody else, the way that they thought about the planets and everything. These are two totally different reference systems, and it requires you to, just for not you don't have to discard it forever, but discard the reference frame that we experienced firsthand and consider a different reference frame to actually make sense of what's happening. And it actually didn't make sense until they did that. So, describing the motion and describing how those motions, like Kepler's laws of orbital mechanics, like he has to use a different reference frame in order to make sense of that.
The model doesn't prove the model.
There's no proof in science anyway.
You can preface things on all kinds of models. It doesn't mean you're verifying that model. At the end of the day, we are on the Earth. We see things in the sky. We do observe things, but the assumption of another reference frame is just that, an assumption. It would be like, let's say there was a bunch of us inside of a house, and the only thing we know is the house. And let's say there's no windows on it or anything. But we have these people that come in from the front door, or they come in and they say, oh no, there's this other reference frame out there. We promise. It's this thing, we're going to call it outer space, and it's out there and all of that stuff. If they never, ever, ever, ever gave you any opportunity to ever verify that, you would just be going off blind faith that it's out there.
Okay. Pretend that nobody ever came in the house, and pretend that we were in the house only, and it was us two, okay? And we were in there our whole lives, and one of us was able to come up with predictions on everything, because we don't know what's happening outside, but we can see things happening. And then we're able to make predictions on what's going to happen based on some idea that we had of what's actually happening out there. And those predictions were coming true. That would be more valid than whatever the other person was coming up with is the actual reality. If the other person had a different reality, what they thought, but there's no predictions involved, it's just their ideas of what's happening.
Yeah, because we aren't in a house where we can't see outside. We can observe things outside.
What if theirs was just so much more complicated, and the reason you guys picked it?
Well, it doesn't mean we have to go to the origin.
But I'm saying, what if the reason you guys, I don't want to say you guys, but like you picked the heliocentric because the math was just easier. Like, who cares? Like at that point, it's just a pragmatic and philosophical choice, right?
It's not the case that it's just easy or something like that. It's the case that it's correct. Like even if everything that we think we know or paradigm about the universe is wrong for whatever reason, it doesn't make us unjustified for believing it when we're believing it because the evidence supports it and the predictions we make based on the model are correct. So as long as that keeps happening, we're going to hold it valid.
Yeah, but your paradigm is rooted in saying that there's no fixed reference point. And you could model anything from any point, like this, bag of, I don't know, pears. You could center everything around that. I mean, the math would be extremely complicated, but you could still do it, right? That's the principle.
Never.
Well, I don't think we could do it, actually, right? Just saying that we could still do it is a meaningless statement, because unless you actually do it, we can't.
But
they tried to come up with mathematics for a geocentric explanation of the planets going around the Earth, and they couldn't do it. They could never get the maths right.
Well, yeah, but that just means that they gave up.
Yeah, they never ever achieved it. So saying that we can do it is false because we haven't been able to do it.
What are you talking about?
About a geocentric model, a mathematical geocentric model. No one's ever come up with one. They've tried and failed.
Okay, I don't agree with that whatsoever. I don't know where you're
getting show me where a mathematical geocentric model exists.
We'll go back to Hoyle's quote.
where he said you couldn't publish shit if it went against a certain narrative, right? So how do we know it hasn't been attempted to be put out there, and we just don't get to see these things? How do we know?
Well, it's kind of a pointless argument, really, isn't it? Because I could say that for any argument, saying, how do we know someone didn't come up with it and didn't actually publish it? That's really a bit silly to come up with an argument like that.
No, I didn't. There was a quote directly referencing his attempts to do that and the walls he was hitting. So to think that other people weren't hitting the same wall, but that's just naive. So it could be that someone did finish the maths.
Could be. There's no evidence for that at all.
There's no wall to hit. We're on the Earth, and the sky above us, the wandering stars move in their frequencies and in their particular patterns. There's nothing complicated about the mathematics. They have retrograde cycles. They move in their yearly cycles between the tropics. It's just exactly what they do. They're just right above us in the time clock. There's no...
Yeah.
The only thing that would be needed to get a full model, you have to have the correct map, and then you have to correct the map of the Earth upon the stars. That part, yes, because that's what's been jacked, because they've taken that and turned it into a globe and all that. So to get an entire model, yes, that has been usurped and hidden from us, and we've been sold this globe pile of goods. But just because we have been blindfolded and don't have the entire complete map doesn't mean that humans haven't known the layout of the map, and the sky is already working perfectly. It has since the beginning of time.
Yeah, but again, you're just saying words. You're saying that the maths isn't that complicated, but in reality, it actually is complicated. And no one has actually been able to come up with a complete geocentric mathematical model of the solar system. It just doesn't work. No one has been able to come up with a satisfactory mathematical model that predicts the motions and positions of things accurately in a geocentric model.
Okay, I'm just trying to get why you're coming from that, because the Earth being geocentric, we can track the movement of the stars precisely how they are. There's no lack of a mathematical model for the fact that Mercury has its cycle and its retrograde cycle. There's no lack of any of that. So I'm just trying to figure out why you're saying that with such a kind of condescending confidence, as if that somehow means that there's no mathematical model just for the simple movement of the frequencies of the heavens.
I'm saying that we actually don't have a mathematical model for a geocentric model of the movement of the planets. We have a heliocentric mathematical model where we can predict quite accurately the motions and the positions of the planets. Yes, we can predict their motions and their positions accurately, but not by using a geocentric model, because we don't have a mathematical geocentric model of the solar system.
Okay, that's just simply not true. An ephemeris is a book that shows the exact degree and position within the sky of any of the wandering stars, Mercury, Venus, etc. They're all predicted to perfection. The Saros cycle can predict eclipses to perfection, which was done on a geocentric system. None of this requires heliocentrism whatsoever. The only mathematics that does exist is the reality of where we are, which is the geocentric Earth with the sky above. So I just, maybe you haven't been sold the geocentric model, so you think there isn't one, but the mathematical movements of the skies has been known about since the dawn of time. They're all on frequencies.
Isn't that based on prior observation? So they're going to say by X, Y, Z, we will see this, therefore we will celebrate this particular festival at this time. It's not a predictive. It's looking back in the past and assuming it's going to repeat.
That's correct. It's not a mathematical model.
Strictly observational.
So repeating patterns aren't mathematical now.
Not unless you have a mathematical model to explain those repeating patterns. No.
What mathematical model do you want?
I want a mathematical model where I can predict the positions accurately of the heavenly bodies. There is no mathematical model geocentrically that can do that.
That's the only one that does do that. That's how we do it today. That's what an ephemeris is. An ephemeris shows the precise degree of every wandering star for as many years back and forward as you want to go, and that is geocentric. We already have that. It already exists. It's the only one that does exist.
For Mercury, even?
Absolutely. Of course. I just don't get why he's saying that. It's absolutely false.
He's talking about novel
Because nothing's been
predictions.
published, Geo, with regard to that math. That's why. Doesn't say it doesn't exist, but it hasn't been published for him to read.
The difference is in the ability, like I said, the model that he's describing is one that can make novel predictions that aren't ones you can claim are based on, repeating things that have happened before and, just adding up their, taking note of the pattern. He's saying that the description, the model, is able to predict things that haven't yet been observed. That's usually how you validate a model.
Yep.
Actually, an ephemeris isn't geocentric or heliocentric. It was originally geocentric, but once you get up to, relatively modern times, the last sort of 500-600 years, it's geocentric. So it just means diary.
Yeah. I remember Martin Leakey showed a really like an old town clock in one of his programs one time, and he had all these photos of it, from back years and years ago, and then at some point it had been updated. And anyway, this clock had all the planets and everything in the background, like behind it. So as the clock went around, everything, all the planets and shit moved around, and it was based on the Earth being the center. And then he's got these photos of it being updated and renovated, like the whole building and everything, and they've moved it. They've changed the whole thing, so the Earth is no longer the center, which I think that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, every astrologer and astronomer, especially in ancient times, but let's say astrology as well, uses geocentric charts. There's a bot on this server. You can type in any date and get the chart for today. That's geocentric. It shows the exact precise position of all of the wandering stars or planets, the sun, the moon, the nodes of the moon, which are what causes the eclipses. So it's an absolute, if you want to call it a mathematical model, it's the exact frequency and movement and cycles on a geocentric map. That's been the way it's been since the dawn of time. And that's even what astrologers use today and astronomers. You can, I'm not saying you can't project a heliocentric world. You can kind of make that as a false model and you can do that. But the geocentric one is absolutely foundational and is used today. So, and you can.
Modern astronomers don't use an ephemeris that is a geocentric one. That is the false model. That is what has been falsified, if you want to use those terms. I would be more generous myself. But
Ephemeris are geocentric. They all are.
No, they're not.
In the modern times, no.
I'm actually looking. I'm looking at the history of the ephemeris now, which is why I know
There's not just one ephemeris, but ephemeris is used geocentric coordinates always.
No, I reject that premise, and I would like you to go and look into it. I'll give you a tip. In 1554, Johannes Stadius published the Ephemeris Novara Acture, the first major ephemeris computed according to the Copernican heliocentric model, using parameters derived from the Pleiadianic tables. Although Copernican model proved an elegant solution to the problem computing their planetary positions, it avoided needed to acquaint and better explain the apparent retrograde motions of planets, which is always a problem. It still relied the use on epicycles leading to some inaccuracies.
It's not a problem, and you don't need. It's not a problem, and you don't need
of the Mercury.
It's not a problem, and you don't need epicycles. If you're believing that, you've been sold a false narrative about retrograde. There's nothing confusing that requires epicycles or that doesn't fit with geocentrism whatsoever.
Reading what the astronomers are saying. So cool. You can disagree with them, but that's what they're saying.
It's false.
That's 1554, way before NASA, way before an authoritarian. In fact, the authoritarian position was against this because geocentrism really was promoted, supported, and enforced by the Catholic Church in Europe. If you weren't a geocentrist, you have problems.
Well, we're on the Earth. The ceiling is the ceiling. The stars move beautifully upon it. There's nothing that heliocentrism is required for whatsoever. We're on the Earth, and there's a ceiling. It's that simple. The movement is just exactly what they are. They're in their time cycles. They go retrograde when they go retrograde. They have their particular cycles, just like a time clock has a clock in it. We are on the Earth by default, and by the nature of what it is, that is geocentric. You're on Earth looking at sky, geocentric. The sky works perfectly with the Earth being at the center because you're on the Earth and the sky is above you. That's all you have. You have 2 reference frames, Earth, sky. It's all geocentric.
Unless you look at it from the reference point of the sun, when it's not geocentric. Because there's more than 2 reference frames. There's actually an infinite number of reference frames.
That's why I said before, if you and I could position ourselves on the sun, we would have a different interpretation or different understanding as to what we'd expect to see. And your expectation would be based on the heliocentric model, and my expectation would be based on exactly what we know.
Yeah, if you're looking at the sun, if you were on the sun, it would just be the reverse position. You're just looking back.
Yeah, but that's kind of the point of what Paul was saying before about, you know, what people have successfully done or whatever, because that's in reference to a model that is capable of actually making meaningful predictions that come true. Not, you know, the fact that even if our paradigm is not true, we're justified in believing it. I mean, it's the most honest thing we can do when it's the only one that makes correct predictions. It's the most valid paradigm.
I think you've been sold pseudoscience and been told it was predictions for a false model, and then you somehow believe that those predictions support your pseudoscientific belief, and then you somehow think that validates it. Whether you're fooled or whether you actually believe it is its own quandary.
Or you're the one peddling pseudoscience, Gio.
Or it's a false dichotomy. But who knows?
Or it's a false dichotomy. That's an even better point, actually. I'll withdraw that and I'll go with
I'm not peddling anything that you can't that is not your lived experience every day. I'm not peddling a model. You're peddling a model that is unverifiable, you can't prove, and that space agencies run by governments claim they've been out there and claim that those things are millions of miles away.
We've got students launching satellites into space now, Gio. It's not something that's purely the purview of government agencies and some nefarious people that are just going to lie to us.
Nope, it is. Nope.
They're all funded by the government.
Yep.
No. Why would we talk of proving things when talking about proving things is literally a hallmark of pseudoscience?
It is, you're right, but to claim cause and effect without actual science is pseudoscience. So that's really the point.
Well, the word prove means to validate something as true. So if you think validating something is true is pseudoscience, then I would say you have things profoundly backwards.
But in science, we never validate that things are true. We can only validate that things are false. It's called falsifiability. That's the fundamental basis of what science is about.
So you can never confirm your hypothesis.
Just keep believing.
You can build evidence for it, but you can never ever show that a hypothesis is essentially 100% true. No.
That's fine. Just like heat boils water or pressure. Yeah, there's two things.
That's
not
an
unicorn
observation.
farts.
There's a difference between an observation and a hypothesis. You know, but what science is very good at, which is what Kirst put out there, is it's really good at falsifying things. So ruling shit out.
Systematic elimination.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. But at the end of the day, your hypothesis, you don't hypothesize the wrong thing to be the cause or whatever. You hypothesize what you presume to be the exact cause. And science, hopefully, will confirm that. But more often than not, it eliminates it. And you have to make a new hypothesis and try again. Systematic elimination until you are left with no other option.
So Karl Popper, who's kind of the guy that brought up the problem, one of the people that brought up the problem with verificationism. really, really simple premise. You know, I go, aha, that's the reason why I'm 100% sure. So by doing that, what we're basically saying is all the things that we know and we don't know, we have now ruled out as the possible cause. And it's all the things that we don't know that are the problem.
No.
That's
No,
why
that's just
you
silly.
don't. No, that's science, mate.
No, I'm sorry.
It's the fact
No.
that we recognize and are humble in our fallibility, in our
No.
lack
The
of
cause and
knowledge, in the
effect,
fact
which is
that
very
we're not
specific.
omniscient.
This is just more rhetoric
Yeah,
of this
well,
kind of fake model thing.
yeah.
Is anything that I said they're not true? Do we know everything?
You're right on the brink of saying we evolved from monkeys and we're just on this random little blue speck in a big, vast universe that we don't have any way to know what it is, but NASA's out there probing my behind.
Idiot
that's just
in the scientific community says we evolved from monkeys. What are you talking about?
We share common ancestry. We didn't evolve from monkeys.
Any
Evolved from
cause and effect
sea
relationship science done with that? No.
Well, we don't know if we evolved from sea slime. I'd say that's a bit of a stretch. But we certainly evolved through the mammal line.
Certainly.
You know,
So you go from
phylogenetic
not being able to prove
statistics
things
kind of
to now
actually
certainty.
totally.
You're a classic.
No. I mean, as I say, this is just fun. Could it be wrong? Evolution, possibly. Could we have some of the little linkages incorrect? Quite
It was
probably.
a certainty a second ago.
Yeah, because we're speaking in colloquial terms. If you want me to speak in scientific manners, then that's absolutely fine.
In your perspective, since you don't prove
Whatever.
things, that means you have no truth, because proof is the process of establishing truth. So if you're not proving things, you have found no truth whatsoever.
No,
So
I
have nothing
kind of
about-
reject truth and I accept the limitation that I work with knowledge. And knowledge is a justified belief that I hold to be true until demonstrated otherwise. That's pretty much what all of us do.
that would be a projection. It sounds like totally your own trip there.
Is there any way that the human race, part of it, would evolve into hermaphrodites based on the operations that people are having today and their offspring?
No, I don't. I don't think that's very likely because we're talking about inherited traits as one of the primary reasons. You're talking about change in allele frequency as another. You're talking about environmental pressure sets as another. And the two things that are consistent is the frequency, the allele frequency within a population changes over time, and an organism must be plastic to its environment to survive.
Yeah. Yep. Neither of which take us from fucking slime to a human.
You can have your opinion on that either way. I don't care.
We have many.
I actually think evolution is the best evidence for intelligent design that there is.
Oh, don't chase it, man.
We have
rather
many
than the sort of Christian view of poof, poof, poof. There you go, Adam. Go and name fucking shit.
We have plenty
what a
of
childish view of the world to have.
But like, if we have a lot of examples in nature of organisms, or animals, insects, whatever, being hermaphrodites, they're self-producing, then surely that's a part of the evolution, possibly.
Well, they're not hermaphrodites, are they? There are some animals that clone themselves.
Cloning. Okay, yeah. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Yeah. So there are certain types of worms, for instance, that you can cut in half and both bits will survive. In fact, there's one worm, I think, it's a shovelhead worm, which you can literally chop up a lot and pretty much every bit of it will survive. Pretty much, not everything, but it's
same as a tapeworm from pork.
Sounds like uranium, doesn't it? Like uranium can sort of like double up, clone itself. 235. Cool, man. Yeah, great comeback. Thank you.
Say that last part again.
Uranium 235 can like replicate itself and expand.
No.
No.
Oh, it's what I sort of watched with Veritasium producing or someone else, a recognizable sort of video, and they showed you the video of the start, and then you see it basically doubling and doubling and doubling and doubling, just like cells do, I guess.
Are you talking about a fission reaction? Possibly.
Yeah, possibly. I mean,
I think what you're thinking. I think what may have been explained to you possibly was possibly like a nuclear bomb, which involves a
Chain
nuclear
reaction.
uranium-235. Because the reaction kind of happens in the way you're describing. I don't think there's any.
I agree.
Yeah.
It was based on the video was based on the uranium and the bomb was included. So yes, exactly as you're saying. Yeah. So I guess it is a fusion or fission, whichever it's called. Okay, cool. But you know, it's happening in nature.
It's definitely a cool process. I just as it maybe express it a little bit differently than you remembered hearing it. It's like the reaction. Well, I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but it's just it has to do with neutrons being neutral and being able to have these like this chain reaction, basically, like the way you're describing.
Yeah, and is that an excess when it gets an excess of electrons, or the opposite where it's yeah, but exactly as you said, you described exactly the same.
Well then.
You just really disappointed me. I just looked up at how much uranium-235 is worth per gram. I was going to become rich.
Yeah, and also probably on FBI's. Well, you're not the FBI, but MI6.
Yo, Kosho.
What's up, man?
Probably quite sick.
You know, in one of those quotes, Witsit posted, the one about being a ether believer, is that out of context as well?
Which one is that?
I don't know. There's one of them he posted. I mean, you said you went through all of them.
Yeah. They're all
Did you see that
out of
one?
context in regards to what they're actually expressing and what he's meaning for them to express, but some of them more than others. But which one specifically are you talking about?
I don't know. There's one I remember seeing him post where he kept saying Newton was an ether believer.
The who? Okay, here's the context of that statement is, you know, in what's his name? Paul Dirac was an ether dude. Even though he's the one who came up with, you know, he's the one who basically put the marriage between quantum mechanics and special relativity to come up with quantum electrodynamics. Eventually, you know, came up with that based on, you know, what he had himself done. But so to make a claim like, oh, they were all etherists or whatever, or this person were etherists. I mean, this is before the time. This is when there was the assumption. You know, this is before the quantum fields were known about, which answers that question that they use the ether to answer, which is what does like propagate through? How does it propagate like a wave? You know, so you know, given that context, like those statements don't mean very much. You know what I mean? Like Tesla, they always bring up Tesla like he was an ether dude, and yeah, he was huge. Like he was that was what the assumption was at the time. They didn't have the answers that we came up with right after that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just asking, is that really now taking Newton out of context? Because what you're saying is Newton did believe in an ether. It's just he didn't have all the information we have now.
Yeah, then so you're talking about the two Newton quotes. Yeah, because there's a Newton quote where he was because Witsit just found this out the other day that Newton had come up with the ether himself. You know, gravity. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, let me see that quote.
But that's not out of context.
I see what you're saying.
I think my favorite one was the Otto Neubauer quote that he put up, which wasn't Otto Neubauer putting his position forward. He was actually doing an argument from Tycho Brahe.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's a couple that are like
that. And Otto Neubauer, he's like one of my heroes. I mean, that guy is, you know, what he proved about sort of people in history, especially sort of ancient history, actually having a really good understanding, a much better understanding of mathematics that we give them credit for. You know, I find amazing. You know, I mean, that's a guy that actually is a mathematician who learned Arcadian so he could actually read Arcadian documents. I mean, that's commitment.
Will translate. It's too bad.
Yeah, he did he learned it so he didn't have to. He could do first-hand translation. That was one of the things, and his first-hand translations are actually pretty damn good.
But this other
Couldn't
quote.
someone who already knew it do the translating? Why did he have to learn it?
Because he was fascinated.
Oh, okay. So he didn't have to learn it. He just was curious.
He wanted to. Yeah, he wanted to because he saw some of the evidence and he thought, wow, this is amazing. He wanted to get a better understanding. You know, and that the best way to get a better understanding is to be able to actually look at it in the original languages.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's one thing to have something translated.
Yeah, I'm sure the original language is very nuanced. Just like when you learn a language, you know, in a school or something like that, and then you go to the country and use it, and you find, oh fuck, it's very different to what you've learned in terms of the nuance. So I'm sure there would be that to it too.
Well, metaphor is
with regards to its interpretation.
Yeah, metaphor is one of the things that you and I've brought this up many times. It's one of the things when you're reading ancient languages, you always have to take the fact that we have so little context with the metaphor that's involved.
Exactly.
You know those little references that they're calling to, which is why the Greeks were so fucking awesome, because they used to say, "Hey, and we're referencing from this," which is why we know what some of the writers that we don't have the writings for said, because they're referenced by other people. So Diocles is a good example, which is one that Don's pretty fascinated with. We don't have any writings from Diocles. We just have people that referenced his books and his writings. And one of the few things that survived from the Library of Alexandria was actually the catalogue of texts.
How do you always
which is so frustrating because we know all the shit that we don't have.
How do you always creep your history lessons into this, dude? Every time. Not that's not appreciated though, I mean. But
it's always interesting. It's just very very story-like.
No, but you bring up we said Library of Alexandria. People always say Aristophanes didn't exist. Like, oh, he's not. There's no proof he existed, right? This guy, he's a glorified librarian, right? And if you believe that the Library of Alexandria existed, it had to have librarians, and he just happened to be a librarian who worked there. So I mean, I don't see why. I mean, if he didn't exist and do this test, then who else was the librarian there who did this test that people do that works still? You know what I mean?
So you're standing on the shoulders of librarians.
Some of the some of the giants are librarians, dude.
I was going to say the same thing. Oh dear, Gio, that was great.
While they're standing on a stack of books.
Exactly.
Well, it was more difficult than that. It was a set of scrolls, generally.
You guys don't know the AI, the DALL-E 2 AI, the picture that you can just tell it to make a picture. Someone's got to put that phrase in there. The one you just described, where you have fucking librarians on a stack of books and Aristophanes and all the shoulders of giants. I bet you would make a fucking awesome picture.
An awesome meme, yeah.
a great meme.
Meme. You guys and your stories with your head in the clouds. Great imaginations.
Yeah, but the thing, even if these stories are not true, there's truth in them. Like the people we talk about doing tests. Like, let's say it's all fake, the tests could still work. You know what I mean? So it's like there's purpose and meaning and reason behind the stories we have.
You can do them yourself.
Sticks and shadows, you mean? And then make assumptions, you mean?
Make predictions. I hit that method to make predictions with 22 other people. It's really weird that Sly Sparkane did something very similar, and he also used 23 people. I did not do it on purpose, but when I did it, I did it specifically. Actually, you know what, I forgot Paul helped me. He wrote the revised version of the paper. Okay, I posted it several times, but because I did mine sloppy at first. But however, yeah, I made predictions beforehand using both simplified models, like a flat and stationary, close and local sun. That's very simple. I mean, you guys, I don't think any flat earther disagrees that that's their, at least the base idea, that the Earth is flat and stationary, and the sun is close and local, circling ahead. And then the other one was our model, which is the globe with light rays that come in nearly parallel. And then we just made predictions based on both those ideas and see which ones the measurements matched to.
It's not science, but you can do that.
It's science. How's that not
okay,
science?
It doesn't show cause and effect. Okay, you're right. It doesn't show cause and effect.
Yeah, that's limited. We have a limited outlook of
Very
what science
limited.
is. Yeah, but your outlook is limited.
No.
Yeah.
No, my outlook
is.
isn't limited. You can't make a prediction and see an observation, and that verifies your prediction. That's complete rubbish.
No, it's not. You can say it's rubbish,
Your
but it's not.
hypothesis should be based on the cause, and then you look at the cause. You don't have a prediction and then see an observation. That's not how you find a cause and effect relationship at all.
Not all science is based on cause and effect relationships.
No, I'm aware of that, of course. Definitely. But if there's going to be a claim of cause and effect, you've got to go through that method. There's no way around that.
You know, in my paper though, what I stated was I made predictions on everybody else's measurements, and I said, here's my predictions if it's the globe. Here's my prediction if it's flat and the sun's close and local. I had predictions for both those. And I said my conclusion will be if it matches one, then that says that this model is correct. If it matches the other, it says that model is correct. And the third outcome would be if it matches neither of those, then my test was inconclusive and something went wrong. But if it matched one of those, you know, after the 22, 23 people, you know, with some error margin, then I put that one as valid. But there was no errors. Everybody, all the predictions were within less than half a degree with the I predicted for globe.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. And I suppose you've established which model is correct, not whether that model is reality or not. So it's a different experiment you'd have to do. So I hear you there.
How do those mean two different things?
Well, hang on. If you've made a prediction and they've gone and done measurements and it backs up your prediction of a model, then you verified your prediction of a model, not anything to do with reality.
I'm having a hard time. You know, I'm not trying to criticize what you're saying. I'm just to me those two things mean the same thing. So when you say
well, clearly not. I mean, how can they mean the same thing? You make a prediction and then you get some people to make some measurements and then you claim that verifies something, but you don't go out and actually physically verify whether that something is there or is the cause, i.e. the curvature versus flat, because that was what people were measuring.
You're trying to say, you want to get in there to say something like
Oh,
that.
yeah. I mean, if it was flat, you would come up with different results, Whites. I mean, you're trying to poo-poo on it just because you don't like it, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, it's pretty conclusive. Just simple.
Well, show them. Use proper science and show that that's the case. That it is curved. That is causing.
That is science. That was a scientific observation. Yes, well, you disagree, and that's fine. But I'm saying it was a scientific observation.
I agree that there was a scientific observation. I completely agree. You just haven't gone and verified the cause of that observation. You've assumed it.
The cause of the observation was the spherical shape of the Earth.
Oh, did you assume that? Or did you verify that with a scientific method somehow?
Because if it wasn't spherical, you would get a different result.
Oh, if only we could manipulate your presumed cause to verify this in an experiment.
You do not have to.
Great?
That's one of Eraser's rhetoric.
Your model.
You do not have to.
What is your result?
I know you think you don't have to.
What is your result you got that shows your spherical Earth?
Well, I've showed it to you before, but that's the results of the test that I did with the 22 other people. And I just real quick, I just want to address one thing.
Howard was saying that he had a scientific result of a curved Earth. I was asking Howard.
Oh, my bad. I thought he was talking about my test. I thought.
Yeah. And it's just simple geometry. I mean, like Kosher said, if it was one shape, you would get one result, another shape, another. If you got if there was no conclusion, you did something wrong or something. But he had like within a half a degree of what it was supposed to be according to spherical Earth.
22 predictions, but that's what I wanted to say. What White said when he said, that matched that showed that model was valid, but that doesn't show that matches reality. But what I'm telling you to use those two things mean the same thing, at least to me. That if you're showing that a model is correct, that means that model matches reality. It's to whatever extent you were testing. Like if you showed that it was correct, that means that you tested against reality and the model held up.
No, but you could have assumptions built into that, like in the observations that these people made, that just ruined this experiment, as you call it, from the outset, made it redundant. So you've done an observation, you've made some calculations to back the observation, like through your prediction, and how do you then verify that that's the case? You can claim it, you can assume it, go for it, but then how do you verify it for people?
Well, I mean, like I said, in my mind, by getting correct predictions, like 22, like one of the chicks was in St. Petersburg, so I had to use the basic idea that where she was and how far it was from the equator to predict how long her shadow was going to be, which I wasn't there with her. There's no way I can make that prediction without using my model to make that prediction. Otherwise I was guessing and got extremely lucky or something. But I used the model.
Yeah, but that model has assumptions, doesn't it? The sun's so far away, parallel light rays. It has all these things built into it. So if they're wrong, and there's another reason for those things that we see, then the observations are incorrect. So what I'm saying is, how have you verified that curvature was the cause of these measurements?
It's the only answer that I had that fit that. So, because what you said is right. It's possible that there could be some other reason that caused those exact same numbers to happen, and not the reason I come up with. But as I said a couple times already tonight, you can't say that we're not justified or for holding that model as valid when that's the only explanation we have that produces those predicted outcomes. Just because there might be something out there that is like fooling us, that's actually would give us the same numbers, that we have no reason to. That hasn't been suggested to us. That idea hasn't come up in somebody's put forward. So we have no reason to even flirt with that idea. You know what I mean?
I do understand. So I mean, the honest thing to say, or the correct way to state it, would be we have a hypothesis that this is the case. Unfortunately, we can't verify that, but it fits the model to the best, of what we can work out. And so we run with it, but we can't actually verify it. That would be the honest way to say it. And everyone here would be excellent, relieved. That's credible and honest. Let's get on with verifying it for you guys, or, but you don't. You claim that it is definitive.
That last part, where you say that we need to verify it still, that's like the only thing left we need to do. We would claim that we verified it to the highest ability we have to verify it, and once we have a higher ability to verify it, we're gonna do just that. So we've gone to the extent that we can verify it.
Yep. So no, I agree. So you've gone to the extent, which unfortunately excludes the scientific method for cause and effect relationship.
No, it doesn't.
You've done as much as you can. You've made hypotheses, you've made observations, you've done measurements. That's all you've done. That's all you can do. You've just admitted that.
No. See, in my head, there's a crossword puzzle with like 5,000. It's not even a 2-dimensional crossword puzzle. It's like an 8-dimensional crossword puzzle with like 1,000 rows and columns and all this other shit. And we have so many of the answers filled. There's still holes, but we have so many of the answers filled out, and the only reason that they're filled out is because there's other words going in other directions that are matched up to those words. And so the reason we don't hold things as valid just because something happened once or something. It's like, you know, our entire paradigm is tethered on these things being true, not dependent on them, but that they like are depending on each other. So it's like there's multiple things that are true that, you know, to take one of them out of the picture, it would just make a whole bunch of other things not true, and it seems either extremely unlikely or almost impossible.
Use your analogy of the crossword and the 8-dimensional one, like that would be limited to your vocabulary. You might think you filled these answers in and you've got the right answers to several of the questions, but your vocabulary is so limited that there was another word actually that went into one of those that fit perfectly the same, right? But you don't know that. You're arrogant to think you know all the words. Like,
You know what my least favorite riddles are? Actually, not least favorite. I hate these riddles. I hate riddles that have multiple answers, because I spend my time racking my brain, come up with one answer, like, oh no, it's this answer. They're both valid answers, so I'm not wrong for saying the answer I said. And that'd be like a crossword puzzle where you have a bunch of the answers filled in, and they're matching each other. Then it's like, why did this person make this puzzle where that could happen? It seems I don't know, like willfully, like they willingly tricked you. I think it's very unlikely for that to ever happen.
like something's being reverse engineered. You're very quiet, Vandy.
Is that better?
Super quiet. Oh, fuck yeah. There we go. There you are.
It's amazing when you put the mic in front of your mouth. Absolutely amazing. Go figure. Who would have thought it? So do you think, Kosho, like what you did is cause and effect science, following the cause and effect scientific method?
I don't know what to do to you guys in Australia, man, but I tell you, I don't even like. I hate answering questions like this with cause and effect
Just
science.
answer the question honestly, Kosho. You can't get into any trouble if you answer it honestly.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that, to be honest with you. Because the cause and effect, because you guys are restricting science to this cause and effect thing.
No, not at all. Not at all, right? And you think that what is being said, right, that necessarily isn't science. My question, I thought, was fairly specific and fairly clear, right? Do you think what you did is a cause and effect relationship following the scientific cause and effect method?
In a vague way, I would say yes. I would say yes because
Okay then. So if you think that, because there's no vagueness about it, either does or it doesn't. So I'm gonna claim your answer is yes, right? I'm gonna make that assumption, right? I'm gonna pin that on you. So if you think it is a cause and effect relationship following the cause and effect scientific method, can you possibly spell out for myself and our valued viewers exactly how that is the cause and effect scientific method?
I would say the question would be, what's causing these what?
No.
Hold on.
What
That's why I don't like answering these questions, man.
It's not what the question should be, right? It's what I asked the question.
No.
Don't be changing
I'm not
my
stating your question. No, I'm not saying your question. I'm saying that if I were phrasing it in a cause or effect science, whatever, I'm talking about my question in the test. Would be
okay. Sorry.
What's causing the
where is this anyway?
what's causing the shadows? Yeah. It's like if I had to phrase it in a cause and effect way for whatever reason, but what's causing the shadows? But
I think Kosho, the reason why you're finding this question so difficult to answer is because it's a flawed question in the first place. There's no such thing as a cause and effect scientific method. Cause and effect is a relationship. It's a relationship that can be explored by the scientific method, but we shouldn't be talking about a cause and effect scientific method because no such thing exists.
Well, I don't think it is a flawed question myself personally, Paul.
No, he knew what you meant. He damn well
Yeah,
knew what you meant. Exactly.
yeah.
I did. I told them why we had this conversation already, man. I said this earlier tonight. I don't understand.
A better question would have Bandy. A better question would have been something like, how did your experiment explore the relationship between cause and effect?
Well, okay, Mr. Grammar Nazi and sentence construction Nazi, I might maybe agree with you, but my question is still valid, right? And you knew what I meant, regardless.
Yeah, but I could understand why Kosho was finding it so difficult to answer.
No,
Okay.
no. Kosho's just doing what Kosho does. He's very elusive and very slippery, Paul.
Oh my god.
This is what he does. He's like a bandit in the middle of the night.
No, actually, I was trying to appease two bandits.
So anyway,
Don't tag me as a bandit.
Yeah. Can we answer my very poignant question? That is
Well, Bandy, what would you think? What would you think Bandy caused the shadow pattern that he got?
Oh well, light.
Man, there's a pattern. I mean, you're going to get a certain pattern one way or another.
Well, that would depend on many things, wouldn't it, Howard? Like,
I don't know.
Well, one would think, like, where is the light? Where's it coming from? What is it doing?
Yeah.
All these different sorts of things. What it is in. Where is it? How did it get there? What is it? Like, there's so many questions you could ask about the light, Howard, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, as long as it's in the same position for each individual, it doesn't matter how it got there. It's just that it's there, shining light down, and blah blah blah. I mean, all those questions are kind of irrelevant to the results of the experiment or the observation.
Well, I don't know, Howard. Like, because okay, like if we're talking about shadows and whatnot, so we've got one fellow at point A and we've got one fellow at point B, okay, and we see these shadows and we make some presumptions about these shadows right off the get-go. You know, the presumptions being that number one, that they're parallel, I think, is one of the assumptions.
That's not assumed. We can observe parallel light rays though coming from the sun.
Can we, Howard? Really?
Sure. Yeah.
How? When have you seen a parallel light ray, Howard?
Well, you could just the moon phase. You can hold a ball up, and when you see the moon in phase during the day, and hold a ball up to the moon, and you can see you're getting the same shadow on your ball as is produced on the moon, and you can assume with some degree of error possibly that those light rays that are hitting your ball in your hand are coming in at the same angle that's hitting the moon. So that's just
okay. The fact that we have a lack of light on a surface, okay, which we now call a shadow, right? So a lack of light on a surface, we are now presuming, right, that what is causing that lack of light is this particular light source traveling in a parallel direction to each other before it hits that particular object and is obstructed by that object to cause a shadow, because the shadow itself ain't parallel light rays. All they are is just a lack of light. It really says nothing about the actual light rays. It's
Well, you just
themselves.
called Kosho slippery.
Me? You're calling me slippery? Howard,
Yeah.
how dare you? How dare you, Howard?
Witsit says something very similar to that shadows don't, aren't caused, or silhouettes aren't caused by refraction because they're absence of light and stuff like that. When that argument you just made is so, like, listen to what you're saying. The absence of light, it tells you where the light is going because you're not seeing, you're seeing where the light's going by seeing the absence of light. You know what I mean? So it's like the shadows are going to do, the shadows are doing what the light is doing because the shadows are based on what the light's doing.
Well,
you know what I mean? You only see the shadows because there's light.
We see the shadows obviously because of a lack of light, because the object is obviously obstructing that light. Okay, but then to jump to the conclusion that light is doing a particular thing because we see a shadow, I think that's a pretty big jump to make in regards to what actually light is doing, considering what we are looking at is a lack of light. We're not actually looking at the light, we're just looking at a lack of it there. So when we look at nothing at all, we're not even looking at the light, we're looking at no light, and we're going, that no light travels in parallel rays. So we're looking at nothing, no light, and we're saying that travels in parallel rays.
It's silly goose, man.
No, not silly.
We're actually looking at the lighted portion of the moon, not the dark part.
Exactly. You see the entire moon the whole time. So we see the face of the moon the whole time, whether it's on the shadow or not in the shadow. It's the same face at all times. And so anytime you're noticing how much of it has shadow, you're also at the same time noticing how much of it is lit up.
Oh, God, Kosho, you are slippery. You are slippery.
Okay, man. Yeah, I'm also a bandit. I'm also a bandsaw bandit. That's what you're gonna start calling me, bandsaw bandit. It's too much that I'm a bandit. I'm a bandsaw bandit now. So you're a projector.
Oh, definitely. I definitely project, most definitely. And you will be the receiver of my projection, most likely, a lot of the times.
I'm just a younger you. Yeah, this is the truth, man. If I grow to be a bandsaw bandit, I would be proud, to be honest.
Yeah, cool. Well, so you should be, mate. It's pretty cool.
However,
So there is still hope for you, Kosho. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
I still hold out hope for you.
We've got to establish cause and effect relationship, Kosho, and you're good to go.
So, Bandy, a question: are your youngsters called hacksaw bandits?
Hacksaw. We've got hacksaws. We've got everything. There, tree saws, circular saw. We've got circular, tree, hack.
You sound like an anime.
Reciprocal.
Oh my goodness.
Jig. We've got jig there as well.
Your only option now, Bandy, is to call into question the shape of the moon. Because if the shape of the moon's not the same as the shape of the ball you're holding up, then the shadows could be different, right? Just playing devil's advocate
show that they're
here,
the same.
right?
Well, look, I'm not necessarily questioning the shape of the moon, Paul, because I've made this outrageous claim before, and it is a claim that is backed up by nil evidence. But when you do look at the moon, when I look at the moon with my naked eye, it does seem to have texture, and it does seem to look like a hemisphere. Most likely, yeah, it looks like a big hemisphere. So I'll gather from that it could possibly be a sphere up there. But I've got absolutely zero to back it up, Paul. Zero scientific.
Yeah. So it's reasonable. It's reasonable to make the assumption that the moon is actually a sphere. I mean, especially when we observe, like night after night, if we take careful observations of the moon, we see its libration motion, which actually gives even more credence to the fact that it's a sphere, because we actually see it rotate around a little bit.
Well, I wouldn't say that me looking at the moon because it looks like a hemisphere and I think it might be a sphere, thus it is a sphere, because I definitely have not in any way, shape or form confirmed any of that. And
But see, Mandy, you can use your common sense and you can look at it and you can see it looks like a sphere and you can pretty much presume that it's a spherical object up there in the sky. And then you can make further analogies and apply that to things around you and you can come to conclusions about your world. But if you limit yourself and say, oh, maybe, it looks like a sphere, but hell, I'm not going to say it's a sphere because I don't know. Then you're limiting yourself to discovery of reality.
Oh no, I'm not really, Howard, because I'm quite happy to go with the moon as a sphere, and that's how I see it, and that's what I believe it is. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say it's the opposite, Howard. I think you're limiting yourself because you're just jumping to it's a sphere without proof, and now you're actually limiting yourself to what it actually could be.
No, I use my common sense to determine that what I'm looking at is what I'm looking at. That's all. That's it.
You mean like there's no curvature, or you don't use it there? You use refraction for that one.
Hey.
I'm just talking about looking at the moon.
So you use your eyes to say the moon's a sphere, but you don't use your eyes to say there's no curvature on Earth?
Yeah, I see curvature all around me.
That one's an optical. You see curvature all around you. Come on, Howard.
I do. Yeah.
You
Everything that I see, all the observations that I make, even within this arguments, where you really start paying attention to things. The path of the sun, like I talk about, the north-south celestial poles at 180 degrees, the eclipses. I mean, all these things are congruent, and that's what I mean. I see the effect of curvature all around me.
Does it bother you that you're sticking with all that and you really don't know for sure?
I appreciate what you say, Howard. You know I do, right? But
yes, sir.
You know, and but me myself, I go on, also to the practicality of my real world, right? What I can demonstrate and manipulate myself. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now the argument always comes back, as you know, Howard, that what I do is on a small and local scale, right? But having said that, I think I know the properties of what I've dealt with, pretty damn well, and it has served me pretty well. So I see similar, obviously similar observations than what you make. All right, with many things. Obviously, you're a bit further north. I'm a bit further south than what you are. But we look at similar things. We look at the sky. We look at oceans and this and that, and we see our observations. I would never have been silly enough, right, to ever say that I could see as far as I could possibly see, like so the argument is put out there. Well, you're in Australia, you're on a flat Earth. You should be able to see the Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? Because there's nothing in the way. I would have never been silly enough to make that sort of statement, only knowing because what I'm looking through. Okay, before any of this, because I know what I'm looking through does affect what I'm looking at. I've been very fortunate in being able to see many a sunset in both country and along the seaside, and I can see how those can dramatically change. Yes, a lot of the times they do look like a say a 20-cent piece going into a money box, but there are a lot of times too when it doesn't look like that. It looks like a hamburger. It looks like an atomic bomb. It looks like many a different thing as well. Like it doesn't seem to be consistent all the time. Only purely from what we're looking through. So I think a lot of these things are definitely unanswered. To me personally, and when we're talking about observations, purely, Howard. Now, I know the tools that I've worked with, and the sort of tools that I've worked with, and the accuracy in which I've had to work within, right? And some of these tools have been independent, right, of a horizontal datum line that I have had to work alongside, right? And every single time I've moved this particular tool, okay, it has set a different horizontal, a different plumb every single time that I have moved it. And if that was the case, I would never have met my target. I would have been out, right? Sometimes by a little bit, sometimes by a lot. And that's why I have confidence in what I think now when I think of these things. Especially that whole if I've got a spirit level here and I move 1 millimeter to the left, right, and draw two lines, they are not going to be parallel to each other because I've moved 1 millimeter to the left, and now it's on. It's got a different plumb. It's got a different horizontal. All right, and some of the tools that I've used independent of making a horizontal line, right, totally independent. So the horizontal line is made. We're working off that horizontal line. Now, these other tools that you use working down the line, right, are always creating a different horizontal and a different plumb to the one that was originally staked out.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about like the segmented. We talked about, yeah, like Rocky's observation. He thinks that it was extending, and we say it was a segmented curve.
No, I'm talking about when surveyors come out and some of the bigger jobs that I've worked on, working on some larger pipelines, and they have created a horizontal tangent from that initial datum point, and it has been horizontal, and everything is measured off that. Everything is measured off it. And then when you're working in those trenches, to use another tool to line up those pipes in a perfectly straight line so they meet the exact gradient of what you're trying to achieve in a perfectly straight line, so you can meet your target. So all these things are independent of one another.
So you would say that in terms of reciprocal zenith angles, that you were getting 180 degrees. You weren't getting any deviation from that.
No, we didn't create reciprocal zenith angles at all. Didn't do those sorts of things. I'm just talking about creating a horizontal line, right? A perfectly straight horizontal line. Okay, and that's your datum point that you work off. Okay, and that's created from point A. It's not created from point A and point Z and work back towards each other. They start from point A, right, and they work along, and you can then measure off that, like the depths of your trenches and all that sort of stuff, where they've got to be, making sure all that particular depth is correct. But then on top of that, you're laying pipes in there, and you'll lay X amount of pipes, and you'll have a laser beam pipe layer that you put down that is shooting out a perfectly straight laser beam. Okay. And it is set at a particular grade. Now, generally, that grade was around 4% thereabouts, depending on the particular job, but a lot of times around 4%. But every time, and you never have to reset that tool. Like you never have to reset it, but you can pick that tool up from one pipe, Howard. So like pipe one that you move that you work on, and say you lay 6 pipes thereabouts. You can pick it up and you can put it on the end of the 6th pipe, right? And you just have to sit it there. You leave it. You let it settle for a couple of seconds, and then you go along with your 7th, 8th, 9th, and you are always following that perfectly straight line, because you have to marry up with your risers, and you have to marry up with a particular hole at the end of it. And if you're off just by a little bit, by the time you get to the end of it, it then becomes very, very costly, because now, especially on the larger jobs, you can't leave the trenches open. You have to cover the trenches in, right, for occupational health and safety. Right, so if you're covered in all those trenches, right, and you get to the end and you're out by 8 inches or whatever the case may be, right, you then have to backtrack, right? You have to re-dig up all those trenches, lift up all those pipes, repack them all, make sure that everything is right, and try and work out where you went wrong and how far you have to go back to rectify that error. And you can't afford to do those things at all.
Yeah, I'm going right along with you and imagining what you're doing, and so you use this information as confirmation to you that the surface is flat, right?
Or just it's only just another piece of information. Like it's not
Yeah.
confirmation.
I got
to me,
you. I got
it's
you.
it's just another piece of the puzzle to me. You know, something to me, Howard, that is practical and tangible, right? You know, like the way I know, you know, in my home at the moment, where I have 3 different water tanks, and all the water tanks are all at different levels, like all at different elevation. Okay, we have one massive one, and we have 2 small ones that are up the top of the property. Now, when in the middle of winter, it's fantastic. You know, all the water tanks are full and all that sort of stuff. But come summer, when the rain dries up, the big tank, because that's the one that we get all our water from, starts to get a little bit low. Okay, so then what I do, the way I've got them all connected up, I can then open up the valves to the 2 top higher ones, right, and then feed that to the lower one, right? But then they get to a particular point where all those water levels are exactly the same, and they'll stop siphoning, right? They just go boom, okay, bang, all the water levels are the same, and because of where they are. The last bit of the tanks, I actually have to manually pump, because there's just you don't have that difference. You've got to manually pump them. The water just doesn't go anywhere. These sort of basic things, really is kind of what I work of. And yes, I know. The argument is on a small and local scale. These things are only on small and local scales. I'm not working over hundreds of kilometres, thousands of kilometres, or anything like this. All these things that I do are on a fairly small and local scale in the bigger scheme of things, Howard. Like when I'm talking about the pipe laying too, like I'm one particular one that I do refer to was only about 8 kilometres long. Well, in the bigger scheme of things, 8 kilometres, when you're talking about flat or globe, right? But especially globe, like it's pretty much said that these things are fairly insignificant, and you're not going to see any differences whatsoever. But I tend to disagree a little bit there.
Yeah, there is scale involved. But talking about your water tanks and the tanks up high, siphoning down into the big tank below, what causes the water to go down to that big tank below?
Just pressure, gravity.
Yeah.
Which one?
Gravity and pressure. Yeah, both of them.
Yeah.
I love gravity. Gravity's fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Because we've already established that Kosho, being the bandit that he is, right? Him and his crew, which you're on, Howard, right? You're on his crew, okay? Like bandits in the middle of the night, you came in, kidnapped Gravity, you took it into a basement, you waterboarded it, right? You put it through sorts of torturous, kind of obscene atrocities, right? And when Gravity came out of that little basement, it came out as a different thing instead of being what Gravity always was. It's just weight.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've altered it.
Yep. You hijacked it. You kidnapped it. You MKR altered it.
Got a perfect description of what happened there, but it was obviously us who did it.
Yeah.
They groomed it.
They did. They groomed it. Exactly right, Isa. Exactly. They groomed it. Like bloody bandits in the middle of the night came and kidnapped it. Right.
Got Gravity all walking around confused.
Exactly right. Doesn't know if it's male or female. Got absolutely no idea.
And the worst part, the worst part is there's people that are like, and you don't exist. And he's like, but I do.
But I do.
You guys are the guys coming that don't exist. All we did was kidnap it. You guys are denying its existence.
Yo, you're the Jeffrey Dahmer of Gravity, so stop.
All right, man.
You're over here. I didn't do anything. They tasted wonderful, though.
Yeah, that guy got what he deserved, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, that guy. But like, yeah, I like our analogy. Gosho gets so serious. He's like, let's talk about John Dahmer first. Oh, my girl corrected me. It's Jeffrey. Forgive me, Gosho. Oh, it's so funny, Andy.
You gotta run with it.
Well, I remember getting yelled at like hard by like just for saying the baller, like or flat earthers even. Hey, gravity's just weight, man. You sound silly. And when you're saying that gravity doesn't exist, I can't be in that camp, dude.
No,
gravity.
I reckon, you embrace gravity, Isa, right? And we have to reclaim it as our own. Right? We have to have an intervention, and we have to reclaim it. Right? And
we're like the Christians coming in and be like, pray the gay away and shit,
Oh no.
Very interesting. Pray the gay away.
But I don't think it's gone unnoticed, Kosho, that you have deliberately evaded the cause and effect scientific method of your observation. I have not forgotten, but that's okay, Kosho. I'll keep on reminding you.
Yeah, it is so crazy how complicated they've made gravity.
Yeah, I know.
It
was so cool once upon a time. It had no worries in the world, Isa. It just, it'd get around. One day it felt heavy. One day it felt light. It had no worry in the world. Now it's got all these worries. It has to bend and warp and contort and do all these other.
Yeah, all the responsibility. It's got all that responsibility.
Exactly.
Pretend time's real.
I know. We've got to put so much pressure on it. Like, really, can't we just let, gravity enjoy its childhood and just be a child? Like, what have we got to put the pressure of the world on it for? Hello.
It's got to stick everyone to the ball.
Exactly.
What a responsibility.
You guys sound like parents just found out their kid wants to be a dancer and has a complicated taste in music and whatever other stuff you guys are disappointed about. It is what it is, man. We're just observing it for what it is. Can't make it more simple or less complex. It's just what it is.
So I don't know.
Don't claim cause and effect.
When did you ever observe gravity bending and warping a condom stretched over a 44-gallon barrel with a couple of balls on it? When did you ever observe that?
Ooh. It's a good question, man.
I know. I ask the good questions sometimes, Kosho, but only sometimes.
Could have been phrased better, but yeah.
Well, okay, then it could have been phrased
I'm joking.
better.
I'm joking.
Kosho might have to recall some of his days in the Navy to answer that one.
Very cute.
Sailor boy.
Not that there's anything wrong with being a sailor boy.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. What? Yeah,
No.
there's nothing wrong with that either.
No, each to their own. Whatever blows your hair back.
Mm-hmm.
Sail away, sail away, sail away.
Sail away.
Kosho.
Kosho's just jealous because we established the other day that the Australian military women, especially Australian female snipers, are by far the hottest in the world. By far.
We never established that whatsoever.
Yeah, we did. We 100% did.
I thought it was the Israelis.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, really?
Absolutely is.
I don't know.
Yeah, Google that shit.
I reckon, I don't know, the Australian military women are pretty all right on the eye.
I already have pictures on my computer I can show you.
But then you'd hear him speak, Mandy, and you'd be like, yeah, nah.
You don't need them to speak ever.
Now we're getting controversial.
Probably get a clip over the years later. So you seen Top Gun? What?
No, the rest of the family have. I haven't.
Oh,
I've been told to watch it.
It's not bad, actually, I must say. Not bad for a sequel. It was pretty corny, like a lot of references back to the original, and a kind of a similar sort of plot to it. But having said that, it was not a bad film, I must say. Not a bad film.
All the action scenes are worth watching, I heard.
Yeah. You know, they definitely done in the production of the film. It's definitely done. You know, it's slick and it's really, really good. Yeah. If you can put your dislike to Tom Cruise to one side, yeah, it's not a bad film.
Why do you dislike Tom Cruise?
I know he's too short. I don't like the fact that he has to stand on a milk crate in all his films.
Wow.
I think that's very deceptive that he stands on a milk crate and you never see the milk crate.
Oh, that's
Jeremy
racist.
sits in a car seat when he drives.
He's got a booster seat. Exactly. But it is surprising how a person of 4'1" has become an absolute big screen superstar. But the camera obviously does add at least 2 feet to everyone's height. Obviously.
Do you know who actually is surprisingly short? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes. I saw him at the Australian
Warehouse
health and fitness exhibition. Yeah, he is surprisingly on the short side, isn't he?
You ever seen that movie Pumping Iron?
Oh, years ago. Yeah, years ago.
Good movie. But yeah, at the very end of the movie, he's sitting in the car in the back seat next to Lou Ferrigno, and he actually looks like really small in comparison.
Yeah, whatever happened to him? Because he went on to be the Hulk and all that sort of stuff, but then he kind of he never became the governor of Texas or anything, did he?
Yeah, he's from New Jersey, and you're a little bit behind the times, dude. That show came out in the 70s. I go, man, what happened to him? That's right, he was in the Hulk.
Who was the French guy in that? He was in that
his little
Pumping
friend,
Iron
the
movie.
Italian guy. Is like his little friend.
No, there was a French guy who competed in that. I remember.
Oh yeah,
watching
but there's
it,
a
and he
black
was
guy.
fucking, he was he was like 20 years older than Arnold and fucking like jacked to the max compared to fucking Arnold. And for some reason he came second. But 20 years older than Arnold at the time. I thought that was fucking amazing. That stood out to me when I watched that.
Yeah, but Arnold Schwarzenegger, nobody can compete with him because he had like what Michael Phelps has in the water. You know what I mean? It's like his body was just, it's like everything was symmetrical, sculpted, and yeah, it's just there's people who are bigger, but even Lou Ferrigno, it's like there's something aesthetic about Arnold Schwarzenegger's muscles back in the day. That's why he kept winning. And also, he was in that movie. He got in everybody's head. He always got in fucking people's heads.
The black guy was Serge Nubret.
The French one.
Things. Or the black fellow you were talking about, Serge Nubret.
Yeah, I don't know if he was. I can't remember if he was black or not, but I remember him being French, and he was called an actor, even though he was just like Arnold. He'd come over as a bodybuilder and that to the US, and was an actor in France, but a very competitive bodybuilder as well.
Yeah.
But they just sort of touted him as some actor from France, and it's just like I just remember kept on thinking, fucking hell, he looked better than Arnold at the time. In all honesty, but it's everyone's opinion.
Oh,
I gotta look at him again, make a judgment. I guess.
If you definitely look at his photos, old Serge, he's definitely well ripped. Absolutely ripped.
Does it have his age there? Because he was the oldest competitor.
No.
Oh, that's right. This guy, it was a close, Arnold was even nervous about him a little bit, but that's what I'm saying. Arnold got in everybody's heads, including the judges. You know what I mean? Like he was, he's always doing extra shit. Like,
you don't become governor without doing extra shit, mate.
Yeah, sure. But fucking your maid.
Oh, what a fucking maid too. Jesus Christ, dude. Get a good one.
Well, in all honesty, he probably fucked everybody, dude.
Yeah, I was gobsmacked when they first came out, and you saw pics and you went, "Oh, I didn't expect that at all."
No,
did not expect that. No. You know, for some strange reason, I had these images of like a French little maid or something, you know, all dolled up and all nice and neat. And and maybe the first photos that I saw of her, I don't think I've seen anything since, maybe weren't the most complimentary photos of her. maybe in bad
We now
light.
know what date night involves with you, Bandy. A little French outfit, I'm sure, with a Kiwi accent.
Yeah,
It shows you
exactly.
how weak he is, though, man. But I remember something he says in that movie about his dad dying, and it was before a competition, and he was in the States, I think, and his dad had died, and his mom called him, and he said, "Don't bother me with that." He said, I couldn't even, I told her, don't call him, don't bother me with that. It's not, I can't be concerned with that or whatever. And he didn't even acknowledge it after the competition. He said it as if like that's just something that's how he competes. He was saying that as that was a matter of necessity. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of, it tells a lot about him as a person a little bit.
And it's not Goffrey foolish, it's Jeffrey with a J.
Goffrey.
Yeah, he spelled it Goffrey.
Did he spell it with a J or a G?
A G. He spelled it Goffrey.
I'm saying, is that how he is? Like, is that how it's actually spelled?
No, or Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he's spelt with a J. He spells his name Jeffrey the way you spell it. You don't spell Jeffrey as in Goffrey. That's just ludicrous.
Well, you guys used to date, right? So you would know, yeah. I think you were his inspiration.
No. Just butchering.
Slippery Kosho, hey?
Butchering the
Slippery.
English language. Oh, slippery. He's just gonna let that question slide and think that it's been forgotten about. But we're onto his tactics. That is for sure. I don't know why you just don't just own it. It is just observational data collecting science with no cause and effect scientific method actually put to it, Kosho. At all. Period.
See, the guy was 20 years older than Arnold.
Oh, the black dude. Yeah. I know. You see that? Yeah. Exactly.
I wasn't listening to what you guys were saying.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Conveniently, you put yourself on deafen.
No, I'm not listening to you. I can hear you come through the speakers, but I don't know what you guys said. Clearly. But yeah, I'm just looking at these pictures. I remember also the one thing that sets him aside is Arnold's abs. So the other dude, his abs are, they're nice, but there's something different about abs that are kind of, not symmetrical and that kind of thing. Whereas Arnold had that symmetry. That's what made the difference.
Someone's got an Arnold bias.
No, man, I'm being honest, man. I mean,
no, not you, the judges.
Oh, I mean, sure.
But don't get defensive though.
So how long are you going to avoid the question for?
Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly.
What did you say to me?
I think there's
slimy.
The answer. I think there's the answer.
Slippery and slimy.
I can't even hear you talk so quietly, man. So I didn't hear anything you're saying, man.
I talk so quietly. Well,
Jesus Christ.
He won't help you.
Yeah, okay, wow.
Well, I might.
Actually, we're friends, buddy. Go fuck yourself, dude. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Kosho.
That was from him. I'm just messing with you. He doesn't talk like that.
Well, I would hope not. Otherwise,
did you see the
mouth washed out with soap? You know how I used to wash my kids' mouths out with soap?
Oh, you really did that? Wow, I thought that was just like a metaphor.
100%. I tried it with a bar of soap once, and it didn't work because they just closed their mouths.
Oh, you had the liquid soap. Wow.
And then so yeah, you get the pump pack, and then you can just put it in the corner of their mouth, and you just go squirt, bang, boom.
Oh dear.
Lesson learned.
Swallow that down, champ.
I tell you what, like these days, right? They'd probably take you away for that sort of stuff.
Oh, it depends. If it was a nice organic brand, maybe not. But some sort of toxic brand, you'd probably have to explain yourself at the poison clinic.
Poison clinic.
What have you done?
What?
Yeah.
But what happens if you're illiterate and can't read the bottle where it says "Do not swallow"? Toxic. Like, that'd be a good defense.
It would be, without a doubt. You'd have to be very, very, very clever at not being tricked into showing that you were literate. Very, very, very clever.
Hey, Bansong, which one of these quotes did you like the best out of the ones that Witch had made?
Are you seriously getting all those quotes together, and you're going to get all your crew, right, to debunk every single one of them and put them in what you think is context?
No.
Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're working on
Debunking
behind
is,
the scenes?
No, debunking is the wrong term to use. I'm not doing it behind the scenes. I did it in front of everyone in this room, and I'm not getting all my friends to do it. I'm just getting the ones who are smart enough, but actually have the know of what's actually being discussed here, and because it requires a lot of researching on my part, because I don't have the full context of some of these, and so other people do. So I don't think that it's I don't think that's wrong to try and bring truth to.
You're appealing to consensus.
No, that's not. That's not any way consensus. It's not any way consensus.
You kind of said that Whitset is lying, misleading, being. I can't remember the other words.
I said none of those things. Actually, I specifically said I'm not going to make a claim about Whitset or his. I did say something about his motivation, but I take that back because I'm not. It's not against Whitset as much as it's against what he's trying to express with those statements. They're out of context, and it's a damage to anybody who takes it in that context that he's promoting it in.
Well, I think your real contention, from my understanding, Kosho, is that he's not only pointing out these quotes, but he's then asserting that some of them are sort of saying that they also believe that the geocentric model is more valid somehow.
He's even said himself that in some cases, at least, that it's not about them believing it, it's about what they're stating. And so I'm not even going to defend the fact of what they believe and what they don't believe. I'm saying what they're stating, but they're not actually stating what's being expressed by those out of context quotes. And you can be confused by just only reading that quote because it looks like that. And there's plenty, like what somebody said about Rumpus, somebody had the quote about Rumpus, and if you take just that one thing out of context and show it to somebody who doesn't know what else that person says, they could be convinced that that's what they mean. It's not so much that
you've got the ability to actually cross-reference Rumpus. You can't do this with these other people. So it's just interpretation. And that's my contention with it all.
You know what's a good example? Not just the one that I did, but the one that Paul did was a great example because it's not only taken out of context, it's bastardized and words are added to it that are not even said in the original text.
That's what I was getting to before. Your contention is that he's adding things to it that they didn't actually say, and he's convincing people that that's what they sort of meant by it.
There's evidence of that.
Yeah, look, that's fair enough if you've got something to contest with him over that. I don't see that it's fruitful in any way, because at the end of the day, it comes down to interpretation. You can argue it till the cows come home.
Like if you can actually show that the quote that is being put out there, right, and the words of that quote that are in those quotation marks are actually something completely different to what they are, okay, fair enough. Point out exactly what you're claiming is the original quote. But I've also too heard on quite a number of occasions that this person has said this, for argument's sake, right, which might indicate a particular thing. Let's just say ether, all right, or whatever, okay, or whatever they might have said. Doesn't really matter what the example is. But then the argument has been, but you do know that this person thought that they lived on a big blue spinning testicle, though. Right, so it's not really support of your flat Earth claim, because they did believe that they were on a globe. So if you can actually find that it has been deliberately misquoted that are in the quotation marks, right, I would take note of that. I would have a look at the sources and all that sort of stuff, and then put my interpretation on what that exact quote is. But I think your motivation is to say you've taken one sentence out of a 16-page essay and you're using it in a particular way. I think that's the way you're going about it, personally.
Yeah, I posted it 5 minutes ago when you started speaking.
5 minutes ago? Damn, I got to scroll. What the fuck?
2 minutes ago, but yeah, posted the quote that Witsit had made. He produced, and I don't know where he.
There.
Yeah, and it has the page numbers of the book and everything, and then here's the page numbers, which do echo some of the words that is being said, but really none of the none of the main points of this quote, or like there's words that are added into this quote, and also the meaning is opposite to what he's saying in the actual pages of this book.
This must really be striking a nerve, Kosho. This is going deep.
It's not going. It does bother me. Like I said, that this sort of damage being blatantly done, and really it's within everyone's grasp to get the actual idea, but people will have this misguided idea, and it's almost easily fought against.
Hold on, that first one that you posted, Kosho, was the one from Witsit, is it?
Yes.
The one that's in the got the photo and the quote next to it.
That's right.
And in that quote that has been quoted, it's got the book and the page numbers.
That's right.
Okay, so now you've got the book and open up to the page numbers, and you're going, well, this is misleading. It's been taken out of context. You're basically lying about it.
Pretty much, yeah. There's words that have been added.
That's pretty much what you're saying. Well, no, I think if someone actually gives you a quote, right, and they're giving you the reference and the actual page numbers to that reference as well, I don't really think that that's misleading in any way, shape, or form. It's saying this is where I got this information from. Go and check it and interpret it for yourself. I think that's actually being transparent, because you've had to do no research whatsoever. He's actually giving you the source and giving you the page numbers, and go bang. There you go.
When you open up that page,
there it is.
The words aren't in there. He's got quotation marks around the words that are in his quote, but there's no verbatim words in here that say that stuff.
I didn't say that they were verbatim. I didn't say that.
Then why represent it as a quote?
Yeah, but the ideas that are being expressed are opposite to what's being expressed in that thing.
I'd have to read it a bit closer because I'm looking at it on a small screen at the moment, so I'd have to read both of those pages.
You're saying that those words are not on that page in that book, on that publication?
Yeah.
At all?
Really? Okay.
Yeah, not in, yeah, at all. Like, there's some of these words are in there.
Which ones?
Well, let's see. To prove the Earth, in fact, revolving around orbit around the sun. He's talking about. So he talks about different models. He talks about stellar parallax. He talks about the Tychonic geocentric system on the resolves around the stationary. So he talks about some of these things. However, he doesn't say it in this way, and he doesn't like the point he makes is not. It's opposite to this point.
Well, if Whitsett's not taking direct quotes, then that's one thing. But I mean, my point is that none of it really means anything because we can't ask these people what they actually meant by the words they stated.
Yeah, but you can read what they stated instead. You just at least read what they said, and they blatantly say what they're stating.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's like a song, like how many people have a different interpretation of a song, even though the songwriter might say that it had a certain meaning. But did they actually really say it had that certain meaning? Were they honest? Did it have a different meaning? Like shit.
Yeah.
Words are just words.
That's what I was saying earlier. The words are the words. If they're on that person's, I mean, obviously, if you're going to make a picture thing with someone's quote, it hopefully would be, not hopefully, but I mean, it should absolutely be something that they published or, shouldn't just be made up. I mean, there could be mistakes along the way if there's a lot of these that are compiled, but it should be someone's words. But even at that, they're just that. They're that person's words. So what they meant could even be different than what someone reads it as, and all the interpretation involved in that. So I think just quoting someone is just quoting them. And
yeah,
you call this like when it's said to be, it's got his name, it's got the page number, the name of the book, but the quote doesn't actually say what he's saying in this quote.
I don't know. It might have the wrong. Maybe he has the wrong page.
Possibly.
He's talking about the same things that he's talking about. He's just talking about it in a totally different way than this quote's making it sound like.
I pretty much doubt that quote was just made up. So it perhaps is the wrong page, or this is the wrong book. I don't know.
Ask Whitsett. Just say, hey, I checked this reference and I can't find it. Have you got the page wrong? Let's not talk about it. Just ask him. Because he won't want to be called out as making up all these quotes. And if he's taking them off someone else who made them up, he'll feel like a silly bugger. No, I know, but if you can't find them in the references he's given, there's something wrong. And if he then can't give you the reference that he did get them from, then that's an issue. And if he tells you that he just stole them from someone else, and that person made them up, like maybe Jeranism, then there's a problem as well. But it's still just a quote, and it's just words.
So are these multiple quotes that Whitsett is supposedly given with reference, and then the references are consistently inaccurate to what he said?
No, I won't make that claim because Paul had pulled this one up. He's the one who actually pulled this. I have the book in front of me now, but Paul pulled this quote up from the book, and he's not claiming that Whitsett did that either. But he is showing that when you actually go to that page number in that book, the guy's talking about it's the same subject, so it's the same subject that's being discussed. However, it's not being discussed in what he's saying, and these words are actually not. This is just not quoted in there. It's like
just do Google searches.
wherever he got it from.
You just highlight the quote and Google search it, and won't the text come up that it's found in? I thought you could do that shit.
What do you mean?
Like just do a Google search for the text, in quotes.
Oh, you'd have to type it all out. You can't highlight a picture.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Sorry, of course.
Yeah, you can use Google to do that. Hold on.
Yeah, so if you're to actually type in that, yeah, Kosho's going to do it. He's the man. He's the
Good on you, mate.
he's the Google
60 words per minute. That'll do it every time.
Maybe I should fact check him while he's doing it, just to make sure that.
What is your word per minute rate, Kosho?
I don't know. I'm not a very fast typer. However, I wake up for it by being clever.
I personally work on a thumbs per minute. So.
2.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you, sick bastard?
That's what
I
she
like
said.
Oh, the old double thumber.
Yeah.
I said that one with a
Bet she
question
enjoys
mark.
that. Jesus Christ. Oh, well, here's hoping Witsit has some solid references for his sake. Either way, it doesn't change anything. They're just words. It's pretty funny, though.
The fact that all these guys, I mean, a lot of those quotes, though, it definitely shows like an underlying instability within their mindset in a lot of cases, just so contradictory.
Yeah, but it's only if you don't have the context.
No, but that would be like
the principal documentary showed that.
Trying to make an equivalent. Like if there was like, maybe this is not the best example, but I'm just trying to think. Let's say like, because this is not really the case, but let's just say this is the case, that it's absolute that, you know, meat and animal foods are required for human health. And then this new thing comes along that says, no, veganism is the answer. And then if you had a bunch of quotes of people saying, you know, well, veganism actually is a complete and total model and gives all the nutrition you need. Okay, that's not a good example, but I'm just saying like it's something completely contradictory to their quote unquote Copernican revolution.
But I think
there's so many of these quotes that are saying the opposite. It's bizarre.
Yeah, that's what I kind of feel like, and I haven't got all of this conversation, but it seems like Witsit has presented something in a particular context with a reference, and you go to the reference, and it's not saying, it's kind of like Witsit saying meat is good, and here's my citation, and you go to the citation, and the citation says actually veganism is good.
Well, that's what I was going to say to you, Howard. Is in this case, I just want to make this clear because I don't know if this is true or not, but so far in what I'm searching, as far as I can remember, this is the only quote that is kind of misquoted or something like that. Whereas some of the other quotes, they might be like even the Einstein one is kind of there's some words that are, I guess those are even quoted by other people. So regardless, I wouldn't say that they're all inaccurate like that. As far as I know, this might be the only one. You know, without having checked all of them, this is the only one I know that is blatantly, you know, misworded.
Okay.
I just want to make that clear, just so it's not, you know, misconstrued. You know.
Gotcha.
Also, I don't think that Witsit, you know, found this in the book and then made up the quote himself either. I think wherever he got it from, it probably said this, and that could be Jeranism. So.
I find it hard to believe that if Jeranism put these out years ago, that someone hasn't already done what you did, because Jeranism was scrutinized hard, mate.
Yeah, they have. This isn't the first time around. You know, he made these quotes, and Elijah was doing this a while ago too. I think it was from Jeranism's video. He was real enamored by all these quotes as well, and I mean, a lot of people, they can be powerful if you do this right. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not claiming anyone purposely is being misleading, but whatever, you know, however they came across these, and they're sharing them with people, it is I mean, from my personal opinion, it is harmful to people who, you know, they have these twisted ideas that just aren't accurate. Well, not twisted ideas in general. I just mean twisted ideas of what these people are expressing.
the quote, mate.
There are more worthwhile endeavors I should be engaging in. Number of endeavors I need to be engaging in.
Mate, just batting off in the corner is more worthwhile than doing what you're doing with this shit.
All right, guy. When we go to the pearly gates and we're in front of Paul, you're gonna be thanking me. Saint Paul, by the way. You're gonna be thanking me. But until then, well. Actually, St. Paul's probably going to be making fun of me when I get up there. Wait, is it Paul or Peter? St. Peter, my bad. I'm going to get shit for that.
Both of them.
Is there even a St. Paul? St. Paul. That's a beer, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, we got a St. Paul's Cathedral.
Yeah, but the guy who lets you in heaven and reads your book and stuff, that's St. Peter, right?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's Peter.
I'm gonna get shit for that.
Yeah, I don't do that whole stuff.
Well,
I went to a kids club when I was young, a Sunday school where people got touched up. So I got out of that place and never went back to a church again.
Becky used to always talk about that. She used to say like Nicole Kidman's dad was like big in that whole game over there or something, and there's like she made it seem like it's more prevalent. It's more of a like the sick part of that the church is more prevalent over there.
I would say everywhere, but maybe it just got a bit more noticed here for some reason. I don't know. It wasn't just the churches, man, and it probably still isn't just the churches, but, there were people in football clubs and, kids clubs and surf life-saving clubs. Not everyone, obviously, but there were just individuals in places where they had those tendencies and they found the right places to work.
Yeah, we got those sick bastards over here too, man. There's a guy, Jerry Sandusky. They found out he was doing this for fucking a long ass time. Like he was an old fat dude by the time he got put in prison, but he's a football coach, like a famous college football coach. I think assistant coach or whatever, and he really tarnished the name of the team after that. But it came out he'd been doing that for a long ass time.
Did you type that quote in to find it?
I'm like halfway. Yeah. I'm halfway through.
I did, Gio, and the only part of that quote that I can find anything for is the part that is the holy grail of many astronomers to prove that the Earth, in fact, revolved in wide orbit around the sun. That's the only part that I can find, but I find many things that are similar. The holy grail of many astronomers to prove that the Earth, in fact, revolved in a wide orbit around the sun. But that actual whole thing, which to me looks like a whole quote because you've got quotation marks at the start and the finish of it. I can't find that anywhere, actually. And Google tells me it's finding it. It doesn't look like, basically Google says it doesn't look like there are any matches for your search.
Yeah, so that just, it means it wasn't there, or the particular book it's quoted from has never been, uploaded online, which is hard to believe.
But the book, I have the book in front of me. From on there.
I found the whole book on PDF.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, right.
Thomas Kuhn's
okay.
the Copernican revolution. I was looking.
Yeah.
I was looking through it. I was trying to look at like page 206, 207 to see if it was on there. Page 202, 203. I even went to page 104, 105 just to see if they got it wrong.
Yeah. What happens if you do a word search, but just put in the words "the holy grail of many astronomer" to prove that the Earth in fact revolved in a wide orbit around the sun, and just leave it at that quote and see if that quote isolated comes up anywhere in that PDF, Joe.
I just posted it. It doesn't look like you can search by the words on it though, because it's like photocopied.
Okay then. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think it's like
yeah.
searchable by word because I tried. Yeah, I tried that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if it's only photocopied, you won't be able to do it at all.
There might be some other, posting of it though that you could do that.
Yeah, right. So that might be the only upload of the book. If it's a photo, someone's photoed each page and posted that.
You know what though? This quote, as I'm reading it and assuming and making assumptions, it seems like it's not written by him at all, and maybe by somebody who's sort of paraphrasing what he's saying, because it says the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, but what author is he talking about? Well, I guess he's in the Copernican revolution. Maybe in this quote he's talking about Copernicus, but I don't think so. I think somebody's talking about what he's stating. You know what I mean? So this could be a reference from the book that is being attributed to the book, possibly. But I don't know that for sure.
Anyway, once again, though, it is just an interpretation.
What?
Of the words.
You guys are just Larry, Curly, and Mo, dude. That's who you guys are, man.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm happy for you to call out Witsit. For sure. I mean, he shouldn't be doing what he's doing if that's indeed what the case is. So, go through what you're doing and let us know. I mean, if he's pulled them from Jeranism, then obviously Jeranism's going to get hit up. Where did you get these from, buddy? But at the end of the day, yeah.
Well, the fact that one has a page number and stuff, I mean.
Yeah. It does. The way it's kind of is presented, kind of make out here's the quote, here are the pages, and all that sort of stuff. You can take it to the bank almost.
Benefit of the doubt. Do the other ones. If it turns out he's fucking done them all, then there's an issue. Even 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
But I don't think, like I said, I'm not sure that that's the case, though. So I won't go ahead and say that, or that isn't the case, but I wasn't even sure that before Paul had published this one, I wasn't even sure that any of them were like that. So
yeah, but I have noticed that Kosho has taken this opportunity once again to be slippery and avoid the question that has been on the table for at least an hour and a half now.
And make this about me, Bozo. Wait, what are you talking about? What question?
Bozo.
Yeah, what question are you talking about?
That is unacceptable behavior. Bozo.
No, in America, it's actually a respected person called Bozo. So.
Oh, lordy, Lord.
Bozo the clown. But what's what question?
Oh God, you're doing it in such a successful way that I've almost forgot that you are to provide the cause and effect relationship scientific method for your shadow observation, which you claim is cause and effect scientific method.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I think you did actually.
I started to do that, and Paul had saved my dignity, dude. Because for the second time tonight, I said, I'm not doing that. It's just weird to do. And I started doing it anyways. He said, you know what? He can't. The reason he's having trouble doing it is because that's an impossible question. It's a misworded question. And that's what I'm saying. It's a very bizarrely worded question.
It was the most perfectly worded, thought out question that has ever been put to you. All right, that's why you want to be. I think we need to. I think we need to change your name to Slippery. Probably be more appropriate. I think we should take a vote on it. All those in favour?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Lucky for you. Lucky for you.
You know, no one's gonna go ahead and read this whole book. I might read some of it because it looks interesting. But you know,
I only read that page. I'm not going to read the whole book. I read the page.
I was
The
looking
whole
over. I
book.
was
Just see
thinking,
if any
wow,
of the other
Thomas.
quotes link with the pages.
I was thinking how Thomas Kuhn wrote that whole book on the Copernican revolution and this whole and it's just all wrong. He just lived and died and thought it was all real, and that's it.
Hey, well, it happens, man.
Sad.
Who's that guy? There's a bunch of people who do that, man. There's all those Mormons. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
Well, because in a way, it's not that hard to do that. A lot of what he wrote is just stuff he read. He read a bunch of stuff and then kind of compiled it and then wrote a bunch of stuff on what he read, like a big book report.
Yeah, on those shoulders of other librarians on top of books again.
Well, we should start using that. Standing on the shoulders of librarians.
you see that as an insult.
Standing on the shoulders of war-winning history writers.
His story.
His story fabricators.
I reckon her story would have been much better.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Nah, everything run by women's fucking better, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their egos aren't there, mate. Men just instinctively, when they get into these positions of power, just have egos, and it just never fucking goes well.
Okay, man.
Women seem to not have that issue.
Really?
Most of them, anyway.
Really? Do you remember this lady called Bloody Mary? Huh? Or what about
there are
Cleopatra?
exceptions.
Let me tell you about Cleopatra, dude. She was the first woman she was like the first. I don't think she was the first one. Somebody told me I was wrong about that. But she was a fucking lady pharaoh, queen, whatever you want to call her. And what does she do? She captures the enemy leader of the country and fucking sleeps with him while he's a captive and gives him the country, basically. She just gave away her fucking country to fucking Julius Caesar, basically. Because she was a
It's a
banging
story
him.
you've been told, probably by a bloke. Now,
Yeah, probably by
I don't know
him.
whether it's true or not. We don't, shit, talk about it. There are exceptions to the rule, though. There are definite women that you don't want to run the show, for sure. Just like there are women you wouldn't want to play football against out on a field. Fucking no way, they'd knock you right over. But that's, that's a different story, really.
Yeah, if you're right the hand, maybe.
I wouldn't mind playing football with some of those female gridiron players, though.
Talking about soccer, right?
No, the gridiron. That is that is something. That's a sport I can get very passionate about, I must say.
I'm glad you agree with me there.
Very passionate about. Like I appreciate their dedication.
Shit, yeah. Very athletic.
Athletic. Like the maneuvers that they have, the skills that they demonstrate, are just purely like they're second to none. Really, they are second to none.
Yeah. You
I
clearly
love the
I'm a bit.
the uniform.
I was going to say, look, when it comes to the uniform, I'm a bit undecided. Like, I'm not really, that taken by the uniform white. Like, it's purely about the
Well,
game for me. It's purely about, the skills and the tactics.
well, what's left of the uniform gets in the way of that, really. I mean, they should just get rid of it all, and that way we could really focus on those skills.
Exactly. But yeah.
But then, mystery, the mystery is good.
Look, you need to you have to leave a little bit to the imagination. Now, what is left to the imagination when I watch it, the mind just boggles, really, because there's really not much left to the imagination. But
At least they're not all getting black eyes, though. They're restrained just enough to not knock themselves all out.
They can knock themselves out. I'm concerned. But probably lucky they do have a slight uniform on, because when they're running to receive that pass, they'd probably give themselves black eyes.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. That's my point. B1 and B2 will fucking do it every time.
Oh yeah.
Can't believe the Yanks in this room don't know about female gridiron.
What are you talking about, dude? We have that in America, man.
Yanks.
Are you talking about
My
waffles?
bad.
You talking about waffles?
Yeah, waffles.
Yeah, we're talking about waffles. Yeah.
Let me show you the difference between Australia and the United States, just so you're clear, dude.
I'd like to see some of those waffles smothered in maple syrup.
Hey, just guess which is which. Some of these girls are from Australia, and some of these girls are from America. Can you tell which one's which?
I don't know. I can only see one photo.
There's two of them, Ben.
Taste the difference?
Well, I can only see one.
Yeah, they're kind of focusing on different parts of the body here. One's a little more covered up than the other.
I cannot.
Aussie girls are more earthy tasting.
So I guess Australians are fucking Jeffrey Dahmer now.
Oh.
Oh, you can do plenty of eating without taking a bite, mate.
My God.
Like wild game and shit. Right on. I always like when you guys say
not Wolf
Sheila.
Creek
Sheila.
style. Yeah, he tasted them all. I'm sure he did. He'd know the difference between an Aussie and a foreign backpacker. Hey, Sheila. Wolf Creek, watch it if you haven't.
Oh damn! I was disappointed with Wolf Creek 2, I must say.
Oh shit! Yeah, don't watch that, people.
Yeah,
What is it called?
yeah,
Wolf Creek?
Yeah, Wolf
Creek.
What is it? Like a movie or something?
Yeah,
it's based on a true story of missing backpackers in Australia.
Loosely based on a true story.
Well, all they ever found was a whole heap of the bits and pieces of like licenses and handbags and just clear evidence that someone's accumulated lots of people's personal shit who have gone missing. That's all they ever verified. And someone did escape at the end and had a story, but other than that story, that could never be verified. They could never find the location or anything like that.
No.
Safe assumption, though, right? That you guys just a bunch of criminals over there. So
The fact that someone dropped by your home and had a cup of tea and left their wallet there, is that your fault? Oh, you don't know where they are.
Well, hey.
They're gone. Like, come on.
Yeah, you know what I just.
But I can tell you what they taste like.
That's why they say like evidence doesn't lead to the facts.
That's right.
Yeah, well, you know what I think? I think Bandsaw belongs behind a grid of iron bars the rest of his life.
No. Kosho, you're missing the point. He's right where he's supposed to be. Out in Australia, we put those people.
He is very isolated, actually. I'll give you all that.
Yeah.
Right. They knew what they were doing when they picked that place. They're like, you know what? You're going to fucking Australia.
Yeah.
I think they think it's a paradise down there.
After they told, you know what they said? They said there's more land. You're gonna love it.
Yeah. Oh, I do. I love my land.
Yeah. Australia is the only place in the world that still has dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
No, we're not.
I can't help but to think of that picture that I posted when I was saying you look like Bandsaw.
Yeah, the only picture I have of Bandsaw is him raping someone.
Hey, for the record, there was full consent, right? I did not rape anyone at all.
Oh, sorry. This is
It
what
was consensual.
this is the context of what it shows me. So I didn't see the full context.
Hey, Kosho, were you here when I showed the picture of what I thought Bandsaw looked like?
I think I was. I think it looked like that.
Fucking an old goddamn weathered out Aboriginal fellow.
Dude, that just was killing me, dude. Oh god, that's still funny as fuck to me. Oh my god. Oh, good stuff.
I wish I did have a darker complexion at times.
Better suited for the sun.
And
probably donation.
Yeah. I am pretty blessed though with my European olive skin. I'm pretty blessed there.
Yeah, I like. I don't know whether it's recent or whether it was an old Beavis and Butthead when they're at the college and the teacher's talking about how white people can just do everything and they can throw stuff and destroy stuff, and it's called white privilege. And so Beavis and Butthead are like, we could do that. And then they just start fucking shit up. Like they just start taking people's shit and they're like, no, you don't understand. I got white privilege. I can just start wrecking everybody's shit. The professor told them that, like, you know, because of your white privilege, you can do this and this and this and destroy communities. And they're like, awesome. They start fucking going around fucking shit up. And they're like, no, it's okay. I got white privilege.
That's right. Exactly. Hold on. Read the sign. White privilege.
Right. Don't they teach that at college? Like, and he's like, get out of my way. He's like, get out of my way. Like,
I know.
So funny, dude.
Every time. That's my.
You see, there's a new Beavis and Butthead movie, but it like just came out, but it's like all space. They went all space with it.
Really?
Yeah, there's a new movie. I think it's like I don't know if it's a Netflix or whatever, but it's a new Beavis and Butthead movie.
I saw some ad with the chicks walking down the space, the thing or something. I saw something like that. But that's
There he is. That's the Wolf Creek guy.
That is.
Earth is life. Is he a bowler?
Oh, that's B-ball. Yeah, 100%. Why?
Right. How's this picture he's posted? Vanishing point ? Where he's drawn these fucking red lines.
What?
It's supposed to be the same angle as the fucking runway. Oh my god. What a clown. That's got to be a joke. I hope he's joking there.
How did he work that out? What, by following what's
I hope he's trying to be funny.
Oh, Lord. He's
drawn these lines that go vertical across the picture, whereas the runways clearly aren't vertical, are they? Mr. Earth is life. That's so funny, mate.
Looks like something Ruhif would have done.
No, but if done correctly, like I'm not saying correctly, I'm not saying he didn't do it correctly, but it doesn't. I'm just saying it looks a little bit. This is not anything against him, but just with the lines and everything, it's not perfectly. It's not precision, but it's a proper method though. Like had he Yeah, if you were to take the same image, I guess there's a bottom image. Yeah, take that same image and try to get those lines as perfectly, angled and matching the edge. You could actually see where the horizon is, or where the eye level is, where they lead to.
Of course, just not. That's a very poor representation of where it would be. That's all. I hope he's joking.
I can't believe you did that to me, Isa.
Yo.
It doesn't look that bad. I think those lines could be thinner.
Yo, that's Bandy when he's trimmed up a little bit.
That's bullying. That's bullying.
That's
Bloody bully.
Cleans up real good.
I've never seen olives like that.
Cleans up real good.
Olive complexion. Shit.
I remember the first night you dropped that. I was pissing myself laughing.
Oh, dude, I was dying. Like, oh, it's just so funny to me. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's like the raspy voice, the Australian accent. Like it just paints a picture, man.
Wow. You find that so funny. That's even funnier.
I've been pigeonholed. Look how I've been pigeonholed. Like what the hell?
You deserve to be pigeonholed.
Oh, come on.
I think it's funny that that's the stereotypical Australian image that someone has. That's not what I would have thought. But there you go. That's Ice's stereotypical image of a bandsaw.
Well, I was thinking, Bandy was like he's in the outback, living in the woods and shit. You know what I mean? So you think that. That's so funny. Oh, yo, you see your boys? I don't know if they're from New Zealand. I think they're from New Zealand, to be honest. But they all won their belts last night in the UFC. You guys got some of the tough. Oh yeah, fucking. You guys got. Yep, they got like one of the best camps out of. I think it's New Zealand. But they train all. There's like a couple of them from Australia. So fucking dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You guys got some tough nutters over there, dude. I played rugby. You boys are fucking hard. Fucking hard.
We're hardcore. Mate.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Hey, you guys need to be proud of those Kiwis, man. They're the best you guys got in your vicinity.
Don't you worry. I'm very
there's a couple of. Hey, there was an actual Aussie that was the champ. So it was actually like a beef when the Kiwi, took it from the Aussie. You know what I mean? But yeah, fucking good shit. Good fights last night, actually.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to watch something just be powerfully ended really quick, like a Mike Tyson fucking just knockout in the first round. But then sometimes you want to see a punch on.
Hey, bro, the first fight of the whole night, this chick broke this chick's arm in like half, dude.
No.
Oh, it was so gruesome, bro. It was so gruesome. And I like the girl that got her arm broken. But oh my god, dude. Fucking complete dislocation at the elbow. Fucking just ugly, bro. One of the ugliest submissions I've seen last night from some fucking Lithuanian chick.
Oh man, I saw a clip a couple of days ago. Can't remember who the two guys were, but this fellow from about 4 steps back just launches himself. Takes a couple of steps forward, launches himself up in the air. His head height with the fellow, just kicks him fair square in the jaw and just knocks him clean across the other side of the cage. Knocks him out instantly.
Jesus.
It was brutal to see it. Like it was barbaric. It was absolutely barbaric to see. Oh yeah.
Dude, one of the best knockouts just happened just like that. This fucking was it Michael Chandler knocked out Tony Ferguson. And there's like a still of the image when the foot's hitting his face, and his face is completely contorted. I'll pull it up actually.
Yeah. I think I've seen it. I think that chick breaking that girl's arm, I mean, I don't know the situation, but when you're like, it feels like the chick would have tapped out prior to having her arm broken. You know what I mean? Like that seems unsportsmanlike to me.
What? You serious, man?
No, you know what,
Oh,
man? When
that's
she
it. You
check it
don't
out.
need to. You don't need to destroy someone's career or fucking snap their arm to have them
Yeah, no,
tap
I
out.
agree. And the
You
girl
just don't
was
need to
tapping.
fucking do that.
The girl was tapping too.
Oh, she was.
Yeah.
She was tapping like a second before it cracked. But like, dude, in high level jujitsu and shit like that, man, like, you know, I mean, dude, like I went to a tournament, I saw the dude's foot was hanging off of his fucking leg. Like fucking like they're just brutal fucking submissions because people think they can fight through it. And like, you know, to be nice to somebody in competition, you know, potentially at the really higher levels, you know, it'll lose you your win because people aren't going to tap. They're not going to fucking, and you know, everyone knows what the fucking consequences are.
Oh, sure. If
Like
she
if you
didn't
go for,
tap, then you know, if you're just trying to push through it, then
but
she's an
like,
idiot, of course.
oh yeah, no, like I've thought of it before. Like in a street fight, I don't know if I could go for an arm bar because you got to break it, right? So like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like it's just such a, ooh, it's so ugly. It's like fucking leg locks and shit, man. You rip someone's knee out and shit.
Look at his face. Look at his. It looks like some puppet. The way they've caught it there.
Right? Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Brutal sport, bro. Fighting is,
Oh, man.
you know, ugly, man. It's like that's like the thing. It's like when people talk about like, oh, this guy sucks. He got his ass kicked. Like, dude, you know, even someone who doesn't actually fight but trains is a completely different animal than someone who doesn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think any of the combat sports are just brutal when you're on a professional level.
Oh hell yeah! Like I don't
Yeah.
like boxing. Like boxing, you
No.
can get fucking, you know, you get your fucking like. That's why I love jujitsu. Jujitsu is the
Yeah.
one thing where it's not like you could tell your partner, oh well, I didn't hit you as hard as I could have. I would have knocked you out. I would have, should have, could have. Fucking in
Yeah.
jujitsu, everybody knows what just happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, you just tapped out, or you went to sleep, or something broke. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you follow the bare knuckle comp at all?
BKFC or whatever. There's the BKFC.
Yeah. That is like another level again. It's just like, oh.
But you know, that's almost like more compassionate because, like, the only reason the boxer wears gloves is to save his hand. Like, it's not to fucking like diminish the blow. You know what I mean? Like in bare knuckle boxing, it's like, you know, it's like, or I don't know, it's like it's like if you were in a street fight, you know, you don't throw full force
Right.
because you know, I broke my hand twice in street fights. I mean, a kid or whatever, and like not even real fights, but like, you know, you fucking, you know, like you never hit full force. So when you see them, you know, it's like there's a consequence to every action. So like bare knuckle is actually almost more merciful. You just get more cut. You just get more cut. Because like people aren't. I mean, it's brutal though. It's brutal anyway. It's all brutal.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
I love that term. You know, it's throwing bones.
Yeah.
Well, that's all you're doing. I think that's why the idea is to punch through things, not punch the thing itself, but punch through it, so that you're still preloaded upon impact, and not
Yeah,
at
but it's like
extension where the shock is more damaging.
Oh yeah, but it's like hitting a steel wall. You know what I mean? Or hitting like if you
Yeah.
catch somebody's forehead, like I hit this kid one time and I fucking broke my fucking pinky, just because he bent his head down. You know, so I hit him right where you would nut somebody. You know what I mean? Like, you know, right where you'd headbutt with. You know what I mean? That thick part of the fucking skull.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So like that shit happens. You know what I mean? But like, you know,
Fuck
so
yeah.
like you'd never throw full force. You know,
Or an
the idea
elbow.
is to not
Punching
throw
an
full
elbow.
force. Yeah, elbows are fucked. Elbows are what's up. But I fuck my yeah, man. Your elbows can hurt too.
Those Muay Thai fuckers, man. The way they train their fucking bones, man. They would have some very dense fucking bones, dude.
Yeah.
Bro, they take.
Yeah.
Do you ever seen the guy that they break baseball bats?
Fuck yeah.
They take a baseball bat and put it up and break it with the kick. Fucking brutal, dude. Fucking those guys like train their shins and fucking deaden the nerves. So far, and then all those fractures that they create, they heal and they create a stronger bone. So like you're constantly breaking it. You're constantly like breaking those nerves and breaking that fucking. I'm dead. And then they run like 10 miles before they train. Muay Thai is crazy. That's why I like jiu-jitsu, because you can just hold someone down, like even in a street situation and shit. Like you don't need to fuck them up. Or wrestling.
Yeah, one-on-one you can. If there's more than one-on-one, it's a bit hard to pin anyone down.
I've put two dudes together.
Good on you.
For sure, bro. For sure, dude. I'll fucking ragdoll. You know what I mean? Like,
Tie 'em up.
not willing, you know what I mean? Like, but like, you know, it's possible.
Yeah, I won't deny it's possible.
Alright.
I've seen fucking Steven Seagal movies.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you just gotta fucking do the way of love, Aikido, right? You know that's what that
He's
means.
so funny. How fucking
Aiki
funny
means
is all
love.
the UFC shit he's involved with, man? It's fucking funny as.
It's quite amusing how Earth of his life is claiming that an apparent horizon line is apparently where the vanishing point should be. Apparently.
Well, if it's all
Apparently-
apparent, then why not?
Apparently, the apparent horizon line is apparently where the vanishing point apparently is.
I mean, I'm working on his picture right now. It's checking out, man.
Nothing checks out the b-ball posts, that's for sure.
Yeah, it says you.
Of course, says me.
You're checking
I am
his
the
picture. What do you mean it checks out?
I am the final arbiter.
Elaborate, Kosho. Which picture is checking out?
Give me 2 minutes. Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one with the red lines, where he's got vertical red lines on a picture that's got 3 dimensions to it?
That's right.
Fuck, they can't possibly check out. The runway angles disappear into the distance. His lines fucking go straight up the page.
Yeah, well, Dustin checks in and he never checks out.
Oh,
That's
dear.
just two-dimensional.
$703 tabs.
Yeah. I might have been. I was being a little bit conservative with my number there. I didn't want to, you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ruhiv told us one day it was limited to 600. And he'd know.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. He was capped out.
Actually, I saw Ruhiv the other day. Well, not saw him. I spoke to him.
Saw him in person?
He's still around, still doing his Ruhiv thing.
He's a good guy.
No doubt.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
look,
classic.
he knows. I'll give him credit where credit is due. He knows a lot about weather balloons and data collection.
Yeah, and you know a lot about inflatable women.
Right.
Kosho.
Like Kosho, like really? That's like that's your best.
No, dude, I'm using 2 hands to fucking make this picture. So I'm sorry, just hold on.
You wish you had to use 2 hands. Like we know you do exaggerate. I have to use 2 hands.
First of all, dude, my hands are full, and I'm using 2 hands on the keyboard, and I have to do push to talk, dude. So it's not easy to make jokes. Just hold on.
Oh, such a hard life, Kosho.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be moving right now.
To be moving, but you're in the fucking full out earth chat talking nonsense. Fuck me, dude.
But in your world, you are moving, right, Kosho?
That's right. It's all relative.
What reference frame are you moving in?
A bunch of them.
A bunch of them all at the same time?
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
No wonder Coriolis has got your head in a spin. No wonder.
That's right. I'm having trouble with this last line, but once I get it done, give me a second.
Oh.
Posted some
Please
fun
don't tell
in
me you're just
chat.
redrawing his picture. You're having
So,
trouble what, copying what he's done, or what are you doing?
Oh, I posted some fun in chat. Hoymar told me that they had done measurements of Earth. So he posted up a document, and I asked him for citations. So he gave me the whole document instead of citing what he was talking about. And then he was generalizing chapters 8 to the end of the book, which really doesn't give me diddly. So the 3 pictures I posted, I highlighted all of the errors and inconsistencies and issues with what he's trying to convey. From the first 2 pages, page 8 and page 9.
So you didn't have to go too deep into the book at all.
Oh no. I'm about to go to page 10 and see what's on 10 and 11. And I'm gonna drop all these to him and just, ask him. Did you actually read the book? Because I am, and I don't see what you're saying about a measurement. Because I see horses, I see obelisks, I see shadows. I don't see too much measuring. I mean, they use ropes, pacing, horses. That's not measuring.
Why not?
You're calculating. You're calculating against time.
What?
Yep.
If you pull a rope and you see how long that rope is, and you use that rope to measure a distance, that's calculating.
Did everybody use a set measurement metric?
I don't know.
Well, I do. That's why I'm asking.
I'm gathering the answer is no then, if you do know.
The answer is no, because a cubit was from the elbow to the tips of the fingers, but originally it was supposed to be from the elbow to the base of the palm. But see, everybody doesn't have the same size arms, so your 100 cubits and my 100 cubits is going to be a lot different.
I want to say this also, man. I'm working on a video for surveying and all that, but they don't the straight lines they pull, they'll map like a whole portion of a city, and onto the part of the next one or the outskirts, and only have one measured straight line, and in the whole damn section. So they're not verifying all these lines; they're calculating most of them. And they're just verifying one in every region basically.
Well, that's
I'll
why
put it in the video I post.
I
But it's all
jumped on
calculated.
someone because they were talking curvature, right? And he's talking surveying. He's talking geodetic surveying. The link is even in the snapshot that I took.
Yeah.
Arc seconds is what they talk about. It's a presupposed formula for changing topography. It's not a set value every time. Because if you get to the halfway point and you realize there's a topography change, you have to undo what you've done.
Yeah, how would look? All they do is turn in the like the people out in the field. They're not putting together the maps. They're not putting together the datums. They're just giving the positions and the positive and negative of whatever the reading they got. It's up to the people who are mapping it to either apply curvature corrections or locally, give the planar data. But you can't. I mean, how are you going to determine whether it's Earth curve? They say we measure Earth curve. We do not. You could say, yeah, we're doing long distance and we see Earth curve and off in the distance a few miles. That's not your elevation data. That's not how they do that. They might do that for hard to reach places, shit like that. But the accurate shit is local. And how would we determine whether it's Earth curve or a drop in or slope? There would be no way to determine that. It's called.
You'd have to walk it with a DLive.
What's that?
It's a smaller version of the geodetic device. The geodetic device right now works off of ground-based cell phone towers, and it does a ping.
I thought they used
location. GPS. Every single one of those cell phone towers has an elevation marker at the base of it in the concrete. It's either in the shed, or it's at the base of the tower itself, or it's at the street if they're close to a good spot.
I thought they used GPS.
Well, they do the math, right? From the marker to the top of the tower is 325 foot to the radio. So when you ping, you're minusing your 325, or at least the system is, to that marker at your ping, and then it's giving you where their elevation is. They can't necessarily give you yours. That's what the theodolites for is more accurate for the difference in topography.
What about the GPS though?
GPS is just giving you a generalized location between the towers. It's based off of a grid system math formula.
The GPS, I don't think they use cell phone towers. Actually, I know they don't use them for the GPS precision.
Well, they use ground-based towers. That's what GPS originally was.
For the construction, they have to use local towers to get the accuracy for like the some of the local mapping and shit and surveying.
So I think it's interesting. Yes, there were inaccuracies in olden days and in their methods, and they had errors. But did they ever measure flat?
Mm-hmm.
All they measure is positive and negative, Howard. As far as elevation, it's different kind of survey, and you do understand what I say when I say different. I mean, you have your borders and your property lines and your state lines and all that. Okay, that's one type of that's the geodetic surveying. But then you have your planar survey. That's elevations. It's a complete different set of people. I mean, the same people do them both, but you know what I'm saying, right?
But what Cuddles is pointing out is something besides what you're saying.
Oh no, we're saying the same thing, just different way. Because the geodetic, it gives you a ping for a planar. So what you have is a plane already going across the towers. Line of sight, line of sight, line of sight, line of sight, tower to tower to tower to tower to tower. Their elevations are already known by the tower. It's already in the programming. So the correction for elevation at each tower is already there.
So tell me this. You're on say a 500-foot tall tower, and you're looking at another tower that you know is 800 feet tall, but you're looking down at it. What does that mean?
It means that it's on a lower elevation, derp.
But no,
it's on a higher elevation. The bottom of the tower and look at the marker.
It's known to be a taller tower, a higher elevation but you're looking down at it. What does that mean?
From the surface. The elevation angle that we all talk about colloquially is from sea level, not from position.
Elevation angle is from the horizon. What's not from sea level? But it doesn't. None of this matters.
Where's the horizon come from? Sea level, right? Right. Okay, so it does come from sea level. So you're just trying to be pedantic.
No,
Okay.
No, it doesn't come from. What are you
Yes.
talking about?
What the fuck, man?
Well,
let me say
where's
it
it
like
come
this. Let me say it like this. If I go and I survey out 3 miles, and I go like I like to go about 50, 75 foot at a time, man. I'm kind of anal with my elevations and shit, because that's what I do. And so I go 3, but I don't hardly ever go this far. But let's just say I go 3 miles, and I wind up with 15 foot of drop. Okay. Now I know that I could spread that grade out over the 3 miles to get water to do pretty much what I want. I could spread it out evenly and get an even flow. Okay. Now, no matter what it looks like when I go back to the beginning and look to the very end, that doesn't matter. It's going to vary looking over them long distances. It's going to, it might show some drop that's not there. It might show more than what I measured, but I know that I'm going to have 15 foot of slope for the water to drain. That's what I'm going to measure. You can apply it to different models and get different interpretations. But as far as measuring it, we call it slope, we call it drop. Water flows toward it. I don't see how we would distinguish Earth curve, except for mathematically, man. It doesn't disprove a globe, but you certainly can't use that to prove one, in my opinion.
Very true.
Yeah, but see, they're trying to say that the markers aren't from sea level, and they are. All of the markers.
It depends on the
all around
datum, man. It
every
depends on
city.
the datum, man. There's like a few dozen datums, different ones, man. The most accurate ones, they claim, is the North American datum, but it doesn't. But it's not as accurate as on the like in Google Earth and shit. As far as joining together with the rest of the world, it's not very accurate. So you're gonna get, you even get rivers flowing uphill in some of the fucking datums, dude, with the same information, same measurements. It's just different model, slightly different.
It's comparing two models is when you get that happens at some.
Trust me. Yeah, but you can model it however, man. They're not that different from each other, but they are different, and you're gonna get different shit with the same measurements applied to a different model. You will get different. You'll get deviations.
Well, some of the models aren't based on measurements. Like ellipsoid model is based on just 2 measurements. The one in the north. Well, actually, no. There's different ellipsoid models, but the most basic one, the radius of the North Pole and the radius to the equator, the ones that are perpendicular to each other, and making the ellipsoid based on that. That's going to give you an idealized, model, but it's obviously going to be inaccurate.
Yeah, they don't survey across border either, man. Like Puerto Rico, even, and the Keys, they all got their own datums, man. So you want to say it's curving, you want to calculate that in there, that's fine. I mean, it'll work. You can make it work, man. I'm not saying no, you can't.
No, that's how do you make it work by having misinformation in the.
What do you mean misinformation?
If you're saying it's curving and it's not curving, then how do you make it work?
Please listen to me one time. When you say that, okay,
Robot.
You cut out, Brian.
The next mile, I got no drop. Or the next 100 meters, no drop. 100 meters, no drop. 100 meters, no drop. 100 meters, no drop. But then you put it all together, and you have all this drop. It doesn't matter when you on the model locally, you're still going to have no drop. So if you want to say it's dropping over distance, you're not proving a globe with that, man. You're not disproving it, but you're not proving it because we measured no fucking drop. You see what I'm saying? If you want to put it all together and call it Earth curve, apply curvature corrections, and then that's on you. But don't take that as proof, bro. It's not proof.
Okay. Pray tell, how much How much curve is there supposed to be at 100 meters?
Just a couple millimeters, but listen.
Well, that depends. Are
Did
we?
you hear what I said though? Do you understand?
Are
what
we
I'm
in
saying?
Ranger, Texas, or are we in Lubbock? Because if we're in Ranger, it could be 10 feet. If we're in Lubbock, it's going to be 0.
Actually, in both cases, because of because of the curve.
0.5 of an inch.
I got a little bit less than that. I got.
Well, I put 8 inches divided by 16 because you said 100 meters, and there's 16 of them in a mile.
Yeah, but that's not quite right. The method doesn't work.
Yeah, it's progressive. So
it's
even
about
using
two. It's about 0.2 of a millimeter.
It's about
So
2
about
millimeters.
a fifth of
It's
a
actually
millimeter.
about 2 millimeters, Ruhif.
About 2
according
millimeters.
according to Ruhif, I want to say.
You did it
I've
wrong.
never measured that because I know there's none. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. It's non-existent.
Well, here's the fun part, right?
No, it's not accumulative because if you've got 1 mile and you walk that mile, each 100 meters has to deviate by 0.5 of an inch to accumulate to 8 inches over that thing. If you go from a tangent point and go out, it's cumulative. But if you walk it, it's always just that 0.5 of an inch.
That's why I quit going down the coast, dude, because I was pushing up on 2 miles and I'm still on a flat baseline. You know, it changed a little bit because of tide. But you know, I was gonna calculate all that shit in, but I'm there. But it was not changing, man. It was the elevation wasn't changing. I'm like, how can it all of a sudden start curving? I just went almost 2 miles in it and it ain't curves none. How can it all of a sudden start fucking curving? These couple miles or almost couple miles have to match the next couple fucking miles. But I mean, I understand what they're saying as far as accumulation over distance, but there still has to be, you know, you go a distance like that, you'd expect to measure something, but you don't.
Only if you're referencing from your original point, Brian, will you actually expect to see the drop accumulate to anything you can actually measure.
Well, if you want a more accurate topography, we have solutions. What you need to do is take some sonar and bolt it to the bottom of your plane and go collect data.
Sounds like a bad idea.
They got LiDAR and they do that, but they lie to us about
Yeah, they
it.
did. Yeah, they say they did that, and they say they used just the middle of it is the only true accurate part, and they do it over a flat stationary plane. All the shit that they modeled, all the shit that they measured with the radar, the satellites, the GPS. I just went over a bunch of new
No,
documents.
dude.
And
You just
listen, they're
compare
all saying that
GPS
they're
and LiDAR.
They use two different systems to tell how far they are away from AKA surface. One of them tells them their position from sea level. The other one tells them their position above the actual surface of the ground that they're above.
And why would you be using either of
Why
these?
would
Tell the
you
Earth is
use
curving.
sea level when you're flying over something that elevation changes from sea level, but at California coast and Georgia coast, it's level. So you have topography coming from level from both sides, and you're flying at an elevation. Well, why do we fly at 50,000 feet? Well, because there's fucking mountains. Okay. Why do we fly at 20,000 foot? Well, because there's buildings and other shit, and topography changes from sea level to
Well, see, the thing
ground
about
level.
flying is your altimeter is based above sea level. So you have to know the elevation of the ground and figure that out. Like if your ground is at 500 feet and you want to fly 1,000 feet above the ground, you fly at 1,500 feet and you know you're 1,000 feet above the ground.
Sea level, yes. I just told you there's two different devices that they use for where they're at. One's from sea level, surface of the water. The other one's for the surface of the ground.
Now the
There's
plane
two
that I
of them
fly
there that
doesn't.
give you the readings now.
Yeah, no, the plane that I fly doesn't have any information about above the ground. It's strictly an altimeter above
Which
sea
uses a
level.
barometer, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know why you would use either of these methods to determine if the Earth was curving. You would
You
expect
don't
it.
understand the significance of flying a straight line using planar systems, no?
You never said flying a straight line. You said flying, at level.
10,000 foot at 10,000 foot above sea level, or 20,000 foot above sea level. These are the 30,000 foot above sea level. These are the where they hit. These are the pockets that they want, so that they don't run into mountains or buildings or hills or a town in Fort Worth.
So the shape of the surface,
Earth
that's going to
has
determine.
nothing to do with them flying a straight line. They're flying a straight line. That should tell you more than what you need to know. That means the topography changes underneath it. But at the coast, he came in from the ocean at 20,000 foot. He stayed at 20,000 foot, but the ground got closer. He maintained 20,000 foot above sea level, though.
Wow, that's fantastic. No matter whether of these methods you used, whether you used your distance above the surface or if you used your distance above sea level and you flew around the Earth, neither one of those were going to tell you if the Earth is curved. So I'm going to tell you if
That's
it's
your
flat or if it's
opinion, and
curved.
you're more than welcome to it. But that's just your opinion.
It's not my opinion. I mean, I could
Have you done it?
I can tell you exactly why, but I won't. It's not an opinion, though.
Have you done it?
It's
what
not,
I'm talking about.
It's not a thought. It's not a doing thing.
Okay, so no, you haven't do it. So you're saying that it can't be done, even though you haven't done it.
I didn't
so
say it
again,
can't be
your
done.
opinion is noted
I
and
didn't say it can't be
discarded.
done. This can be done.
Have you done it?
Well, you're saying that it can't
you
be.
can fly at a consistent elevation above the Earth, whether it's above sea level or the ground beneath you. That's fine. What that's not going to do, though, is tell you if the Earth is curving or if it's flat.
Yeah, that's what you just said that you didn't say. That
Oh,
you
yeah,
just said again. Yeah,
I'm telling
it
you
is
can
going
do
to
this,
tell
but
you.
it doesn't
You
tell you anything.
haven't done it. You can't say what it's going to do because you don't know.
Okay, so tell me
he
how
could
it tells you. Tell me. Let's pretend the Earth is a globe, is curved.
I'm
How
not
is this
pretending
test going to tell you
anything
that?
with you. This test is going to tell you a lot of things if you understand exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, well, in the example I gave where the Earth is curved and it's round, how is it going to tell you that?
Oh, you'll know. Trust me.
Can you just tell me
How's
how am I
that?
supposed to, what am I supposed to look for?
How you have to fly over a plane versus a curved surface is a lot different.
No, it isn't either.
I know you say it's not, but I'm still waiting for a curved surface to be measured so I can go test this out somewhere.
You might want to do a test that tells you whether
I'm
it's
waiting
curved or
for
not.
you guys to come up with an actual experiment that has to do with something in nature where you're not adding artificial crapola to it. How about that one? How about we do natural science?
How about we restrict what nature is so that we can never conclude anything? Let's just do that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, that's your opinion again.
No, let's go back
More
to the
power to
plane
you.
not being able to fly the same on a flat versus globe. I disagree with that. I think the scale of the globe that they say it is, I don't think there'd be any difference, personally.
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't think the scale doesn't really even matter, though. It's the fact that your elevation is dependent on, how far you are above the surface. And if the surface were shaped like a milk bottle, it doesn't matter. You're not going to tell that by flying the same distance above it.
Okay, well, first you need to go out to Ranger, Texas. You need to go find one of those big old hills for sale. You're going to have to put something in the middle of it to hold you to it like you would be on a sphere. And you try and get an elevation angle to anything that you mount on that hill. Go right on ahead.
Okay.
You will find when you scale down what you are trying to talk about, you cannot achieve what you think you can because somebody told you could. You're arguing with guys that actually do this shit professionally. That no,
Yeah, but not at the
that's
scale of the
not
globe, though.
true.
You said
You,
scale
but you're
down, but the
arguing with
scale of the
people that
globe is
do
scaling up.
surveying professionally, saying that they're wrong when you have no idea because you've never done shit.
You've never
You've
surveyed the
never
globe.
done it. I told everyone, go to the pawn shop, get a theodolite, learn its limits of that specific model and that specific lens, and go around your town with your buddy and a camera and go find out if their elevation markers are correct. What you're going
No
to
one
find
cares
out,
about
the
that.
more and more and more markers you've done, you've created a surface above the land that's a plane. It's parallel. Every marker you shoot is going to be parallel with sea level. That is a fact.
The thing is, it's not. How can you say that? Have you done this?
Naysaying isn't a rebuttal. I
Hey,
need
have you done this?
freedom.
Have you done this? Have you
I've
done
done surveying. Yes, I've done it professionally. Again, we're back to the whole you're trying to talk shit to somebody who's done something professionally, and you've never
Yeah.
tried to do it.
That's
And I'm
just a
teaching
claim,
you
mate.
how to go
how
and
did you
do it,
confirm?
and you're just
How did
being rude. Shame
how
on
did you
you.
confirm? How did you confirm
No.
they're parallel?
Crickets.
I don't know. I've never done. Well, I've done surveying on a very small scale, right? And I think
Did you
I
measure
know.
penis?
Well,
Can't.
no, I had yours as an example, so it helped me out.
You
It's a
sick
very small
bastard.
scale, and like I've never done it on a big scale to quote unquote measure the Earth. I've done my stuff on a small and local scale, and I think I know what I know. But and doing it on what I would say a reasonable size scale too. But I did actually find it interesting to ring a surveyor, and in no way, shape, or form do I want to give the globe argument any credence whatsoever. But the surveyor that I did speak to, when I asked him about establishing a horizontal line in free space, one of the things he did unfortunately say was that he would have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Account for it, right?
In his
Yeah.
calculation, in
This is what
his
they call arc seconds.
calculations, right? So
So he was a
It's what
professional?
they call arc seconds over long distance. They try and presuppose something based on formula. It's in the manual.
yeah, I don't know. I haven't read the manual for long distance surveying whatsoever, Cuddles. I've never taken
When you
that.
get into the short distance, it's not there. They use arc seconds, but they don't tell you that you have to use it. You really don't need to use it unless you have a big issue in topography. Ranger, they might have, but again, you start with your marker that came from your next nearest marker. They're all in line with set elevations from sea level. That means you're going from the ground surface, the base equilibrium you can, where Earth meets water, and you're going up in elevation from that, period.
Do you check the tide?
We just had a tide wide.
Well,
You
yeah, because it's
can. I
mean
mean,
sea
dude,
level,
you
isn't it?
can find
You'd
out
have to check the tide at
where
the
it
time.
is. You can. I mean, dude, like I said, you can get a theodolite and a marker and a buddy and a
Wait, what's
camera,
that?
and you can go do this.
What is
You
that?
can go check all the markers. What is what? How are you not listening
Never heard
to
of
this
this device you
conversation?
say. Theodolite.
Never.
Oh, settle down. Kosho.
Troll.
He's clearly had a few
I see.
bevies. He's not getting the words out correct.
Here's the fun thing, though. When someone tries to pigeonhole you with a question that's an oxymoronic question, they cannot force you to answer and then claim victory, especially when they haven't answered questions sequentially the whole time I've been asking them.
I got a question
They
you might be able to
obstinate
answer.
away from
Coach.
answering me because why? Because if they answered, they would have to change their mind.
Oh.
Hey, Coach, I got a question you might be able to answer, man. Does the ISS does it orbit like? I mean, they say the moon rotates once every time around, you know, to keep the face facing the same. Does the ISS do that?
Yes, gravity keeps it in check.
Yeah,
No, it ain't
the ISS is orbiting. The bottom part is facing the Earth all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like when like the sun orbits. I mean, when planets orbit the sun, okay, they don't have nothing to do. Like our shit's going to be facing Polaris or whatever, regardless. But no, my point is it doesn't change. No, I want to say no, maybe okay. Listen, God damn it, you always complicate a simple fucking question. All right, look, the tilt of the Earth, the Earth doesn't rotate any more times than it does. In other words, if it's facing, this is y'all's argument, if it's facing away from the sun, then 6 months later it's going to be facing toward the sun because of the sidereal time. Okay, so the gravity ain't making it turn with it. I'm just asking, is the ISS turning with? Is it the same? Is it keeping the same side facing the Earth?
First of all, it has to get all sides facing. It has to rotate itself so that it doesn't bake, right? So it purposely does a rotation. So I'm not sure if the bottom part is always facing against the Earth or not to make that happen, but it has to rotate so that all sides of it can, like rotisserie cook, basically. But
how is it doing
the
that?
Earth. So what?
Where's it? I mean, that'd be a constant force necessary.
No.
Just because it's going around the Earth ain't gonna make it rotate too.
Yeah, no, you can change the rotation of the ISS and do it one time and not have to do it again. It's not like once if you're in motion, it's not your motion is not going to automatically stop doing that.
ISS go.
Well, I was just kind of thinking of this. Let me get to my point real quick. I'll make it quick, man. So I'm sorry, but because like, they say planes don't have to they don't have to adjust the pitch, you know, and they're angled up about, you know, between 1 and 3 degrees. Well, recently I've seen a couple planes like cruising over water just about 30 feet for a long period of time. So I know, and they're going like just over Mach too. And so they're covering some distance, man. And I thought that they only did that for just little spurts, but I seen one of them following a fucking missile, and I seen another one just doing it, and another plane was filming it, going long distances, hovering over the water. Okay, but here's my question: like a space shuttle, you know, and rockets, they pitch and they wind up with a similar pitch as the airplane. But you saying that, you know, they're gaining in altitude, even though I didn't see it in my film, but maybe it was going away and it was perspective, making it look like it wasn't. But why are they gaining in altitude and with the same, almost the same damn pitch, but they're climbing? Well, why would an airplane behave the same?
Well, Brian, if planes operate the way that we think that they operate, all right, because of air density, okay, and depending on that air density and, you know, the pitch or whatever you call it of your flaps and your plane and all that sort of stuff, as long as you're in that same density with that same thrust, you are going to keep that same altitude, right? That's the way they say that planes fly. So in the globe model, right, if the density is consistent all the way around the globe, the planes are going to operate basically the same way, using their model, isn't it? Or wouldn't it? I suppose is the question.
Yeah, but I see these planes like kick on afterburners and shit, and they don't gain in altitude. Okay, so because they would try and they would attribute it to speed, like with the space shuttle, how they level out, and they say that since they're going level, they're making their way into space into an orbit, into a tight orbit. So they have to pitch, they have to roll, or whatever you want to call it. And it's the same as a plane. They try and attribute it to speed, but like I said, I've seen a plane flying level, kick on afterburner, and it maintains the same pitch above. So my question is why? How are planes not climbing in altitude when they kick on their afterburners if they don't change the pitch? And space shuttles and rockets are.
It's a whole different dynamic, mate. Space shuttles are going, vertical off the ground, and then are trying to turn into that whole scenario of going horizontal and, trying to drop around the ball at speed. But planes are different, and especially at the surface of the water. Like they're going to be able to. The ground force effect comes into play too, Brian, at a certain point. And it can lock them in at a certain point above the water, and they can stay locked like that for as long as they want to, without lifting up.
Well,
So
dude,
there's a few things going on.
I'm reading here that the space shuttle was discontinued in 2011.
What?
Yeah, SpaceX took over.
I just don't understand the
Yeah, we don't
question.
do shuttles.
Oh no, they used the Russians for a while, didn't they? Sorry.
Well, yeah, they
Now
just use
it's-
rockets. Yeah, they don't use space
Yeah, we
shuttle.
don't use shuttle. I think we were the only country using shuttles, right?
Yeah, it was a dumb idea.
Look how that went.
747s, you mean?
Yeah, they're like semi trucks for space.
In my opinion, man, if you pitch up at 3 degrees, if you have the thing built just right to maintain that, then you could haul ass and maintain level. But and if you pitched it up just a smidge, you're gonna gain in elevation. If you pitch it down just a smidge, you'll curve down, you'll drop down, and it's not gonna do it by itself. If the maintaining level flight is 3 degrees, that's designed for that. You're gonna have to do something. If you want to change that, you're gonna have to do something. In my opinion, I understand y'all's argument, but I ain't fully on board with that.
Word. I don't understand it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yo se pienso.
How you going, buddy?
Well, they get pedantic, right? You prove the pedantic in the pedantic to be semantic, and you show them the semantics showing evidence, and then they just want to get pedantic on something else.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah.
we
While they're
have
slimy
we have a
and slimy,
saying.
avoiding questions of cause and effect relationships.
Well, we
Kosher.
we have a name for stuff like that out in the country.
What do you call it in the country?
Yeah. You'll be interested to know, Nate, that the theme of tonight is Kosho's unwillingness to answer the hard questions. Actually.
What?
Yeah, I know. I was gobsmacked myself, right? But a couple of
What did you
hours
refuse to
later,
answer?
just very simple answers in regards to a cause and effect scientific method relationship with observations, basically, which he
What, like
claims.
you
He claims there is a cause and effect scientific method put in place with an observation, and we've kind of been asking him, and look, he'll bring up you know, female gridiron. He'll bring up anything other than the answer. So it has been.
But what is the question? You guys want him to give you an experiment based on observation?
Oh no, he gave one.
No.
He gave one. Yeah, he gave one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when did he give?
Well, he gave an observation.
Mm-hmm. What was the
An
observation?
observation. Shadows. Shadows.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
He observed shadows, and what was the cause and effect?
Exactly. We've been asking the whole course. Exactly. I know. I can see how you're confused as well. No.
Yeah, he had a
Okay,
hypothesis.
so it turns out
he had a hypothesis. Okay,
reading
go
something
on.
right here. It doesn't say anything about white, but it says Bansaw's full of shit.
Oh, come on. What?
Unbelievable.
But
absolutely.
I mean, Kosher, maybe you could clear your name here. These guys are throwing mud on you, bro.
Dude, they both asked at different times. They both asked me the same ridiculous question, and I told them both the same thing before other people told them the same thing. That it's a ridiculous question, doesn't make sense at all. Is it?
No, that is a lie. It was rephrased, but it still had the same point.
Yeah.
And I even asked one of them
I got a
the
funny
same question,
question.
and they said, "Oh, I can't answer it. It's not answerable." I was like, "Yeah, okay."
How far can your telescope see?
How far can it see?
You're breaking
You
up.
can't see. You can see through it.
I got a question. If you if me and you are standing at the antipodal and we both dig down 45 degrees, are we gonna run into each other?
What? If we're both how close are we?
We're antipodal on the globe.
And we
180
dig down?
degrees. Yep, the angle 45 degrees. The horizon
You're
being
digging at
0.
45 degrees?
The horizon being 0, yeah. We dig down. I mean, we're I want to say, hold on. We're 90 degrees apart. Okay, we're 1/4 of the way around the ball. And God, I guess it depends on how you define that. But you see what I'm saying, though? What I'm asking is that
Yeah,
can we
if you were antipodal and you dug at 45 degrees, assuming you were both going in the same direction, you would pop out
at the same place.
the Earth at 90 degrees.
Yeah, the same place. Okay, so but if we're 90 degrees from each other, if I'm at the North Pole and you're at the equator, we're both along the prime meridian, and we both go down 40. We both start toward each other 45 degrees. Will we meet?
If you can dig that far, yes. You'll meet under the surface, though.
Of course.
You won't. The math doesn't
What are you
work
using
out.
to determine? What are you using to determine which direction you're digging?
The horizon.
They're facing each other.
No. But
0
you're
degrees.
digging, but then it's just
The same thing we use celestial navigation using.
no. You're in
0
underground,
degree
brother.
baseline.
It's like
Yeah,
you're about
no,
5.
to start, we're using the 0 degree baseline, 90 degrees from plumb.
Okay,
That's
what do you
our
do
start.
whenever you're
And we
already down in the
maintain
hole?
the angle. We maintain the angle. Like I said, in a perfect world, man. I'm just
I know, but
asking.
how do you maintain the angle?
Mathematically, will we join? The answer is no. There's another
Well, it
question.
depends on how you
On
maintain
your
the
globe.
angle.
On your globe, if I'm standing, here you go. If I'm standing, well, how about this? If me and you and one other person are both at the center of your globe, okay, even if you're not using the ellipsoid model, just the spherical model, and you go up, straight up, 90 degrees, you pop out at the North Pole. Okay, and you got there in 3,959 miles. I take a right turn, which I mean on your model is also up in that direction, but I take a right turn from your orientation. I go 3,959 miles, and I pop up at the equator on the prime meridian. I went 3,959 miles. Okay, the third person, they go right in between us at 45 degrees. What? How come they don't make it to the surface if they go 3,900? I mean, if they go, I mean, how come? Bleh.
Oh my God, Brian.
Why do they make it to the surface before 3,959 miles? Why do they have to travel less distance?
Yeah.
Draw a picture. Where's Rumpus?
Mhm.
It was absolutely hilarious the amount of diagrams that Brandon got him to draw.
I remember one particular day, Brandon and him were getting him to add this and getting him to add that to his diagram, and this was going on for about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes, and it was comical. It was absolutely comical, right? And so then I chime in, and I said to Doofus, Can you I said to Rumpus, can you highlight all the text for me? He goes, oh, why is that? Just highlight all the text. Okay. Now we need to change the font. All right. So he goes to the font, right, and pulls down the drop down box. I said, can we change the font to Comic Sans, please? All right. It was comical. It was literally comical what you were watching just unfold in front of you.
Hey, I retract that last argument, man. I didn't mean to go from the middle, man. I was
That's what I was telling you, dude. That's the Sagittarius.
Yeah, I should have made my point from the outside, man, to make it interesting, but it's still pretty close. But yeah, I'll retract that.
Redacted tonight.
Technically, there's another way to do what you're trying to say. But at a 45 on a quote unquote sphere from the equator and say the North Pole, I'd say both of you'd come out of a different spot. Or not at all.
On a sphere. Yeah. I mean, how could you keep the angle? You wouldn't be able to do it.
You wouldn't keep the angle.
Well, if we did it in real life,
curve angle.
If we did it in real life, you keep going down, 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 down. In my opinion, I don't think we'd ever come up if we maintained 45 degrees.
On the globe, it wouldn't work like that. But as you're traveling down, eventually your down's going to be changing the whole way through it.
Yeah, if you were using a plum, if you were using the down vector to keep getting your 45, of course you'd be fucked up. That's what I mean. It'd be very hard to maintain.
Yeah, but my point is
from that start point.
My point is, if you're using local angles, you're not going to get the same effect as you do, like if you're measuring to things that you're calling infinite distances, like the way celestial navigation's used. If you apply them angles to the without the distances and not starting from the middle, obviously, like a dumbass did, that was stupid. Because of course it's going to work from the fucking middle, but you're not going to get the same triangulation, like it's the distance of the sun and the stars that makes the shit work on their globe where they can transfer it down to the center.
Well,
but if you don't transfer it down from the center and they're not far away, like you're not measuring to something super far, you're not going to get them exact measurements, like or near exact. It's not going to work out.
Well, they're also not thinking about keeping a standard metric, right? You can shoot a laser down a damn hole and you can make sure to measure off the laser. I mean, Jesus Christ, they do it in construction.
Yeah, but it's at
Yeah,
a
as far as this
45.
time dilation shit, man, they're not even applying it. It's not like like they did the aircraft experiment. But yeah, so if they're putting it, if they're modeling it as far as being global positioning system, then the satellites over our head are measured to be going further. They are, you know, because the higher up you go on a globe, the bigger the orbit, and they are literally measured. So even if they're on I'm just saying that's the time dilation that they're putting in. They don't really even need to really. If
Well,
they
that's
just
what I'm
worked out the
saying.
math, if they did the math right, they wouldn't have to. I think.
You can have a true surface all the way through to keep a straight measurement off of and to keep everything straight. It's not that difficult. They do this in construction, commercial construction, every day of the week.
Yeah, let me
Now,
change that point
here's
real
the
quick.
issue,
Sorry,
though. Draw the
Not over those
sphere.
distances, mate.
Draw the sphere and put your spot on the equator and put your spot at the North Pole. Now make your 90, right? Make your plane right there at those two spots. Now 45. What are those tunnels going to do? They're going to intersect at a straight line. Now, if you do it on a plane, guess what's going to happen? They're going to intersect at a V. You can do this with commercial grade equipment. Guys, this shit is
Yeah,
easy. Stop playing.
That's a good.
Crazy, man.
That's a good point. That's a good point, man. But no, the point I was trying to make, I'm trying to word it a little bit better. I'm trying to word it a little bit better.
Just
In
draw
other
it
words, if
out.
they're yeah, you're right. That's interesting. I didn't think of it like
It's
that.
just not practical.
No, let me
So-
make this point real quick. Is if you if you're giving, because the satellites are told where they're at, okay, supposedly that they have to be told where they're at. You can't just set them up there. I mean, all you're gonna get is times. If you don't have the where they're at, then it's fucking worthless. Okay, so they're told where they're at, and if they're said to be going, okay, further, the higher up they go, then the math will be done incorrectly, and then you'll have to make adjustments. You'll have to dilate time and shit like that because it's not really going further, but you're fucking doing the math like it is because you think you're on a globe, and you're gonna have to dilate time to make a fucking correction but in reality it's not going further. The higher you get, you're not separating away and making, you're not traveling longer distances.
Yep.
I don't know this for sure. I'm just throwing that out there, as a possibility.
If only there was some cause and effect relationships explored with the curvature, we might actually be able to move on and all around something.
Yes, instead of just part of science, we should use all of science, all of it.
I mean, they could
Dude,
always
we got-
acknowledge that you
We
can't.
got people that aren't builders talking to builders about doing something. Like, it's crazy.
Just a little acknowledgement, Kosho. Come on. We can't perform the scientific method on anything to do with the Earth and its shape.
It's like a million things you can do, but
Well, why haven't you done them yet then? Why are we?
I've done a couple of them.
They did do it. They did do it.
Why are we waiting? We're waiting, man.
I can post my paper again, but you'd have to ask somebody to read it to you.
Yeah, That's only. That's
No,
only.
please
That's
don't.
only. That paper will only be fit to wipe my ass. That's all.
Well, it's
it will
not.
be
It's not fit for that because it's only digital.
You can print it out.
Oh, well then, okay. That being
You
the
could
case,
get a virtual ass wiping.
Yeah, there is a
Yeah.
there is one in my my swag shop.
Yeah, just sacrifice a phone, mate. Go on, do it.
I suppose my question would be, why would you want to abuse your ass like that, Jim?
Well, you can get the quality paper. It just costs
that would only
extra.
be in desperate times.
Knowing you, Kosho, you do not use quality paper.
Well, that, sir, is an ad hom.
Kosho,
Oh,
Kosho,
ultimate.
This is how you become rich, Kosho. You
I
make
thought
the
everybody
first
was using.
digital toilet paper for the metaverse. You will be the sole provider of toilet paper in the metaverse. I think you could
do it.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody yesterday. So what? She wanted to have a topless news network in the metaverse.
Turds.
Sorry, Mr. White. You were quiet for a minute. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
My bad.
It was my bad, man.